One of Xiaolei's aphorisms states, when you attempt to initiate a conversation, if the other party rebuffs you, it is certainly not due to a lack of physical charm. Another of his sayings goes, even a pile of cow dung possesses its own utilitarian value. Ultimately, Xiaolei's fundamental principle in life is, to ignore a bargain is to act like a fool. What would happen if one day, an unexpected stroke of fortune were to descend upon you? The outcome might resemble that of a protagonist in a fantasy novel, radiating an aura of sovereignty, subsequently attracting both kingdom and beauty alike. Assuredly, you cannot be dreaming. The name Xiaolei is peculiar, as it consists solely of the character for thunder. The absence of a full name stems from the tragic circumstance of his mother passing away from a heart ailment during childbirth, with the family registry indicating that his father bore the surname Lei. Now, at the age of 18, Xiaolei finds himself orphaned, with only an uncle remaining, purportedly a distant brother of his late mother. Lacking any other immediate relatives, he relies solely on this uncle for companionship. As for this uncle, well, he appears to lack any legitimate profession. They reside in a house located on Miao Street in the southern part of the city, claimed to be property left behind by Xiaolei's mother. Regarding the uncle's occupation, he engages in fortune-telling, divination, and palmistry with remarkable proficiency. He is also well-versed in the I Ching and Bagua. During his idle hours, he could be found consulting a compass to assess feng shui or donning a makeshift yellow robe to exorcise spirits, armed with talismans and a peach-wood sword to combat evil entities. In essence, he is nothing short of a professional charlatan. However, it seems that this old rascal possesses a modicum of genuine skill, hence he cannot be entirely dismissed as a mere quack. This character, amusingly named Wu Daozi, is quite the enigma. How curious it is that a person could be named after the revered ancient painter. Fortunately, Xiaolei's mother bequeathed a substantial sum of money, allowing him to pursue his education thus far. At times, he cannot help but speculate maliciously whether this idle uncle is merely coveting his mother's inheritance by taking him in. It appears difficult to ascertain. As for his father, Xiaolei has never met him and knows nothing of his identity. Perhaps his story mirrors that of the melodramatic series that air at 8 o'clock, where the mother is a single parent abandoned by a nefarious man. Due to his circumstances, Xiaolei finds himself with few friends at school. Not because of a reclusive nature, to be fair, he is quite amiable and gentle. Yet, spending too much time with the indolent Wu Daozi has imbued him with a degree of lethargy, leading him to adopt a detached attitude toward matters that do not concern him. Even when witnessing an accident on the road, he chooses to avoid the spectacle and take an alternate route. At 18, Xiaolei stands approximately 180 centimeters tall, a rarity among the inhabitants of the southern region. Having endured a challenging upbringing, he has developed a robust physique rather than excess weight. His appearance was rather ordinary, embodying a delicate and reserved type. However, in today's era, where the dashing, sun-kissed, handsome man prevails, Xiaolei's traditional and refined demeanor finds little market appeal. Xiaolei, indifferent to this reality, had long since acclimatized to such perceptions. His life did not hinge upon the opinions of others. He remained unfazed by their thoughts or remarks. Each day, he meandered through school, his academic performance neither stellar nor dismal. In his leisure hours, he dabbled with computers and practiced taekwondo to channel his excess energy. Overall, life was satisfactory once he navigated through this year's examinations and secured a place at a mediocre university. He envisioned earning a modest income through part-time work, supplemented by his mother's inheritance, sufficient to sustain him until he graduated and found employment. If all else failed, he could emulate that old fellow back home, becoming a fortune teller, sketching talismans daily, and brandishing a compass to assess people's fortunes. Such a vocation would ensure a life free from want. Yet he had heard that his uncle's reputation had burgeoned over the years, with a steady stream of clients seeking his oracle's insights, high-end vehicles frequently gracing their doorstep, evidently patronized by those of considerable stature. Perhaps it was true that the wealthier one was, the more they feared death, relentlessly seeking to ascertain their fate. Even if they knew they were being duped, perhaps they merely sought solace through expenditure. Upon pondering this, Xiaolei let out a long sigh, stretching languorously, when a whiff of charred aroma wafted through the air. Glancing down at the blackened object in the frying pan, he lamented, "Damn it, I nearly burnt the fried egg." With swift motions, he completed his tasks, tossed breakfast onto the table, and marched to his uncle's door, delivering a robust kick. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled room akin to a dog's den, a heap of dirty clothes piled high at the bedside, and a figure sprawled across the bed, shrouded in a blanket, the air thick with the stench of smoke and alcohol. "Old man, rise and eat." Xiaolei barked coldly, turning to exit, deliberately ignoring the sock perched atop Wu Daozi's head. Sleeping to the point of having a sock atop one's head now, that was a remarkable feat. The man on the bed rolled over with surprising agility, only to forget the narrow confines of his resting place, resulting in a painful thud as he tumbled to the floor. Clutching his head, he scrambled up, seizing a tattered kin from the ground to extract a fortune-telling bamboo stick, scrutinizing it carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and sighed. Without trace or sign, elusive both near and far, a tempest arises from still waters, a facade of mirth beneath the veil of sorrow. Alas, this augury is ill-fated. It seems today is not conducive for any endeavors. No wonder I awoke with such a throbbing headache. Clearly, my skills in divination have seen significant improvement. With that, he rubbed the bump on his forehead that he had acquired from his fall. As he stepped out the door, the sight of a steaming table laden with food elicited a grin. "Good job, Xiaolei. You've not made my efforts in vain." Watching the unprincipled old man devour his meal with abandon, Xiaolei could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Who exactly is adopting whom? Initially, I believed I had gained a familial elder, only to discover that ever since little Lei began to learn how to be industrious a few years ago, he has evolved into this old rascal's personal steward. Since little Lei gradually matured and acquired the ability to manage household chores, the old scoundrel has essentially cultivated a habit of expecting to be served hand and foot. In the words of the old charlatan, "I, at least, have raised you as a token of gratitude for my nurturing. You shall henceforth share the burden of household duties, which includes laundry, cooking, and cleaning." Little Lei once inquired, "If it is a shared responsibility, what do you contribute?" The old trickster, after letting out a resounding belch, shamelessly proclaimed, "What I contribute is wearing the clothes you wash, eating the meals you prepare, and residing in the rooms you tidy." Dressed and ready to leave, he tossed over his shoulder, "I'm off to school," but was halted by Wu Daozi's call. "Wait a moment." Wu Daozi rolled his eyes and casually remarked, "Your uncle is embarking on a journey today, accompanying fellow practitioners to wander the world and seek, well, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. For the next few days, you shall tend to yourself. I've left some money in the cabinet, be cautious." If the funds run low, while he pondered for a moment, his eyes darting, then added nonchalantly, "Then you shall endure hunger. Also, do not forget to oversee the shop during my absence. You shall manage the business. After all, you have absorbed a good portion of my teachings. Entertaining those affluent fools with fortune-telling should suffice." Little Lei remained silent, merely rolling his eyes as he departed. Wandering the world? Merely a con artist, mistaking himself for a sage, pretending to embark on a journey. Could it be that he has accrued gambling debts and is fleeing? That seems plausible. However, considering that this old man is absconding, I find myself relieved, no longer needing to cater to this lazy pig of a person. With this thought, little Lei's spirits lifted once more. "Curse you, you indolent old rascal. May the heavens strike you down." Little Lei silently muttered with disdain, then glanced skyward, solemnly stating, forgive me, great ancestor, I do not wish ill upon that fellow. Yet, he is also your disciple. If he does not receive a slight reprimand, it would reflect poorly on your honor." Chapter 2. Not You. Part 1. Xiaolei has always harbored a disdain for summer. In the sweltering heat, it feels as if the entire city is ensconced within a steamer, with perspiration saturating the bodies of all, regardless of gender. This sensation is particularly exacerbated in cramped minibuses and subways, where the dampness clings to one another indiscriminately. Alas, were a captivating young woman to be pressed beside him, it might be bearable. Yet, beautiful women are often delicate creatures, and in this era, it is customary for the affluent to indulge in the companionship of such exquisite beings as pets. Have you not observed that the majority of beautiful women have been transformed into the pets of the wealthy? How could they possibly ride the bus alongside you? Thus, it is prudent to restrain any drool that threatens to escape. Xiaolei's residence is not far from the school. prompting his decision to forego the minibus and subway in favor of a leisurely stroll. After 20 minutes of marching, cursing the oppressive summer heat, he can already glimpse the school entrance, where a few delinquents with hair dyed in garish hues lounge atop the roadside railing. Occasionally, they whistle at passing girls, unabashedly exchanging crude jokes. Bowen is a school of considerable repute, not merely for its classification as a secondary institution, nor for the academic prowess of its students, but rather for its notorious issues with delinquency. Xiaolei cautiously steps through the school gates, avoiding even a sidelong glance at the ruffians. He is unafraid of trouble but resolutely avoids provoking it, a principle he adheres to in his current life. The school itself is a veritable melting pot of characters. Who knows which of these thugs might have connections to powerful factions, perhaps even being a subordinate of some notorious figure. It is certainly not a situation he wishes to entangle himself in. The heat is unbearable, and due to budget constraints, the school is reluctant to provide sufficient air conditioning, rendering the classrooms akin to ovens. Why join the Taekwondo club, you ask? An excellent question. Given Xiaolei's disposition, engaging in such combative activities would typically be ill-advised. However, the benefits offered by the school as Taekwondo club are simply unparalleled. Not only is there no membership fee, but each member also receives a complimentary training uniform, albeit an old one. More importantly, the club leader is exceptionally skilled, and the camaraderie among the members ensures that those adorned in their tiger-striped uniforms are generally not harassed by the local delinquents. It is more effective than any guardian deity. Most significantly, the club provides a complimentary dinner each evening, albeit merely the most economical boxed meal. Nevertheless, it includes 2 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes, with generous portions and unlimited rice, truly a nourishing and economical option. In summary, joining the Taekwondo club is rife with advantages. Naturally, the knowledge of such enticing perks has led to a deluge of applicants, yet the discerning instructors are selective, only accepting those of notable potential. Fortunately, Xiaolei possesses a robust physique and has learned various exercises for strength and vitality from his eccentric uncle, such as the 5-animal play and some rudimentary Tai Chi, allowing him to slip through the cracks unnoticed. As for why the charlatan seeks to strengthen his body, well, when the trickery is exposed, he naturally must flee. And without good reflexes, how can he escape? Having changed into fresh attire, he stepped into the practice arena, only to find an unexpected silence where the usual boisterous laughter and shouts of bravado resided. For a moment, Xiaolei felt somewhat disoriented. Could it be that Tyrant had altered his temperament today? Typically, he would berate himself for lacking sufficient vigor. Oddly enough, must one's prowess be accompanied by fierce shouts akin to the slaughter of pigs to be deemed impressive? In the practice arena, many juniors, most of whom were Xiaolei's underclassmen, as he was on the verge of graduation, had already formed a large circle, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. Frowning slightly, he parted the crowd to step inside. Were it not for Tyrant being one of his few friends, he would have paid little mind to such trivial matters. Indeed, upon parting the throng, he beheld the usually overbearing Tyrant, nearly unable to stand, supported by 2 juniors. His youthful face was flushed to a deep purple, and his eyes burned with fury, seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets. Clearly, the object of his murderous glare was directed at someone ahead. The figure, standing with his back to Xiaolei, towered at nearly 2 meters tall, his physique resembling that of Arnold. Particularly striking was his tight white tank top, accentuating muscles that bulged impressively. For heaven's sake, with such a robust build, why wasn't he participating in bodybuilding competitions? The surrounding disciples and juniors of Tyrant were hurling insults, yet none dared to approach and take action. On the ground lay a couple of students clad in the Bowen Taekwondo club uniforms, evidently having suffered a grievous defeat. Tyrant's left arm appeared oddly shaped, likely dislocated by his opponent. Damn it! Tyrant began with an expletive, then indignantly exclaimed, "It's that fellow from kid's school. But his skills are truly formidable." You lost? Tyrant's face was nearly crimson with embarrassment. Xiaolei sighed, pursing his lips lazily. "So you lost, then? Since you were outmatched?" There's nothing more to say. In competitions, there are always victors and vanquished. You are not invincible. Since we've lost, let us just accept it with dignity. After a moment of silence, Tyrant murmured, "I bear no resentment. He is indeed superior, and I have no words to counter. Yet, they're going too far, wanting to take our banner." In the Bowen Taekwondo Club, several championship flags proudly adorned the walls, symbolizing the club's pride. Typically, when facing an opponent, victory would suffice, but to rip down another's banner felt excessively brazen. However, what concern is it of mine? Xiaolei's expression was one of indifference, After all, they were merely tattered rags. The daily routine of climbing and cleaning them was bothersome enough. If they were torn down, so be it. Why the fuss? Furthermore, I joined the Taekwondo club solely for the benefit of a free meal. Whether those worn flags remain or are removed, what does it matter to me? Chapter 3, Not You. Part 2, both parties were engaged in a cacophony of insults. Despite having the advantage in numbers and being on their home turf, the members of Bowen felt somewhat diminished after their champion, the Tyrannosaurus, faced defeat. In contrast, the few members of Kid's group, though numbering no more than a dozen, exuded an air of arrogance. After a moment of silence, Xiaolei suddenly spoke up, questioning the sudden boldness of Kid's crew and inquiring about the origin of the brash figure who behaved like a barbarian. The Tyrannosaurus, appearing somewhat sullen, replied, "How would I know? I've never seen this fellow before. He possesses remarkable strength and astonishing speed. In short, he is formidable." "Well, of course," Xiaolei retorted, rolling his eyes. "Anyone capable of bringing the champion Tyrannosaurus to his knees must indeed be strong. So what is the point of discussing it further? If we cannot win, we ought to concede gracefully. It's not a grave matter, merely a question of pride. Let them take their flags. Once you've recuperated and honed your skills, you can seek revenge and bring that fellow down, reclaiming their flags in the process." "Preposterous," the Tyrannosaurus exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. "To lose a battle is one thing, but to lose our honor is another. If they take our flags, what will become of Bowen's reputation?" Xiaolei shrugged and murmured, "Reputation, reputation. When the essence is gone, what worth is there in reputation? You truly are a brawn overbrains type." He grasped the Tyrannosaurus's arm firmly and instructed, "Hold your breath and endure the pain." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted pressure, and with a resounding crack, the Tyrannosaurus's dislocated arm was set back into place. "All done," Xiaolei observed with satisfaction as the Tyrannosaurus flexed his arm, now restored to its normal state. "I've learned a bit about treating injuries from a healer I know. It seems to have worked quite well." The Tyrannosaurus, moving his arm with care, glared at Xiaolei and remarked, "How is it that you seem to know everything?" Xiaolei merely scoffed, "Humph." That healer had to learn a thing or two about treating injuries while peddling his remedies. In this day and age, deceiving others for money is no easy task. "Hey, Bowen's team." A deep voice boomed, belonging to the muscular man. His square face bore a hint of menace as he shouted, "Will you take down your flags yourselves? Or shall I do it for you?" Veins bulging on his forehead, the Tyrannosaurus roared in fury, preparing to leap up and confront the man once more. However, Xiaolei swiftly restrained him, wrapping his arms around his waist and whispering with a wry smile, "Foolish, foolish. You just got knocked down, and now you seek another fight? If we cannot match them, why suffer further humiliation? It's merely a matter of removing a few flags, not stripping you of your clothes." A glimmer of insight flashed in Xiaolei's eyes as he deftly reached for a specific spot on the Tyrannosaurus's waist and applied gentle pressure. Instantly, the Tyrannosaurus felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him weak and limp. Only then did Xiaolei release him. Squinting his eyes with a benign smile directed at the muscular man as he remarked, "My good sir, it's just a matter of a few flags, is it not? Why bother?" The muscular man coldly regarded the individual before him, who stood a mere half a head shorter. Although Xiaolei boasted a height of 180 centimeters, he felt exceedingly diminutive in the presence of this towering giant, who loomed at 2 meters tall. "Humph. We agreed before the contest. If you lose, you must take down the flags. Are you having second thoughts now?" The muscular man's tone dripped with disdain. "Who do you think you are? Are you also from the Bowen Taekwondo Club? If you have any objections, feel free to challenge me." Suddenly, Tyrannosaurus spoke in a low voice. "Xiaolei, aside from me, you possess the best skills here. You should confront him, regardless of the outcome. We cannot afford to lose face for Bowen today." Xiaolei shot Tyrannosaurus a glare, initially scoffing before retorting, "Are you out of your mind? Am I foolish as well? This guy could take you down. Do you think I'm itching for a fight?" He turned to look at the muscular man and sighed, resignedly stating, "Fine. Since you won, the victor has the right to dictate terms to the loser. It's merely a few flags. Let us take them down ourselves." With that, he leapt into the air, effortlessly snatching the 3 flags from above his head and bringing them down with grace. The onlookers could not help but applaud, praising his swift and decisive movements. The muscular man suddenly scrutinized him from head to toe and remarked, "Your skills aren't bad, but it's a pity your courage is lacking. You act like a coward." A faint smile graced Xiaolei's face as he retorted, "What's wrong with being a coward? Do you look down upon women? Were you not born of a woman? After saying this, he casually handed the flags to a junior and waved his hand, declaring, "All right, you've won the match and achieved your goal, so you may leave now. Do you intend to stay for dinner? Our boxed meals are reserved solely for our students." The muscular man's face flushed a deep purple, his fists clenched in rage. Yet, upon gazing at the smiling young man before him, he bit down hard and finally waved his hand, shouting, "We're leaving." Xiaolei promptly waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, uncle. It's hot out. Be careful of heat stroke on the bus." "You uncle?" The muscular man nearly choked on his own spit, roaring, "I'm only 18. 18? Xiaolei sighed, his eyes betraying unmasked pity. "Look at your frown lines, uncle." A man in his 30s triumphs over an 18-year-old boy. Is that truly something to be proud of? With that, he turned and walked back toward his group. The muscular man trembled with rage, grinding his teeth as he warned, "Kid, today you're on your home turf. So I won't harm you. But don't let me see you on the street again." Once the crowd from Kid Academy had dispersed, Xiaolei squinted, murmuring in a barely audible tone, practicing a bit of external martial arts and relying on brute strength, yet still daring to act so arrogantly. He won't even know how he meets his end. A slight smile crept across his face as he pointed to his juniors, saying, You, and all of you, hurry and hang the flags for me." Everyone stared at Xiaolei, including the Tyrannosaurus, who exhibited a peculiar expression. Hang it up? But we clearly lost just now, and you were the one who took down the flag." "Fool," Xiaolei muttered under his breath, "I took it down. But I never promised them that I wouldn't put it back up. Anyway, they left. How would they know whether we hang it back or not?" The Tyrannosaurus truly is a creature of rigid thought. It's no wonder dinosaurs faced extinction. Xiaolei slowly moved to the side, murmuring, "Youthful impulsiveness. What was the point of making such a vow? Just look at that muscular fellow. He likely practices authentic external martial arts. How could the taekwondo of these foreign nationals possibly be a match for him? You'll probably never defeat him in your lifetime." He paused. "Well, I'm graduating in a year anyway. Whether you participate in the competition or not is of no concern to me. I'd rather focus on securing free meals." With that, he lazily embraced a sandbag and began to practice his strikes. Yet, his lethargy was evident. Each punch and kick lacked power, resembling more a gentle kneading of dough than a proper assault on the sandbag. Chapter 4, Expensive, Part 1. As evening descended, the weather remained somewhat sweltering, though the fiery orb of the sun had finally dipped below the horizon. Xiaolei, having just finished bathing in the Taekwondo club shower, sighed as he strolled towards the school exit. Tonight, the old rascal would not be around, granting him a brief respite. However, the thought of the towering pile of dirty laundry at home caused him to furrow his brow. Alas, it seemed the household was in dire need of a woman's touch. With such malicious thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiaolei ambled homeward, swaying slightly with each step. Just after traversing 2 streets, he heard a startled cry emanating from a nearby alley, seemingly from a young girl. Xiaolei, ever disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, continued on his way. Yet, sometimes the world does not unfold according to one's wishes. Just as he passed the mouth of the alley, a figure suddenly burst forth. Though it was but a fleeting glance, Xiaolei's keen eyes registered the individual's appearance. It was a disheveled man in his 30s, his face etched with panic. Clutching a handbag whose strap had snapped, he was fleeing in a hurried manner, and in his haste, collided directly with Xiaolei. Without missing a beat, Xiaolei executed a deft step, gracefully sidestepping the man, who sped away like the wind. This particular maneuver, known as the reverse 7-star step, had been imparted to him by an old charlatan. While it lacked the fantastical qualities of the lightness portrayed in martial arts novels, it was nonetheless a clever footwork technique within the realm of martial arts. Many practitioners had dabbled in exercises like the plum blossom post, which served as a means to strengthen one's lower body. However, the old charlatan claimed that this particular step was a legacy bequeathed by their sect's founder, who was said to excel in the art of evasion, an apt skill for swift retreats. Yet, Xiaolei held no credence in the old charlatan's convoluted tales. He had only practiced the step under duress, compelled by the old man's threats, and considered that should he accompany the charlatan in his deceptions, this skill might serve him well in the event of being exposed. The old charlatan, of course, boasted of this technique with great exaggeration, asserting that it could ensure safety even amidst a hail of gunfire. Though such claims were indeed hyperbolic, the step possessed a certain uncanny quality. During one of the old man's demonstrations, he had performed the step in his room while Xiaolei had been tasked with dousing him with a basin of water. To Xiaolei's astonishment, while the basin was emptied entirely, the old man's garments were barely dampened at all, earning him a moment of genuine admiration. However, the subsequent chore of cleaning up the drenched furniture swiftly transformed that admiration into exasperated curses. Wu Daozi once remarked that mastering this set of footwork would allow one to traverse through a hail of bullets with ease. Today, Xiao Xiao demonstrated this skill and effortlessly evaded an unexpected collision with another individual. As a fragrant breeze wafted by, the two collided, but fortunately, Xiaolei's sturdy physique allowed him to stagger back only a couple of steps, while the other person fell to the ground. Alas, O revered Zhuge, this technique may indeed enable one to dodge a barrage of bullets, yet it does not elucidate how to evade a second individual after successfully avoiding the first. Moreover, the person who stumbled into his embrace was none other than a striking beauty. Regaining his balance, Xiaolei looked down to see a girl seated on the ground. Struggling to rise, her face etched with anxiety. However, as she attempted to move, a pained cry escaped her lips, and she clasped her small calf tightly. With a quivering voice tinged with tears, she lamented, "My bag. My money. My money." The girl was clad in a rather provocative short skirt, complemented by a pink crop top. Her mid-length hair, evidently styled straight, framed a face that was undeniably beautiful, albeit with slightly heavy eye makeup and an excess of powder that hinted at the adverse effects of subpar cosmetics. Lin Shanshan. Xiaolei furrowed his brow. The young woman before him was also a student at Bowen School. Although he did not know her personally, her name was frequently mentioned. Lin Shanshan was notorious within the school, her reputation far from flattering. Rumors circulated that she was renowned as the school's social butterfly, possessing a lovely visage but entangled in ceaseless scandal. It was said that several wealthy scions had dallied with her, and whispers of monetary transactions accompanied their escapades. Allegedly, her living and tuition expenses were funded by these affluent patrons, although her recent circumstances had taken a turn for the worse. Such wealthy young men could hardly offer anything of substance. They merely sought to indulge in her youth and beauty, only to discard her once their whims were satisfied. Consequently, this girl faced rejection from her female peers and disdain from the male students, who regarded her with little more than contempt. Even those who occasionally approached her often harbored ulterior motives. Thus, Lin Shanshan existed as an outlier within the school's social hierarchy. Xiaolei was reluctant to engage with someone of her ilk. He had even overheard disparaging remarks about her from others. With a sigh, he extended his hand to assist her in standing, frowning as he inquired, "Did you sustain any injuries?" Lin Shanshan, struggling to her feet, met his gaze and murmured, "It's you? You're from our school. I recognize you. Your surname is Lei." Her expression then shifted to one of anger and resentment as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "My bag. Someone stole my bag. It was a thief." Her eyes glistened with tears. "Inside was my rent for next month. That money I worked so hard to earn." Xiaolei sighed, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he offered a wry smile. "Please, do not weep. The thief has already fled, and there is no chance of pursuing them now." Lin Shanshan, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "But that money. That money." However, immediately after her outburst, she winced in pain, her face contorting as her legs buckled, causing her to topple to the ground. Fortunately, Xiaolei caught her just in time. After speaking, Xiaolei rose, displaying an air of readiness to depart. In a subdued tone, Lin Shanshan implored, "Wait, could you lend me some money? My wallet was stolen." After a moment's contemplation, she received his agreement. Xiaolei, feeling a sense of helplessness, cautiously supported her as they walked. The fragrance of her low-cost perfume incessantly invaded Xiaolei's nostrils, prompting an almost irresistible urge to sneeze. Lin Shanshan cast a glance at the pile of dirty clothes on the nearby sofa, her eyes landing on a pair of shorts, uncertain whether they belonged to Xiaolei or Wu Daozi. Her face immediately flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Too embarrassed to look again, she murmured a soft thank you, attempting to rise, but at that moment, an untimely gurgle echoed, unmistakably a sound of hunger emanating from someone's stomach. Xiaolei, maintaining a poker face, regarded Lin Shanshan with an expression of innocence. He had already enjoyed a complimentary meal at the Taekwondo club that evening, so the sound was not his. Do you have dinner at home?" Lin Shanshan's face turned crimson once more as she awkwardly replied, My wallet was stolen, so I have no money for dinner." Xiaolei inwardly lamented his predicament. Honestly, he was reluctant to meddle in others' affairs. His own home was well stocked with food. Yet, how could he dismiss a girl who humbly requested a morsel? After finishing a bowl of instant noodles, Lin Shanshan's expression suddenly shifted as she gazed outside, where darkness had fully enveloped the sky. She pushed the bowl forward, staring blankly at Xiaolei, seemingly hesitant to speak. Sensing trouble, Xiaolei's instincts proved correct as Lin Shanshan's face flushed yet again. In a hushed tone, she confessed, My house keys were in my bag when it was stolen, and there's no one at home. It's late, and I can't find someone to help me unlock the door. Do you think I could stay here for the night? Xiaolei cursed inwardly, but displayed no outward reaction, replying calmly. You could report it to the authorities. Once your identity is verified, the guards will assist you in unlocking your door. Lin Shanshan immediately wore a peculiar expression, whispering, I cannot conveniently go to the authorities. Why not? Xiaolei, growing somewhat impatient, had not anticipated the situation would become so convoluted. Lin Shanshan, however, felt tears welling in her eyes, her body visibly trembling before she began to quietly sob. Chapter 5, Expensive, Part 2. The house I currently reside in is not my own. It belongs to another. Should I approach the authorities to request a locksmith? The guards would undoubtedly insist on the homeowner's presence. Yet, at this late hour, I find it inconvenient to seek out the owner. Moreover, even if the guards were to assist me in unlocking the door, after forcibly opening it, I, as a young woman, would have no means to install a new lock at such an hour. The security situation is rather precarious. And being home alone with the front door unsecure is far from ideal. Lin Shanshan cautiously articulated her predicament, her expression one of pitiful vulnerability. What of your parents? Xiaolei inquired, a frown marring his brow. I have no parents. Lin Shanshan's countenance dimmed as she replied softly, They passed away when I was 13. I have been living alone ever since. Xiaolei nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Their backgrounds bore resemblance. However, he still had an elderly sage to rely on, which made his situation somewhat more favorable. I apologize. I feel hesitant to trouble you. I am aware of my reputation at school, and you have likely heard of it, which may cause you to harbor some aversion towards me. Lin Shanshan's expression twitched slightly as she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. If it is not too much trouble, could you lend me a bit more money? I could find a hotel for the night. I promise to repay you. Xiaolei remained silent for a moment before responding mildly. My home lacks an extra bed, but if you do not mind, you may sleep in my uncle's room. He will be away for a few days. With that, Xiaolei picked up the bowl from the table and retreated to the kitchen. He rationalized his good deed as a means of accumulating virtue, having engaged in numerous misdeeds alongside Wu Daozi over the years. A bit of good karma could spare him from future repercussions, he thought to himself. However, shortly after, regret began to seep in. Firstly, the weather was sweltering, and neither Xiaolei nor Wu Daozi lived in affluence, resulting in a lack of air conditioning. In the stifling heat, everyone donned casual attire. Typically, Xiaolei and Wu Daozi, being men, found no issue in wandering about in shorts. But today was different, as a female presence had entered their abode. Secondly, in such oppressive weather, one must inevitably bathe at night. Yet, after a shower, a change of clothes is necessary. Xiaolei's household contained no garments suitable for a woman, so he could only find a clean men's shirt for Lin Shanshan. It is worth noting that Lin Shanshan, being a beautiful girl who caught the attention of affluent boys at school, evidently possessed certain appeals. After all, no wealthy individual would squander their resources on someone lacking allure. Lin Shanshan's appearance could easily score an 80, while her figure would undoubtedly earn a 90. Moreover, she exuded a maturity and charm that set her apart from her peers, who were often still imbued with youthful innocence. When Lin Shanshan emerged after her shower, clad in the oversized shirt, the sight of her long, smooth legs peeking out from beneath it caused Xiaolei's heart to race uncontrollably. As Lin Shanshan stood there with her damp hair, her flushed face, and her sparkling eyes, she exuded an undeniable allure. Xiaolei could only retreat into his room. Sitting on the bed with a bitter smile, he silently invoked the name of his ancestral master. However, scarcely 5 minutes had passed when he heard a piercing scream from next door, one that resonated with profound terror and shock. Without a moment's thought, Xiaolei sprang up and dashed into the neighboring room. What he encountered nearly caused him to lose his composure, though it was merely a fleeting glimpse. Xiaolei's keen eyesight allowed him to take in Lin Shanshan's figure entirely, particularly her strong, shapely calves and her slim waist devoid of any excess flesh. Their eyes met, and Lin Shanshan let out another shriek, leaping off the bed like a bolt of lightning, crouching low, and hastily wrapping herself in a sheet. Xiaolei coughed a couple of times, forcing a smile as he asked, "Miss, what is the matter?" With a trembling finger pointing toward the corner, Lin Shanshan stammered, A mouse, there's a mouse." Xiaolei glanced at the corner and indeed saw a small gray mouse crouching there, visibly shaken and trembling. It appeared that her scream had frightened the little creature. Sighing in relief, He ambled over, grasped the mouse by the tail, and lifted it up, chuckling. "Oh, this is my neighbor, Eve. Don't worry, she is a female mouse and will not trouble you." Lin Shanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this your pet?" "Pet? Not quite," he replied. "It's just that we have 2 bachelors in the house, so a bit of chaos is to be expected. Having a mouse or 2 isn't unusual. My uncle is a practitioner of Taoism, and he believes in the virtue of compassion, so we keep her around." Lin Shanshan stared anxiously at the mouse in Xiaolei's hand, and as he approached the door, she nervously added, "You what with the hesitation? Rest assured, only Eve tends to slip into my uncle's room. Her husband, Adam, prefers to roam around the kitchen. Just make sure to keep your door shut at night, and you'll be fine." "Adam? Eve?" Lin Shanshan nearly fainted at the names. Trembling, she inquired, Do you have any other neighbors?" "Other neighbors? Like cockroaches or something?" Lin Shanshan gazed at Xiaolei with a look of pure distress. "Cockroaches? Absolutely not." Xiaolei replied with pride, then added solemnly, "Since Adam and Eve arrived, our home has been free of such pests." Upon hearing this, Lin Shanshan froze, her expression turning stony. At that moment, Xiaolei cleared his throat softly. Casting a discreet glance at her, with a startled scream, Lin Shanshan quickly wrapped herself up tighter. When she looked up again, Xiaolei had already turned and exited the room, casually shutting the door behind him. The following day was Saturday, a day of respite. What does a day of rest signify? For most office workers and students, the greatest significance of a day off lies in the luxury of sleeping in. Free from the anxieties of tardiness, salary deductions, and the rush to catch public transport, as well as the dread of encountering the stern faces of superiors or teachers. Moreover, the jarring sound of that infernal alarm clock would not pierce the tranquility of the morning. Thus, Xiaolei reveled in a delightful slumber, particularly after a restless night tormented by that shadow. At this moment, he remained ensconced in his dreams. Whether his dreams were adorned with rosy imagery remains a mystery. Ultimately, when our protagonist awoke, a trail of drool graced the corner of his mouth. At 10 o'clock, Xiaolei pushed open his door and stepped out. The adjacent room was vacant, its door ajar, and Lin Shanshan had vanished without a trace. Wu Daozi's once chaotic room, reminiscent of a pigsty, was now impeccably organized. The filthy floor had clearly been swept, and the bedding was neatly folded. The heap of dirty laundry that had occupied the living room sofa was nowhere to be found. All had been washed and hung on the balcony, including a rather questionable pair of shorts. Even the dirty dishes in the kitchen sink had been cleaned and tidily placed in the cupboard. The trash can was empty. However, Xiaolei's good spirits quickly dissipated upon spotting a note on the table. The elegantly pinned lines read, "Xiaolei, thank you for your hospitality last night and for your assistance. I know that most people at school look down on me, yet you did not discriminate against me. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Although others at school say you are indifferent, I know you to be a good person. At the very least, you helped me last night without imposing any unreasonable demands. I have tidied up your room, and the clothes are on the balcony, while breakfast is prepared and waiting in the microwave. Lastly, I must sincerely apologize. Aside from the few dozen dollars you lent me last night, I have no money left. I am in urgent need of funds, so I took 2,000 yuan from your drawer. I hope you can forgive me. I promise to return it." Xiaolei cursed under his breath and, upon checking the drawer, indeed found that the 5,000 yuan left by Wu Daozi had dwindled to 3,000. Damn it. It seems one cannot simply be kind. I provided her with food and a place to sleep, only to lose 2,000 yuan. For merely tidying a room and preparing breakfast, I have been robbed. Staying in a 5-star hotel couldn't possibly cost this much. After a few moments of cursing, he let out a long sigh. I shall confront her about this come Monday at school. Chapter 6, The Little Con Man. After enjoying a breakfast prepared by Lin Shanshan worth 2,000 yuan, Xiaolei, with half a baked pancake clamped between his teeth, descended the stairs in a rather displeased manner to open the shop. Yes, the deceiving fortune-telling establishment run by Uncle Wu Daozi, notorious for its lack of accountability, was located right downstairs in a storefront on the main street. Above the entrance, a nearly half-fallen dilapidated wooden sign proclaimed Coppermouth, Iron-Toothed Fortune-Teller, accompanied by a diagram of the Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams. This diminutive shop spanned a mere 20 square meters, yet it was distinctly divided into 2 separate rooms. In Uncle Wu Daozi's own words, the outer area was designated for receiving ordinary customers, neighbors, vegetable sellers, and the like. Conversely, the inner chamber was far more intriguing. It served as the exclusive VIP room, a space dedicated to reaping profits from affluent clientele. Naturally, distinguished guests preferred to avoid mingling with the common folk. By creating a separate area for these esteemed patrons, it bestowed upon them a sense of importance and facilitated a more effective extraction of funds from their pockets. Did it not? Moreover, the VIP room was meticulously adorned. The couplet displayed on the wall, claimed by Wu Daozi to be the work of a renowned master, was, in Xiaolei's estimation, likely a mere trinket salvaged from a flea market for a few coins. A feng shui compass rested atop the cabinet, alongside a string of Vajra bells used for summoning souls and a peach-wood sword for exorcising spirits, truly remarkable artifacts. On the incense altar lay the ancestral tablet of the revered founder. What else more? These talismans were bequeathed by the founder himself, treasures indeed. Such implements would never be utilized for mere ordinary patrons. Only when faced with those willing to pay a premium could one pay homage to the founder and employ these priceless items. Thus, the pricing could not be trifled with. Although we practitioners of the mystic arts ought to harbor compassion and prioritize the welfare of the world, the relics left by our esteemed founder are anything but ordinary. To underprice them would be a blatant disrespect to the founder. In this era, even deceit requires a semblance of packaging. Oh, what a transgression! Great sage Zhuge. Forgive your disciple for such wayward thoughts. Xiaolei settled behind the desk, holding a copy of the Zhuge divination classic, the sacred tome of his sect. After all, Wu Daozi incessantly claimed to be a disciple of Zhuge Liang, the illustrious strategist, and the heir of Zhuge's divination art. Regardless, in these times, even swindling necessitates the display of a grand banner to evoke a sense of gravitas, such as the so-called brand effect. Throughout the morning, he attended to 3 patrons. The first was a 30-year-old woman inquiring about offspring. Alas, a woman of 30, yet childless. One could only imagine the pressure she faced at home. But really, if she couldn't conceive, why not visit a hospital? Were our sect's ancestral sage and the bodhisattva of childbearing from the same department? After a lengthy discourse, he managed to send the unfortunate woman on her way. The second visitor was a young man, seemingly no older than Xiaolei himself, seeking guidance on romantic matters. Ah, the youth, in such a hurry to inquire about love instead of focusing on building a career, what urgency drove him? A series of words successfully deceived the young man, whose heart fluttered with the excitement of spring. As for the third guest, he proved to be a bit of a puzzle for Xiaolei. The third visitor was a middle-aged man of short stature, plump and rosy-cheeked. Adorning his neck was a gold chain, thick as a finger, while his large hands were embellished with 4 or 5 substantial gold rings. Ah, a wealthy individual. A plump lamb has arrived at the door. Dear sir, are you seeking love or inquiring about your fortune? Xiaolei perked up, donning an expression of utmost sincerity. However, the man appeared somewhat skeptical, casting a hesitant glance at the youthful Xiaolei. May I ask if Master Wu Daozi is not at home? Ah, my uncle, a man of great wisdom, has embarked on a distant journey. Whatever you wish to divine, I can assist you just the same. Xiaolei carefully crafted his words. You. The man's eyes brimmed with disbelief. You, a mere youth, can also tell fortunes? Certainly. It is a treasured family skill. I have inherited 7 parts of my uncle's expertise. Xiaolei patted his chest, his eyes twinkling with mischief. How about this, if you doubt my abilities? Allow me to first read your palm for free and impart a few words of wisdom, complimentary. Should I prove accurate, we can discuss further. If not, you may leave without a second thought. What say you? The man pondered briefly, seemingly swayed by the allure of the complimentary offer. Finally, he sat down and extended his left hand. Xiaolei squinted, feigning concentration while secretly reveling in his good fortune. Ah, what a robust hand. Those rings upon your fingers must be 24K gold, weighing at least 3 to 5 ounces in total. Indeed, a splendid catch. The man's face lit up with an increasing trust, and he exclaimed, Indeed, indeed. Of course it is. Just look at you, your round face, your plump figure, and your aura brimming with wealth. A typical nouveau riche. It is evident that your fortune has blossomed only recently. Ah, moreover, those gold rings appear quite new, suggesting they've only recently graced your fingers. Truly, your wealth is but a fleeting phenomenon. Now, as for your features, alas, there is a foreboding aura surrounding your fate, hinting at recent misfortunes. Xiaolei concluded, casting a tentative glance at the man. As anticipated, the nouveau riche burst into laughter, grabbing Xiaolei's hand with excitement. Accurate. Very accurate. Indeed, I have been troubled by recent matters. Unfazed, Xiaolei maintained his composed demeanor while inwardly stifling laughter. It was only obvious that he had grievances. Otherwise, why would he seek out fortune-telling? In a surge of enthusiasm, the man produced a 1,000 yuan note and slammed it onto the table, declaring loudly, "I implore you, young master, teach me." Xiaolei's face glowed with excitement as he tucked the 1,000 yuan into his sleeve, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, what a windfall! A mere glimpse at palmistry has netted me 1,000. Truly, a plump sheep indeed." Suddenly, he revealed an exceptionally gentle smile. "Esteemed hero, today I shall, at the cost of greatly diminishing my own spiritual prowess, unveil the secrets of the heavens for you. Allow me to present a comprehensive reading." The nouveau riche's confidence in Xiaolei surged instantly, and Xiaolei, employing every trick up his sleeve, spoke with such fervor that the man became dizzy, ultimately leaving behind 10,000 yuan before he was allowed to depart with this lucrative prey. Thus, in a mere few hours of the morning, Xiaolei had amassed over 10,000 yuan, indicating that in these times, charlatans still thrived quite splendidly. As these thoughts whirled in his mind, he noticed the sun was directly overhead, signaling noon. Just as he prepared to close up shop for a meal, he heard a creak. A sleek black bullet-shaped van screeched to a halt in front of his store, and with a rush, 3 to 5 burly men leapt out. Clad in impeccably tailored black suits, each towering figure sported dark sunglasses, resembling high-end bodyguards straight out of a film. Xiaolei paused momentarily. Casting a quick glance at the table, there were no VIP appointments scheduled for today. As he watched these intimidating figures storm into his humble establishment, it felt as though they might burst the confines of the small space. Xiaolei mustered a semblance of a smile and tentatively inquired, "Gentlemen, are you here for fortune-telling or perhaps to consult on feng shui?" Chapter 7, The Wealthy Tian Family, Part 1. The first to remove his sunglasses was a bald man with a gleaming head, whose sharp gaze scrutinized Xiaolei from head to toe. Xiaolei felt a slight shock. This individual exuded a restrained arrogance, suggesting he was a formidable character. Such resolute individuals could not be easily deceived by mere flattery. Having followed that charlatan uncle for several years, Xiaolei had only grasped the basics of divination and the I Ching, but he had indeed acquired a genuine understanding of physiognomy. "Is Mr. Wu Daozi at home?" The bald giant spoke, his voice chilling, reminiscent of winter ice being stuffed into one's clothing, startling Xiaolei. He managed a nervous smile and replied, "He is not here. Is there something you need?" The bald man cast a cold glance at Xiaolei and suddenly waved his hand, murmuring, "Take him away." Several burly men, resembling wolves, lunged forward without a word, seizing Xiaolei's arms and dragging him outside. Despite Xiaolei's height of 180 centimeters, these men towered around 2 meters, their bodies laden with muscle, their arms as thick as ordinary people's thighs. Xiaolei was forcefully pulled out the door, unable to resist. "Hey, you're looking for Wu Daozi. Why are you grabbing me? Did he owe you gambling debts?" Xiaolei yelled in protest. The fierce countenance of the men suggested they were far from benevolent. Was it possible that the old rascal Wu Daozi had truly gotten himself into trouble? No wonder he had hastily fled earlier, claiming to be traveling. He was certainly deserving of 1,000 curses. Let go, let go." Xiaolei struggled desperately. But how could he match the strength of 3 or 5 men? In a panic, he shouted, "You're looking for that scoundrel Wu Daozi. His home is upstairs. Feel free to smash and grab. It has nothing to do with me. I'm merely his neighbor, not closely acquainted. I was just asked to watch the shop." The leading bald man stood inside the shop, scanning the neatly arranged shelves filled with compasses, peachwood swords, and vermilion brushes, various talismans. He waved his hand, commanding, "Take everything." His 3 henchmen rushed forward, disregarding the significance of the treasured items that had belonged to their ancestors, tossing them into a large bag they carried. Soon after, they all piled into a car and sped away. "May the infinite life Buddha bless me. May the Ummah protect me. May the Almighty bless me. Hallelujah. Spit, spit, spit. May the revered Zhuge Liang protect me and keep me safe." The car sped incessantly. Even within the urban area, seemingly indifferent to traffic regulations. Terrified, Xiaolei screamed and shouted until they drove out of the city, gradually ascending to the renowned mountaintop road. Finally finding some calm, this area was famous for its affluence, surrounded by opulent mansions belonging to the wealthiest families, with even the least of them valued at millions. The grand doors were exquisitely adorned, and although Xiaolei's cultivation was not profound, his spiritual perception was remarkably developed. He was immediately enveloped by an aura of opulence. And he mused to himself, no wonder only the city's most illustrious families reside here. Beyond the inherent nobility of these families, The feng shui of this place was undeniably exceptional, an ideal location that harmonizes wind and gathers energy, embraced by mountains and water, indeed. A place where the terrain supports human fortune. It was no surprise that this area was teeming with affluent households. The car ascended the winding road and entered the largest mansion, halting just outside the grand entrance. The moment it flashed on the electronic monitor, the gate opened automatically. Xiaolei was almost ushered into the mansion like a prisoner. Upon entering, he found himself in an expansive three-story residence, spanning an impressive 2,000 square meters, complete with 2 courtyards. The outer courtyard was guarded by a cadre of stern-looking bodyguards clad in black suits and earpieces, ever vigilant. In stark contrast, the inner courtyard was a vision of beauty, offering a distant view of the sea, along with a private pool and garden. A testament to the affluent's appreciation for life's pleasures. Xiaolei had intended to survey his surroundings, but the icy glares from the bodyguards compelled him to lower his head. Upon entering the mansion, he was led into what appeared to be a reception room, where the 2 imposing bodyguards who had escorted him pushed him inside, and then slammed the door shut behind him. "Circle you, cross you," Xiaolei muttered under his breath, looking up to reveal a face of astonishment. "Ah? Esteemed elders, what brings you all here?" To his surprise, the room was filled with the city's most renowned figures from the metaphysical community. Indeed, it was essentially a gathering of the city's most famous fortune-tellers. "Oh, it's Yao Banzian from the south and Zhang Tizui from the north. Oh, and the esteemed elder Mo. What winds have blown you here?" Xiaolei greeted the trio with joviality, though this was limited to the 3 most prominent figures. The others, while less familiar to him, were likely accomplished tricksters in their own right. When another individual was ushered into the room, the 3 initially displayed expressions of delight, but upon recognizing Xiaolei, their eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. The eldest among them, Elder Mo, a venerable figure in the city's metaphysical circles with his wispy white hair and a serene demeanor, sighed upon seeing Xiaolei. "Isn't this Wu Daozi's nephew, Xiaolei? Where is your uncle?" Taking a seat with an air of nonchalance, Xiaolei replied with a grin. "Esteemed elders, my uncle set out on a journey early this morning, which is why I was brought here." His mind raced with speculation. Had Wu Daozi, that old trickster, foreseen this situation and deliberately distanced himself? Regardless, he reassured himself, as long as it wasn't about collecting debts, all would be well. Chapter 8, The Prestigious Tian Family, Part 2. In the northern part of the city, there lived Zhang Tizui, a man renowned for his expertise in feng shui. His naturally gaunt visage was deliberately accentuated by a small goatee, which he twirled between his fingers as he sighed. Alas, what a pity. Here lies a perplexing matter. Had your uncle Wu Daozi been present, with his formidable powers, perhaps he would have found a resolution. Why, of all days, must he choose to wander today? He turned to the esteemed elders gathered in the room, all of whom appeared at a loss for words. What could possibly be so insurmountable that none of your years of experience can address it? Xiaolei inquired with a shift in tone. Casting a glance at the venerable Mo, the old man wore an awkward smile, and the assembled company seemed equally tongue-tied. Most of these individuals lacked genuine mystical capabilities. Their talents lay in their silver tongues, deftly deceiving the gullible for monetary gain. At this juncture, it is worth noting that despite Wu Daozi's rather unsavory character, he possessed a modicum of skill. However, his relations with the local practitioners were far from amicable. Could it be otherwise? Each had their own code of conduct. Though they all sought to earn a living, their roles were distinctly defined. You interpret your omens, I divine my fortunes, you manage your feng shui, and I ward off malevolent spirits. None would encroach upon another's territory, lest they vie for the same sustenance. Observing the discomfort on the faces around him, Xiaolei's mind sharpened with insight. Clearly, the host faced a formidable challenge, summoning the city's most renowned practitioners only to discover their collective impotence. It was only natural they would then think to seek out Wu Daozi, that scoundrel. Alas, this was likely not out of benevolence. The senior Mo, being the eldest and presumably the most shameless, was the first to break the silence. "Xiaolei, is it true that your uncle is not in town? What shall we do? The host has summoned us, yet we have failed to resolve the matter. If we cannot find a solution, they may very well keep us here until the issue is settled." Xiaolei feigned indignation, exclaiming, "How outrageous! Is there truly no recourse for such a predicament?" "Lower your voice. Lower your voice," Zhang Tizui interrupted, his expression a blend of mirth and despair. "The Tian family is affluent and influential, their power is formidable, and we are but insignificant specters in their presence." Upon hearing this, Xiaolei's expression shifted slightly. The Tian family? Could it be that Tian family? Which other Tian family could it possibly be? Came the reply. In this region, there is no other family that operates with such audacity. They've warned us that should we fail, we may find ourselves facing dire consequences. Xiaolei fell silent. He was well aware of the Tian family's notorious ruthlessness. The Tian clan was wealthy and powerful, controlling several publicly traded companies, and it was rumored they had ties to overseas organized crime on a daily basis. Even the leaders of the city's major gangs would bow and scrape before the patriarch of the Tian family. If Tianjia were to eliminate a few swindlers from the rivers and lakes, it would be as effortless as crushing a chick. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the door swung open, and 4 men clad in black entered. A robust voice boomed, "Which of you is the disciple of Master Wu Daozi?" In a hurried stride, a stout middle-aged man entered, his face etched with urgency. He was tall and donned a dark garment, undoubtedly of high quality, worth no less than several thousand. Xiaolei, who had been subsisting alongside the old charlatan, possessed an astute ability to read the room. His demeanor was commendably dignified, embodying the ancient ideal of imposing presence. Yet, the furrowed brows betrayed underlying anxiety. Unperturbed, Xiaolei took a moment to arrange his appearance before rising slowly, presenting a mild smile, and said, "I am Xiaolei, a disciple of Zhuge. How may I assist you, sir?" His polished demeanor elicited admiration from the onlookers. Each of them had danced on the edge of a knife for a lifetime. They understood the significance of presentation and the art of deception. Xiaolei's composed smile and tranquil demeanor, coupled with his mannerisms that exuded confidence, encapsulated the essence of a distinguished disciple. Moreover, he had donned a traditional tang suit for the occasion, certainly more fitting than appearing in school attire while offering divination. With his striking features, he exuded a certain charm, lending him an air of a sage. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Xiaolei, and upon meeting his eyes, Xiaolei felt a subtle stirring within. The man's gaze was penetrating yet restrained, revealing a mastery of inner cultivation devoid of any hint of malice. "Ah, you are?" the man inquired, initially surprised by Xiaolei's youth. After scrutinizing him closely, a faint satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He mused, "One with extraordinary abilities must possess an extraordinary appearance. Though youthful, this lad seems to hold promise. I can only hope he is not merely a superficial facade." With a subtle nod, he motioned to his 4 attendants, who stepped aside to allow passage through the door. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Young master, please follow me. A family matter has arisen, and I kindly request your assistance in resolving it. Let us converse further outside." Xiaolei smiled slightly, not declining the invitation, and stepped outside first. Behind him, the assembled con artists exchanged various glances, some gleeful, envious of Wu Daozi's lineage, while others harbored hope that Xiaolei might indeed resolve their predicament, enabling their release. Once they exited the room and traversed a lavish hall, they entered a side chamber where the attendants closed the door behind them. The middle-aged man gestured for Xiaolei to take a seat, then sighed deeply, his earlier worry now apparent. He spoke in a hushed tone. "May I inquire how to address you, young master?" Xiaolei's eyes flickered, and he replied with a smile, "I am Xiaolei, a disciple of Zhuge Shenxian. Please, Mr. Tian, feel free to call me Xiaolei." The middle-aged man appeared somewhat indifferent and spoke in a deep voice, "Mr. Xiaolei, I am Tian Jun, and my family possesses a modest reputation in our circles. You may have heard of the Tian family. To be frank, the situation my family is currently facing is rather peculiar, which is why I have invited several esteemed practitioners here." Unfortunately, his tone shifted to one of discontent. "Unfortunately, these esteemed individuals have greatly disappointed me." Xiaolei remained silent, merely listening attentively. "This matter is indeed strange," Tianjin continued, his tone growing increasingly grave. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must not disclose this to anyone." Xiaolei felt a tightening in his chest and promptly replied, "But those people outside." Tianjin raised an eyebrow, an imposing aura emanating from him as he coldly stated, "They would never dare to speak of it." Though Xiaolei felt a sense of unease within, he maintained a composed facade and asked, "What is it that troubles you so, Mr. Tian?" With a sigh, Tianjin's expression darkened as he slowly replied, "It concerns my youngest daughter." After a brief pause, he added, "How about this, sir? Come with me. You will understand." He gestured towards a side door nearby. As Xiaolei followed him, upon pushing open the door, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura that swept over him like a frigid wind, almost drowning his senses. It felt as though he had been plunged into icy water during winter, leaving him thoroughly chilled to the bone, causing his heart to quiver. What a sinister presence! Xiaolei could not help but exclaim. Chapter 9. Turning against one's own. This room extends over a considerable area of more than 10 square meters. In each corner, for braziers blaze fiercely, while 4 strands of Vidra bells dangle from the corners, each adorned with a series of spirit talismans. The peculiar arrangement of these elements remains a mystery. Strangely, despite the presence of 4 blazing braziers, the room is chillingly cold. A soul-calling mirror hangs from the ceiling, inscribed with several lines of authentic Buddhist marks in an unknown script, subtly radiating a faint golden glow in the flickering light. Beneath this mirror lies a large bed. And apart from that, the room is devoid of any other furnishings. At the prompting of Tianjin, Xiaolei stepped closer and beheld a young girl in white lying on the bed. Her long black hair, gently curled and cascading to her shoulders, framed a flawless face. Pale yet rosy, untouched by any makeup. Her closed eyes, veiled by long lashes, seemed to evoke a heart-wrenching sorrow. Her small, crimson lips, if they were to smile, would surely reveal a captivating charm, yet at this moment, they were tightly pressed together, as if she was engulfed in profound anguish. This singular visage was enough to render her a beauty capable of captivating an entire nation. Xiaolei felt an irresistible pull towards her. And as he observed her evident suffering, his own expression darkened slightly, stirring within him a sense of compassion and sorrow. Aware of Tianjin's proximity, Xiaolei dared not linger too long in his gaze. After stealing a couple of glances, he turned to Tianjin and inquired, "Who is this?" Pausing to reflect, he glanced again at the young girl from the Tian family, sighing inwardly. Such a beautiful maiden ought not to meet an untimely demise. Contemplating further, he smiled and reassured, "Mr. Tian, there is no need for alarm. Although I am yet to discover a means of rescue, I am well versed in physiognomy. From her features, it appears that Miss Tian is not a person destined for misfortune, nor does she bear the signs of an early demise. Surely, a fortunate soul is under divine protection." A flicker of hope emerged on Tianjin's face as he quickly asked, "Then, does it seem that you have a solution, Mr. Xiaolei?" Xiaolei shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. "For now, I must conduct a thorough examination. Please, Mr. Tian, enlighten me on how Miss Tian came to be in this state." Tianjin pondered for a moment, an air of melancholy enveloping him. With a sigh, he approached the bed and gently grasped the hand of the unconscious girl, carefully prying open her clenched fist. "Please observe, sir." Before them lay a delicate hand, as smooth as jade, with a yellow talisman affixed to the center of her palm. Upon its removal, a bright red scar was revealed, remarkably even, as though it had been delicately sliced open by a sharp instrument. Yet, the wound bore an oddity. As Xiaolei took a glance, he heard Tianjin state, "This wound has persisted for 3 days, and no matter the method employed, it refuses to heal. Any remedy applied has proven futile, though it has ceased to bleed." Xiaolei furrowed his brow in silence, contemplating that her very blood must be frozen, rendering it incapable of flowing. Earlier, upon touching her skin, he had felt a sharp pain, as if his fingers had been pricked by needles. An inexplicable and sinister force seemed to invade her being, penetrating through her very pores. Alas, ever since her injury, no one dared to approach her. Here stood Tianjin, a distinguished man, with a furrowed brow revealing deep concern. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly cherishing his daughter to an extraordinary degree. Xiaolei sighed softly. Having practiced for many years under the tutelage of the old mystic Wu Daozi, he had acquired some genuine skills, unlike the mere charlatans that roamed the streets. He cast a profound glance at Tianjin and murmured, "I cannot guarantee success, but it is worth attempting." Instantly, Tianjin felt a flicker of hope and replied solemnly, "If you can save my daughter, I shall reward you handsomely." Xiaolei sighed again, maintaining an impassive expression, yet inwardly he marveled at the lucrative opportunity before him. The Tian family was affluent and influential. He wondered just how much he could negotiate. His uncle had mentioned an impending increase in rent next year. Surely, a sum of tens of thousands would not be out of reach. He pondered whether Tianjin had more than one child, if she were the only daughter. Perhaps it would be prudent to raise the price further. With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath, allowing the internal energy cultivated in the mystical arts to circulate through his body, dispelling distracting thoughts. He then focused intently, extending 3 fingers towards the wrist of the young lady from the Tian family. This time, he was prepared, although he felt a sharp pain upon contact with her skin. The protective mystic principles he had mastered shielded him from yielding to discomfort. He gently transmitted a wave of intangible, gentle energy. This energy was not akin to martial prowess, but rather a peculiar mental discipline cultivated through his studies with the old mystic Wu Daozi. resembling a form of spiritual force rather than the internal power found in martial arts novels. His expression grew grave as his fingers rested on her wrist, unbeknownst to him. A pulse of energy surged through her arm, enabling him to examine the peculiarities of her veins. Maintaining a composed visage, he closed his eyes, adopting the posture of a skilled practitioner. Beside him, Tianjun was tense, scarcely daring to breathe, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaolei, hoping for a glimmer of assurance that she could be healed. Gradually, Xiaolei's expression shifted to one of deepening concern as he delved further into her meridians. He encountered an unexpectedly potent resistance, a sinister force that not only impeded the flow of his energy but also retaliated, sending a sharp sting back into his own body. Suddenly, Xiaolei gasped in alarm as an overwhelming force from her wrist catapulted him backward. He felt a cruel energy pierce his heart, and before he could react, he stumbled and fell half a meter away, landing awkwardly on his back. Meanwhile, the unconscious young lady from the Tian family abruptly coughed twice, then, with a sudden gasp, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, staining half her face in crimson before slipping back into unconsciousness. Tianjin's face changed dramatically as she hurriedly approached the bedside, turning to exclaim, boldly, "What have you done?" She was perfectly fine. How did she start spitting blood? Xiaolei, rising from the ground, was filled with indignation, silently cursing, "You ungrateful wretch. I exerted so much effort to heal your daughter, and just moments ago, you were calling me master, yet now you turn your back on me." Beneath the emerald peaks of Demei Mountain, the verdant slopes stretched endlessly, shrouded in a veil of mist. Fluffy clouds danced in the sky, as if the golden sunlight was enveloped in a layer of mysterious radiance. It was the height of summer, yet the air at the foot of Demei Mountain was refreshingly crisp. At the base of the mountain, two men clad in azure robes were hastily making their way forward. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their strides were light and ethereal, each step seemingly untouched by the earth, embodying a sense of transcendence. The Taoist trailing behind suddenly halted mid-step, exclaiming softly, and then paused with a peculiar expression, deftly calculating with his fingers, his gaze revealing an odd intensity. This individual, with a rosy complexion, was none other than Xiaolei's eccentric uncle, Wu Daozi. However, the current Wu Daozi was far from his usual disheveled appearance. He donned a pristine Taoist robe, and even his hair was neatly arranged. The Taoist in front stopped as well, frowning. "Wu Daozi, why have you halted? Time is of the essence. If we delay the Master's 200th birthday celebration, not only will the Master be displeased, but we shall lose face before our fellow disciples." Wu Daozi chuckled mischievously, yet did not respond directly. Instead, he squinted and murmured to himself with a smile, "It is that rascal Xiaolei. He is likely to encounter considerable tribulations this time. However, amidst danger lies fortune. He shall surely transform misfortune into blessings. It seems that I have overthought. That lad is indeed fortunate." Having said this, he glanced at the sky, retrieved his sword from his waist, and silently recited a mantra. Suddenly, a flash of azure light erupted, and with a swoosh, he took flight on his sword. The Taoist trailing behind stomped his foot repeatedly, muttering in frustration, "You audacious Wu Daozi, to fly on your sword in broad daylight at the foot of the mountain. If the common folk were to witness this, it would surely spell trouble." With a resigned sigh, he scanned the surroundings for onlookers, then drew his own sword. In no time, another flash of azure light soared upwards, heading towards the summit of Demei Mountain. Chapter 10, Miss Tian's strange ailment. In his heart, Xiaolei harbored disdain. Yet his countenance remained solemn as he addressed Mr. Tian with gravity. "I merely sought to investigate Miss Tian's affliction. The malign energy within her is considerably overwhelming. This matter is indeed peculiar, and I fear we must engage in a thorough discussion." With that, he disregarded Tianjin, gently brushed his garments, and turned to exit the room. Behind him, Tianjin's expression shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. He concluded that this Xiaolei was indeed an extraordinary individual. Unlike the quacks outside, who would surely have been terrified into submission by his glare, this young man maintained an air of calmness, suggesting he possessed genuine skill. It seemed that his daughter's fate might very well rest in this man's hands. After a pause, Xiaolei continued, "The wound on Miss Tian's hand appears unusual. It is likely inflicted by a weapon imbued with a particularly sinister poison. The weapon itself harbors a malevolent essence, and a most malignant force is currently draining her vitality. If this persists for another 2 or 3 days, her spirit may very well be extinguished." There was an unuttered thought lingering in his mind. The young lady's breath was faint, her body icy. She had already slipped away to the brink of death. Were she an ordinary person in such a state? The emissaries of the underworld would have long since arrived to escort her soul. It was solely due to the protective talismans and the soul-retrieving mirror positioned in the corners of the room that her spirit was temporarily restrained, allowing her a fragile hold on life. However, given Tianjun's darkening expression, Xiaolei dared not reveal the full extent of her condition, fearing that such candor might incite the man's wrath and jeopardize his own safety. Upon hearing Xiaolei's grave assessment, Tianjun's countenance darkened further as he exclaimed, "Master Xiaolei, if what you say is true, is there still hope for her recovery?" Observing the agitation in his demeanor, Xiaolei felt compelled to drop the pretense. He sighed, "Had I arrived just a few days earlier, there may have been a chance for salvation. But today, alas, we face a monumental challenge." "Oh, pray tell," Tianjun implored. Xiaolei exhaled deeply, hesitating momentarily before articulating, "The vitality within Miss Tian has diminished to a mere fraction. The protective artifacts in the room merely stave off the inevitable, yet they cannot elude the watchful eyes of the netherworld. I have calculated the timing, and it is likely that tonight, the grim specters of the underworld will come to claim her soul. Life and death are dictated by fate, and we mortals are powerless to intervene. Should her spirit be taken to the underworld, there shall be no chance of revival." "Nonsense." Tianjun's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, striking the table with such force that it splintered beneath his hand, though his tone was subdued. Xiaolei's words pierced Tianjun's ears like a needle, causing him to falter, and he sank heavily into his seat, his expression oscillating between guilt and fury, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. After a protracted silence, he finally sighed deeply and managed to say, "Master Xiaolei, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Your words resonate with the wisdom of that esteemed monk." The venerable monk remarked that if he were willing to forego the decades of arduous cultivation he had dedicated himself to, he could indeed save the young girl. However, a somber expression crossed his face as he added, "My formidable adversary is soon to trouble the Tian family. Should I suffer a significant loss of power, there will be no one left to contend with him. If I were to be defeated, it would spell the ruin of generations of my family's legacy. How could I sacrifice the fate of the entire Tian clan for the life of a single girl? Otherwise, I would not be so miserly about relinquishing a mere few decades of power." Little Lei was taken aback, realizing the complexity of the situation. From Tianjun's words, it was clear that the adversary seeking him out was no ordinary foe. It seemed that targeting Miss Tian was a ploy to deplete Tianjun's strength. If he were to recklessly save this girl, she would live, but it would likely incite the enmity of the Tian family's adversaries towards him. As a powerless individual, even Tianjun, a man of considerable influence, feared this enemy. What chance did he have if they sought vengeance against a mere streetwise rogue? Tianjun, astute and seasoned, having built such a significant enterprise, was perceptive enough to notice little Lei's unease. He swiftly deduced the young man's thoughts. Drawing a blank check from beneath the table, he stated solemnly, "Master Xiaolei, here is a blank check. Fill in any amount up to 10 million. Pausing momentarily, seemingly to bolster little Lei's resolve, he added, "Upon successfully reviving the young lady, I shall offer further generous compensation." With that, he gently pushed the check forward. Little Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile softened. He thought to himself, "This is extraordinary. A blank check for millions. What a fortune. I doubt I could earn such a sum in a lifetime of work. Even if I were to follow that old rogue into the business of fortune-telling, I wonder how many lives or how much mysticism it would take to amass such wealth. With this sum, my circumstances would drastically change. After saving Miss Tian, I could depart from this place, for the world is vast, and there are countless cities in which to reside leisurely for the rest of my days. Surely, even if the Tian family's enemies sought revenge, they would struggle to find me." Tianjun smiled slightly, assuring, "Rest assured, master, I will keep your assistance completely confidential. I possess means to silence any outside chatter." As he spoke, a glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. Little Lei felt a tightening in his chest. He could sense the genuine menace behind Tianjun's gaze, an unmistakable aura that only those who had shed blood could possess. The Tian family was indeed no ordinary clan. He quickly responded with a smile, "As a practitioner, how could I harbor thoughts of violence? Such notions would be contrary to the natural order. If my actions were to harm others, I fear the heavens would hold me accountable for such transgressions, leading to my own misfortune. Mr. Tian, please refrain from any rash actions. However, silencing them for a month should suffice. After that, it would no longer matter." Tianjun laughed heartily, suddenly calling out, "A lie." With a loud shout, a figure strode through the door, revealing the imposing bald man who had initially captured Xiaolei. He entered with a commanding presence, yet his fierce gaze was completely subdued as he respectfully bowed and addressed Mr. Tian. Tianjun waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Please escort the gentlemen we invited outside to the guest house behind our residence. Ensure their comfort and security. They shall remain here for a full month before being released. Attend to this matter with utmost diligence. Do you understand?" Alai's expression turned serious, and he nodded earnestly. "Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Tian. Those gentlemen will not take a single step outside from today onwards. I will ensure they remain here as courteous guests for an entire month." Xiaolei silently gasped. Reflecting on the power of such a tycoon, with just a simple command, he could confine over 10 individuals for an entire month. Yet, he thought to himself, his own words had inadvertently preserved their lives. Little did the group of swindlers outside realize that they had unwittingly brushed against the threshold of death. Just as they were conversing, a sudden commotion erupted from outside, accompanied by a booming voice exclaiming, "What has happened to my sister Kur? Step aside. I demand to see Uncle Tian." Followed by the sound of fists and kicks striking, Tianjun's expression darkened as he sighed. "It seems my old friend's son has arrived. He is the fiancé of my youngest daughter. However, she has been unwell lately, and the circumstances are rather peculiar. I had concealed this information to avoid any unpleasantness. Yet he has come here uninvited." At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a tall, formidable figure barreled in, effortlessly pushing aside 2 bodyguards attempting to block his path. He wore an open shirt that struggled to contain his muscular physique, as if bursting at the seams. Upon spotting Tianjun, he boomed, "Uncle Tian, what has happened to my sister Ku?" Xiaolei's expression turned peculiar, fixated on the intruder. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he blurted out, "You? It's you, the muscular man. Uncle. Fiancé?" Chapter 11, Fiancé. Alas, it is hard to believe that this muscular man is nothing more than a poorly evolved gorilla. And he is actually the fiancé of the young lady from the Tian family? What a pity, a beautiful flower is wasted on dung. Or rather, gorilla dung. The image of the delicate and charming Tian family beauty standing alongside this muscle-bound brute flashed unbidden in Xiaolei's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The muscular man bellowed fiercely, "What are you doing here, you effeminate wretch?" Having recalled the scene from the Taekwondo club, he reached out a large hand to grab Xiaolei. Xiaolei swiftly dodged behind Tianjun, whose face darkened as he barked, "Lei Ho, cease at once." He extended a hand, lightly tapping the muscular man's palm, causing the latter's expression to shift slightly as he took a step back. Tianjun exhaled, finally softening his demeanor, and said in a low voice, "Do not take offense, Master Xiaolei. This is my nephew, Lei Ho, who can be somewhat reckless. You are a master of the Xianmen. Please do not stoop to his level." He then shot a fierce glare at the muscular man, commanding, "Lei Ho, stand at attention. This esteemed Master Xiaolei is a distinguished figure in our city, a renowned practitioner of the Xianmen. Show him the respect he deserves." Xiaolei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He mused, "What esteemed practitioner? When you invited those old geezers here, they were all esteemed practitioners in your eyes. But as soon as they failed to save your daughter, they became nothing more than swindlers. Now, it seems you are only treating me with courtesy because you believe I might save your daughter." With that thought, he couldn't help but surreptitiously pinch the check hidden within his sleeve, sighing internally. Regardless, the check is in hand, and with riches before me, I shall not concern myself with such matters. Lei Ho glared at Xiaolei with his bovine eyes, opening his mouth to say, "A doctor? My sister Kur is really ill? Why didn't you tell me? Huh? Wait, you, the effeminate one, can treat ailments too? You must be here to swindle money." Lei Ho's words brought a rare flush of embarrassment to Xiaolei's face. He cleared his throat softly, glanced at Tianjun, and said, "Very well. I shall step outside to confer with my fellow practitioners. Tonight's affairs will likely require their assistance, and I need to procure a few items as well." Tianjun, being astute, immediately responded with a smile, "Master Xiaolei, please do as you see fit. I shall ensure Lei Ho receives a proper lesson." He then dispatched a bodyguard to accompany Xiaolei, instructing that whatever Xiaolei required, they would make every effort to fulfill. Xiaolei clasped his hands in gratitude, not sparing a glance at Lei Ho as he exited. He harbored a genuine animosity towards Lei Ho, a sentiment likely stemming from the revelation that this brutish man was the fiancé of the charming young lady from the Tian family. How could such a coarse creature be worthy of such exquisite beauty? Humph, Lei Ho, indeed a name as vulgar and crude as the man himself, fitting for one so brutish in appearance. Alas, what a pity for Miss Tianjia. Her name is Kur, is it not? Such a delightful and beautiful name. Sigh. It seems that Tianjin's judgment in selecting a son-in-law is rather flawed. Although most of those fellows are mere charlatans lacking genuine skills. They do possess some basic materials, such as the red cinnabar for drawing talismans and other essential items. These individuals, when venturing into deception, are adequately equipped with these rudimentary tools. After a thorough search, they sought sustenance from the Tian family, as he had been captured before even having his lunch, and was now ravenously hungry. The bodyguard accompanying him, having received orders from Tianjin, naturally ensured that a sumptuous meal was promptly served. Xiaolei, displaying no concern whatsoever, indulged in 2 bowls of shark fin porridge and 4 bowls of abalone noodles, washed down with half a bottle of fine wine, feeling thoroughly satisfied after his feast. He then let out several hearty belches and declared his intention to practice, instructing the bodyguard not to disturb him, before reclining on the sofa for a delightful nap. It was not until the sun had begun its descent that he finally stirred, feeling invigorated and refreshed. He summoned a servant and savored 2 cups of the authentic Westlake Longjing tea, freshly picked that spring. As he was savoring the taste, Tianjin, accompanied by the awkwardly smiling Lei Ho, entered the room. Has Master Xiaolei rested well? Xiaolei sighed, patting his belly, and chuckled. Thank you for your hospitality. It has been quite some time since I have eaten so heartily. Tianjin then responded with a faint smile. If Master Xiaolei has sufficiently rested, then perhaps. Xiaolei immediately straightened his posture, replying earnestly, no need to rush. I shall commence my work right away. He raised his hand and opened the burlap sack filled with numerous magical tools, laying them out meticulously on the table. Xiaolei approached the table, initially feigning solemnity as he muttered a few incantations, then respectfully knelt and bowed, proclaiming loudly, as a disciple of the Zhuge Divine Calculation School, I humbly beseech the ancestral master for magical artifacts. He then spread several talismans across the table with one hand, while grasping a cinnabar brush with the other, dipping it into the ground cinnabar ink. His hand, shaped like a tiger's paw, exhaled deeply, and he began to deftly manipulate the brush. In a brief moment, 7 or 8 Taoist talismans were elegantly crafted. Setting the brush down, Xiaolei surveyed his creations with satisfaction, reflecting on how well he had learned from the old rogue. The talismans indeed bore a commendable resemblance to their intended forms. Behind him, Tianjin and Lei Ho, filled with curiosity, approached for a closer look. Observing the palm-sized talismans adorned with an array of peculiar symbols, the meanings of which eluded their understanding, Xiaolei carefully collected the talismans and then retrieved a small, emerald green box. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 vibrant green willow leaves within. These leaves were so fresh, they appeared as if just plucked from the branches. What are these? Merely 2 worthless leaves. Lei Ho muttered under his breath, clearly harboring some reservations about Xiaolei. Xiaolei shot him a glare and retorted with a cold smirk, worthless leaves? These leaves are treasures of my sect. Indeed, Tianjin, being an individual of the martial world, understands well that regardless of the size of any sect, each holds its own treasures in high regard. Any disrespect from outsiders is considered a violation of the unwritten rules of the Jianghu. Casting a sharp glance at Lei Ho, he inquired, Master Lei, what precisely is the purpose of these 2 leaves? Lei Ho glanced at the 2 and gently balanced the leaves on the tip of his finger, responding earnestly, Mr. Tian, I am an adherent of the Xianmen. We hold reverence for heaven and earth, and we believe in spirits and deities, particularly those beliefs that ordinary people often dismiss. We accept wholeheartedly. He examined the leaves in his hand, smiling as he added, these 2 leaves are but common willow leaves, however. They are relics left by our sect's ancestor, imbued with his spiritual power, allowing for extraordinary applications. Once I perform my incantation, I can assist you both in opening your heavenly eyes. For at least 6 hours, you will be able to see. Heh. You will behold things that are ordinarily invisible to you. You shall perceive the souls from the netherworld and the specters that haunt the living. Ordinary mortals cannot see such spirits, as their vision is obscured by worldly trivialities. Yet, with this artifact, we can temporarily enhance your spiritual perception. Both Tianjin and Lei Ho were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances, and Lei Ho murmured, Open the heavenly eye? Without uttering a word. Lei Ho grasped the 2 willow leaves, forming a sword gesture with one hand while quietly reciting incantations over the leaves. Suddenly, he shouted, Open. A faint green light flickered over the leaves, and Tianjin watched in awe, feeling a surge of confidence in Lei Ho's abilities. Tianjin and Lei Ho sensed a refreshing coolness on their foreheads, and upon opening their eyes, they experienced an indescribable clarity, as if everything within their vision had become remarkably lucid. Lei Ho, however, squinted his eyes and surveyed the surroundings anxiously, exclaiming, "Sissified, didn't you say we could see ghosts? Why are there none in sight?" Lei Ho rolled his eyes and retorted, "Ghosts? Where would you find an abundance of wandering souls? Besides, we are in the Tian residence. Surely, the guardian deities affixed to the entrance are not mere illusions? How could ordinary spirits dare enter this abode?" After pondering for a moment, Lei Ho merely muttered, I cannot argue with you. You continue your antics, Sissified. I shall go check on Sister Kuer. Alas, she has grown so cold. I worry she might catch a chill." Suppressing a laugh, Lei Ho called out, "Wait." He approached Lei Ho, scrutinizing him with a hint of amusement. Then suddenly seized Lei Ho's hand, placing 3 fingers gently on his wrist, and remarked, "Lei Ho, your cultivation must also be of the most vigorous and young nature, correct?" Tianjin expressed surprise, stating, "Lei Ho is my nephew. He has been trained under my direct guidance since childhood, making him akin to my disciple. Master Lei Ho possesses keen insight." Master Lei nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he gazed into Lei Ho's eyes and whispered, "If I am not mistaken, Lei Ho still possesses his youthful innocence, does he not?" The countenance of Lei Ho instantly transformed into a deep shade of purple as he forcefully released Xiaolei's hand, his expression reflecting an extreme displeasure. Stammering, he inquired, "How do you know?" Xiaolei shook his head, replying, "There's no need to elaborate on that." After a brief pause, he spoke earnestly, "Tonight, I intend to confront the soul-reaping specter from the underworld. Lei Ho, who practices the formidable art of pure yang, being a youthful male, possesses an abundance of yang energy. It is likely that I will require your assistance." "What kind of soul-reaping ghost from the underworld?" Lei Ho was momentarily taken aback. Xiaolei's expression grew peculiar, yet within his heart, he mused, "This fellow is quite naive. He is indeed the most suitable candidate to serve as a shield. However, if he were to be drained of yang energy by the little demons from the netherworld, he cannot blame me. For it is you who wishes to rescue your sister Kuer, and that has nothing to do with me." Chapter 12, The Soul Reaper. Tianjin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Master Xiaolei, this afternoon you mentioned something about a soul reaper coming to claim my daughter's spirit tonight. What does that actually mean?" Xiaolei smiled faintly, took a seat with an air of authority, and shook his head thoughtfully. "Well, this is rather intricate. Allow me to explain." He cleared his throat gently and continued with a smile. "What people commonly refer to as ghosts and spirits is, in fact, a misunderstanding. The true essence of ghost and soul represents 2 entirely distinct concepts. The term soul is quite straightforward. When a mortal dies, their spirit departs from the corporeal form, marking the end of life. Every deceased individual possesses a spirit, which in itself is not malevolent and poses no threat. The spirit is merely the essence of a mortal, devoid of any supernatural power. Upon death, according to the natural order, the spirit will drift to the underworld. Even if some spirits linger in the mortal realm due to specific circumstances, they are merely wandering souls. Such entities warrant no concern and should not invoke fear." At this point, he cast a sidelong glance at Tianjin, contemplating that, in truth, his daughter had passed away. Yet her spirit was restrained by a talisman gifted by a monk, preventing it from dispersing. The talisman's power forcibly anchored the spirit within her body, thereby averting its journey to the underworld. Xiaolei's expression gradually shifted to one of solemnity as he elaborated, "However, ghosts are an entirely different matter. Ghosts and spirits are fundamentally disparate concepts. If one must define it, a ghost is a spirit that possesses a certain degree of supernatural power. For instance, the fearsome man-eating ghosts of common folklore do not actually consume humans. Yet, such malevolent spirits do exist. These are individuals who met untimely deaths for various reasons, such as wrongful demise. If their spirits, for particular reasons, are unable to transcend to the underworld and remain in the mortal realm for an extended period, the accumulated bitterness from their life will manifest into a malevolent energy. Consequently, the spirit gains supernatural abilities and transforms into a ghost. Such entities can pose significant challenges, as ordinary individuals are ill-equipped to withstand the power and formidable resentment they embody." He paused, glancing at Lei Ho, who appeared entranced, and a sly smile crept across his face as he continued, "However, the ghost we face tonight is far more terrifying than the malevolent spirits of urban legend. The entity we are confronting is none other than the Soul Reaper from the underworld. These spirits serve under the dominion of King Yanluo, originally the souls of mortals who, upon death, fell into the underworld but, for various reasons, did not reincarnate, thus becoming subordinates of King Yanluo. The Soul Reaper, as one of his minions, is tasked with patrolling the mortal realm on specific days each month to retrieve souls that linger in the human world for particular reasons. Although these entities are merely minor spirits, they hold official titles as ghost officials. Their supernatural powers may not be overwhelmingly formidable, yet they are indeed legitimate subordinates of King Yanluo, and ordinary mortals are utterly incapable of resisting them. As Lei Ho's face gradually paled, Xiaolei smiled and remarked, "To put it plainly, Miss Tian has already lost 90% of her vitality. Her soul should have long departed from her corporeal form to the underworld. However, it is only due to the soul-recalling mirror that Mr. Tian procured that her spirit remains anchored. Yet, according to the celestial decrees of the nether realm, a mortal's soul cannot linger in the human world post-mortem, and today happens to be the day designated for the soul-reaping spectre's inspection of the living. I fear that the spectre will undoubtedly come to claim Miss Tian's soul for the underworld, so if we wish to preserve her life, we must devise a strategy to confront the soul reaper this very night." Tian Zhen's expression shifted, his face revealing a tumult of emotions. Finally, he gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the table, and declared loudly, "I care not whether it be a deity or a spectre. This night, none shall take my daughter's life." Xiaolei, maintaining a facade of calm, responded quietly, "Rest assured, Mr. Tian, I have my own plans for tonight. Regarding these soul reapers, they are indeed legitimate officials of the underworld, not mere wandering spirits. While they possess certain powers, they also harbor a crucial weakness. As officials of the nether realm, they are bound by its laws. According to these laws, they are forbidden from harming ordinary mortals during their search for wandering souls. If a mortal's time on earth has not yet expired, they cannot inflict any harm whatsoever. To do so would violate the celestial decree, resulting in severe punishment and their own souls being scattered. Thus, while these officials may wield slightly greater powers, they are not without their vulnerabilities." For a moment, the oppressive chill in the room seemed at ease. Although the group was undeterred by the cold, they felt a slight reprieve. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Xiaolei's face as he observed the effects of the talisman he had crafted after years of training under Wu Daozi. This was the first time he had operated independently, and witnessing the talisman work effectively brought him joy. Tian Zhen, noticing the efficacy of Xiaolei's spell, found his trust in the young man increased threefold. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Master Xiaolei, your magic has indeed warmed this place considerably. Seemingly more effective than the relic left by that esteemed monk." Xiaolei curled his lips in silent disdain, thinking to himself, monks excel at guiding souls to the afterlife, but their purpose is to facilitate the passage of spirits to the underworld for rebirth. Forcibly retaining a soul, however, is not their forte. In this regard, how could they possibly compare to my prowess? Under Xiaolei's direction, Tianjin instructed his subordinates to execute several arrangements according to Xiaolei's specifications. They toiled until darkness fell, completing their preparations meticulously. As Xiaolei gazed outside into the enveloping darkness, he could not resist glancing at his watch. It was already past 1 in the morning. In accordance with Xiaolei's instructions, Tianjin remained outside on guard, while Xiaolei and Lei Ho sat within the room. The three men, though unspoken, shared a palpable tension. Tianjin was preoccupied with worry for his daughter's safety. Xiaolei felt the weight of responsibility for executing these spells independently for the first time. And Lei Ho was unsettled by the ghostly tale Xiaolei had shared earlier that day. Xiaolei gently patted the side of Lei Ho and whispered with a chuckle, "Brother Lei Ho, there is no need for you to be anxious. Simply follow my instructions when the time comes." Lei Ho's body tensed, a forced smile gracing his lips. Yet he could not help but feel that this somewhat effeminate fellow was not as intolerable as he first thought. He let out a soft sigh and murmured, "Effeminate one. Do you often engage in such dealings?" Lei Ho continued, "What I mean is, do you frequently interact with these spirits?" Xiaolei forced a smile and shook his head, contemplating that if it were not for Wu Daozi's absence, he likely would not have found himself in this muddled situation. The thought made him unexpectedly nostalgic for that old rascal Wu Daozi. If the old scoundrel were present, his skills would undoubtedly surpass Xiaolei's, and the task would be far more manageable with him around. After all, although Xiaolei spoke with confidence to Tianjin and Lei Ho, he had merely followed Wu Daozi's teachings and had never personally executed these spells. Despite feigning assurance, he knew he was merely a novice. Seeing Xiaolei shake his head, Lei Ho sighed and said, "Effeminate one, I must apologize for the incident at your academy's Taekwondo club. If you can save my sister Kuer today, I, Lei Ho, shall consider you my brother from this day forth. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Xiaolei's eyes brightened. Despite Lei Ho's brutish demeanor, his attire was undeniably of high quality, suggesting a well-off background. Furthermore, since Tianjun referred to him as a nephew of the powerful Tian family, it was likely that Lei Ho's family was not without its own significance. Most importantly, this muscular man appeared somewhat simple-minded, making him potentially easier to deceive. Extracting benefits from him would certainly prove less challenging than dealing with the astute and capable Tianjun. Lost in thought, Xiaolei unwittingly asked, Lei Ho, you must truly care for Miss Kura, right? He suppressed a laugh and added, isn't she your intended bride? Lei Ho immediately shook his large head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, exclaiming, no, my father and Uncle Tian both want me to marry Miss Kura, but I have no desire for that. She is fine as a sister, but I do not want her as a wife. Why not? Xiaolei inquired, astonished. Lei Ho frowned but spoke earnestly, this girl, she weighs hardly anything, could not even kill a chicken with a punch. And her courage is less than that of a rabbit. She lacks both figure and form. How could my wife be such a little girl? With each word, he gestured emphatically, creating an exaggerated S-shape with his hands to illustrate his ideal. Little Lei grew up, his mouth agape in astonishment at Lei Ho's words. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lei Ho continued, moreover, that girl is too frail, lacking any skill, and she constantly sheds tears. Her weeping vexes me. The wife I desire must be one who does not cry, preferably one who can accompany me in practicing my martial arts frequently. Frequently. Accompany you. Practice. Martial arts? A chill ran down little Lei's spine, and he could not help but envision a scene of a female Tyrannosaurus Rex sparring alongside Lei Ho. Unable to contain himself, he sighed. Lei Ho, I think it would be better if you married Tyson's daughter. Chapter 13. Little Lei's arrangement. Little Lei was busily engaged, wielding a thick brush to inscribe peculiar symbols upon the bed where Miss Tian lay sleeping. Yet, the brush bore no color, and despite his efforts, the bed remained devoid of any discernible patterns. Whining wretch, when will that spirit-summoning ghost you mentioned arrive? Lei Ho inquired, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Casting a glance at the visibly anxious Lei Ho, little Lei offered a faint smile. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Lei Ho puffed out his chest, a glint of fierceness flashing in his eyes, but hesitated before replying. It's just that I've never battled a ghost before. It's only natural to feel a tad nervous. Little Lei stifled a chuckle, thinking to himself how honest the fellow was. He checked the time and, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, it will be soon. As the ancients say, at the stroke of midnight, the ghost gates open, calculating the ancient midnight. It aligns closely with our modern understanding of around 2 in the morning. It is precisely during this hour that the yang energy of the world is at its weakest, while the yin energy is at its peak. It is the opportune moment for the little spirits tasked with summoning souls from the netherworld to make their appearance. I only hope they are ordinary little ghosts. If the black and white impermanents were to arrive, we would be in quite a predicament. Lei Ho appeared somewhat perplexed and murmured, Wretched one, I have heard tales from the elders about certain deities and spirits. Is it not the black and white impermanence that is responsible for collecting souls in the underworld? Why do you speak of summoning little ghosts? With a subtle smile, little Lei explained. The black and white impermanents are indeed the chief ghosts under King Yin, specifically tasked with escorting the souls of the deceased to the afterlife. But consider the vast number of souls in this world and the countless that perish each day. Could those two handle such an overwhelming task alone? To simplify, one might liken these soul-collecting spirits to a bureaucratic system, with the black and white impermanents akin to magistrates and the little ghosts as their subordinates. Typically, the magistrate would not intervene unless a significant case arose. By heavens, I never imagined the underworld possessed such intricate workings, Lei Ho muttered under his breath, only to suddenly inquire, how do you know all this? Unperturbed, little Lei retrieved a tattered book from his pocket, its pages inscribed with the title, A New Compendium of Ghosts and Deities. Author, Wu Daozi. Suddenly, the string of Vajra bells hanging above them began to sway gently, producing a series of crisp sounds. The room, previously warmed by little Lei's incantations, was abruptly invaded by a chilling aura, causing both little Lei and Lei Ho to shiver involuntarily, their breaths crystallizing into visible puffs of mist, revealing the significant drop in temperature. They're here, little Lei whispered urgently, casting a knowing glance at Lei Ho. Outside, in the main hall of the Tian residence, Tianjun sat in a chair, sensing the frigid atmosphere. It was then that he beheld 2 shadowy figures manifesting within the hall. The 2 shadows appeared hazy and ethereal, as if they were mere figments of imagination. Each of these peculiar beings donned a pointed, elongated hat, resembling something crafted from paper, and emitted a long, protruding tongue. One had a face ashen to the point of being nearly black, while the other's visage was pallid. They wielded objects that seemed to be exaggeratedly oversized feather dusters. Fortunately for Xiaolei, he had previously warned Tianjin about such apparitions, identifying them as ghostly weapons known as soul-catching talismans. What sent a chill down one's spine was the fact that these entities lacked feet, moving with a peculiar hopping gait, akin to a series of leaps. Upon their sudden appearance, they immediately spotted Tianjin seated in the room, yet they did not cast a glance in his direction. Instead, they swung their soul-catching talismans with determined intent, leaping towards the door of the chamber. "Stop!" Tianjin's voice resonated powerfully as he positioned himself firmly in their path. Raising an eyebrow and declaring sternly, "What audacity! How dare you trespass into my home? Can this mortal truly see us?" "It seems he possesses the ability to commune with spirits," one of the specters remarked in a voice so frigid it seemed it could freeze the air around them. Tianjin, undeterred, brandished an ancient, ornate sword and formed a sword gesture, exclaiming, "Demons and phantoms, begone!" Without waiting for the specters to make a move, he thrust his sword forward with vigor. A flash of azure light erupted as his strike bore considerable force, revealing his martial prowess. However, the blade merely passed through one specter as if it were a void, leaving Tianjin with an unsettling sensation of having struck nothingness. The specter cackled mockingly, continuing forward with its companion, seemingly indifferent to Tianjin's presence. A bone-chilling cold enveloped Tianjin as the two apparitions effortlessly traversed through him. Their laughter, laced with derision, seemed to mock his futile efforts, as if to say, "Is this mere mortal unaware that the ghostly are but ephemeral entities, impervious to worldly harm?" Yet, a glimmer of unusual determination flickered in Tianjin's eyes, unnoticed by the specters. With a composed demeanor, he discreetly retrieved a long peach-wood sword from behind his back. Its blade infused with a delicate fragrance. Adorning its tip were two spirit talismans, painstakingly crafted by Master Xiaolei. As the sword's tip struck one of the apparitions, it let out a piercing shriek akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The talisman erupted into a golden light, penetrating the specter's form, causing its already darkened visage to deepen into an alarming shade. With a chilling cry, a pure, icy breath escaped from its mouth, and it stumbled forward, its once nebulous form dimming under the golden radiance, hinting at a potential dissolution. Such audacity! How dare you harm the emissaries of the underworld? The two little spirits shouted in unison, pressing their soul-capturing tokens down upon Tianjin. In an instant, a chilling wave engulfed him, causing him to stumble back, the peach-wood sword in his grasp shattering immediately. The numbing impact of his body hitting the ground was secondary. What truly pierced him was the agonizing sensation that his very soul had been brutally stabbed. Lying on the floor, Tianjin cursed, "Why aren't you moving?" With a single command, several ceiling tiles were dislodged, revealing a group of bodyguards clad in black. Each held a gardener-esque sprayer, and upon receiving their employer's directive, they simultaneously squeezed their devices, unleashing a torrent of thick, foul-smelling liquid, a grotesque mixture of black and red. The two diminutive spirits shrieked in horror, their ghostly voices echoing, "Dog blood! You dare to spray us with dog blood!" However, the sheer volume of the sprayers overwhelmed the room, enveloping every corner in a deluge of blood. The ethereal forms of the little spirits, once translucent, became shrouded in the most impure substance imaginable, their luminosity dimming to the brink of extinction. As if a mere gust of wind could disperse them entirely. The sole unfortunate was Tianjin. In this moment, aside from his ability to perceive the supernatural, his subordinates were utterly oblivious to the spectral beings, rendering them incapable of aiming accurately. They could only heed their master's orders to unleash the vile liquid, dousing not only the exquisite rosewood furniture throughout the room but also soaking Tianjin himself. This was indeed a case of being drenched in dog blood. As for the abundance of dog blood, it was a given that a wealthy family like the Tian clan would keep several prized canine companions. To amass the 5 large buckets of this grotesque liquid, the family's invaluable dogs faced dire consequences that evening, for purebred shepherds were drained nearly to the brink of collapse, while 2 bulldogs narrowly escaped death from excessive blood loss. These unfortunate creatures could never have anticipated that their misfortune stemmed from one individual's whimsical decision to enact a ludicrous blood ritual. Chapter 14. The Achilles heel of the muscular man. The chilling aura surrounding the 2 little specters was swiftly engulfed by the copious blood. The room was suffused with a pungent, acrid stench, yet, curiously, a warmth began to permeate the air. The two little specters barked an incantation, brandishing their soul-capturing tokens, releasing an intangible ghostly flame. This ethereal fire was strikingly pure white, gradually incinerating the crimson blood that clung to their forms. The most peculiar aspect of this flame was its chilling nature. It radiated an icy coldness rather than warmth. As the ghostly fire flickered to life, the surrounding atmosphere turned frigid once more. The two little specters simultaneously opened their mouths, expelling two puffs of white mist. These vapors ascended to the ceiling, unseen by the bodyguards who lacked the vision to perceive such phenomena. Yet they all shivered in response to an unbearable chill. Those with slightly diminished resilience fumbled, causing their spray bottles to plummet from the ceiling. Little Lei, acutely attuned to the happenings within the room, possessed an extraordinary sensitivity. Even the awakened Lei Ho in Tianjin could not rival his perception. Although he did not witness the events unfold with his own eyes, every detail was vividly captured in his awareness. Were it not for the ironclad rules of the underworld prohibiting harm to mortal lives, this malevolent aura could have claimed your lives. How dare you treat me so rudely when you summoned me here today? Little Lei had keenly identified, amongst the figures lurking above, the very individuals who had attempted to abduct him earlier that day. The two little specters had successfully breached the outer barrier, their powers significantly depleted. Yet they hastened to penetrate further. In an instant, they traversed the door before them and elegantly entered the room. Upon entering, they beheld Little Lei seated by the bed, his demeanor alert, accompanied by the vigilant Lei Ho, the two soul-harvesting specters. Upon noticing the magical formations in the corners of the room and the soul-capturing mirror above the bed, cried out in alarm, "How audacious of you, mortal, to employ sorcery to retain a wandering soul! Are you unaware that such actions violate heavenly decrees?" With their soul-capturing tokens in hand, Lei Ho immediately shouted. Seizing the peach-wood sword gifted by Little Lei, adorned with numerous spirit talismans. Having never confronted the specters of the underworld, his heart raced with anxiety as he nervously retorted, "You melodramatic fool, did you not claim that the blood array outside could deter them?" Little Lei narrowed his eyes, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he whispered, "Did you truly believe me? Consider this. If the blood outside could repel them, why would I need you here tonight? Then, what shall we do now? What can we do? We shall vanquish them. Are you afraid of ghosts?" Lei Ho's expression darkened, a fierce determination igniting within his gaze as he bellowed, "Come forth. Let Lei Ho crush you two little specters." Upon concluding his words, he swung the peach-wood sword fiercely twice. The stance did not resemble that of a demon hunter, but rather evoked the image of a street thug wielding a weapon. A glint of determination flashed in Xiaolei's eyes as he suddenly drew a small dagger from his sleeve, followed by a swift flicker of cold light. Alas! The one who cried out in agony was Lei Ho. The dagger in Xiaolei's hand plunged forcefully into Lei Ho's shoulder, and instantly, blood gushed forth profusely, splattering across Xiaolei's face and body, as well as the bedsheets, leaving even Miss Kuer from the Tian family with a crimson visage. Instinctively, Lei Ho retaliated with a powerful elbow strike aimed at Xiaolei's face, a reflexive response honed from years of martial training. However, Xiaolei's movements were even swifter. He tilted his head slightly, evading the blow, and with a clever pirouette, he maneuvered to Lei Ho's other side, his dagger striking down once more. A flurry of crimson erupted as the dagger sank into Lei Ho's other shoulder, showering Xiaolei with more blood. With a thunderous roar, Lei Ho let out a bone-chilling cry of pain. Despite his formidable physique, he was still flesh and blood. Two gaping wounds marred his shoulder, blood streaming out as if it were free, especially from the treachery of a comrade. How could such agony be endured? As Lei Ho's eyes widened in fury, his expression resembling that of a beast about to attack, Xiaolei immediately donned a cheerful smile and exclaimed, Hey, Lei Ho, don't get worked up. I told you I need your assistance tonight. The formation I have set up is my uncle's unique 9 heavens and 10 earths bodhisattva array, designed to fend off troublesome little spirits. You cultivate pure yang energy, are a young man, and possess an inherently extraordinary physique. Your blood is among the rarest sources of yang energy in the world. Such potent yang energy is perfect for countering the yin energy of these spectral beings, making you the ideal candidate for this formation. Moreover, this blood must be released unexpectedly while you are brimming with battle intent to achieve remarkable effects. He spoke rapidly, his words tumbling forth as he kept a vigilant eye on Lei Ho's massive fist, fearful of an uncontrolled retaliatory strike. Do you still wish to save your sister, Kuer? In a moment of desperation, Xiaolei unveiled his trump card. Lei Ho, feeling frustrated, nodded his large head and cast a fierce glare at Xiaolei. The two little spirits nearby appeared momentarily stunned, despite their centuries of existence. They had never witnessed such an audacious act of stabbing a comrade in the heat of battle. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Xiaolei was already in motion. Chanting a string of incantations, he retrieved a large brush resembling a painter's tool and swiftly dipped it in Lei Hou's blood, applying it to the symbols he had previously inscribed on the bed. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of scorching heat enveloped the room, casting a blood-red glow upon the bed in the center and the figures of Lei Hou and Xiaolei standing beside it. Xiaolei chuckled mischievously. Casually sitting down and gazing at the two little ghosts before him, he smiled and said, "Well, my esteemed guests, do you have anything to say now?" The two spirits exchanged glances, their discomfort palpable as the blood-red formation before them emanated an unsettling aura, a primal sense of antagonism washing over them. They took a step back, indignantly exclaiming, "Impudent mortal! How dare you employ such tricks to defy the heavens? Are you not afraid of retribution?" Xiaolei laughed heartily, retorting, "Even if punishment awaits, it hardly concerns you denizens of the underworld, does it? I have foreseen my fate, and it is one of longevity. If you wish to meddle, you might as well wait another 100 or 80 years." Despite losing a considerable amount of blood, Lei Hou, robust as he was, found it increasingly difficult to endure. Yet, facing a formidable foe, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain in his shoulders, standing defiantly in silence. His face contorted in agony and pallor deepened by blood loss. He barked fiercely, "Leave at once." The two spirits remained locked in a standoff until one of them suddenly brandished a soul-retrieving talisman, exhaling a breath of ghostly fire. The icy, spectral flames surged forth, and upon making contact with the blood-red formation, they emitted a hissing sound, causing the formation to ripple ominously, hinting at its instability. A tremor coursed through Xiaolei's heart as he realized the inferiority of his magic, even with the advantage of opposing attributes. The feeble power he commanded would likely falter against an authentic ghostly official from the underworld. Just then, a resounding crowing of a rooster pierced the air from outside. Xiaolei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, my ghostly friends, the rooster crows, heralding the dawn. By the time it crows for the third time, the sun will rise. You, born of the Yin realm, shall surely dissipate under its radiant light. Even if you are genuine ghost officials, you cannot escape significant depletion of your powers." The two little spirits cast each other a sharp glance, releasing a shrill, resentful wail filled with anger. In a sudden leap, they vanished into the ground. With a long sigh of relief, Xiaolei's previously confident demeanor evaporated, replaced by a sheen of sweat and a face that bore the weight of overwhelming relief. What a stroke of luck! Had those two spirits possessed a tad more audacity and attacked a few more times, my meager formation would have surely faltered. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, and tugged at Lei Hou's side. Lei Hou remained motionless, while Xiaolei, brimming with pride, declared, "Fortunately, I had a backup plan." The rooster-esque crowing served its purpose, and I successfully deceived those two spirits. Humph. How would these little ghosts from the underworld know of the affairs of the mortal realm? In this day and age, who even keeps roosters to announce the time? The crowing of the rooster outside just now was merely a recording that Xiaolei had obtained from Tianjin this afternoon. How pitiful those two little spirits from the underworld must be. They probably do not even comprehend what a recording is. Beside them, Lei Hou remained silent, and Xiaolei, feeling a sense of unease, gave him a gentle shove. However, Lei Hou toppled over effortlessly, his large frame falling silently to the floor. "Hey, muscle man. What's wrong with you?" "It's just a little blood," Xiaolei exclaimed. "You can't possibly be that weak, can you?" With a pallid complexion and lips torn from biting, Lei Hou cursed in a feeble voice, "A little blood? Why don't you try letting me poke 2 holes in your shoulder?" Just as Xiaolei was about to respond, Lei Hou's next words shattered his composure entirely. "Sissy, what are you waiting for? Go get me a doctor. I have a mild case of hemophobia." After uttering this, the expression on the muscle man's face resembled that of a bashful young girl, sending shivers down Xiaolei's spine. Chapter 15, Awakening in the dimly lit room. "Master Xiaolei, this silver needle is rather long," came a voice tinged with surprise. "Rest assured, I am experienced, and there will be no issues," came a gently reassuring tone. But will such a long needle truly not cause any harm when stimulating the acupoints?" A voice filled with concern responded. "Sigh, I will be extra careful. However, there will inevitably be a bit of pain at first, but it will subside shortly after." A tone laced with anxiety. Then, "Please be gentle. I still feel somewhat uneasy." A tone of reluctant concession. The dialogue transpired between Xiaolei and Tianjin, the head of the Tian family, as they anxiously regarded the young lady of the Tian family lying on the bed. Surrounding the sickbed were 4 eternal lamps lit for the purpose of guarding the soul. Xiaolei carefully retrieved a black long box from his bag containing 6 slender, glossy needles, their tips appearing almost hollow, the material unknown. Tianjun's face was etched with tension. He had already bathed and changed his clothes. Though a lingering scent of blood remained, but that was of little concern now. His thoughts were wholly focused on his daughter, who lay still on the bed. As for Lei Ho, well, that useless fellow had long been fainted by his own blood. Xiaolei pinched one of the long needles between 3 fingers, scrutinizing it closely before taking a deep breath. He cleared his throat softly, striving to adopt a serious demeanor, and spoke solemnly. Mr. Tian, I am about to begin. No matter what occurs, you must remain outside and not disturb me. Remember, there may be some discomfort during the treatment. If you hear Miss Tian's cries of pain, you absolutely must not enter. Otherwise, her life may be at stake. In light of the substantial sum involved, Xiaolei patiently explained. Then recited in a rhythmic manner, the human body contains 13 ghostly acupoints, namely, Ghost Palace, Ghost Letter, Ghost Rampart, Ghost Heart, Ghost Path, Ghost Pillow, Ghost Bed, Ghost Market, Ghost Cave, Ghost Hall, Ghost Store, Ghost Minister, Ghost Seal. All manifestations of madness, such as wild songs, frenzied fox spirits, and nightmares involving ghosts, stem from these 13 points, yielding immediate results. These concepts have been recorded by the ancient divine physician BNK, though they differ from traditional medicine. And the notion of ghosts and deities is often scorned by orthodox medicine. Tianjun regarded Xiaolei deeply once more, finally nodding and stepping outside. Xiaolei's gaze fell upon the beauty on the bed. Despite his efforts to cast aside distracting thoughts, he found his breath quickening. In the dim light, the young lady's skin was as white as jade, resembling a delicate jade figurine, her face devoid of color, appearing even more fragile and enchanting. With her upper garments removed, Xiaolei's heart raced, and he could not suppress his dry throat. His eyes fixated on her graceful form, utterly captivating his entire being. He held the sharp needle with trembling fingers, quickly closing his eyes and silently reciting the name of the ancestral master several times before reopening them. With a breath of profound inner energy held in his chest, his mind gradually settled. Suddenly, a flash of dark light appeared as the black bone needle in Xiaolei's hand pierced downward. His movements were swift, his mind in a state of ethereal clarity, occasionally murmuring incantations. The afflicted by 100 evils are treated with 13 acupoints. The needle's journey begins at the Ghost Palace, followed by the Ghost Faith, then the Ghostess Rampart, and finally the Ghostess Heart. It is not necessary to use all the needles, for 5 or 6 acupoints suffice. If the essence of the malevolent poison is present, it will speak for itself. Examining its origins will reveal its substance. And it is not essential to exhaust its life force. For males, the needle is inserted from the left, while for females, from the right. At this moment, Xiaolei's face reflected no sign of fatigue. He was wholly concentrated. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he deftly manipulated the black bone needle. Authentic inner energy flowing through the hollow needle into Miss Tian's body. Gradually, he became drenched in sweat, while upon the bed, Miss Tian's fair skin glistened with beads of perspiration. Though still in a state of unconsciousness, she seemed to sense something, her brows furrowing slightly, her breath growing heavier, intermingled with faint murmurs. Xiaolei had unleashed every ounce of the profound inner energy he had cultivated for over a decade, taught by that old rascal Wu Daozi. He exhaled a stream of scorching white breath, his gaze sharpening. Although his body began to tremble subtly, his fingers grasping the bone needle remained as steady as a rock. Suddenly, Miss Tian, lying at the head of the bed, opened her mouth and coughed violently, expelling a stream of black blood that stained the sheets, releasing a chilling aura accompanied by wisps of cold air. Xiaolei felt a slight sense of calm wash over him, witnessing the effectiveness of his spell, his spirit lifting. The inner energy within him began to whirl like a wheel, flowing through the bone needle into Miss Tian's body, grinding away the chilling malevolence within her like a millstone. He observed as the pallor of her face gradually regained some vitality, the coldness around her diminishing, while his own complexion began to pale. Miss Tian's face took on a rosy hue, albeit an exaggerated one, resembling that of someone painted with vermilion. Her body temperature rising as beads of sweat emerged, her previously faint murmurs escalating into soft cries of pain. Xiaolei took a deep breath, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, unleashing a surge of profound inner energy as he commanded, "Go," with one hand forming a sword gesture. He pressed his index finger firmly against Miss Tian's forehead. Like a thunderclap, Miss Tian gasped. letting out a pained cry as she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up straight from the bed. Her mouth opened wide, and a stream of blood shot forth, splattering directly onto Xiaolei's face. In a hurried manner, Xiaolei hastily wiped his face with his hand, only to perceive a haze of crimson before him. Just as he was about to use his sleeve to clear his vision, Miss Tian straightened up, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at him. Suddenly, she realized the predicament she was in. Her delicate face turned pale as snow, and with a sudden scream born out of urgency, she instinctively kicked at Xiaolei with her exquisite foot. At that moment, Xiaolei, fatigued from his exertions, found his vision obscured by blood, and with a mere ordinary sound, he was sent tumbling to the floor beside the bed. Miss Tian, truly worthy of being the daughter of the formidable Tianjin, though typically gentle in disposition, summoned an unexpected surge of courage in this critical moment. Her gaze fell upon several black bone needles lying at the bedside, and without a second thought, she seized them all, thrusting them fiercely toward Xiaolei, who lay on the ground. A piercing scream erupted from the unfortunate diviner, echoing with a chilling intensity. Outside, Tianjin, who had been anxiously waiting, wore a perplexed expression upon hearing the commotion. In his heart, he felt a sense of confusion. Is it not my daughter's cries that Master Xiaolei foretold? Why then does he himself scream? It appeared that the mystical arts of such transcendent beings were indeed beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like himself. Chapter 16. The meddlesome old scoundrel. Xiaolei awkwardly half-sat on the chair, his posture as ungraceful as one could imagine. Tianjin's expression was peculiar. He struggled to suppress an overwhelming urge to laugh as he looked at Xiaolei. Clearing his throat with effort, he finally spoke in a congenial tone. Master Xiaolei, my daughter has acted recklessly and caused you injury. Him gently, he pushed a check across the table and, with a serious demeanor, continued, however, I am deeply grateful for your intervention that saved my daughter's life. I have little to offer in return, but my family, the Tian family, possesses some wealth. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Xiaolei felt a sharp pain in his backside, and his anger simmered within him. He recalled Wu Daozi's teachings about maintaining humility. If one had already acquired wealth from another, one should never be insatiable, for the cycle of karma would invariably balance itself. Yet, in this moment of fury, he cast aside the old scoundrel's advice and decisively accepted the check, glancing at it without concern for the number of zeros it contained, before casually tucking it into his pocket. Tianjin did not engage in further pleasantries with Xiaolei, and the young lady from the Tian family did not even bother to glance his way. It seemed her shame for having caused Xiaolei's injury weighed heavily on her, compounded by the fact that he had seen her in her entirety, leaving her shy and reluctant to face him. Xiaolei, feeling somewhat timid, thought to himself that he would take the money and make a swift exit. Who knew if your enemies would unleash their wrath upon me? If you wish to visit, feel free to do so. Upon returning home, he retrieved a quality ointment to treat his injury. His resentment bubbled forth as he muttered, You little vixen, I saved your life, yet you left me in such pain. One day, as for the unsavory thoughts that flitted through Xiaolei's mind, they remained cloaked in secrecy from outsiders. After a day of rest, Monday arrived. Ordinarily, it would be time to return to school, but due to his injury, Xiaolei concocted a tale of headaches and fever, calling in sick. Fortunately, he had kept a low profile at school, and no one cared enough to question him. In the afternoon, Xiaolei lay on his bed, growing increasingly restless. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 checks he had received. The first check was blank, while the second was for a staggering 10 million. He examined the second check closely, contemplating the blank one, but hesitated to fill it out, unsure of how much to write. Theoretically, a check for 10 million could be filled out to a maximum of 9,999,000, omitting cents. However, if he were to act with such greed, he risked inciting the Tian family's ire, potentially losing even the smallest sum. The second check, surely, carried implicit meaning, did it not? After much contemplation, he realized that writing just 10 million felt inadequate, especially given the pain he was enduring. Yet, what would be an appropriate amount if he were to write more? After an hour of reflection, Xiaolei sighed. Insatiable greed often begets dire consequences. He then took the plunge and wrote down 10 million. When he finally resolved to take action, a sense of joy rekindled within him. After all, he had amassed 20 million in merely 2 days, wealth that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to accrue in a lifetime. However, he feared that lingering too long in contemplation might invite complications. Thus, he endured the discomfort in his rear and, limping slightly, rose from his bed and ventured out, making his way directly to the bank. After a day of bustling activity, his discomfort had nearly rendered him numb, yet at last, he secured his fortune. Despite the cold sweat that accompanied his pain, a profound sense of relief enveloped him. That evening, as he lay at home resting in the solitude of an empty room, his mind inevitably wandered, particularly to Miss Tian Kuer, stirring within him a tumult of both affection and resentment. He also recalled her fiancé, the muscular Lei Ho, a giant who, amusingly, suffered from hemophobia. The thought elicited a wicked smile at the corners of his mouth. His mind then drifted to Lin Shanshan, the girl who had deceived him out of 2,000 yuan. Yet, given that Xiaolei had recently come into a substantial fortune, such a trifling sum no longer weighed upon his heart, and he found himself feeling less animosity toward Lin Shanshan. After a lengthy battle with his muddled thoughts, Xiaolei finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, that night, the city was enveloped in a tranquil darkness, its air notably more refreshing than that of other cities, allowing the stars to twinkle brilliantly above. The oppressive humidity of summer was dispersed by the cool sea breeze, granting the city a rare respite from the heat. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky from the northwest, prompting numerous enamored couples beneath the moonlit flowers to make their wishes. Wu Daizi's true identity was that of a member of an ancient sect on Demiai Mountain, a lineage believed to have been founded by an immortal. Wu Daizi was a practitioner of the supreme mystical arts. However, the sect's rules were peculiar. Its disciples were not bound to the confines of rigorous practice but instead embraced the philosophy of transcending and engaging with the world, adhering to the principle that the path is formless. Thus, Wu Daizi typically resided in the bustling streets, leading a carefree existence. Feeling triumphant, he soared through the air on his flying sword, slicing through the wind and clouds, and soon found himself above the city. He casually landed upon a cloud, his hazy, intoxicated eyes attempting to discern his surroundings when he abruptly caught sight of the celestial signs above, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The ominous white tiger loomed in the heavens, accompanied by red clouds in the east. Was there to be bloodshed this night? Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "Since the Tao Master is in good spirits today, I shall assist these unfortunate souls in dispelling their impending calamities." With that, he meticulously calculated his next move, reining in his form, and directed his path toward the mountaintop in the city, seemingly the very place where Xiaolei had spent his recent days, the Tian family mansion. Chapter 17, Five Elements Sect. At this moment, the grand residence of the Tian family was enveloped in an atmosphere of impending confrontation. Tianjin, clad in a black combat outfit, wielded a long, exquisite sword, while a row of black-clad bodyguards beside him brandished an assortment of weapons, curiously absent of any firearms. Within the courtyard of the inner sanctum of the Tian estate, two factions stood in a tense standoff. Tianjin sat resolutely upon a chair, his expression dark as storm clouds, flanked by the bald man, Alai, and the muscular figure, Lei Ho. Dozens of subordinates fanned out like wings of a bird beside them. Opposite Tianjin stood only 4 individuals. Among them was a muscular man, his physique rivaling that of Lei Ho, with a face marred by brutish features and a fierce demeanor, his scalp gleaming without a single strand of hair. The second was a short, rotund fellow, barely reaching 160 centimeters in height, yet resembling a ball in shape, his face adorned with a foolish grin, though his eyes flickered with cunning. The third individual was the polar opposite of the stout man. He was tall and slender, resembling a bamboo stick, his face gaunt and skeletal, almost indistinguishable from a skull. His long, bony hands resembled 2 enormous chicken claws. Lastly, there was a pallid young man, dressed in pure black attire, with long, straight hair cascading down. His features were so delicate they could easily be mistaken for those of a woman, were it not for the faint aura of menace in his brows and the timbre of his voice when he spoke. "Tianjin, have you assembled such a grand display merely to confront the 4 of us?" The pale young man remarked, his voice as frigid as ice. Cradling a uniquely crafted long sword in his arms, his gaze fixed on Tianjin with an icy intensity. It was clear he was the leader among the quartet. With the others, one burly, one rotund, and one emaciated, standing in reverent proximity, akin to stars revolving around a moon. Tianjin's expression grew grave, despite the youth's apparent inexperience. There was no hint of disdain in his eyes. He spoke in a deep tone. "Is it truly just the 4 of you in this generation?" The young man scrutinized Tianjin for a moment, a cold smirk curling at his lips. "What is the matter? Is 4 too few for your liking? Once the battle commences, you shall grasp the depth of our prowess." Tianjin's gaze fell upon the peculiar long sword cradled by the young man, sensing an ominous, malevolent aura emanating from it. His countenance darkened further as he coldly inquired, "Was it with that very sword that you plotted against my daughter the other day?" The youth shook his head, his tone indifferent. "There is no point in excessive dialogue. Let us engage in a contest today. Should you lose, the position of sect leader shall be relinquished to me. As for your daughter, since you possess the ability to revive her without diminishing your own strength, you may seek vengeance against me later." Tianjun let out a series of cold chuckles, sighing, "Sect leader, sect leader. A position for which you have languished for decades. The old are so audacious, and the young are equally as reckless." The youth's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a calm tone. "Arrogant, am I? My name is Feng Kuang. Feng Kuang. Feng Kuang." Tianjun murmured this name several times before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Humph, an audacious brat. If that old fellow who taught you were here, I might hold him in some regard, but today it is merely you youngsters, so do not blame me, Tianjun, for bullying you." Feng Kuang silently observed Tianjun's mirth without uttering a word, waiting for him to finish laughing before coldly remarking, "Have you laughed enough? Humph, a blustering fool. The very fact that I stand here today signifies that my abilities have surpassed that old man's, granting me the right to represent the Feng clan in a duel against your Tian clan. You are clearly aware of this, yet choose to mask your unease with laughter." Feng Kuang shook his head, his gaze towards Tianjun tinged with disdain. 20 years ago, the position of sect leader should have been relinquished by your Tian clan. Had it not been for the presence of an extraordinary being back then, my master, that useless old man, would have triumphed over you. Now that the 20-year agreement has elapsed, it is time for our Feng clan to claim the position of sect leader. He slowly drew forth his long sword, and under the moonlight, the blade shimmered with a faint silvery glow, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of autumn waters. A subtle green energy flowed along the edge of the sword, and merely drawing it forth released a wave of icy intensity. Tianjun's expression shifted. Unable to suppress his exclamation, "You have actually succeeded in forging it." Feng Kuang's visage bore a hint of a smile. Yet the cold light reflecting from the sword cast an icy shadow upon his features, rendering his smile somewhat sinister. "My master toiled for 20 years to comprehend this aspect. Since I have surpassed him, he naturally has no lingering attachments and chose to refine the sword with his own being, ultimately creating this blade. Tianjun, I promised him that once this sword is drawn, I shall drink your blood." Feng Kuang turned the blade, its tip pointed toward the ground, and softly declared, "The evil sword of the Feng clan has been perfected. What do you have left to rely upon, Tian clan? Even if you summon formidable experts this time, I am confident I can slay them beneath my sword." Tianjun's expression fluctuated between dread and defiance, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. Finally, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Very well. According to the sect's rules, if you can defeat me in 2 matches, I shall concede the position of sect leader to you. All the assets accumulated by the sect over the years will also be yours. I shall take my family and seek refuge in a remote village." Feng Kuang regarded Tianjun with indifference and shook his head, speaking in an unusual tone. "Tianjun, are you genuinely so foolish, or merely too clever, attempting to secure an escape route? You are well aware that should our Feng clan seize the sect leader position, my first act will be to annihilate your Tian clan entirely." Each word he uttered was deliberate, his calm voice laced with boundless resentment and hatred, causing a chill to creep into Tianjun's heart, prompting him to take a step back. "Enough of this idle chatter, let us fight and speak afterward," thundered Lei Ho, who stood behind Tianjun, suddenly shouting as he strode confidently between the two parties. Feng Kuang gazed at the towering giant before him, resembling a half-constructed iron tower, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He spoke languidly, "Very well, let us engage. Over on the other side." Tianjun hesitated for a mere 2 seconds, taking a step back as he cautioned, "Be careful." With a sudden intake of breath, Lei Ho's entire skeleton emitted a series of cracking sounds, reminiscent of beans popping in a pan, resonating from within his body. He straightened abruptly, causing his shirt to tear apart with a crisp sound, revealing muscles as solid as wrought iron. He growled, "Come on. Who dares to challenge me, Lei?" The trio standing beside Feng Kuang, a sturdy, portly, and lean figure, exchanged glances, and surprisingly, it was the squat, rotund one who stepped forward with an odd grin, declaring, "All right. I shall spar with you." Lei Ho regarded the diminutive figure before him, who, even on tiptoe, would struggle to reach his chest. It seemed that a single strike from him could easily shatter the man. With a dismissive snort, he retorted, "You are no match for me. Send that big fellow to fight instead." He raised a hand, pointing at the muscular bald man of similar stature. The bald man's face flushed with anger, preparing to advance, but the short and stout one interjected, "No rush, I'll have my turn first. If you manage to defeat me, then you can challenge him." From behind, Tianjin shouted, "Lei Ho, do not underestimate him." Lei Ho licked his lips, snorted, and fixed a cold gaze upon the squat figure, declaring, "Fine. I will crush you first, then deal with the others." With that, he lunged forward, hand outstretched toward the stout man's neck. Although reckless, his movements were startlingly swift. Yet, Lei Ho grasped nothing but air. The squat man had vanished right before his eyes. Just as confusion set in, he heard Tianjin's warning from behind. "Watch your footing." Instinctively, Lei Ho looked down to see a mound of earth swiftly slithering past him. He exhaled forcefully, bending down to deliver a powerful punch to the ground. With a resounding crash, only those with keen eyesight would notice the subtle vortex swirling around his fist as it struck the earth. A sizable crater formed on the once smooth lawn. Yet the mound of earth evaded capture with remarkable agility. Suddenly, the mound had circled behind Lei Ho, and amidst a shower of debris, a figure sprang forth from the ground, a stout leg aimed viciously at Lei Ho's head. He sidestepped, raising his arm just in time to block the blow. The stout man was propelled backward by the force, only to leap back into the earth, disappearing from sight. Lei Ho's eyes narrowed with vigilance as he scanned the ground around him, spotting the mound of earth moving stealthily in the vicinity. With a sudden roar, he charged forth like a leopard, unleashing a flurry of heavy punches against the ground, creating a cacophony of impacts. The ground was pockmarked with deep craters from his strikes. Yet the mound of earth moved with a swiftness that far surpassed the furious roar of thunder, who, despite exerting all his strength, could only trail behind, consuming dust in his wake, inciting his ire to the point of incessant howling. Beside him, Tianjin wore a grave expression, his countenance taut as he observed the tempestuous roar of thunder in the arena. In stark contrast, the three adversaries maintained a calm demeanor, with only the indifferent Feng Kuang displaying a complete lack of concern for the fierce battle unfolding, his eyes fixed on Tianjin with a pair of lifeless, penetrating gazes. High above, suspended hundreds of meters in the air, Wu Daozi sat in midair, employing an invisibility spell to closely observe the fierce conflict below. A look of intrigued amusement graced his features as he murmured to himself, "Ah, it is indeed the earth escape technique of the Five Elements sect. How fascinating. How fascinating. Am I, Tao Master, truly witnessing the legendary power struggle between the two branches of the Five Elements sect tonight?" Those individuals seem to belong to the Tian sect. Though merely a mundane faction, it appears they share some ties with my own sect. Perhaps I shall lend them a hand today. Chapter 18, The Old Bastard's Duel, as the stout figure once again emerged from the ground with his usual trick. Lei Ho was already prepared. Observing the kick aimed at him, he chose not to evade but instead launched a powerful punch in response. Confident in his external martial arts skills, Lei Ho believed that a kick from this rotund adversary would not cause him significant harm. However, should he land a blow, he was certain he could transform his opponent into a mere pulp. Yet, a sudden glimmer of cold light flickered around the stout man's foot, catching Tianjin's attention. Alarmed, he shouted, "Lei Ho, get out of the way." At that moment, a blue figure descended from above, darting past Lei Ho like a gust of wind. He felt a sudden force pulling him aside, causing him to stumble. The stout man, feeling his legs go numb from an unseen restraint, quickly yanked at his trousers. With a whoosh, he launched himself away, landing several meters distant. Wu Daozi stood at the scene, enveloped in a radiant golden light. He gazed at the object in his hand, seemingly surprised to be holding a pair of trousers, the cuffs of which were lined with a thin metallic edge that glimmered with a faint blue hue, evidently coated with some form of poison. With a swift motion, he rolled up his sleeve, and the metallic ring at the cuff shattered into numerous fragments, falling to the ground. Seeing Wu Daozi descend, Tianjin felt a mix of shock and elation, recalling tales from his ancestors about their sect receiving aid from a powerful outsider during a previous contest for leadership. He couldn't believe such fortune had graced him once more. Without hesitation, he inclined his body respectfully, inquiring, "Mister, may I ask your esteemed origins?" Wu Daozi nodded and replied with a smile, "You must be Tian Min, the leader of the Five Elements sect. I share a connection with your sect, and today I happened to pass by and encountered this situation." Tianjin scrutinized Wu Daozi, but the golden aura surrounding him obscured his features, leaving only a vague silhouette visible. Upon finishing his statement, Wu Daozi turned to Feng Kuang and his companions, declaring, "The affairs of the Five Elements sect should not concern outsiders. However, your sect has acted in a vile manner and has long been expelled from our ranks. Since you have returned to harass Tian Min, do not blame me for intervening." Feng Kuang remained silent for a moment, examining Wu Daozi thoughtfully before frowning slightly. He turned to the tall, lean figure beside him and instructed, "You go and test him." The slender man stepped forward and shouted, "Stop with your tricks. I will expose your ruse." Upon finishing his words, he stood firmly in place, feet slightly apart, and retrieved a handful of black beads from his bosom, scattering them onto the ground. As he silently recited an incantation, a chilling breeze surged forth, and wisps of dark energy began to rise from the earth, coalescing into shadowy figures that floated about, gradually revealing grotesque visages with greenish skin and sharp fangs. Clawing at Wudaozi. Wudaozi chuckled coldly. It seems the Wind sect indeed indulges in malevolent practices. Rather than diligently honing the elemental techniques you once excelled in, you resort to these nefarious arts. Such trivial antics to command the restless spirits dare not be displayed before me. The ghastly apparitions, enveloped in swirling darkness, emitted hissing wails. Their elongated claws extended, sending shivers down the spines of those like Tianjun who stood nearby. Wu Daozi regarded the encroaching entities with calm composure, producing two small, intricately cut paper figures from his robe. Clutching them, he chanted a spell, raised his fingers, and commanded, "Arise." The paper figures soared into the air and landed on the ground, bursting forth in golden light, transforming into two armored deities wielding swords. Upon sighting the malevolent spirits, the deities unleashed a resounding roar and charged forward, radiating brilliance that sent the specters fleeing in panic. Each wraith struck by the divine guardians let out a mournful cry before dissipating into black smoke. "What now, minions of the Wind sect? What else do you possess?" Wu Daozi mused, stroking his chin with a smirk. "Exorcising malevolent spirits is my forte." Feng Kuang halted his movements, casting a steady gaze at Wu Daozi and stated in a deep voice, "Your magical prowess is formidable. May I inquire to which sect you belong?" Wu Daozi shook his head. "The sect I belong to would be beyond your comprehension. There is no need for such inquiries. You would do well to depart. In 20 years, perhaps send your disciples instead." Your practice of these malevolent arts assures a short lifespan." Feng Kuang suddenly erupted in laughter, raising his sword to point menacingly at Wu Daozi. "Though your sorcery is impressive, do not presume I am intimidated. I stand here today, and unless you can best me, the life of Tianmen is forfeit tonight." Without waiting for Wu Daozi's response, he released a sharp whistle, and his sword shot forth like a venomous serpent. The blade, imbued with an eerie vitality, emanated a sinister chill that pressed toward Wu Daozi. Wu Daozi gasped, retreating swiftly, exclaiming, "You have actually mastered such a weapon?" Tianjin, watching anxiously from behind, shouted, "Sir, be cautious. That is the Wind sect's forbidden treasure, exceedingly toxic, should you be struck by it." Before he could finish, Wu Daozi let out a chilling laugh, declaring, "A sword is merely a weapon. Its efficacy lies in the hands that wield it." He uttered these words, opening his mouth to reveal a diminutive metallic sword, merely a few centimeters in length. The iron sword rested in his palm as if it were a mere toy for an infant. Wu Daozi chuckled softly, silently reciting a few incantations. A flash of golden light erupted from his hand, and a 3-foot-long azure blade materialized within his grasp. "Let us see your master's sword." Wu Daozi laughed heartily, loosening his grip and commanding, "Go." The sword transformed into a streak of golden light, descending upon Feng Kuang. Yet, Feng Kuang stood resolute, not flinching as he held his sword horizontally. A series of sharp, resonant clinks echoed in the air. Feng Kuang's body moved with an ethereal grace, seemingly impervious to the force of Wu Daozi's swift strikes. Despite the rapidity of Wu Daozi's flying sword, Feng Kuang countered with unwavering poise, his uniquely shaped longsword emanating a chilling aura as it effortlessly neutralized the relentless barrage akin to mercury cascading down. Upon closer inspection, Wu Daozi noted the blade's edge was marred by countless small notches, each one a painful reminder. Though the sword was not of the highest quality, it had accompanied him for many years, its forging a laborious endeavor. To see it so nearly severed by an adversary in their very first encounter was disheartening. The damage inflicted upon the once pristine blade suggested that restoration would require significant effort. In a fit of rage, Wu Daozi could not suppress a torrent of curses. "I initially harbored compassion, intending merely to drive you away, yet you wretched little bastard failed to recognize your fortune. Watch as I crush you." His frustration shattered the facade of the aloof sage he had maintained, revealing a man driven to exasperation. His high-minded demeanor discarded in favor of crude, vulgar insults. Tianjin stood in stunned silence. Equally taken aback was Feng Kuang, momentarily rendered speechless. "You little wretch. Witness my palm thunder." The once tranquil summer night erupted with a cacophony of thunderous roars. Citizens throughout the city beheld a most extraordinary spectacle. A series of golden lightning bolts materialized in the sky, striking down violently upon the mountainside adjacent to the city. Meanwhile, Xiaolei lay in deep slumber, tossing and turning in dreams, forever haunted by the vision of the fair-skinned, panic-stricken beauty of the Tian family. Chapter 19. Enter my door. No regrets in life or death. The following morning, Xiaolei wiped the corners of his mouth, finally awakening from his slumber. The wound on his backside seemed to have healed considerably, no longer causing him excruciating pain, but rather a tingling itchiness, indicating that the ointments prescribed by the elderly practitioner at home were indeed effective. Cautiously, he rose, refreshed himself, and then turned on the television, tuning into the morning news channel. Do not misunderstand. Xiaolei was not one to concern himself with national affairs or the plight of the populace. Instead, he was drawn to the news anchor who bore a striking resemblance to a particular star he admired. Just as he was engrossed in his observations, the microwave beeped, interrupting his contemplation. Holding a bowl of instant noodles, Xiaolei sighed to himself, considering that with a fortune of 20 million, he should at least be able to enjoy a bowl of shark fin noodles in the morning. At that moment, as he stepped out of the kitchen, he was startled to behold a darkened visage, with eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, fixated on him. Damn, what a monster! Xiaolei instinctively screamed, hurling the bowl of noodles in its direction and leaping backward into a defensive stance. Your uncle. The lifeless eyes glimmered with a hint of rage. Before Wu Daozi could utter a word, the dulcet tones of the beautiful news anchor resonated from the television. The screen displayed a series of indistinct images, the resolution poor and the visuals shaky, revealing a darkened sky suddenly illuminated by a series of lightning strikes, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, along with the gasps of startled citizens. Xiaolei's eyes widened as he fixated on the television, instantly recognizing that this was no natural phenomenon. He turned to glare at Wu Daozi, stammering, Old man, you didn't get struck by lightning, did you? Wu Daozi was already frantically shedding his singed outer garments, tossing them into the trash, and ducking into the kitchen to rinse his head under the faucet, muttering incoherently, I must have lost my mind. That kid is clearly from the Five Elements sect. Their expertise lies in the Five Elements thunder technique, and I dared to provoke them with thunder. Alas, Xiaolei found Wu Daozi's behavior today rather peculiar, having materialized in the room without a sound. A furtive glance at the door revealed it was indeed shut. You ghost. Wu Daozi shook his dampened head, cleansing it of soot, and delivered a sharp rap on Xiaolei's skull, scolding, after raising you for 18 years. You dare to curse me? The blow was painful, yet it confirmed that this old fellow was flesh and blood, not a specter. Observing the wounds adorning Wu Daozi's visage and body, Xiaolei hurried to fetch some ointment to tend to him. Wu Daozi winced and cursed vehemently. That little rascal from the Five Elements sect is truly cunning. He watched me invoke the palm thunder and intentionally refrained from intervening. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I would have suffered greatly. Xiaolei cautiously applied the ointment to the old rogue's head, while hesitantly inquiring, What little rascal? How on earth did you end up like this? And what is this Five Elements sect you speak of? What is this Five Elements thunder technique? Upon hearing this, Wu Daozi ceased his curses and sighed. It was merely a whim. I meddled in matters that were not my own. I witnessed some individuals employing dark arts to torment mortals, so I intervened to teach them a lesson. However, who would have thought? Wu Daozi recounted the events of the previous night, his irritation palpable. In his anger, he unleashed a talisman of palm thunder, only to find that the young man from the Five Elements sect retaliated with their thunder summoning technique, redirecting the lightning back towards Wu Daozi himself. Fortunately, Wu Daozi possessed some skill. Despite being caught off guard, he did not suffer catastrophic losses. Xiaolei listened, entranced, his heart racing as he gazed in astonishment at the spittle-flying Wu Daozi. This old fellow, typically a bit lazy and somewhat shameless, seemed to possess more than just a smattering of divine arts, though surely not to the extent he had just claimed. Flying swords? Palm thunder? Sword control technique? Could it be that this old rascal had been peeking at the fantasy novels on my computer? Once Wu Daozi finally paused for breath, Xiaolei cautiously asked, Did that young man truly escape after ambushing you? Today, he realized the extent of Wu Daozi's powers and felt a flicker of trepidation. His hands, previously busy applying the ointment, grew still, and he no longer dared to call the old rogue by his usual irreverent names, instead respectfully addressing him as you elder. Wu Daozi seemed unfazed by Xiaolei's change in demeanor, raising an eyebrow and chuckling. Ha! That little brat dared to plot against me. Naturally, I won't let him off the hook. Although the Five Elements sect excels in summoning thunder, that young man is still inexperienced. Do you think my palm thunder is so easily controlled? His insufficient cultivation meant that although he caught me off guard, he ended up spewing blood and fainting. Rescued by his subordinates. The lad from the Wind sect might be somewhat formidable, but with this injury, he likely won't recover his energy for 3 to 5 months. Xiaolei's expression grew increasingly peculiar, feeling as though the old rogue's words were utterly nonsensical. Could it be that he had returned from his outing struck by lightning and rendered a fool? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he tentatively ventured, "You elder. Regarding the two factions you encountered last night, the Wind sect and the Tian sect, you naturally sided with the Tian sect against the Wind sect. The Tian sect resides in the affluent district atop the mountain. Are you suggesting?" If he was not mistaken, it must be that influential and wealthy Tian family. Xiaolei was taken aback. If it was indeed the Tian family, then he was certain. He was aware of their formidable enemies. Following this line of reasoning, Wu Daozi's words today were not mere ramblings, but rather the truth. As this realization dawned on him, he suddenly noticed Wu Daozi tilting his head, a smirk on his face as he regarded him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Xiaolei's spine. Chapter 20, Xiao sect. A couple of days prior, Lin Shanshan had tidied up Wu Daozi's room, rendering it significantly cleaner than before. Wu Daozi entered first. Paying little heed to the room's transformation, he rummaged beneath the cabinet, retrieving a tattered cloth bag. Untying the string, he extracted a dark wooden tablet, forcefully blowing off the dust, which prompted a violent sneeze. With utmost reverence, he positioned the tablet on the bedside, bowed deeply, and then turned to the young lay standing at the doorway, smiling. "Why do you linger outside, young one?" Feeling a surge of courage. Knowing the man before him was the old rascal who had raised him since childhood, Lei approached and inquired, "What is this tablet?" Wu Daozi glanced at him and replied, "It is the tablet of our ancestral master." Curiosity piqued, Lei asked, "Ancestral master? Did you not say we are disciples of Zhuge?" "The master is none other than Master Zhuge himself." Shaking his head, Wu Daozi whispered, "Not at all. I merely entered the world for cultivation. The name of Zhuge sect is but a borrowed banner. There is no true Zhuge sect in this world. Even if it existed, it would merely be a gathering of charlatans and fortune-tellers." Upon hearing this, Lei could not contain his outrage, exclaiming, "So it was you, Wu Daozi. You deceived me into believing we were disciples of Zhuge. Over the years, I do not know how many times I have bowed before that tablet. And now you tell me that this ancestral master is a fabrication?" Wu Daozi chuckled, "Your bowing is your own affair. But when have you seen me bow before that tablet?" Noticing the indignation on Lei's face, Wu Daozi quickly softened his demeanor, saying, "Do not be angry, young Lei. Though I may have misled you, consider how many fortune-tellers and masters exist in this world. How many possess genuine skill? Most are mere swindlers. However, throughout these years, I have indeed imparted to you considerable true knowledge. Moreover, from your childhood, I expended my energy to open your celestial eye, allowing you to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. You have grown up free from illness and calamity. I have not failed you, have I?" With a deep sigh, Wu Daozi continued, "I initially intended to wait a few more years, yet it seems I must hasten matters." He adjusted his clothing, fixing his gaze upon Lei with a serious expression. "Come closer." As Lei approached, Wu Daozi instructed, "Kneel down." As Lei knelt beside him, Wu Daozi nodded in satisfaction. Contemplating for a moment before speaking, "Today, I have several matters to discuss with you. After listening, you may ponder your own considerations." Clearing his throat, Wu Daozi paused momentarily, then slowly said, "Young Lei, in truth, I am not your uncle." Immediately, Wu Daozi erupted in anger. "Nonsense. I have never taken a wife. How could I have a son? When I say I am not your uncle, I mean there is no blood relation between us." With that, Lei let out a long sigh of relief, rolling his eyes. "Even if you claim me as your son, I would not believe it. Genetics already proves otherwise. I am a striking figure, a quality specimen that you could not possibly produce." Wu Daozi nearly twisted his nose in anger and exclaimed, "Hey, you boy, be silent." After a pause, he shot a fierce glance at Xiaolei and continued, "I did not deceive you regarding your origins. It was merely by chance that I passed by the hospital years ago, sensed a connection with you, and, seeing your pitiable youth and remarkable talent, I was moved by compassion and pretended to be your relative to adopt you." Xiaolei fell silent for a moment, his expression turning grave. You truly aren't my uncle? You aren't my kin? I was merely adopted by you?" Seeing the change in Xiaolei's demeanor, Wu Daozi could not help but feel a pang of sympathy, considering that this child had been without parents since birth and had regarded him as his only family. Today, revealing that this soul connection was a mere illusion must surely bring him sorrow. Overwhelmed by compassion, Wu Daozi instinctively reached out to pat Xiaolei's head. However, Xiaolei's next words nearly sent Wu Daozi into a fit of rage. What are your intentions in adopting me? Xiaolei eyed Wu Daozi suspiciously. I have heard that unscrupulous individuals often adopt handsome young boys, only to sell them into certain illicit professions when they mature, catering to wealthy women. You wouldn't be involved in such activities, would you? Silence ensued. I would strike you down, you scoundrel with a mind full of filth. Wu Daozi erupted, nearly losing his composure. If it weren't for his broken flying sword, he would have relished the chance to cleave this heartless lad in two. Xiaolei quickly sidestepped, chuckling. Old man, you've deceived me for 18 years. Can I poke fun at you a little? Wu Daozi grumbled indignantly, ungrateful little rascal. Come here and bow to our sect's ancestor. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot to mention something. It was your insolence that muddled my thoughts. At this point, Wu Daozi gazed at Xiaolei with a look filled with expectation. Xiaolei sighed and murmured, attaining enlightenment and ascending to immortality? Is this what those fantastical novels describe as a sect of cultivation? Suddenly, he fixed Wu Daozi with a stare and asked, Old man, did you not say that upon joining your sect, I would learn those spells you used in last night's confrontation? Wu Daozi replied proudly, Of course. What I teach you daily are merely mundane spells. The true mastery is far beyond your current grasp. Even I, your uncle, have only achieved a minor level of accomplishment. A minor level of accomplishment. Xiaolei's eyes darted around before he blurted out, What level of cultivation have you reached? Are you at the golden core stage or the nascent soul stage? Wu Daozi stared wide-eyed. What golden core? What nascent soul? I see you have read too many cultivation novels. True practitioners of the Tao understand that the great path is formless. Do you think this is mere fabrication? At this point, Wu Daozi lost his patience entirely. He seized Xiaolei by the ear and commanded, Kneel and bow. You shall first bow 3 times as a sign of homage, and I will officially accept you as my disciple. Then you shall bow 3 times before the ancestral tablet. And from that moment forth, you will be a disciple of my Xiaoyao sect. Xiaoyao sect? Xiaolei widened his eyes in astonishment and chuckled, saying, Are you referring to the Xiaoyao sect? Wu Daozi, observing his playful demeanor and lack of seriousness, could not suppress his irritation and retorted, What are you laughing at? Quickly bow down and pay your respects to me as your master. Xiaolei, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, leisurely shook his head and replied, I refuse. Chapter 21, The Enchanted Cell. What did you say? Wu Daozi exclaimed, staring at Xiaolei in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? Do you not understand that within our sect, the mysteries of celestial arts are profound? With diligent cultivation, one can traverse heaven and earth, becoming omnipotent, impervious even to the realms of the underworld. For an ordinary person, such an opportunity is unattainable, yet you refuse it? As Wu Daozi spoke, his agitation grew, bringing his nose perilously close to Xiaolei's face. Startled, Xiaolei stepped back 2 paces, steadied himself, and shot Wu Daozi a sidelong glance. You old rascal. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. Humph. After all these years of deceiving me, you have never shared these matters with me. Why? All of a sudden, are you so benevolent, wanting to take me as a disciple and teach me celestial arts? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. Wu Daozi, caught off guard by Xiaolei's astute deduction, fell momentarily silent. The truth was that his venerable master had unexpectedly decided to begin accepting 3rd-generation disciples, prompting him and several senior brothers to hurriedly seek out apprentices. Should they successfully acquire suitable disciples, it would reflect favorably upon them in the eyes of their master. If the master were pleased, he might bestow upon them elixirs or magical artifacts, a considerable boon indeed. Even if the disciples were not driven by greed for their master's treasures, the prospect of holding their heads high before their senior brothers was undeniably enticing. Xiaolei scrutinized Wu Daozi with a discerning gaze, and seeing his flustered demeanor only solidified his suspicions. He resolved that he must indeed join the Xiaoyao sect. Having read countless legendary tales, he often envied the protagonists who achieved transcendence and commanded respect. Now, with such a fortuitous opportunity before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? However, recognizing that the old man was currently in need of his consent, Xiaolei felt it was only prudent to leverage the situation to extract some benefits. Frustrated, Wu Daozi adopted the authoritative demeanor of an elder, raising his brows and declaring, Are you truly unwilling to take me as your master? I refuse. Xiaolei resolutely shook his head. Back home, I had to wash your clothes, cook your meals, and tidy your quarters. If I were to acknowledge you as my master, wouldn't I then be obliged to scrub toilets as well? Wu Daozi's face flushed crimson. Yet upon witnessing Xiaolei's brazen demeanor, he secretly regretted having taught him so many cunning tricks. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation, smiling wryly, "All right, you little rogue. What will it take for you to agree? Name your terms." Xiaolei's eyes sparkled mischievously as he grinned. "You speak of the Xianyu sect as unparalleled in heaven and earth. Surely, you must first demonstrate some genuine skill. Your character is notoriously sly. And while others may be unaware, I am quite familiar with your ways. Who knows if your words bear truth or are merely veils of deception?" Wu Daozi suppressed his rising ire, gritting his teeth. "Fine, you little rascal, watch closely." With that, Wu Daozi extended 2 fingers, muttering incantations, and exclaimed, "Ignite." Instantly, a plume of flame, over 3 inches long, shot forth from his fingertips. The flame shimmered with a bluish hue, subtly radiating a golden light that made it difficult for one to gaze directly upon. A flicker of trepidation crossed Xiaolei's heart, prompting him to retreat further. Yet he stubbornly declared, "This is merely a parlor trick of fire. It hardly qualifies as a remarkable feat." Wu Daozi, in a fit of rage, summoned the essence of his years of cultivation, a mere flicker of true fire, a manifestation of Taoist mastery. Yet, the audacity of the little rogue before him, who failed to recognize its worth, ignited his ire further. Containing his flames, he bellowed, "You impudent wretch, what is it that you wish to see?" Little Lei cautiously extracted a 10-yuan bill from his pocket, gazing intently at Wu Daozi. With a serious demeanor, he queried, "Can you transform this into 100 yuan? By the 3 pure ones." Were it not for the 18 years of nurturing this insolent child, Wu Daozi would have been compelled to unleash a thunderous strike upon him. Noticing Wu Daozi's grim expression, Little Lei shook his head disdainfully, exhaling a sigh. "Alas, it seems I have asked too much of you. If you lack such simple abilities, how can you claim to cultivate to the level of a celestial being? Perhaps I should lower my expectations. I have heard that practitioners like you possess flying swords. Why not gift me one?" At this suggestion, Little Lei's eyes sparkled with avarice as he looked upon Wu Daozi. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wu Daozi shouted, "If I do not teach this little rogue a lesson today, it would be a grave injustice." With a swift motion of his sleeve, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, leaving Little Lei gasping for breath. Suddenly, pain coursed through his head, and darkness enveloped him. Time passed, and Little Lei awoke from his stupor, feeling a refreshing breeze and the sound of flowing water grazing his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was no longer in Wu Daozi's room. Rubbing his eyes to adjust to his surroundings, he was struck dumb with astonishment. He found himself reclining on a bamboo bed within a pavilion constructed of verdant bamboo. The pavilion housed only the soft bed upon which he lay, with a small wooden table at its center and a yellow gourd hanging from a pillar. The structure was open to the elements, surrounded by lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and the soft chirping of birds. To his left, 2 mountain peaks towered, with a white waterfall cascading between them into a pond below, sending forth countless splashes. Little Lei's heart raced wildly. Awakening in such a fragrant paradise felt like stepping into a realm untouched by the mundane world. However, as he stood and ventured outside, dismay washed over him. He discovered that he was trapped in a natural valley, no larger than a football field, encircled by steep cliffs with no apparent escape. Looking up, he saw birds soaring across the azure sky, rendering his situation seemingly hopeless. In a fit of desperation, he called out, "Wu Daozi! Wu Daozi!" The cool pond nearby offered a semblance of comfort, akin to a natural air conditioner within the valley. Yet, aside from this, he found nothing else of note. As twilight descended, anxiety once again gripped his heart. Although unperturbed by any events, the passage of half a day inevitably left me parched and somewhat famished. At that moment, a golden beam of light descended from above the valley, manifesting into a humanoid form. I focused intently and discerned that the figure wore a pristine azure robe, with a fair complexion and a smirk that teetered on the edge of arrogance, more akin to a furtive grin than genuine pride. It was none other than Wu Daozi. With a sudden burst of excitement, I leapt up and dashed out of the pavilion, seizing Wu Daozi's arm, exclaiming, "You old rascal! How on earth did you bring me here?" He gently placed a satchel he carried onto the ground, declaring with satisfaction, "Young man, you shall obediently take me as your master. This is a perilous valley. Unless you possess extraordinary abilities, there is no escape. This place is where your uncle once secluded himself before entering the world. I shall bestow upon you a manual. You may devote yourself to cultivation here for a few days. When the time comes for my master to summon the disciples, I will naturally bring you along to pay my respects." I protested. "What? You expect me to remain here? Does this mean I will no longer attend school?" With a woeful expression, I added, It's not that I refuse to take you as my master, but surely you must offer me some benefits in return? Wu Daozi, feeling triumphant within yet maintaining a stern facade, retorted, "Humph, it is too late for please now." He pointed to the satchel on the ground, stating, "This is the Qiankuan bag from my sect, filled with all the necessities I brought from home, food, clothing, and shelter are all contained within. For the next few days, I shall not disturb you. Focus on your cultivation." With that, he produced an ancient, thread-bound book from his robe and tossed it into my arms, saying gravely, "This is the entry secret manual of my sect, which I now impart to you. In due course, I shall assess your progress, should you fail to meet my expectations." At this juncture, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he chuckled, "Your uncle shall certainly have ways to discipline you." Having delivered his message, Wu Daozi stamped his foot and, before I could utter a word, transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished. Chapter 22, House Arrest. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he finally sighed and cautiously tucked the book into his bosom. He bent down to untie the bundle. Regardless of the circumstances, it was paramount to find something to satiate his hunger. What on earth? Little Lei sat on the ground, unfastening the cosmic bag, and was taken aback. The bag appeared smaller than his backpack, yet upon loosening the string at the top, he was astounded by its contents. Inside this bag lay a vast expanse, and even as he reached in, he seemed unable to touch the bottom. In the valley, only Little Lei remained seated on the ground. As the twilight deepened, his voice echoed in the solitude of the mountains. "What? Instant noodles? Clothes? A bag of rice? Meat? Good heavens, even a frying pan? What in the world is this large metal can? A gas cylinder? My word, there's even a stove? Did that old coot bring his entire kitchen here?" After exerting considerable effort, Little Lei finally extracted all the items from the cosmic bag. Despite his robust physique honed from childhood training, he was nearly too exhausted to stand. Gazing at the multitude of items strewn about, he felt a tinge of exasperation. This Wu Daozi had nearly transported everything from his home. Even more absurdly, he had brought an entire refrigerator, yet this valley lacked electricity. By chance, Little Lei stumbled upon his mobile phone. He intended to dial for help, but found there was no signal in the valley. What infuriated him the most was that Wu Daozi had somehow crammed a television into the cosmic bag, yet without power, how could he possibly watch it? After rummaging for a while, he discovered a player, which he cherished for a moment, but soon found it utterly uninteresting, casting it aside. His stomach began to grumble incessantly. And with no other option, Little Lei set the gas cylinder in place and prepared to ignite the stove to cook. He rummaged through the refrigerator and retrieved a bag of frozen dumplings. Gradually, in this quaint valley, reminiscent of a hidden paradise, smoke began to rise from his cooking fire. Unbeknownst to him, while he busied himself, Wu Daozi had not actually departed. The old fellow had employed an invisibility technique, standing 10 meters above, observing Little Lei. With a smile playing upon his lips, he chuckled softly. "Ah, young lad, do not blame your uncle for being harsh. You have grown in the mundane world, fostering a restless temperament. Leaving you here for a few days is merely to temper your impatience. Otherwise, how can you possibly settle down to cultivate your skills?" After a moment of contemplation, enticed by the aroma wafting up from below, the old man could not help but salivate, his fingers itching with desire. Alas! Despite the boy's mischievousness, he truly possessed a talent for cooking. The old man's resolve wavered, and he dared not watch any longer, quietly slipping away. That night, Little Lei could only lie on the soft couch in the pavilion to sleep. Though it was summer, the valley turned refreshingly cool at night, particularly with a natural cold spring nearby, as if a chilling breeze were blowing into the valley. During the day, there was little sensation, yet as night fell, the cold became almost unbearable. Although there were clothes and bedding left in the bag by Wu Daozi, Xiaolei, wrapped in a blanket, was still awakened in the middle of the night by the chill. The air, tinged with a biting coldness, made him shiver involuntarily. As dawn began to break, Xiaolei decided to crouch by the chilly pool and splash some water on his face. Despite the frigid temperature of the water, having just completed his training, he found the cold wash invigorating. At that moment, the surface of the water suddenly rippled, and a triangular head, about the size of a basin, emerged from the depths of the pool. A massive snake, as thick as a bucket, raised half its body out of the water, towering over a meter high. Its triangular head was covered in fine black scales, and a pair of green eyes fixed intently on Xiaolei, its mouth agape, revealing a bright red tongue flicking in and out. Xiaolei stood frozen for a full 5 seconds before letting out a piercing scream. He stumbled backward, landing on the ground in a heap, his face drained of color as he gaped at the enormous serpent before him. The snake slowly slithered out of the water and lifted its body, maintaining its imposing gaze upon Xiaolei. Paralyzed with fear, he wanted to scream, but his throat trembled. His teeth chattered, and he found himself unable to utter a sound. His legs felt weak, devoid of any strength. He could neither run nor even dare to move his eyes, fixated on the creature before him. With a splash, the giant snake gradually made its way ashore, coiling itself beside Xiaolei. A quick glance revealed that the serpent was at least 14 to 15 meters long, coiled at a height of about a meter. Staring unblinkingly at Xiaolei, "Great Master Zhuge, no, oh heavens, please protect me. Amitabha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin, God, Jesus Christ. For the love of all that is holy, save me. I might not survive this day, all because of that old scoundrel Wu Daozi." Xiaolei babbled in terror. The standoff between the boy and the serpent lasted a full minute before the snake suddenly inched closer. Xiaolei, unable to catch his breath, nearly fainted from fear. In a daze, he felt something cool and damp brush against his face. Opening his eyes, he discovered the snake's head mere inches away, its bright red tongue licking him. Somehow mustering courage, Xiaolei turned and scrambled away, screaming as he crawled backward for several meters before cautiously glancing back. Terror gripped him. This valley offered no escape. If the serpent intended to devour him, he would be left with no avenue for flight. He could only hope that the creature preferred buns over human flesh. As for why a snake would crave buns, that was beyond Xiaolei's immediate contemplation. Fortunately, the serpent seemed disinterested in him, merely sniffing at the buns Xiaolei had thrown away before slithering off. Little Lei, filled with anxiety, observed that the enormous serpent had no taste for steamed buns. In a few hurried steps, he rushed to the pile of household items left by Wu Daozi, flung open the refrigerator, and began tossing its contents far away. Ham, fresh meat, milk, and eggs all went flying. This action proved effective. Several eggs shattered upon hitting the ground, and the serpent suddenly darted forward, its tongue flicking to savor the yolks. A sigh of relief escaped Little Lei. Heaven be praised. The serpent still had an appetite for eggs. Thus, he resolutely discarded every last egg from the refrigerator, hoping that the serpent would satiate its hunger and depart without causing him harm. Once the dozen or so eggs were thrown out and devoured by the serpent, it paused for a few seconds to gaze at Little Lei before abruptly turning away, hissing as it slipped back into the pond, disappearing in an instant. Little Lei stared blankly as the serpent finally departed, and all his strength seemed to evaporate. He collapsed onto the ground, a mournful expression etched on his face, exclaiming, "Damn you, Wu Daozi, what kind of hellish place is this?" Chapter 23, The Tortoise Gnawing on Barley Until Dawn. Xiaolei dared not approach the water pond even a single step. His heart raced with trepidation, fearing that the enormous serpent might leap from the depths of the water and swallow him whole. He rummaged through his treasure bag, seeking anything that might serve as a means of defense, but the only weapons he could find were a kitchen knife and a frying pan. Thus, the little rogue armed himself with the knife in his right hand and the pan in his left, vigilantly sitting in the pavilion, his gaze fixed intently on the pond, utterly disinterested in anything else throughout the morning. At this moment, the refrigerator had run out of eggs. If the great serpent were to return, he would be unable to feed it, and his life would be in peril. Xiaolei furrowed his brow, and though he often cursed the old scoundrel Wu Daozi in his mind, he now found himself longing for the old rogue's presence. Hoping he would appear and whisk him away from this cursed valley, he would gladly bow in reverence 100 times if it meant escape. However, as the sun reached its zenith, the old scoundrel remained elusive, and hunger gnawed at Xiaolei's stomach. Reluctantly, he dashed out of the pavilion, carelessly rummaging through provisions to find something to eat. He tore open a packet of instant noodles and munched on them dry, washing them down with a bottle of mineral water, all while keeping the kitchen knife at his feet. Just then, with a splashing sound, ripples disturbed the surface of the pond, and a colossal shadow surged forth from the water. In broad daylight, Xiaolei finally discerned the true form of the great serpent. It lunged onto the shore, its body unfurling completely. The thick serpent-esque form resembled a barrel, its entire body adorned with delicate scales that glimmered with a faint green sheen. At the sight, Xiaolei was so startled that the half-eaten noodle fell from his mouth, and he let out a startled cry. The serpent, undeterred, glided towards him, its massive body sliding along the ground, the scales producing a rustling sound as they brushed against the earth. Xiaolei felt his legs weaken, and the knife trembled in his grasp, his throat constricted, his mind racing with a singular thought. This is it. This is the end. The great serpent is hungry again, and my life is forfeit today. Yet, the serpent halted outside the pavilion, raising its head to gaze at Xiaolei for a moment before gently nodding and lowering itself, seemingly devoid of hostility. Xiaolei's heart raced, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he stared at the serpent. Suddenly, the creature opened its mouth and expelled 2 fruit-sized orbs that rolled to the ground with a soft thud. The fruits were peculiar in shape, resembling peaches, but radiated a fiery crimson hue, as if they were 2 blazing flames. After spitting out the fruits, the serpent nodded 3 times at Xiaolei, casting a fleeting glance at the kitchen knife in his hand. A strange sensation welled up within Xiaolei. The serpent's gaze seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Could it be that snakes possess a semblance of human understanding? As the enormous serpent turned away and gracefully swam back into the pond, Xiaolei exhaled a long breath, collapsing onto the soft couch. The kitchen knife in his hand clattered to the ground. Curiosity piqued within him. The serpent had not come to harm him, but had instead presented him with 2 peaches. Could it be that after consuming his eggs the previous night, it felt remorseful and thus returned to offer a token of gratitude? As these peculiar thoughts swirled in his mind, an epiphany struck him. Goodness, that fellow Wu Dozi claimed he would teach me the ways of immortality. If immortals exist in this world, then surely there must be supernatural beings as well. That great serpent, so vast and seemingly sentient, could it perhaps be a serpent spirit? Xiaolei's speculations were indeed quite astute. This great serpent had been cultivating in the mountains for 3 to 4 centuries. One fateful day, it was swept down into the valley by a waterfall, thus becoming the sovereign of this realm. This valley had originally belonged to Wu Daozi, and being chosen by him as a place for cultivation, it was undoubtedly a location rich in auspicious energies, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. The serpent had resided here for over a decade, evolving into a genuine serpent spirit, fully cognizant of human emotions. Having encountered Xiaolei the previous night, it had no intention of causing harm. Xiaolei's unintentional offering of a dozen eggs had forged a benevolent bond between them, in accordance with the celestial principle of reciprocity. The serpent spirit naturally returned the favor. After momentarily steadying his nerves, Xiaolei bravely approached and picked up the 2 fist-sized peaches from the ground. Upon touching them, he could not suppress a soft gasp. The peaches were not only a brilliant crimson but also exuded a palpable warmth. They felt heavy in his hands, and their fragrance was intoxicating, tempting his senses. Xiaolei pondered, considering that the offerings from a serpent spirit were likely extraordinary. They could very well be treasures of the earth and sky. Yet, he wondered if they might be poisonous. After scrutinizing them for a while, although hesitant, his insatiable curiosity and salivating mouth compelled him to take a gentle bite. As he bit down, an explosion of flavor flooded his mouth, the juices overflowing with sweetness, and the peach flesh melted away like honey, cascading down his throat into his stomach. A wave of warmth surged inside him, sending shivers of delight throughout his body. As the heat rose from his mouth into his nasal passages, invigorating his senses. In that moment, he could not help but exclaim, "Treasures! Indeed, treasures!" He sang the praises of the peaches, swiftly casting aside his doubts and taking another hearty bite. Upon savoring the flavor more thoroughly, he found the peach to be exquisitely tender, the taste divine, and its aroma captivating. The warmth radiated throughout his body, causing every pore to open, leaving him feeling ethereal and uplifted. The only slight imperfection was that the peaches seemed not entirely ripe, possessing a hint of tartness amidst their sweetness. Furthermore, with each bite of the warm fruit, it felt akin to consuming strong liquor, as a torrent of warmth flowed into his belly, eliciting involuntary sighs of pleasure. Little Lei devoured a peach in one breath, leaving only the pit in his hand. Unable to suppress a sigh, he mused, "I have consumed fruits for over a decade, yet I have never tasted a peach so exquisite. It was not only delectable, but also scorching hot, something I have neither seen nor even heard of before. Could it be the legendary peaches from the heavens?" After a moment's contemplation, a thought struck him, and he carefully tucked the peach pit into his bosom. As he opened his mouth, a rush of steaming white vapor erupted forth, startling him. Is my belly truly this hot? Am I in danger of cooking my own insides? Despite the heat within, it brought him immense comfort, enveloping him in a warm embrace as the warmth circulated throughout his body. With mounting comfort, he found himself growing languid, reluctant to move. Gradually, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier speculations were entirely accurate. Those 2 peaches were indeed the fabled heavenly peaches. Centuries ago, one of these peaches had mysteriously fallen to the mortal realm, landing in the embrace of a May mountain, where it took root and flourished. The ethereal energy of the heavenly peach invigorated the entire peach orchard on the mountain, leading to an unprecedented proliferation of monkeys, which in later generations became renowned as a spectacle throughout the land. The serpent spirit, by chance, discovered the peach tree nestled within the mountain's heart. Although unaware of its true nature, the spirit was captivated by the tree's enchanting aura, recognizing it as a remarkable treasure of heaven and earth. Thus, the serpent spirit, having attained spiritual consciousness through the essence of the cosmos, chose to guard the tree, never to depart from it. The heavenly peaches are celestial delicacies, embodying the essence of the universe. Each peach requires 3,000 years to blossom and another 3,000 to bear fruit. Though the two peaches Little Lei encountered were immature, their value was immeasurable. In the hands of a cultivator, they could be transformed into extraordinary elixirs, catalyzing ascension to immortality within mere years. Yet Little Lei, having exchanged a mere dozen eggs for two heavenly peaches, remained oblivious to the fortune he had stumbled upon. Lacking the knowledge to harness their potential, he indulged himself and succumbed to slumber, squandering an extraordinary opportunity for spiritual enlightenment. Nevertheless, given that the peaches were indeed spiritual entities, the accumulation of their essence over millennia had resulted in a mere few fruits. Consumed in haste, the energy within him began to coalesce, growing ever denser, promising untold benefits in the future. Chapter 24, The Enigmatic Serpent, as the sun rose and set. Little Lei remained blissfully unaware that he had been slumbering for an extraordinary stretch of 2 days and nights, enveloped in a haze of dreams. He felt an unbearable heat radiating from within, as if his very being was ensconced in a furnace. The rising warmth coursed throughout his body, drenching him in a deluge of sweat that cascaded down like rain. Beads of perspiration, akin to grains of mung bean, seeped through his skin, saturating his garments until he appeared as though he had emerged from a watery abyss. Unbeknownst to him, the peach he had consumed was a product of celestial energy, not yet fully ripened. The spirit essence contained within was far beyond what an ordinary individual could fully assimilate. Even a seasoned practitioner of the mystical arts would require immediate cultivation to transform such ethereal energy for personal use. At this moment, Little Lei resembled a serpent that had devoured an elephant, satiated yet painfully overstuffed. The potent essence coursed through him, compelling layers of viscous sweat to emerge, purging the impurities accumulated from a mundane diet. His skin glowed faintly red, exuding a crystalline luminescence reminiscent of blood jade, while sweat cascaded in layers. Even in slumber, he furrowed his brow. The excessive loss of bodily fluids rendered him parched, prompting involuntary soft moans of discomfort. Fortuitously, from a young age, he had received guidance from Wu Daozi, who had bestowed upon him the gift of the heavenly eye and awakened his 6 senses. His innate energy far surpassed that of an ordinary person, bolstered by the esoteric breathing techniques imparted by Wu Daozi, though not overly profound. They were foundational practices for any aspiring cultivator. Gradually, the noxious energies dissipated, leaving him feeling lighter and more invigorated, yet the internal heat remained oppressive, placing him in a state of both torment and ecstasy. As he breathed in and out, Little Lei instinctively initiated the harmonious circulation of his internal energy, a reflex honed over years of practice. With each inhalation and exhalation, the vibrant energy began to navigate through his meridians, akin to traffic unblocking at the signal of a green light. The once congested spiritual essence, trapped within him, began to flow freely, its torrents swelling in intensity. Fortunately, due to his rigorous training, his meridians were significantly more robust than those of an ordinary individual. Otherwise, the influx of energy could have resulted in catastrophic consequences, leading to paralysis from ruptured channels. The surging spiritual energy resembled a torrid torrent, transforming his entire being with each breath. In the midst of Little Lei's slumber, he was unaware of how many times it swirled around him. His mouth grew increasingly parched, his lips cracked, and the sweat from his body had long since evaporated. Had it been anyone else, the excessive loss of bodily fluids would have inevitably led to dehydration and death. However, Little Lei, blessed with profound fortune, was spared by the heavens. Fortunately, in this valley, besides Little Lei himself, there was also a wise serpent spirit. After a day's passage, the serpent spirit emerged once more from the pond. It resided in a cavern beneath the water's surface, surfacing daily to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Now, it glided out of the water and gradually made its way to the pavilion. Immediately, it sensed a wave of heat emanating from within. The serpent spirit slithered beside Little Lei, who appeared flushed, with cracked lips and evaporated sweat, resembling someone with a high fever. With each breath, hot mist escaped from his mouth and nose. This startled the serpent spirit. Being an enlightened creature, it understood the dire predicament little Lei was in. The 2 peaches it had previously offered were merely a gesture of goodwill in return for the chicken eggs little Lei had gifted. However, now it seemed that its kind offering might not only fail to repay that kindness but could also lead to little Lei's demise. As the cycle of heaven's justice dictates, should little Lei perish, the burden would fall upon the serpent spirit. In the future, when it achieved its own enlightenment, it would face dire repercussions. The serpent spirit, already attuned to the spiritual realm, circled around little Lei a few times, raising its head with its vibrant red tongue flickering anxiously. With its considerable size, when it expelled a stream of water, it was akin to dousing little Lei's face with a basin of water, instantly soaking half of his body. In his deep slumber, little Lei, tormented by thirst, instinctively opened his mouth as the cool water cascaded over his head. Yet, due to his excessively high body temperature, the water evaporated almost immediately. Although the serpent's water momentarily lowered his fever, his temperature surged back up shortly thereafter. Unaware in his stupor, little Lei simply sensed a refreshing moisture at his lips, and he relaxed his throat, allowing the water to flow into his mouth. The serpent spirit, though exhausted and panting, continued its efforts, while little Lei remained oblivious. Ultimately, in a gesture of desperation, the serpent spirit coiled around little Lei, enveloping him in its cool, slippery body, akin to being encased in ice. At last, the searing heat found an outlet. Yet, the serpent spirit grew increasingly weary, its expression waning, and it gradually opened its mouth, lacking the strength to continue. With the assistance of the serpent spirit, Xiaolei's temperature stabilized, thus sparing him from the peril of dehydration. The ethereal energy bestowed by the sacred peach within him began to circulate calmly, as if in harmony with the mystical flow of the Xianmen. Gradually, with each breath he took, a mist emanated from his mouth. This mist, though white, enveloped him in a lingering embrace, eventually coalescing into a colossal fog cocoon that encased the entire soft couch, along with Xiaolei and the serpent spirit within. As the celestial body shifted and time flowed, a full 36 hours, or 3 days and nights, passed before the white mist began to dissipate. Upon the couch lay 2 intertwined figures. Xiaolei remained deep in slumber, his breathing steady and profound. Beside him, a pale, naked form clung tightly, resembling an octopus in its grasp. Cascading black tresses adorned Xiaolei's face and head. The unclothed female form trembled slightly and gradually awakened. The serpent spirit, now entwined with Xiaolei, had undergone a remarkable transformation over the 3 days, transcending a significant threshold in her cultivation, shedding her serpent body to assume human form. She had completely morphed into a beautiful, naked maiden, her features enchanting beyond words. With a delicate chin and pearly teeth gently biting her lip, her eyes sparkled with an alluring light, hinting at an inner radiance. At this moment, having just taken on human shape, her slender body was exquisitely translucent and alluring, pressed closely against Xiaolei's arm. Her long, smooth legs were tightly entwined with his. Her skin was as flawless as jade, rendering her akin to a beautiful sculpture, due to the sacred peach being a divine treasure. And with Xiaolei's assistance during their mutual cultivation, the serpent spirit had not only transformed but also purified the lingering demonic essence from her form, now emanating a faint aura of celestial energy. As the serpent spirit awakened, she gazed at Xiaolei for an extended moment, suddenly realizing her transformation. A peculiar expression flickered across her face, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions, tinged with gratitude. Having cultivated in her serpentine form, she had remained within the realm of spirits. However, the pure Xianmen energy she had absorbed from Xiaolei's spirit had cleansed her of her demonic essence. This transformation promised significant benefits for her future cultivation, especially when facing the trials of the spirit world. Contemplating this, the maiden slowly rose, bowing 3 times towards the sleeping Xiaolei, casting a deep glance at him before gracefully exiting the pavilion. Sunlight illuminated her unclad form, which shimmered like jade, reminiscent of a celestial being. She then approached the water pool, gradually submerging herself within its depths. Chapter 25 Transformation. Once again, little Lei had dozed on the soft couch for half a day before he finally awakened. As his eyes fluttered open, he instinctively stretched his arms wide and let out a languorous yawn. However, the moment he moved, his garments were suddenly reduced to mere dust. Startled, he sat upright and glanced around. What had once been a simple outfit consisting of a jacket and jeans was now nothing but powder. A sense of confusion washed over him as he slowly rose to his feet, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. a sensation both exhilarating and overwhelming, as if he were on the brink of bursting with energy. Though he had been lost in slumber for days, his subconscious had remained aware, experiencing a series of bizarre dreams amidst the trials of a fiery furnace. Just before awakening, he vaguely recalled a vision of a young girl holding him, but despite his efforts, he could neither awaken nor utter a sound within the dream. Now, having come to consciousness and noticing the peculiar state of his body, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Unbeknownst to him, he had been asleep for 3 days. Upon waking, his throat was parched and hunger gnawed at his belly. His gaze fell upon a peach lying on the ground, untouched. After a moment's contemplation, he sensed a connection between his recent discomfort and the fruit before him. While the shattering of his clothes remained a perplexity beyond comprehension, he picked up the peach, carefully stowing the pit away, and began to survey his surroundings. Instantly, he recognized his transformation. The vision of an ordinary person is often limited. Even those with exceptional sight find distant objects blurred. Yet now, as Xiaolei looked around, everything within 100 meters was crystal clear, every flower, tree, and pebble vividly defined. The world appeared transformed, colors vibrant and ethereal, as if a dull haze had been replaced with a brilliant palette. His body thrummed with energy, and as he took a few steps, he felt as though he were gliding, weightless, as if a mere gust of wind could lift him away. Wherever strange creatures and phenomena existed, one could expect the presence of rare treasures like millennia-old ginseng or legendary herbs. In tales, protagonists casually consumed these and gained centuries of power. Although such narratives are mere fabrications, he could not help but wonder about the extraordinary peach gifted to him by the serpent spirit. Surely, it was no ordinary fruit. Who had ever seen a peach so vividly red and radiating warmth? Contemplating this, a sense of pride swelled within him. He attempted to lift his leg and throw a punch, only to be met with disappointment. Despite feeling invigorated and at ease, he found no other extraordinary condition. The idea of kicking down a mountain or breaking a river with a mere punch seemed utterly implausible. He sat down, pondering for a while, and the more he thought, the more he felt something was amiss. He rushed to check a clock placed beside the stove and finally discerned the anomaly. According to the date, 3 days had already passed. Xiaolei's expression turned peculiar, and he couldn't help but sigh. What is a blessing may not be a blessing. What is a calamity cannot be avoided. Damn it, I have no idea what treasure that peach was, and I just drifted into a deep slumber. A thought struck him, and he suddenly ran to fetch a kitchen knife, cautiously slicing his fingertip. To his astonishment, he discovered that his skin was remarkably resilient, despite the slice. The knife failed to pierce through. This revelation filled him with joy, but it soon led to trouble. He inadvertently applied too much force, ultimately leaving a cut on his finger. Startled, Xiaolei dropped the knife and clutched his finger, wincing in pain, yet he found it strange. Ordinarily, the force of my strike could sever a pig's leg, yet now it merely grazes my fingertip. What on earth is happening? Has this brat transformed into a monster? After contemplating for a moment, he examined the wound on his finger, only to find it had already healed. A faint trace of blood remained, but the skin had returned to its normal state, leaving no mark behind. Xiaolei stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, before bursting into hearty laughter, filled with immense pride. Were it any other cultivator who encountered such a fortuitous event, they would surely rejoice at having transcended the mortal realm. Yet Xiaolei's thoughts took a different turn, as a peculiar smile spread across his face, murmuring, "My body is now so resilient. What about in the future? Heh. If heaven were to know of this boy's frivolous thoughts regarding such a rare celestial opportunity, it would likely strike him down with a thunderous bolt. After all, this extraordinary encounter was bestowed upon him by that great serpent, and any fear he once harbored towards it had long since dissipated. He hurried a few steps to the edge of the pool, cautiously scooping up a handful of water to wash his face, brushing his teeth as well. Reflecting on the fact that he hadn't bathed in 3 days, he decided to shed his clothes and leap into the pool. This pool was the dwelling of the serpent spirit, its waters imbued with extreme cold and darkness. Under normal circumstances, anyone who jumped in would be unable to endure the chill for long. However, Xiaolei, now brimming with spiritual energy, was no longer a mere mortal. Upon entering the water, he felt a refreshing exhilaration, exclaiming with delight as he splashed about, thoroughly cleansing himself before finally emerging onto the shore. At that moment, a beam of golden light shot down from the mountaintop, transforming into a figure upon landing. The old rascal Wu Daozi had finally come in search of Xiaolei. Upon seeing him, Xiaolei immediately sprang up, rushing over to seize Wu Daozi, exclaiming, Old fellow, you've left me here for days. This time, you must take me with you. Do not leave me behind. Wu Daozi chuckled, preparing to respond, but was taken aback upon seeing Xiaolei's face. At this moment, Xiaolei's skin glowed like jade, emanating a soft radiance, enveloped in an aura of ethereal energy. Wu Daozi, taken aback, gazed intently, pushing Xiaolei back a step, scrutinizing him with an increasingly perplexed expression. Wu Daozi believed he had mastered the heavenly eye, convinced that there was nothing in this world he could not see through. Even a thick wall could not obscure his vision, rendering him more formidable than an X-ray. Yet, no matter how he examined Xiaolei, he found him aglow with an otherworldly brilliance, a celestial essence swirling and flowing within him. This was clearly the manifestation of an initial spiritual form. Wu Daozi was struck with astonishment and urgently inquired if Xiaolei had encountered any extraordinary experiences in recent days. Deep down, Xiaolei felt a twinge of resentment towards Wu Daozi for confining him here, and unwilling to divulge the truth, he fabricated a tale, claiming he had merely dreamed of celestial beings imparting wisdom upon him the previous night. Though this was a mere fabrication, astonishingly, Wu Daozi believed him instantly. After all, Xiaolei was now suffused with spiritual energy. His once mundane flesh had transformed into a spiritual body. This level of attainment was one that even Wu Daozi, who had devoted half a lifetime to cultivation, had yet to reach. Wu Daozi's expression darkened, and he could not restrain himself from cursing at the heavens. Oh, treacherous heavens, why are your eyes closed? I have labored for half a lifetime, yet I remain in the early stages of gathering spiritual energy. While this lad has undergone a complete metamorphosis in merely 3 days, could it be that the Jade Emperor is a relative of his? Chapter 26, Tang Seng's Flesh? After a lengthy tirade, Xiaolei remained silent, merely standing to the side with a smirk, observing Wu Daozi. He mused inwardly, although you are my uncle, and that peach is indeed extraordinary, I shall share it with you in due time. However, my current grievances remain unaddressed. Let us allow you to stew in your impatience for a moment longer. Wu Daozi, after a few more expletives, finally exhaled deeply and shook his head, conceding, very well. Each individual has their own destiny, predetermined by heaven. He scrutinized the young rogue intently and suddenly stated with gravity, your cultivation is rather shallow. Yet due to a fortuitous encounter, you have undergone a transformation, becoming a being of spiritual essence, an opportunity that is beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. However, for you, your foundation is precarious. At this juncture, he could not suppress another outburst. Damn it. What foundation? You possess not an ounce of true cultivation. Speaking of stability, you lack any real groundwork whatsoever. Let me tell you, your current predicament may not be as fortunate as it appears. At this moment, your spiritual body has just begun to take form, transcending the mundane, yet you possess not a shred of genuine Taoist techniques. Frankly speaking, you are nothing more than a living Tang Seng. Tang Seng? Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Wu Daozi chuckled and replied, have you ever read Journey to the West? It states that consuming Tang Seng's flesh grants immortality. Now, your body has indeed undergone a metamorphosis, and one could say you are half immortal. The ascent to true immortality is not far off. Should a mortal consume even a morsel of your flesh, they could extend their lifespan. If they were to drink a drop of your blood, even the deceased could be resurrected. Such power. Xiaolei's heart raced, and his complexion shifted. Indeed, Wu Daozi affirmed gravely, in this world, not only are there those who cultivate, but there are also spirits and demons honing their skills in the mountains. These creatures are not human and abide by no rules. Should you unwittingly fall into the clutches of a demon, your flesh would be a delicacy beyond compare. Consider this. If the wicked cultivators of this world were to learn of your half-immortal physique, they would swarm you like flies to a foul egg. You possess no true cultivation. Your foundational skills are utterly non-existent. Although you bear the guise of a half-immortal, you would stand no chance against even the most novice of cultivators, let alone the fully realized demons. Xiaolei blinked and suddenly grinned. Old man, after all that you've said, you wish for me to become your disciple? Of course, Wu Daozi replied solemnly. Though I am your uncle and have raised you, should you refuse to become my disciple, I cannot impart any of my teachings to you. At this point, the old rogue revealed his cunning nature. You are akin to an infant wandering the streets with untold riches. It is inevitable that you will attract the attention of nefarious thieves. If you do not become my disciple and learn proper Taoist practices, your life may be in peril. With a sigh, Xiaolei replied with a wry smile. Very well, I shall become your disciple. After all, you are my uncle. Paying my respects to you is hardly a loss. Upon concluding his words, he was about to kneel, but Wu Daozi swiftly supported him, furrowing his brow and stating, "A few days ago, I requested you to become my disciple, yet now, circumstances have taken a slight turn." Xiaolei, seething with anger, retorted, "Old man, you have relentlessly pressured me to become your disciple and confined me in this desolate place for 3 days. And now you say I need not accept? What is your true intention?" With a sigh, Xiaolei shook his head, lamenting, "Initially, it was you who sought my apprenticeship. Now, having transformed into this state, I am akin to a living Tang's son. I do not wish to be captured by any demons or spirits, and without Sun Wukong or Zhu Beiji by my side. You now claim I cannot be taken on as your disciple immediately. What does this mean?" Wu Daozi smiled slightly. "Of course, I shall still accept you. However, it appears that my master, upon regaining his sobriety, has deemed our previous agreement somewhat hasty, resulting in a minor alteration to my orders. Alas, words are of little use. Accompany me, and you shall understand." As he spoke, Wu Daozi swept his sleeve, and Xiaolei felt his body lift into the air, soaring alongside Wu Daozi as they transformed into a beam of golden light. In the valley, beneath the waterfall, a delicate visage gradually surfaced from the water's surface. The young maiden then stepped onto the shore, droplets of glistening water clinging to her bare feet, as she approached the furnishings Xiaolei had left behind, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. The mountain path was rugged, and Xiaolei accompanied Wu Daozi, riding the winds, flanked by vast forests and wispy mists, with ancient firs standing tall and rhododendrons competing in beauty. The secluded trail was perilous, and as they traversed the treacherous path of Mount Daimei, Xiaolei marveled at the exhilarating views, the wind howling past his ears, accompanied by the distant calls of monkeys. As Xiaolei was swept along by the wind, he was uncertain of their location until he heard Wu Daozi exclaim, "We have arrived." Suddenly, a gust of wind surged downward, catching Xiaolei off guard, causing him to tumble to the ground, unaware of how many pebbles had pricked him. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "Old man, do you take pleasure in my inability to fly?" Wu Daozi chuckled, "Do not blame me, young one. Your lack of flying skills and my somewhat incomplete mastery of the art make carrying a mortal quite challenging." Xiaolei grumbled as he stood up, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a sheer cliff, while behind him was a lush expanse of ancient trees. In the distance, a sea of clouds billowed like smoke, and he could not help but sigh, "What a celestial realm. Old man, did you reside here before? This place is truly picturesque." Wu Daozi shook his head, smiling. "This is the immortal Elder Cave, renowned even among mortals as a magnificent sight, frequented by many. How could a genuine practitioner of the divine arts reside here? You must proceed forward." "Forward? But this is a precipice," Xiaolei exclaimed in alarm. Wu Daozi sighed, grasping the collar of his robe, murmuring a few incantations. With a gesture, he summoned a beam of golden light, which materialized a bridge spanning the previously daunting cliff. Before them, the vast sea of clouds parted, revealing a mountain peak emerging from the mist. The mountain peak, unlike the other perilous summits of Amei, presents a serene and tranquil visage, with its verdant foothills shrouded in mist. Wu Daozi, with a smile, pointed towards the bridge and remarked, "Young one, this is the entrance to our Xiao sect. Although the paths of Amei are winding, over the years, the trails have become frequented. Thus, we have employed magic to conceal our gate, making it utterly imperceptible to ordinary folk." After gazing for a while, Xiaolei finally exhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Wu Daozi, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes. He retorted, "You old rascal, this form of magic effectively claims a mountain peak for oneself. Such audacity. I have dutifully catered to your whims for meals and comforts, yet for 18 years you have never once brought me to such a heavenly realm. Even when given the chance to wander the outskirts, you were reluctant." Wu Daozi chuckled awkwardly and led Xiaolei across the bridge. As they stepped onto it, a golden light enveloped them, and the bridge gradually faded from view. Subsequently, the clouds remained clouds, the mountains remained mountains, and the cliffs returned to a breathtaking expanse of misty sea. Chapter 27, The Effeminate King Shengzi. Descending from the bridge, a time-worn stone staircase ascended into the woods. The steps were dilapidated, covered in moss, their age indiscernible. Clad in a flowing Taoist robe, Wu Daozi strolled beside Xiaolei, his expression tinged with a hint of arrogance. Xiaolei, intent on provoking him, cleared his throat forcefully and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. Wu Daozi furrowed his brow, about to speak, when a melodious voice wafted down from the staircase above, treading upon countless verdant hills. To the southwest, I behold misty brows. At noon, shadows loom like twilight, making it hard to discern the path I came. Surely a celestial being has offered hospitality, or perhaps shunned the mundane, feigning Zhang's art. Do not lament the absence of fate as you gaze around, for destiny lies hidden in the realm of the unwary. Soon, a figure adorned in flowing robes descended, arriving before the two just as the last note lingered in the air. Xiaolei observed the newcomer, noting that he, like Wu Daozi, was clad in Taoist attire. Yet his countenance was far more striking. His face shone like jade, his teeth gleamed white against his red lips, and atop his head rested a crown-like hat. A smile gracing his features as he regarded Wu Daozi and Xiaolei. With deliberate exaggeration, Xiaolei sighed and declared, Old man, old man. Though we both practice the art of cultivation, this gentleman possesses a greater aura of the celestial. Clearly, he is an enlightened master unlike yourself, who, donned in a Taoist robe, resembles a mere charlatan. Wu Daozi's face shifted to one of surprise as he whispered, This lad is indeed a spirit fetus immortal body. He appears no older than 20. How could he have reached such heights in cultivation? Chuckling softly, Wu Daozi bowed slightly and said, King Shengzi, my disciple is blessed with extraordinary fortune, which is why I have brought him to the mountain. Is our esteemed master present? King Shengzi smiled gently, gesturing towards the staircase's summit. Casting a lingering gaze upon Xiaolei before sighing, with such a talent among us, it seems this sect's third-generation disciple will undoubtedly be him. Your fellow disciples have toiled in vain. He then glanced at Wu Daozi, smiling. The master is above, imparting wisdom to the brothers. You should proceed. I am bound by worldly matters and must take my leave. With that, he strode away with purpose. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaolei turned to Wu Daozi and inquired, Is this effeminate fellow your senior brother? How can he leave while your master speaks above? Wu Daozi, taken aback by the term effeminate, quickly hushed him. Lower your voice. King Shengzi is the eldest senior brother of our sect. His mastery of the Tao is unmatched in the realm. Though he appears amiable, his temperament is peculiar. When angered, even our master cannot rein him in. Xiaolei, unimpressed, retorted, Your master cannot subdue him? A man who cannot even control his own disciple, and you still hold your master in high regard? That seems quite limited indeed. With a long sigh, Wu Daozi glanced around before lowering his voice and stating, This is a peculiar regulation of our Xiaoao sect. However, since you are about to join our sect, I shall divulge it to you. At this point, Wu Daozi's expression turned strange. His face flushed a deep crimson as he continued in a hushed tone. This King Lizi, in truth, is not a disciple of my master. He wasn't even originally from our Xiaoyao sect. Oh, King Lizi was initially a practitioner from the Dai Mei Mountain, and centuries ago, he had the opportunity to attain immortality. However, due to an unforeseen incident, he became stranded in the present day. His chance at ascension was thus irrevocably lost. If he wished to continue his cultivation, he could only seek alternative paths. Although he was not an ordinary mortal, possessing considerable skills, that mishap from centuries ago extinguished his potential for ascension. Consequently, he was compelled to seek refuge under our Xiaoyao sect, where he learned our methods of cultivation. In terms of actual age, he is far older than even our master. Someone of his caliber would not typically condescend to reside within our ranks. Hence, thus, when he joined, our sect established a regulation allowing him to be addressed as Shixiang's senior brother by all except the sect leader. Wu Daozi's expression grew more peculiar as he forced a smile, saying, Do not be misled by my calling him Shixiang now. Even my master, before he became the sect leader, referred to him as such. Xiaolei asked incredulously, Doesn't that mean the hierarchy is all in disarray? Wu Daozi shook his head, explaining, King Lizi has rendered great service to our Xiaoyao sect. Therefore, when he found himself in peril, we took him in and established this rule for him. As a result, within our sect, he possesses the highest cultivation level, surpassing even our master. It is solely due to this regulation that everyone, except for the master, must refer to him as Shixiang. Thus, when you eventually enter our sect and encounter him, you too will address him as Shixiang. Do you understand? Xiaolei chuckled wryly, saying, If you call him Shixiang, and I also call him Shixiang, what sort of rule is this? With a gleam of curiosity in his eyes, he inquired, What incident befell King Lizi that led him to take refuge under the Xiaoyao sect? Wu Daozi shook his head, asserting, That cannot be spoken of. It is a taboo within our sect, one that must never be mentioned. In time, you will come to understand, but I implore you not to bring it up. Should King Lizi overhear, he would become utterly furious. With that, Without allowing Xiaolei to pose further questions, Wu Daozi pulled him along and hastened upwards. After traversing several hundred steps, they finally reached the mountain summit. Before them stood a dilapidated Taoist temple, its entrance so worn that even the wooden planks of the door were in tatters. Xiaolei frowned, feeling a growing disdain for this Xiao sect. However, Wu Daozi smiled slightly as he pushed open the grand door, stepping inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, Xiaolei was taken aback in astonishment. From the exterior of the Taoist temple, it appeared to be a dilapidated courtyard, no larger than 100 square meters. However, upon crossing the threshold, one was greeted by layers of exquisite pavilions and palatial halls, an expanse of brightness and grandeur that was indescribable. Gazing further, within a grand hall adorned with golden walls, the main entrance wide open, one could see a group of individuals seated in poised silence. Wu Daozi glanced at Xiaolei with a smile, saying, "This is the wondrous art of the immortals, the supreme Taoist teachings of our sect's founding ancestor. You shall grow accustomed to it in due course." As they entered the hall, 3 middle-aged Taoists, similarly attired as Wu Daozi, were seated on mats, with only the mat at the rear remaining vacant. At the center sat an elderly Taoist with hair and beard as white as snow, clad in a pristine robe, his hair styled in a bun atop his head, exuding an ethereal presence. Despite his flowing white beard, his face was remarkably fair and youthful, embodying the essence of a crane-haired youth. Wu Daozi guided Xiaolei forward, respectfully bowing and murmuring, "Disciple Wu Daozi, I have brought my nephew to meet the esteemed master." Before Xiaolei could react, Wu Daozi delivered a firm kick to the inner side of Xiaolei's knee, causing him to kneel with a thud. Having never knelt before a living person, Xiaolei felt a surge of indignation, ready to protest. However, the elderly Taoist chuckled softly, raising his hand, and a gust of wind swept in, lifting Xiaolei back to his feet. "Wu Daozi, you demand your nephew to kneel upon our first meeting, yet I have not yet consented to his entry." Wu Daozi's face flushed with embarrassment, his little ruse exposed by his master. He quickly adopted a humble demeanor, saying softly, "Master, my nephew is somewhat unruly by nature, yet his aptitude is commendable. Under my guidance since childhood, he has developed a foundation in the 6 senses. Recently, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer merely a mortal vessel, I wish to take him under my wing. I implore your discernment, master." The elderly Taoist then opened his eyes slightly, gazing intently at Xiaolei for several moments. A hint of astonishment crossed his previously serene countenance. "Indeed, this child is truly extraordinary. If he is your nephew, he must be no more than 20 years of age. How has he cultivated to such a level? His physique appears to have undergone a profound cleansing, transcending mortal boundaries, indeed resembling a semi-immortal form." The 3 Taoists sitting nearby also regarded Xiaolei with astonished expressions. Wu Daozi, visibly pleased, reiterated Xiaolei's fabricated account of receiving enlightenment from a celestial being in a dream. Xiaolei, standing by, could hardly contain his amusement, while the elderly Taoist's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he listened. Finally, he sighed deeply. "Might it be that our revered ancestor has manifested, bestowing enlightenment upon our disciples?" He fixed a serious gaze upon Wu Daozi, inquiring, "Wu Daozi, to what level have you cultivated your Taoist practices?" Wu Daozi immediately bowed deeply, replying, "Master, I am but a dullard, having only reached the 7th rank of the earth level." The elderly Taoist nodded, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, and remarked, "It is commendable, given that you are still under 50 years of age, to have attained the 7th rank of the earth level." He hesitated for a moment, then solemnly remarked, "Wu Daozi, I perceive that your nephew possesses extraordinary talents, a profound destiny indeed. Your own fortune is not as deep. Should you hastily take him as your disciple, it may invite heavenly jealousy. Such an action is ill-advised." Upon reaching this point, the old Taoist sighed, "Let this child be under my name. Consider him my last disciple." Wu Daozi's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the old Taoist, while the 3 accompanying Taoists were filled with astonishment. The old Taoist smiled faintly. "It is rare for you to bring a nephew to the mountain, wishing to take him as a disciple. Yet I have taken your disciple for myself. It is indeed regrettable. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a treasure as compensation." With that, the old Taoist raised his hand, and a beam of golden light shot into Wu Daozi's grasp, revealing a 3-foot-long sword, gleaming with a cold radiance, resplendent in its brilliance. The old Taoist sighed. "This is the flying sword I once wielded. I now bestow it upon you." Wu Daozi's face lit up with joy as he respectfully accepted the sword and knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for the sword." Xiaolei felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "You old rascal, you sold me out for a mere sword. The three Taoists nearby exhibited expressions of envy. The old Taoist surveyed the group and continued, "Enough, enough. My actions today have been rather excessive. This sword, which you have coveted for so many years, I have given to Wu Daozi. It is only natural for you to feel some discontent. As for the three little ones you brought to the mountain today, I shall not inspect them individually. They will be accepted under your tutelage, thus becoming the third generation of disciples." After speaking, the old Taoist beckoned to Xiaolei with a smile. "Boy, why aren't you kneeling to pay your respects to your master?" Xiaolei's eyes darted as he suddenly inquired, "What benefits are there in taking you as my master?" Chapter 28, Cunning and Crafty. Upon hearing Xiaolei's words, the three Taoists in the grand hall wore peculiar expressions, stealing glances at Wu Daozi with an air of mockery. Wu Daozi's face flushed crimson, and just as he was about to reprimand Xiaolei, the elder Taoist chuckled heartily, saying, "Wu Daozi, your nephew's temperament mirrors your own from years gone by." Without waiting for Xiaolei to respond, the elder waved his hand and declared, "You may all disperse." At his command, the three Taoists bowed and exited. One of them, a short and rotund figure, clapped Xiaolei on the shoulder with a grin, remarking, "Indeed, he is Wu Daozi's nephew, unwilling to suffer any loss, even extracting oil from a stone, truly reflective of Wu Daozi's character." Wu Daozi's face reddened further as he shot a fierce glance at Xiaolei, who, however, paid him no mind and merely rolled his eyes in return. With a resigned sigh, Wu Daozi muttered, "Take care of yourself." Soon after, the group departed the grand hall, leaving only Xiaolei and the elder Taoist locked in a silent stare. Xiaolei glanced at the elder, cleared his throat, and boldly asked, "You brought me here alone. What is your intention?" The elder Taoist smiled gently and replied, "You mentioned that one must gain benefits before becoming my disciple. Therefore, I ask you, what benefits would I receive in accepting you as my student?" Xiaolei was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering before retorting, "It is you who wishes to take me as a disciple, not the other way around." The elder Taoist chuckled, "By becoming my disciple and learning the profound arts of my school, you shall have the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, freely roaming the world. Would that not be delightful?" Xiaolei scoffed. "Nowadays, one can fly to the heavens on an airplane, with enough money. There is no place in the world that one cannot visit. Even the palaces of various nations can be accessed through the purchase of tickets." The elder Taoist laughed heartily. "By mastering my techniques, one can prolong life. I am already 200 years old, yet I remain vigorous and my teeth intact. Should you cultivate properly, you too could achieve such longevity." Xiaolei remained unimpressed. Life is about living joyfully, even if one only has a few decades. Enjoying oneself is far superior to languishing for centuries without purpose. Nodding in agreement, Xiaolei responded, "You should have mentioned that earlier. Speaking of celestial journeys and longevity is nothing but empty promises. Tell me, if I become your disciple, will you truly teach me your arts?" "Of course." Xiaolei grinned. "Then what can you teach me?" The elder Taoist pondered for a moment before replying, "Our school possesses boundless techniques, comprising 4 fundamental practices. Your uncle Wu Daozi and his 3 senior brothers have each mastered one of these practices." Pausing briefly, the elder continued, "The first, which your uncle Wu Daozi has learned, involves summoning celestial beings, understanding geomancy, and the 8 arts of the mysterious gates. Once mastered, one can decipher the secrets of heaven and discern fate, thus attracting good fortune while avoiding calamity." Xiaolei immediately rolled his eyes and said, "I have studied for 10 years under Wu Daozi, learning only the art of fortune-telling and divination. Mastering such skills merely renders one a fortune-teller, likely to be regarded as a charlatan in the future. I refuse to learn." The old Taoist chuckled heartily and replied, "Then allow me to teach you the methods practiced by my eldest disciple. He studies the myriad philosophies and eclectic teachings of the world, entering the Tao through reason. Once mastered, you shall excel in your talents and rise above others. In time, you may even attain immortality." Xiaolei promptly found a cushion on the ground, sitting down with a hearty laugh. "What are these myriad philosophies? Do you believe we still dwell in prehistoric times? What use do they serve? If I were to study such things, do you think I could still aspire to be a top scholar? No, I refuse to learn." The old Taoist's expression grew slightly awkward as he continued, "Then let me teach you the methods of my second disciple, who practices fasting and meditation, refining the impurities of grains within. Once mastered, you may one day transform and ascend to immortality." Xiaolei lazily crossed his legs and replied, "Fasting and meditation? I cannot relish meals without meat. I yearn for sumptuous delicacies at every meal. If you wish for me to eat vegetarian and chant sutras, you might as well put me out of my misery. I refuse to learn. The old Taoist began to sweat, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fine. Then let me share the teachings of my third disciple, who practices the art of yin and yang harmonization, as well as the alchemical refinement of red lead and herbal medicine. Should you master this, you may concoct an elixir that enhances your spiritual journey, providing an opportunity for ascension." Upon hearing about the harmonization of yin and yang, Xiaolei's eyes sparkled with interest as he exclaimed, "This method sounds intriguing. Is your third disciple the short, stout fellow?" The old Taoist could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow, his face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled. "Indeed." Xiaolei then adopted a serious demeanor, contemplating for a few moments before sighing, "This method does hold some merit, but the mere mention of alchemy gives me a headache." Old Taoist, are you not aware that there are now documented proofs indicating that the elixirs crafted by alchemists are laden with excessive lead? Consuming too much could render one a fool. Or even worse. No, I refuse to learn. The old Taoist's brows finally darkened in anger, and he could not help but stand up, exclaiming, "You refuse to learn this, and that? What, pray tell, do you wish to study?" At last, a sly expression adorned Xiaolei's face, his eyes shining mischievously as he laughed. "You claim these are the only 4 methods in your school, but that cannot be right. Tell me, what about Qinglingzi? What skills does he possess? I wish to learn the techniques he practices." It turned out that during their ascent up the mountain, upon encountering Qinglingzi, Wu Daozi had mentioned his formidable abilities, stating that few could rival him in the world. This cunning little rogue had taken note immediately, and after meandering through various topics with the old Taoist, he finally revealed his true ambition. The old Taoist's expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized Xiaolei for a few moments before solemnly stating, "The spells practiced by Qinglingzi are the most profound of our sect. The Tao is formless, and he cultivates the formless method. This method is profound and exquisite, representing the most arcane path to immortality. Once mastered, its magical prowess is unparalleled, rendering its practitioner invincible across the realm. Even when confronting celestial beings from the heavens, victory is within reach. However, this technique is overwhelmingly domineering, embodying a martial approach to the Tao. Unfortunately, Wu Daozi and his companions possess insufficient fortune and inadequate aptitude. They shall never attain mastery in this lifetime." "Oh, I see." Young Lei chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "So Wu Daozi and his companions are pursuing a scholarly path, while Qinglingzi practices martial arts. Is it always the case that cultivation favors martial prowess over scholarly pursuits? From your words, it seems that the scholarly aspects are feeble, while the paths of martial strength are indeed formidable." The old Taoist glanced at him scornfully, retorting, "You foolish child. The techniques of Wu Daozi and his companions emphasize a gradual and methodical approach. Once the mysteries of the heavens are comprehended, their ascension to immortality will yield boundless transformations. In contrast, Qinglingzi's technique is steeped in bloodlust. Without immense fortune and fortuitous opportunities, it is all too easy to stray into the path of demonic descent." Chapter 29, The Great Turtle Method. At this point, the old Taoist sighed and remarked, "As the saying goes, the great way is formless. The method of the light spirit emphasizes the essence of the law, the roots of practice, and the construction of the divine body. However, this approach contradicts the harmony of heaven. Although it possesses immense power, it comes with a cost." Xiaolei's eyes immediately lit up, exclaiming, "This is what I want to learn. If I were to ignore such a powerful technique in favor of those feeble methods, what would be the point?" At this moment, a thought suddenly struck Xiaolei, and he blurted out, "By the way, I almost forgot the most crucial matter. I have heard that practitioners of this kind of cultivation ultimately face the heavenly tribulation. Will Light Spirit's technique invoke a formidable tribulation in the future?" The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, causing Xiaolei to feel uneasy. He then whispered, "My young friend, from where did you hear such talk of the heavenly tribulation? Heaven is benevolent. If someone is wholeheartedly devoted to the way, heaven would only encourage them, not send down tribulations to trouble them." Xiaolei was taken aback, his mouth agape as he stared at the old Taoist. "Are you saying there is no heavenly tribulation?" The old Taoist shook his head. "Naturally, there are tribulations. For anyone who cultivates, their practice is generally gradual, and the notion of heavenly tribulation is largely unfounded. Those other beings who become demons will encounter real tribulations before attaining enlightenment." Xiaolei felt disheartened, reflecting, the terrifying tales of heavenly tribulations in those cultivation novels with descriptions of heavenly thunder striking and celestial fire burning, were all false. He then heard the old Taoist continue with a chuckle, "For us cultivators, who sincerely pursue the way, heaven will not make things difficult. However, those who tread the path of demons and spirits will indeed face tribulations. It is akin to the methods practiced by Wu Daozi and his companions. Although you may refuse to learn them, they are the most reliable paths. As long as they progress steadily, they will have the opportunity to ascend to immortality, and the notion of tribulation will not fall upon them. Damn it! If there is no heavenly tribulation, then doesn't that mean as long as one lives long enough, they're destined to become immortal? Everyone should just learn the turtle method and compete for longevity. What a farce this cultivation technique is. It is essentially the great turtle method." Xiaolei frowned and said, "You claim that Wu Daozi and his companions face no tribulation, but what about light spirit?" The old Taoist gave Xiaolei a profound glance and replied earnestly, "This is precisely why I was astonished that you chose the light spirit's method. The technique of the light spirit harbors too much killing intent, and heaven, in its benevolence, naturally disfavors such methods steeped in bloodshed. Thus, even in martial arts, one may ultimately face tribulations. You must consider this carefully." "What?" Xiaolei's complexion paled as he exclaimed. "Why? Why is it that other methods do not face tribulations, yet the light spirit's method does?" Noticing the old Taoist's solemn expression, Xiaolei understood the gravity of the situation and decided to inquire further. "Then, what exactly is this heavenly tribulation? When does it occur?" The old Taoist slowly extended 3 fingers and stated gravely, "The so-called heavenly tribulation is a pathway left by heaven for those practitioners outside the righteous path. After all, heaven is forgiving, allowing those who cultivate other methods a chance for ascension. As long as one can pass through the heavenly tribulation, they may then transcend the 5 elements and escape the constraints of heaven and earth. It can be said that the outcome has been realized." Little Lei chuckled coldly. "So if one fails, it would mean a complete demise, correct?" The old Taoist smiled faintly and replied, "The method of King Lingzi involves forcibly seizing the natural essence of heaven and earth for one's own use, subtly encroaching upon the mysteries of the sun and moon to forge a divine body. Such actions are in violation of the celestial harmony. If you cultivate correctly and advance swiftly, once you reach the level of a supreme earthly being, 500 years hence, the heavens will unleash thunder upon you. If you withstand it, there is a chance for survival. If not, your spirit shall be utterly extinguished. Should you pass the trial of thunder? Then after another 500 years, upon achieving the pinnacle of heavenly rank, the heavens will send down divine fire to consume you. This divine fire is not an ordinary flame nor something visible. It is the Yin fire within you. It will ignite from the bubbling spring beneath your feet, seeping through the mud walls of your palace, turning your organs to ash and your limbs to decay. If you cannot endure it, then regardless of how profound your Taoist arts may be, you shall be reduced to nothingness. If fortune smiles upon you and you withstand the burning of the divine fire, after yet another 500 years, when you reach the 2nd tier of heavenly rank, the heavens will send forth the divine wind to assail you. This divine wind is not a mere breeze from any cardinal direction, but the Yin wind residing within you. It will blow down from the crown of your head, penetrating your 6 viscera, passing through your elixir field, and traversing the 9 orifices. Should you fail to resist, your flesh and bones will dissipate, and a millennium of cultivation will turn to dust, leading to eternal damnation. Note, the concept of heavenly tribulation here is inspired by the narrative of Journey to the West. After some research, I found that nearly all cultivation novels draw upon the foundational concepts established by the illustrious Xiaoqian and Piao Miao. Lacking the creativity to devise a new framework like Xiaoqian, I opted to utilize the established concepts from Journey to the West. Moreover, the cultivation principles within Journey to the West are derived from various Taoist texts on self-cultivation and energy refinement, such as the notion of Yin fire erupting from the bubbling spring and the Yin wind descending from the crown. After extensive research, I have come to realize that almost all cultivation novel frameworks rest upon the most rudimentary knowledge of Taoist energy cultivation. These so-called cultivation tenets are merely for the reader's entertainment. A true adept of Taoist practices would easily discern them as mere rudimentary concepts. Following such principles in cultivation may enhance one's physical prowess, but the pursuit of immortality would be nothing short of a jest. Is it truly so complicated? Little Lei's face displayed a hint of fear as he could not help but exclaim, "There are actually 3 tribulations? And from what you say, each one is more formidable than the last." The old Taoist laughed heartily, saying, "If you are afraid, Then simply study the arts of Wu Daozi and others with me. And naturally, no heavenly tribulations will befall you. This is the most prudent course of action. Little Lei hesitated for a moment and asked, earlier, you mentioned that if one surpasses the 3 heavenly tribulations, what then? The old Taoist fell silent for a moment, gazing intently at Little Lei before slowly uttering a profound statement. From henceforth, you shall have the power to invert the 5 elements, traverse the celestial realm and the underworld, and manipulate the creation of all things at your leisure. The deities of the heavens and earth grant you the freedom to act as you wish. The golden body is immortal and indestructible. From this moment forth, no rule can bind you, either in the skies above or the earth below. Little Lei felt a surge of excitement within, and unable to contain the fervor rising in his heart, he gritted his teeth and declared, very well. I shall pursue this path. His face flushed, and his eyes sparkled with determination. The old Taoist, observing him, sighed and murmured softly, so be it. Life and death are in the hands of fate. I have labored to impart wisdom, yet he has chosen the most arduous path. I have done what I could. Since he has made his choice, let him be. Little Lei's expression was resolute, resembling a condemned prisoner on the way to the execution ground. He declared fiercely, Master, today I shall take you as my teacher. With that, he knelt down and performed 3 deep bows before rising and exclaiming, Master, I have paid my respects. Now please teach me the art. The old Taoist waved his sleeve and replied earnestly, very well. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, you shall be my last and youngest student. Remember, my name is Xiaolei. From this day forth, you are my disciple, and you must diligently adhere to my teachings and cultivate your skills. Little Lei, puzzled, asked, Master, if our sect is called the Xiao sect, why is your Taoist name also Xiaoyao? Xiaolei smiled wryly and explained, this is a tradition established by our ancestors, regardless of what the original Taoist name may be. Once one assumes the role of sect leader, the name automatically changes to Xiaolei. Since the founding of our sect, every generation of leaders has been known as Xiaolei. Should you ever have the opportunity to lead, you too shall be called Xiaolei. It is all the same. Little Lei stuck out his tongue and made a silly face, laughing. I am naturally averse to constraints, so the idea of being a sect leader is far from my thoughts. Xiaolei gazed at him for a moment, then sighed. Your nature is too carefree. You are ill-suited for the ascetic practices. It appears that the methods of the light spirit are more suitable for you. Come, I shall impart the incantation to you. With that, he leaned in close, articulating each word of the various cultivation mantras. His profound mastery transformed these incantations into strands of divine thought, indelibly inscribed in Little Lei's mind, ensuring they could never be forgotten. This technique is known as the supreme mystical formula of perfect truth. The teachings cannot be shared with others. What I speak, you must keep within your own ears. You are forbidden from teaching anyone else, and even more so from taking on disciples of your own. Should you violate this rule, despite our bond as master and disciple, I will have no choice but to expel you myself. The old Taoist's expression turned severe as he delivered the final admonition. Little Lei sighed lazily and replied, I understand. I understand. I am inherently indolent. The matter of taking on disciples will never cross my mind. The old Taoist sighed again and said softly, very well, follow me. Since you have joined my sect, you shall reside in the temple for your cultivation. I will also teach you the incantation for the mountain gate, allowing you free access to our sect. With that, he took Little Lei's hand and led him into the inner sanctum of the temple. Chapter 30. The Glitch Hero saves the beauty as time flows like the shifting of stars. Little Lei found himself having spent nearly a year at the Xiaoyao sect without even realizing it. During this time, he mostly secluded himself within the temple, diligently honing his skills. The Taoist teachings imparted by Xiaolei were indeed remarkably potent. Over these past days, Little Lei explored the various methods of the Xiaoyao sect, increasingly aware of the stark differences between his acquired skills and those of others. The techniques learned by Wu Daozi and his companions harmoniously aligned with the principles of the heavenly path, adhering to a steady and methodical progression, devoid of any earthly distractions, as they absorbed the essence of the universe. In contrast, the methods Little Lei was mastering felt akin to an alternative dark path. While conventional practitioners pursued celestial arts in accordance with the natural order, the techniques he was learning seemed to defy that order. Particularly, one aspect of these methods emphasized the forceful absorption of heavenly essence for personal gain, aggressively seizing the secrets of the sun and moon to forge one's divine body. Although Taoism does encompass techniques for harnessing the essence of the universe, These typically involve a more gradual transformation of the practitioner's physical form, utilizing the natural energies in a harmonious manner. To put it differently, as Little Lei articulated, the methods practiced by Wu Daozi and his peers operated on a principle of exchange, whereas the techniques he was learning resembled outright plunder. Initially, Little Lei was puzzled as to why such a powerful method was seldom practiced among cultivators. However, after some time, he began to grasp the underlying truth. Every cultivator ultimately aspires to attain enlightenment and ascend to immortality, yet this particular method, while promising rapid mastery of formidable spells and skills, culminated in confronting heavenly tribulations. It is also noteworthy that, although Little Lei had read numerous novels about cultivation that mentioned realms like the nascent soul and golden core stages, he discovered through his own practice that these classifications were not as straightforward as depicted. Upon inquiring with Xiaolei about the nascent soul, he was met with silence. As even Xiaolei was unaware of such a concept, Little Lei attempted to define it as the spiritual body of a cultivator, which could ascend to the heavens upon transcending the physical form. Xiaolei laughed heartily, retorting, "To ascend as a spirit and abandon the physical body? Wouldn't that render one a ghost? All the deities, from the Jade Emperor to the myriad great Luo golden immortals, possess their own corporeal forms. Have you ever heard of a deity existing solely as a soul?" Little Lei fell silent. Gradually, he began to understand that the realm of cultivation was far less extraordinary and complex than portrayed in novels. To simplify, based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the levels of cultivation could be divided into two categories. Those who had attained immortality in the heavenly realm were classified as heavenly grade, while those still in the midst of cultivation in the mortal realm were deemed earthly grade. The heavenly stems consist of 4 tiers, while the earthly branches encompass 12 tiers. Following the benign methods practiced by Wu Daozi and his ilk, once one reaches the 12th rank of the earth grade, even if it is the pinnacle of that tier, they can immediately transform their wings and ascend to immortality, transcending the earth grade to become celestial. In simpler terms, among the vast multitude of deities, the majority are merely first-tier celestials. Most mortal cultivators, on the other hand, may struggle their entire lives to attain merely the 10th rank of the earth grade, a notion that has long troubled Xiaolei. However, a few words from the untroubled one brought him clarity. Although the paths of cultivation are profound, each individual's fortune varies. If one could randomly select a person and have them cultivate according to these methods to become a deity, then over the course of millennia, there would be countless cultivators, all having achieved immortality. This would render the status of deities rather trivial, would it not? Even within the esteemed untroubled sect, known throughout the realm of cultivation, only the founding ancestor has attained the status of an immortal since the inception of the sect, spanning centuries. According to the methods Xiaolei practices, while it allows for rapid advancement to the pinnacle of the earth grade, he will soon confront the heavenly tribulation. The might of the heavenly tribulation is not something an ordinary person can comprehend, let alone evade easily. Moreover, those who cultivate this particular method, even upon reaching the apex of the earth grade, cannot ascend to immortality until they have endured 3 heavenly tribulations and reached the 2nd tier of the celestial grade. Conversely, other methods allow one to naturally ascend upon achieving the pinnacle of the earth grade. Generally, practitioners of this method find themselves unable to escape the heavenly tribulation. The rarity of successfully weathering the first heavenly tribulation is akin to finding a phoenix feather. As for passing the second, even the untroubled one has never heard of such an occurrence. To put it plainly, in the eyes of most cultivators, this method is utterly futile. They prefer to diligently follow a more benign approach to cultivation, albeit at a slower pace, as it spares them from the impending heavenly tribulation. As long as they endure long enough, the hope of attaining immortality remains. Enduring long enough, damn, does that not mean that those who cultivate now are akin to turtles, competing only in longevity? Xiaolei shook his head, cursing inwardly. Does this not imply that the faster I cultivate this technique, the sooner I meet my end? What the untroubled one calls the supreme and profound method is, in essence, a suicidal technique. However, despite his frustration, Xiaolei remained inherently optimistic and content. He had been an ordinary person, destined for a mere 80 years of life, even with good health. Now, having embarked on the path of cultivation and undergone a transformation, according to the untroubled one, living for several centuries is not an unattainable feat. To extend his life by a few centuries is already a tremendous gain. As for the tribulations that may come in a few hundred years, whether by lightning strike or the natural course of aging and illness, death is but a certainty. Is it not? Why dwell on matters so distant? With this thought, Xiaolei chose to disregard those vexing notions. Closing the book before him, he murmured, "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao regardless of the Tao." He was presently famished, having subsisted on meager fare for days. It would be far better to venture out and see if he could procure some delectable treats. With that, he gathered a few items and stealthily slipped out of the Taoist temple. In recent days, he had roamed the vast expanses of the Xiao sect. Having thoroughly explored every nook and cranny, even the scenic vistas of Daimei Mountain, which he had come to know intimately. This time, he stealthily slipped away from the gates of the sect, wandering up to the slopes of Daimei Mountain once more. In his hand, he wielded a small flying sword, a token bestowed upon him by the master of the sect, though its power was limited. It sufficed to scare away birds and deter the wild monkeys of Daimei Mountain that dared to approach him. As he meandered through the mountains, he occasionally picked up stones to throw at birds, and at other times seized branches to shoo away the monkeys. The local wildlife had become thoroughly frightened of him over the past year. Upon spotting Xiaolei from a distance, they would hastily retreat. Even the notoriously wild monkeys of Daimei Mountain, upon seeing him, would scamper off in fright, unwilling to linger even for a moment. After wandering for half a day, he had managed to catch only 2 sparrows. Xiaolei gathered some branches to ignite a fire, retrieving a water flask and seasonings from his bag. He deftly plucked the feathers from the sparrows, preparing to roast them in the wilderness. As the delicious aroma wafted through the air and his mouth watered in anticipation, he suddenly heard a commotion from outside the forest. A booming voice called out, "How dare you flee upon seeing your lord? Stand still and prepare to meet your fate." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a gust of wind rushed by, followed by a delicate, startled exclamation from a nearby woman. At this, he hastily dashed out of the thicket. Chapter 31, Xiaolei descends the mountain. Outside the forest stood a stout monk clad in a crimson robe, brandishing a Zen staff. His brows furrowed in an intimidating expression. The crescent-shaped blade at the end of the staff pointed menacingly at a young girl leaning against a tree. She was dressed in a pair of jeans and a somewhat oversized shirt, her attire disheveled as though they had just endured a frantic chase. The monk, panting heavily from exertion, was not the only one in disarray. The girl appeared equally distressed. As Xiaolei emerged from the woods, his gaze fell upon the girl's face, and in that instant, he found himself utterly captivated. Her enchanting features, framed by bright eyes and pearly teeth, radiated an irresistible charm. Her complexion, delicate and fair, blushed a deep crimson, and despite the palpable fear reflected in her eyes, there lingered a hint of vulnerability that stirred compassion. Xiaolei's mind buzzed, his heart racing as he pondered. What malevolent soul could cause such terror in this exquisite maiden? What kind of heartless individual would push her to such a state of alarm? With a sudden burst of courage, Xiaolei shouted, "Halt!" He leaped forth from the shadows of the trees, positioning himself defiantly before the monk. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, "I spit on your intentions." With that, he produced a mobile phone from his pocket. Although most of his belongings had been left behind in the valley where he was once confined by Wu Daozi, he still carried a decent assortment of items in his pouch. In one hand, he held a branch adorned with a roasted sparrow. Dressed in a casual denim t-shirt and sturdy hiking boots, the monk glanced at him, mistaking him for just another tourist, and set aside his staff, declaring firmly, "Young man, step aside. This girl is no innocent. Bah, I see you are the one lacking in virtue," Xiaolei retorted loudly. "In this desolate wilderness, what foul intentions do you harbor in pursuing a girl? Are you attempting robbery? Don't think I'll be swayed by your garb as a monk. If you provoke me, I'll have you dragged down to the magistrate." The monk, now visibly agitated, replied, "I am a guardian monk of the Fuhu Temple in the mountains, and this girl has infiltrated the temple grounds to steal. I have pursued her here. Stand aside, or beware the wrath of the Buddha, for it may harm you." What sort of person was Xiaolei? A small rogue who would rather die than suffer injustice. With a beautiful girl beside him, he was resolute in not yielding. Moreover, after months of diligent practice, he felt confident in his abilities. A mere monk posed no threat to him. The monk, his face etched with urgency, was indeed a true monk of the renowned Fuhu Temple, a notable site on Mount Daimei, known both for its scenic beauty and as a significant Buddhist enclave. He had been training diligently. Yet he mistakenly perceived Xiaolei as an overly inquisitive tourist, unwilling to confront him directly. Grinding his teeth, he insisted, "This girl is indeed a thief. I have chased her for half the day. Step aside, or else." Xiaolei huffed, taking a step forward and retrieving a 1-foot-long sword from his bosom. This sword, A low-grade flying sword gifted to him by Zai Yaozi was one he had yet to master. At this moment, he brandished it fiercely, exclaiming, "Enough chatter. Move quickly." The monk, noticing the faint golden glimmer of the sword in Xiaolei's hand, realized it was no ordinary weapon and retorted, "So, you are also a cultivator? How dare you be so unreasonable? Have you not heard of the name of Fuhu Temple? Surely, the monks of Fuhu Temple would not deceive you." Xiaolei chuckled. "Is that your shining reputation? What is this Fuhu Temple? I am from the Xiao sect. I've never heard of your temple. If you have the ability, come and test it." The monk stamped his foot, fully aware of the Xiao sect's renown. Though both sects were established on Daimei Mountain, they held no particular camaraderie, especially since the Xiao sect was home to a fearsome old monster whom he dared not provoke. At this moment, Xiaolei had revealed his affiliation, prompting the monk to angrily respond, "Even if you are from the Xiao sect, you cannot be so unreasonable. Can't you see that this young woman is just?" As he was about to continue, the girl behind him suddenly grasped Xiaolei's sleeve, exclaiming, "Hero, save me. I merely wandered into the back mountain of their temple, and he has chased me for an entire day." Hero? Xiaolei thought it peculiar. How strange were the people of Amei Mountain that they still addressed others in such an archaic manner. The monk, drenched in sweat, considered that if Xiaolei were not from the Xiao sect, he would have already rushed forward to push him away. However, the old monster of the Xiao sect, known as the notorious madman of Daimei Mountain, was fiercely protective of his own. If disrespected, the consequences could be dire. "My temple's back mountain is a forbidden area, one that outsiders cannot enter. Surely, the Xiao sect cannot be so unreasonable." The monk's tone softened slightly, just as Xiaolei was about to speak. A clear and icy voice interrupted, "Little monk, who is being unreasonable?" A tall Taoist priest had appeared behind the monk, his arrival as sudden as a specter. So much so that even Xiaolei had not perceived when he arrived. Ling Lingzi scoffed coldly, suddenly flicking his hand in midair. With a clang, the monk felt a tremendous force collide with him, causing his staff to slip from his grasp and soar into the sky. It then thudded into the ground, buried several inches deep. The monk cried out, stumbling back a few steps before regaining his footing, trembling as he regarded Ling Lingzi, stammering, "As senior." A sinister smile crept onto Ling Lingzi's handsome face as he declared arrogantly, "This matter is for the Xiao sect to handle. What do you intend to do about it?" Xiaolei chuckled from behind, "Brother Ling Lingzi, you have arrived." After glancing at the monk, he coldly remarked, "You say we cannot enter your back mountain? There is nothing of interest there. I wandered through it 200 years ago and found nothing remarkable." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he coldly remarked, "Why do you not leave at once? If you provoke my wrath, I shall set ablaze the mountain gate of your Fuhu temple." The monk stared blankly at King Lingzi for a moment, let out a helpless sigh, picked up the staff from the ground, stomped his foot, and strode away. Xiaolei laughed heartily. Brother King Lingzi is truly formidable. With just a few words, he has sent the monk running. King Lingzi offered a slight smile, yet his gaze fell upon the girl behind Xiaolei, whose face was etched with terror. He spoke softly, "Heaven possesses the virtue of benevolence. Take heed of your actions. Be cautious when traversing Daimetian in the future." With that, he waved his wide sleeves and drifted away. Once King Lingzi had departed, Xiaolei turned to the girl, who appeared pale and terrified, suddenly growing weak and unable to stand. Xiaolei swiftly supported her, feeling an enchanting fragrance waft into his nostrils. The girl managed a faint smile and murmured, Thank you for helping me once again." Her eyes fixed on Xiaolei, revealing a mix of complex emotions. Her expression bore both resentment and gratitude, along with an inexplicable depth. For a moment, Xiaolei found himself entranced by her gaze, though a nagging thought lingered in his mind about her peculiar words regarding being helped once more. However, in his daze, he forgot to inquire further. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, her neck turning crimson as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "See, could you please let go of me?" Xiaolei chuckled and released her, then lazily asked, "What is your name? Why were you being chased by that monk? Are you here visiting Daimetian?" The girl shook her head and timidly replied, I am called Xiaoqing." Xiaolei beamed with delight. "Xiaoqing? How splendid. My name is Xiaolei. Our names are rather similar." Xiaoqing's head nearly drooped to her chest, avoiding Xiaolei's gaze, yet she softly repeated, Xiaolei, as if committing the name to memory. Xiaolei's mind raced. Having encountered such a remarkable girl, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. He pondered how to acquire her phone number. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiaoqing suddenly looked up and said, I must take my leave. Thank you for today. I will surely repay you in the future." With that, she abruptly dashed away, disappearing into the distance along a path through the woods. Xiaolei watched her retreating figure, feeling a peculiar sensation. Her attire seems oddly familiar. That shirt and those jeans. I believe I once owned a similar set. Even the hole in the jeans appears strikingly recognizable. After indulging in such musings for a brief moment, he sighed and recalled King Glingzi's words, turning to head towards the Xieni. As he approached the entrance of the temple, he noticed 3 young individuals, a pair of men and a woman, standing there. The girl in the center displaying an expression of anxious urgency. She was fair-skinned, and though her beauty was merely average, her round face exuded a playful charm. Yet the 2 young men beside her appeared quite impatient. Upon catching sight of Xiaolei approaching, the girl immediately exhaled in relief and hurriedly exclaimed, "Uncle Xiaolei, Master has been looking for you for quite a while. Where have you been?" The 3 young individuals were all disciples of Wu Daozi. Initially, when Daozi took Xiaolei as his apprentice, he made amends to Wu Daozi, allowing Wu Daozi's other 3 disciples to each take on their own apprentices to soothe their feelings. Over the past year, Xiaolei and these 3 young ones had resided in the temple. However, the 2 young men often regarded Xiaolei with disdain, likely due to their envy of his youth and the fact that he had been accepted as a close disciple by Daozi, thereby overshadowing them despite their elder status. Only this young girl consistently maintained a close bond with Xiaolei. Waving his hand, Xiaolei replied with a smile, "Thanks. Is that old rascal Daozi waiting for me inside?" The 2 young men immediately flushed with indignation, reprimanding, "How dare you refer to Master by such a name?" Xiaolei rolled his eyes and retorted coldly, "What is it to you? I am still your uncle. Besides, names are meant to be called. If not, what purpose do they serve?" With that, he disregarded the 2 young men entirely and strode into the hall. The girl suddenly cautioned, "Uncle Xiaolei, be careful. Our master is also inside, and it seems there is something significant at hand." After saying this, she followed him in. The 2 young men, left with no choice, hesitated momentarily before closely trailing behind her. Upon entering the grand hall, they found Daozi seated above, eyes closed in meditation, while Wu Daozi and the other 3 sat still, refraining from uttering a word. In the center of the floor lay a package. With a playful grin, Xiaolei asked, "What is the matter? Are you finally going to send me away?" He burst into hearty laughter, leaping 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, "Wonderful! After a year on the mountain, I was nearly bored to death." Chapter 32, Dinosaurs. As evening descended upon the coastal city in spring, a refreshing sea breeze filled the air. Though it was still spring, the young women on the streets could hardly contain their excitement, donning summer attire to showcase their youthful and enchanting figures. Who could blame them? Any normal young man, confined to the mountains for so long, with only a handful of Taoists from the carefree sect as company, would naturally yearn for female companionship. Reflecting on a year ago, he had been a penniless and powerless swindler in the realm. But now, as he felt the treasures he had pilfered from the carefree master within his bag, a smirk crept upon his face. With his audacious nature, having followed the carefree master for a year, he had certainly acquired a few valuable items from the old man. Moreover, before departing from the mountains, he had encountered Qing Lingzi waiting at the mountain gate. Although Qing Lingzi held a special status in the carefree sect, her temperament aligned perfectly with that of the mischievous and lazy Xiaolei. Before his departure, she gifted him a jade ruite, claiming that if he ever found himself in a predicament, he should break it, and she would come to his aid. Climbing the stairs, he unlocked the door to his home, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. Almost immediately, a sense of unease washed over him. A year ago, when he had left, Wu Daozi had taken every piece of furniture using the bag of the universe, leaving even the refrigerator and stove empty. Yet, upon entering, he found the living room fully furnished, with the sofa, tables, and chairs arranged neatly. Xiaolei furrowed his brow. Indeed, this was his home. At that moment, he heard the sound of water running from the bathroom. The door swung open, and a figure emerged, one hand clutching their pants while the other held a book. Their head bowed. Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback as the person looked up and saw him. A look of sheer horror spread across their face. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, a high-pitched scream erupted from their throat. With a swift motion, the book flew toward Xiaolei, and the person hastily retreated into the bathroom, shouting in a hoarse voice, "Help! Injustice!" To be honest, it was Xiaolei who was genuinely startled. As he took a quick glance at the person emerging from the bathroom, his heart raced. Just as a book came hurtling toward him, he sidestepped. It was only after the scream pierced the air that he realized it was a woman. With all sincerity, Xiaolei's first thought was, "So, dinosaurs have not become extinct after all." A hasty glance revealed that the woman appeared to be about his age, with a nose resembling a garlic bulb, a mouth stretched wide to the ears, and eyes as small as beans, complemented by thick glasses. To top it off, her lips were adorned with a dense growth of hair. Wait, hair? Upon closer inspection, Xiaolei nearly fainted. What he thought was hair was merely nasal hair protruding from her nostrils. Yet, this peculiar woman was clutching her chest with both hands, her face filled with terror, shouting about injustice. Xiaolei could swear to the three pure ones that he would rather commit an act of impropriety with a female gorilla than entertain any improper thoughts towards the girl before him. The girl, amidst her frantic cries, scrambled in the bathroom, hurling anything within reach at Xiaolei: soap, shampoo bottles, rolls of toilet paper, and even an unopened pack of sanitary napkins. After narrowly evading the final projectile, a toilet brush, Xiaolei bellowed, "Silence." His roar was infused with a powerful energy, reverberating with an intensity that momentarily stunned the wild girl in the bathroom. With no more objects to throw, she closed her mouth, trembling as she gazed at Xiaolei. Her small, beady eyes filled with wariness. "Who are you?" Xiaolei asserted, striving to resist the urge to glance at her nasal hair. Fearing that too much scrutiny might leave him psychologically scarred, the girl stammered, "And who might you be? A thief? A robber? Please, don't harm me. Take whatever you like from my home." If Xiaolei, with his typically languid disposition, could be driven to the brink of fury, he was now perilously close to that precipice. If there was ever a moment when Xiaolei felt the urge to draw his sword, it was now. "Do I look like a thief? I live here. This is my home. How did you come to be in my house?" Xiaolei barely contained his anger. "Your home?" The girl's expression softened, her panic dissipating as she placed a hand over her heart and sighed. "Oh, I see. You were the landlord. Why didn't you say so sooner? You nearly frightened me out of my wits." She cautiously stepped out of the bathroom, casting a dubious glance at Xiaolei. "Well, you didn't see anything, did you? Even if you were the landlord, you can't just barge in while someone is busy." "Landlord?" Xiaolei stared wide-eyed at the girl. Suppressing his rising irritation, he inquired, "Are you a tenant here? Who rented this place to you?" Before the girl could respond, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from behind, and the front door swung open. A soft, melodious voice, slightly breathless, called out, "Ru Hua, come help me. I've sold so many things." The two exchanged astonished glances, both exclaiming in unison. The girl gasped, "It's you? Xiaolei?" Xiaolei responded, "You? Lin Shanshan?" Meanwhile, the girl known as Ru Hua stood at the bathroom door, a peculiar expression on her face. Her beady eyes fixed on Xiaolei as she murmured to herself, "So, he is the Xiaolei that Shanshan always talks about." Chapter 33. Wealth lost will return. After half an hour, the situation finally became clear. Lin Shanshan had stealthily taken 2,000 yuan from Xiaolei a few days prior, driven by desperation amidst urgent circumstances. Despite her tarnished reputation, she was a girl of resolute character and soon endeavored to gather the funds to repay Xiaolei. However, fate often plays tricks, and Xiaolei had become involved with the daughter of the Tian family, subsequently missing school for 2 days. With no other recourse, Lin Shanshan sought him out. Who was Wu Daozi? The cunning and indolent demeanor of Xiaolei was entirely his influence. Upon noticing a girl arriving to seek Xiaolei, his curiosity piqued. He inquired with a blend of skepticism and interest. Learning that Lin Shanshan was Xiaolei's classmate in financial distress, he readily offered to rent her the vacant apartment at a favorable rate. At that moment, Lin Shanshan was indeed at her wit's end, and by the time she arrived, Wu Daozi had already packed the belongings into a magical bag, leaving the apartment looking desolate and empty. Given her financial strain and Wu Daozi's low rental price, she decided to take it. Later on, Lin Shanshan invited a friend, the charming Ru Hua, to share the space, allowing them to split the rent. Reflecting on this, a sense of pride welled within her, had it not been for the fact that this apartment was the only inheritance left by her mother. She would have found it difficult to part with it. Even if she were to give it to Lin Shanshan, what difference would it make? He cast a serious glance at Lin Shanshan, stating, "I was unaware of the rental arrangement. But since that old fellow has leased it to you, so be it. However, I still have a few belongings in my room. I shall retrieve them and leave." With that, Xiaolei disregarded Lin Shanshan's expression and strode into his room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. The modest 10-square-meter room was adorned with warmth, a light green curtain draped over the window, and a small bed dressed in cartoon-themed linens. A few simple cabinets sat nearby. At first glance, aside from a cartoon bear plush at the head of the bed, the room lacked decorations, yet it exuded the owner's meticulousness and tidiness. "Who resides in this room?" Xiaolei inquired, concerned that his space might have been occupied by that charming girl. He resolved never to enter this room again if that were the case. "I." Lin Shanshan, trailing behind, blushed deeply and replied softly, her gaze evasive, seemingly unable to meet Xiaolei's eyes. Xiaolei felt a twinge of curiosity. The apartment comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room, with Wu Daozi's room being considerably more spacious and well-lit. Why then had Lin Shanshan chosen to occupy the small chamber? However, his thoughts were preoccupied with other matters, and this fleeting notion passed without further contemplation. It was a slight comfort to know that the occupant was not that fierce girl, paying no mind to the 2 behind him. He moved a chair to the center of the room and stood upon it, gently pushing aside the ceiling tiles. As he lifted a plastic panel, his eyes widened in horror, and he let out a piercing scream, a lament as tragic as a cuckoo's call in the night. "My money!" With a thud, he toppled from his chair, landing squarely on the floor, inadvertently yanking down a plastic panel from the ceiling. A tattered paper bag fell to the ground, its outer layer of oil paper now reduced to less than a quarter. Inside, 2 items were revealed. One was vaguely recognizable as a bank book, though it had been gnawed away to a large extent, rendering the original amount and account number illegible. The other item sparkled faintly, resembling a thin plastic sheet. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an identification card, though pitifully, only a third of it remained. Xiaolei's face paled as he stared, wide-eyed, at the items on the floor. Suddenly, with another thud, 2 dark, furry creatures plummeted from above, landing with a tremor, struggling to move. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 emaciated mice, so gaunt they were little more than skin and bones, too weak even to escape. "Adam, Eve," Xiaolei exclaimed. The girl behind him, upon seeing the mice, let out a startled scream and fled to the living room. Lin Shanshan, having previously encountered these pets of Xiaolei, felt a chill despite her inherent femininity, but upon seeing Xiaolei's strange expression and pained demeanor, she halted, refusing to flee. As Xiaolei gazed at the remnants of the bank book and the third of the identification card, he felt utterly despondent. Since the arrival of the 2 girls, their innate cleanliness had made it impossible for them to tolerate the presence of mice, unlike Xiaolei and Wu Daozi. After thorough cleaning, Adam and Eve had been forced into hiding, resulting in a prolonged guerrilla war with the 2 girls. After months of evasion, one could only wonder whether the 2 creatures had shown cunning or folly by taking refuge in Lin Shanshan's room. This ironic twist of fate, where the most perilous place became the safest, allowed them to evade the girls' relentless pursuit, surviving until now. However, living in the ceiling without sustenance had taken its toll. The girls, ever vigilant, had set numerous traps in the kitchen, leaving Adam and Eve to scavenge for scraps left behind by Xiaolei and Wu Daozi. These resilient creatures had managed to survive, gnawing away at the remnants of a 20 million bankbook until nearly nothing remained but shreds of paper. Heartbroken, Xiaolei felt a surge of anger that nearly overwhelmed him. He swayed unsteadily, observing the pitiful creatures inching toward escape, and shouted in fury. With a swift motion, he grasped one by its tail and, flinging open the window, hurled it outside. Turning back, his face a mask of rage, his eyes blazing, he gritted his teeth, startling Lin Shanshan into retreat. "Are you all right?" she cautiously inquired. "All right. Hardly. From now on, if I see a mouse, I will kill it. If I see 2, I will slay them both." Xiaolei erupted in a fit of anger, his chest heaving violently, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Shanshan, hesitant to speak, observed him from a distance. Finally, after a prolonged 3 minutes, Xiaolei exhaled deeply, shook his head, and his expression began to soften. He rushed to wash his hands, and then plopped down on the living room sofa, cradling his head in despair. If his bankbook were lost, he could still visit the money exchange with his ID to perform the necessary procedures, as there would always be records to consult. If his identification card were misplaced, he could apply for a replacement. Even if both the bankbook and ID were gone, there had to be a solution. But, alas, the ID he used to open the account at the money exchange was a counterfeit. Initially, he had intended to abscond, fearing retribution from the enemies of the Tian family, and thus he had used a fake ID to open the account to evade their pursuit through the banks. This was merely a precautionary measure he had taken. Having once lived as a con artist alongside Wu Daozi, it was customary in such a profession to possess 1 or 2 fake IDs for self-protection. However, now he found himself at a loss. Where could he possibly get a replacement for that fake ID? Poor Xiaolei couldn't even recall the number of that counterfeit identification. Even if he wished to create an identical one, he would be utterly incapable. This time, he had indeed brought misfortune upon himself. After a long silence, Xiaolei finally lifted his head, letting out a resigned sigh. Observing Xiaolei's dejected demeanor, Lin Shanshan gently offered him a glass of water, speaking softly, "Please, don't be too disheartened. What is it that troubles you? You wouldn't understand." Xiaolei shook his head, murmuring, "A fleeting dream." Only to awaken to emptiness. He chuckled bitterly. Meanwhile, the enchanting young woman lingered at her bedroom door, her eyes darting between Xiaolei and Lin Shanshan. Xiaolei hesitated for a moment, feeling genuine hunger pangs, and finally nodded in agreement. Lin Shanshan's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Although Xiaolei was bogged down by gloom, he was truly hungry. After a hearty meal, his spirits lifted slightly. He glanced at the remnants of his bankbook strewn across the sofa and decisively walked over to gather the shards, tossing them into the trash bin. Humph. Though I may be broke at the moment, I have spent a year cultivating, mastering my craft. A mere 20 million is nothing. Since I earned 20 million a year ago, I can surely make 30 million or even 40 million in the future. As he contemplated this, a spark of reckless bravado ignited within him, and his expression brightened. Deep down, he felt a twinge of pride. Humph, I've fed 20 million to the rats. Who else in this world could achieve such a monumental feat? However, his moment of pride was fleeting as another troubling thought emerged. Currently, he had barely 100 yuan to his name. What was he to do moving forward? Setting aside other concerns, he needed to secure a place to stay. With this thought, Xiaolei's expression grew peculiar as he glanced at Lin Shanshan, awkwardly saying, Lin Shanshan, could I possibly stay here for a couple of days? Lin Shanshan, her hands trembling as she held the bowl and chopsticks, felt her cheeks flush crimson. She glanced at Xiaolei and softly replied, "All right." The nearby female Tyrannosaurus, resembling a delicate flower, wore an unusual expression, yet, under Lin Shanshan's pleading gaze, she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 34, Undercurrents of Affection. Xiaolei never anticipated that residing in his own home would necessitate the consent of others. That evening, the enchanting maiden deliberately retreated into her room, leaving only Lin Shanshan and Xiaolei in the living room. Lin Shanshan's gaze was imbued with a hint of melancholy, occasionally flitting across Xiaolei's face as they engaged in desultory conversation. Through their casual exchange, Xiaolei discovered that Lin Shanshan's current circumstances were quite dire. Originally, this apartment had been rented to her at a low price by Wu Daozi, but even that modest rent had become burdensome for her alone, prompting her to invite the alluring maiden to share the space and alleviate the financial strain. To Xiaolei's astonishment, the maiden's name was indeed Ruhua. He couldn't help but wonder if her parents had a penchant for mischief. Presently, both Lin Shanshan and Ruhua were students at Bowen Academy. Interestingly, Ruhua had transferred there during Xiaolei's year away from school. Xiaolei soon felt reassured. Someone as remarkable as Ruhua would surely have been the talk of the school had he been present. Observing the distinctly low-quality garments adorning Lin Shanshan, curiosity stirred within Xiaolei. He had heard whispers of her reputation at school, where it was rumored that she had cultivated relationships with several affluent young men, essentially earning her the moniker of a social butterfly. How had she fallen into such financial hardship? The simplicity of her home life was evident, as it bore the marks of frugality, and despite her careful arrangements, it was clear that they were living under considerable strain. Though Lin Shanshan wore an expression of perplexity, she refrained from probing further. After a brief silence, both seemed at a loss for words. Xiaolei shook his head and said, "It's late. We should sleep." Lin Shanshan nodded, her face suddenly flushed, even her neck taking on a rosy hue. Xiaolei, not being a saint and having spent a year in isolation, found himself stirred by Lin Shanshan's alluring appearance. Quickly averting his gaze to mask his feelings, he suggested, "I'll take the sofa tonight." After a moment's pause, she bit her lip and declared, "You should stay in my room. I'll share with Ruhua." Without waiting for Xiaolei to protest, she hurried into her room. After a flurry of activity, she emerged, having tidied the bedding. Upon noticing Xiaolei at the doorway, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she softly said, "You can use my towel and toothbrush for now. I'll buy new ones tomorrow." Her voice trembled slightly as she lowered her head and dashed past Xiaolei into Ruhua's room. Xiaolei stood momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Yet, he soon noticed Lin Shanshan hesitating at her door, gathering her courage before raising her gaze to meet his. Slowly, she said, "I truly appreciate you, not only for taking me in that night, but also for not pursuing me after I took your money. I know how others at school perceive me, but when you helped me that day, your eyes held no contempt." After uttering these heartfelt words, she gazed at Xiaolei for several moments before gently closing the door behind her. Little Lei felt a subtle tremor within him. At the age of 19, he suddenly experienced a delicate sensation, one he had never known in his life until now. It was a mix of heart fluttering, emotional stirrings, and a hint of warmth. Contemplating this, he closed the door and threw himself onto the bed. The faint fragrance of the sheets enveloped him, evoking memories of a night 1 year prior. Recalling Lin Shanshan's youthful and captivating form, his heart became somewhat disoriented, prompting a deep sigh. He forced himself to dispel these distracting thoughts, silently reciting his mental mantra, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Unaware of the number of alluring dreams he had, he awoke to find the sun high in the sky. Little Lei leaped from the bed, stretched his limbs, and stepped out of his room. The house was empty. It seemed that Lin Shanshan and the enchanting girl had already left for school. A wave of emotion washed over him when he noticed the toothbrush at the sink with toothpaste already squeezed onto it. On the table in the living room, breakfast was neatly laid out. For 19 years, he had been the one serving others, never experiencing the warmth of being cared for. He was momentarily touched by this gesture. His gaze fell upon a thin bundle of money in one corner of the table. The notes were visibly worn, but the carefully arranged stack of small denominations appeared to possess an almost magical allure, especially when he noticed a note beside it. "You don't have any money. Take this with you." As he gingerly picked it up, a solemn expression graced Little Lei's face, one he had never worn before. The less than 100 yuan was meager, yet Lin Shanshan likely didn't even own a piece of clothing worth that much. Lost in thought, he felt a sense of awe. Many years later, he would come to understand a profound truth. If there exists a girl who is willing to share her toothbrush with you, who is ready to part with her meager funds while foregoing buying herself even a single garment, and if you fail to cherish her, then you are nothing but a beast. With no one at home, Little Lei confidently retrieved his bag of tricks and organized a few items. After some consideration, he realized there was nothing pressing to attend to today, so he might as well devise a plan to earn some money. Immediately, a figure appeared in his mind. As a small-time con artist, whom did he favor the most? Naturally, it was the unsuspecting simpletons, the easy marks. Coincidentally, he knew just such a person. As this thought formed, a robust silhouette materialized in his mind. Steeling himself, Little Lei composed his emotions, donned a casual smile, and strode out the door. Kid School was a prestigious institution in the city. Unlike the notorious Bowen School, known for its delinquent students, Kid was renowned for its exorbitant tuition and nearly luxurious facilities. Indeed, it was a quintessential elite school. As he walked along the path before Kid School, Little Lei could not help but sigh at the moral depravity of the wealthy offspring. It is rather extravagant that a 4-lane road has been constructed right at the school's main entrance, flanked by trees that stand like sentinels and gardens meticulously arranged. Young men and women, elegantly dressed, traverse this path, each bearing a trace of haughtiness upon their faces. At the entrance, there exists a vast parking lot, where Xiaolei feels as though he has stepped into an automobile exhibition, for it is replete with renowned luxury vehicles from around the world. As he walks, his eyes are nearly dazzled by the spectacle. Xiaolei is astonished to discover the presence of such affluence in the city he resides in. Oblivious to the peculiar glances cast by those around him, he stands out starkly in his humble attire, a stark contrast to the designer labels sported by the others. Upon entering the school, he cannot help but sigh once more, not to mention the enormous gymnasium ahead, which likely costs as much as his entire school. He grabs the arm of a nearby young man, inquiring about the location of the Taekwondo club. This young man, also a student of Kid, displays evident impatience, merely gesturing towards the gym before hastily departing, as if fearing some contagion from lingering too long in Xiaolei's presence. Upon reaching the gym entrance, Xiaolei scans the myriad club signs adorning the walls, but he cannot find any mention of the Taekwondo club. After searching thoroughly, he finally spots a sign reading Kid Martial Arts Fighting Alliance. Puzzled, he notices 2 individuals in basketball uniforms passing by and seizes one of the young men. "Excuse me. Why is there no Taekwondo club here?" The young man, wearing an expression of disdain, glances at Xiaolei and retorts, "You're not from Kid, are you? How could you not know this? Ever since Lei Ho joined our school 3 years ago, he has defeated all members of the Taekwondo, Karate, and Judo clubs, as well as every other martial artist in the city. He established the Martial Arts Alliance, and now there are no other fighting clubs at Kid, just this alliance." With that, he casts a scornful look at Xiaolei and swiftly departs. Xiaolei is momentarily taken aback, chuckling to himself. So this muscle-bound fellow was not just challenging dojos, but consolidating them. As he finds the martial arts alliance and steps inside, he cannot help but let out a sigh. The central competition platform is indeed a rarity within the city, likely unmatched by any other establishment. A group of young individuals clad in club uniforms has formed a circle, and it appears that a match is underway, punctuated by gasps and cheers from the crowd. Suddenly, a powerful roar reverberates through the venue. The voice, full-bodied and resonant, bears an undertone of anger, reminiscent of the muscle-bound Lei Ho. It seems this fellow is engaged in a duel. Who could be so audacious as to spar with that gorilla? He immediately strode forward, but as he approached, he heard the crowd erupt in a gasp. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air and crashed heavily onto the floor before him. Observing the wretched state of the individual at his feet, who struggled futilely to rise, Xiaolei's faint smile transformed into sheer astonishment. It was Lei Ho. The one who had been propelled from the fray was none other than Lei Ho, the imposing figure endowed with extraordinary external martial arts and a physique that resembled that of a formidable gorilla. Chapter 35, dealing with the despicable with despicable means. Lei Ho's training attire was tattered, and his once dark complexion now appeared pallid. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he bit his lip, seemingly enduring immense agony without uttering a single cry. Xiaolei distinctly observed a terrifying black mark on Lei Ho's chest, situated upon his robust muscles, evidently inflicted by a violent blow. The mark was not large, merely the thickness of a finger. Could it have been made by a human finger? Without further contemplation, he grasped Lei Ho's hand. Channeling a thread of Taoist inner energy that silently coursed throughout Lei Ho's body, Xiaolei could clearly sense that although Lei Ho's injury was not severe, it was indeed peculiar, manifesting as an internal wound. It was as if a unique method had penetrated Lei Ho's external martial practice. Xiaolei had a fair understanding of Lei Ho's formidable prowess. With a grave expression, he hoisted Lei Ho up. Lei Ho felt a strong hand pulling him, followed by a wave of warmth radiating from the palm, traveling up his arm. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief, and the tormenting pain in his chest, which had nearly caused him to black out, became more bearable. Breathing a sigh of relief, he glanced at the newcomer, staring in disbelief for a good 5 seconds before exclaiming, "Is it you? You are Lei Xiaozi." Xiaolei, feeling a mix of solemnity and a smile on his face, replied, "Haha, muscular man, it's been a year since we last met. And here I find you getting beaten up." A flicker of astonishment passed through Lei Ho's eyes. After hearing Xiaolei's words, his expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, this is truly bizarre. That fellow is rather strange." Xiaolei's gaze shifted to the crowd as he whispered, "What is so strange? Who could possibly injure you?" "It was I," came a somewhat awkward voice from the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a tall, slender young man stepping forward. With golden hair and emerald green eyes, he was unmistakably of Caucasian descent. His face was strikingly handsome, albeit with a pallid complexion that bore a hint of sickly delicacy. Although a cold smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth, his gaze was fixated on Xiaolei with the intensity of a venomous serpent. Among the crowd, a few young girls immediately gasped and squealed in admiration. The Caucasian youth seemed somewhat pleased, casting a casual smile at the onlookers. Yet, Xiaolei's attention was drawn to the young man's hands. They were hardly the hands of a martial artist. The young man's hands were casually crossed in front of him, with slender fingers, smooth skin, and impeccably trimmed nails. To be fair, those hands appeared almost dainty, resembling those of a woman. The young man's gaze had now settled on Lei Ho, and he commanded in stilted Chinese, "Lei Ho, do you wish to fight again?" Lei Ho's face flushed crimson, ready to respond, but Xiaolei suddenly pulled him back, interjecting with a smile, "No more fighting." Lei Ho glared at Xiaolei and shouted emphatically, "Of course we should fight. Why wouldn't we?" Xiaolei shook his head, offering a wry smile. "Fight? Haven't you noticed his appearance? You were just gasping for breath like a bull, and he has even broken a sweat, clearly not exerting himself at all." With his face flushed crimson, Lei Ho gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if I cannot win, I must still fight." Immediately, he broke free from Xiaolei's grasp and lunged forward. Foolishness. Does he not possess any common sense? Xiaolei sighed and cast a long, contemplative glance at Lei Ho. He had come with the intention of extracting some funds from him, and he could not allow this benefactor to be harmed. The young man, having observed Xiaolei's movements moments earlier, narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Xiaolei's hands with a piercing intensity. "You are no match for him." Xiaolei frowned. recognizing that when faced with such a stubborn and simple-minded individual, the situation could become quite challenging. However, the young man had already taken a step forward. Locking eyes with Xiaolei and stating earnestly, "I am Leon from Fran. Are you also a member of the Kid Taekwondo Club?" Xiaolei responded with a playful grin. "Not at all. My attire should make it quite evident that I am not one of them." A smile emerged on Leon's face as he raised his chin and proclaimed loudly, "Since you are not from here, I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening in the fair contest between Mr. Lei Ho and myself. This is a matter of honor among warriors, even in defeat. I am certain that Mr. Lei Ho would prefer to lose with dignity." His words were delivered with such righteous fervor that the onlookers could not help but express their admiration. Even Lei Ho's gaze softened slightly. Imbued with a newfound respect for his opponent, Xiaolei maintained his smile, yet inwardly he fumed. How despicable. This man is no simpleton. His eloquent words disguise his true intent to force Lei Ho into combat. He is fully aware that Lei Ho cannot match him in skill. What a farce of fairness this is, merely a guise for his brutal assault on Lei Ho. In Xiaolei's view, if one knowingly engages in a contest against an opponent significantly weaker than themselves under the pretense of fairness, it is nothing short of bullying. If true fairness were sought, why not challenge someone of equal prowess? With a quiet sigh, Xiaolei resigned himself to the reality that he had originally come to swindle some money from Lei Ho. He thought it might be better to assist him in this predicament, thus alleviating some of his guilt when the opportunity to deceive arose. With a gentle smile, he turned to Leon and proposed, "How about this? I shall take Lei Ho's place in the fight. What shall happen if you lose?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disdainful jeers, clearly underestimating Xiaolei. In their eyes, the towering and robust Lei Ho had already been bested. How could this seemingly frail Xiaolei hope to stand against Leon? Particularly, some simple-minded young girls could not restrain their scornful remarks. Oblivious to their own identities and the presence of handsome men, Xiaolei muttered sarcastically, "Do they find amusement in witnessing their compatriot being bested by a foreigner?" Lei Ho stared wide-eyed at Xiaolei, unable to contain his disbelief. "You? Are you capable of this?" Xiaolei whistled lightly and smiled. "A man must never utter the words, 'I cannot.' Remember this, muscle-bound friend." Having finished speaking, he strode forward, standing before Leon with a smile, and said, "Very well. Let us engage in combat. What method do you propose?" Standing face to face with Leon, Xiaolei could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. How could this fellow be so tall? Though Xiaolei himself stood at over 180 centimeters, he realized, in Leon's presence, that he was indeed a half-head shorter. With his tall and slender physique, handsome features, remarkable agility, and an air of pride about him, it was evident that he hailed from a wealthy family. No wonder such a man could sway all the girls from Kid Academy to his side. "Pray tell, how would you like to fight?" Leon, devoid of any trace of disdain in his gaze, fixed his eyes on Xiaolei. Clearing his throat, Xiaolei proclaimed, "Fighting is a most noble sport. Judging by your appearance, you must come from a distinguished lineage, correct?" "I hail from the Rhodes family, in the Kingdom of Fran." Leon immediately puffed out his chest, a genuine pride illuminating his face. "What do you wish to do then?" Leon scoffed coldly. Xiaolei feigned a sigh. "How about this? We stand here, taking turns to strike, with each of us having 1 minute to attack while the other can only defend without retaliating. After 1 minute, if the defender remains standing, the attacker is deemed to have failed. The roles will then switch, with the defender becoming the attacker for another minute. What do you think?" "Interesting." Leon sneered twice. "But who shall attack first, and who will defend?" Xiaolei's eyes twinkled as he grinned mischievously. "You appear taller than I, so it is only fair that you allow me the first strike." Before he could finish, the crowd of girls erupted in noise, some even shouting, "Shameless, despicable!" Xiaolei shot them a fierce glare and bellowed, "Silence, all of you. Cease your foolishness. You mindless girls who lose their wits at the sight of a handsome face." Ignoring the venomous looks from the crowd, he turned back to Leon and continued with a smile, "However, you've already fought once and must have expended more energy than I. So I shall allow you the first attack, if that is agreeable." Chapter 36, Xiaolei's Deception. To Xiaolei's surprise, Leon readily agreed, exclaiming, "All right." A cold smile crept across Xiaolei's face. Clearly, Leon was shameless, prioritizing advantage over dignity. The girls nearby erupted in cheers, leaving Xiaolei shaking his head in frustration. How ignorant these young maidens were. The two stepped apart, with Leon allowing his arms to hang naturally at his sides, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaolei. He pointed at a large clock hanging on the wall and declared loudly, "Prepare yourself. I shall begin." Just as the second hand passed 12, Leon suddenly sprang into action. It appeared as though he remained rooted in place, yet in a mere instant, he was standing before Xiaolei, his figure resembling a phantom, causing everyone present to blink in disbelief. In an instant, Leon thrust his hand towards Xiaolei's chest with alarming speed. Xiaolei immediately sensed an unsettling presence. The tip of Leon's finger seemed to carry an aura of insidious darkness, and in that fleeting moment, Xiaolei could have sworn he saw Leon's eyes glow a vivid crimson. Drawing upon his internal energy, Xiaolei casually stepped aside. With that simple lateral movement, Leon's lightning-fast strike missed entirely. Leon's expression shifted slightly as he twisted his body mid-lunge, letting out a piercing shriek while extending a finger toward Xiaolei. Unfazed, Xiaolei glided away as if weightless. The onlookers were wide-eyed, captivated by the seemingly airborne agility of the young man. If Leon's speed was eerily spectral, then Xiaolei's movements carried an ethereal grace, effortless yet masterfully executed. Leon's countenance darkened, arms outstretched as he lunged again at Xiaolei. His shrill cry resonated with a chilling intensity, causing the spectators to flinch, some even covering their ears. But who was Xiaolei? A practitioner of the Tao. He excelled in maintaining his mental fortitude, his resolve far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He floated gracefully, evading Leon's tempestuous onslaught while even managing to taunt. Your cries are so unpleasant, it sounds as if you're slaughtering pigs in a brawl. Fury etched across Leon's face, his eyes now a blazing red. A shiver ran through Xiaolei as he recognized the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Leon. This was no mere bluster. It was the genuine essence of a killer, born only from true experience of taking lives. Suddenly, Leon adopted an exceedingly bizarre posture, launching himself towards Xiaolei in an unnatural manner, reminiscent of a wild beast. Xiaolei narrowed his eyes, retreating several steps as if gliding on roller skates, his upper body remaining steady while his feet slid back. This was the result of his lifelong practice of the backward 7-star step. It was only after a year of cultivation on Daime Mountain that he realized this particular footwork was not a technique of the Zhuge school, but rather an authentic masterpiece of the Xiaoao sect. This footwork possesses two remarkable advantages. The first is its uncanny ability to retreat like a specter when faced with an adversary. The intricacies of the footwork resonate with the principles of change, harmonizing with the celestial forces, rendering the practitioner almost untouchable, no matter how fiercely the enemy attacks. The second advantage is that it serves as a method of cultivation in itself. Each step taken requires a unique technique of regulating one's inner breath. And upon completing a series of steps, the practitioner's internal energy circulates throughout the body, progressing at a pace that rivals seated meditation. As Leon's consecutive assaults missed their mark, a sense of urgency welled up within him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, seemingly to scream, yet the surrounding crowd heard nothing. However, Xiaolei's expression shifted. While others were oblivious, he distinctly perceived an eerie sound piercing through his ears, akin to a needle's prick. His heart raced, and he nearly faltered in his steps. With a sudden resolve, Xiaolei burst into laughter, advancing instead of retreating, charging toward Leon. His tone shifted as he softly began to chant, "In the northern sea, there is a fish called kuan. The kuan is so vast that its length is beyond comprehension. Transforming into a bird, it is named Peng. The back of the ping is equally unfathomable. When enraged, it soars, its wings resembling clouds that hang low in the sky. This bird, when the sea is in motion, will migrate to the southern sea. The southern sea is the celestial pool." The crowd gradually erupted in astonished murmurs, captivated by Xiaolei's ethereal demeanor. Meanwhile, Leiho watched with wide eyes, akin to a startled bull, speechless in awe. Xiaolei closed his eyes, moving gracefully, continuing his recitation. Should one ride the rectitude of heaven and earth, navigating the distinction of the 6 energies to wander endlessly, what could they possibly await? Thus it is said, the sage has no self, the divine person has no accomplishments, the saint has no name. Upon finishing the complete verses of Zhuangzi's Xiaoyaoyu, he exhaled the final word, gliding a few steps as lightly as a feather, only to suddenly halt behind Leon, intently declaring, "Time's up." Leon trembled, finally ceasing his movements, laboriously turning to face Xiaolei with a look of incredulity. The crimson hue in his eyes had faded, returning to their natural blue, and he rasped, What is this skill of yours?" Xiaolei smiled mysteriously, his face alight with pride, lowering his voice to respond, "Lingbo Weibu. I dare say you've probably never encountered this in a novel." His face beamed with satisfaction, while internally, he chuckled. This footwork, in truth, is known as Xiaoyaoyu, sharing its name with Zhuangzi's timeless masterpiece, and it is the quintessential technique of the Xiaoyao sect. Though Wu Daozi had imparted the fundamentals to Xiaolei from a young age, he was then not yet a disciple of the Xiaoao sect, and thus only the superficial aspects were taught to him, appearing merely as rudimentary martial arts exercises. The true essence and mysteries of the art were withheld until Xiaolei formally entered the Xiaoao sect and became a disciple of Zai Yaozi, finally grasping the profound subtleties of the technique. Upon learning it, he was instantly captivated. From a young age, Xiaolei was captivated by martial arts novels. Upon entering the Xiaoao sect, he discovered an extraordinary set of footwork that surpassed even the famed Lingbo Weibu in its marvel. He became utterly engrossed in mastering it. And among the various techniques he had learned, this particular set of Xiao Dao was the one he had perfected the most. Meanwhile, the cunning schemes of the little rogue in his heart were evident. He realized that he had inadvertently transformed into a being of transcendent nature, akin to a semi-immortal. In the eyes of worldly spirits and those practitioners who cultivated demons and spirits, he was akin to a prize. Should he encounter formidable foes in the future, this footwork could serve as a means of escape and preservation of his life. Liang's face turned pale as he glared at Xiaolei, silently reciting, Lingbo Weibu, Lingbo Weibu, Lingbo Weibu, as though he were trying to engrave the name deeply into his memory. He raised his head to meet Xiaolei's gaze, his expression darkening as he declared, Enough. I have not struck you. Now it is your turn to attack me. The crowd erupted in cheers, clearly impressed by Xiaolei's unexpected prowess, which garnered the support of numerous onlookers. Xiaolei smiled faintly. Oh, is that so? Then are you ready? I am about to make my move. Suddenly, he straightened his chest, the casual grin on his face fading into an expression of solemnity and dignity, a palpable aura of authority emanating from him. Liang felt a weight in his heart, yet he noticed Xiaolei's gaze fixed intently upon him, accompanied by a whisper so faint it resembled the buzz of a mosquito, yet laced with gravity. I am making my move. 3, 2. This was a natural human reaction, almost instinctual, but there was no one. As Xiaolei called out 2, a mocking glint flashed in his eyes, which Liang caught immediately, realizing something was amiss. However, it was too late. In an instant, Xiaolei vanished from his sight, reappearing directly before Liang. In that moment, Liang beheld Xiaolei's left fist swelling before his very eyes, and he instinctively attempted to sidestep. Bang! With a dull thud, everyone clearly witnessed Xiaolei's fist striking Liang squarely in the abdomen, executed with his right hand. Liang let out a muffled groan, as if a colossal force were pulling him backward. He was propelled several meters before tumbling on the ground, ultimately kneeling. He struggled to rise, but as he moved, he suddenly opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 37, Breaking the Mountain's Void. Lion coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face as pale as a ghost, devoid of any color. His gaze, filled with a strange intensity, fixated on the blood pooling at his feet, gradually transforming into an expression of deep resentment. He struggled to rise, fixing a steely glare on Xiaolei, articulating each word with venom. You despicable wretch. Lion trembled with rage. Xiaolei chuckled lazily, feigning ignorance as he replied, Despicable? You couldn't even dodge a single punch from me. His earlier countdown had been whispered so softly that the onlookers failed to catch it, and in his mischievous nature, he would never admit to it. Thus, Lion unwittingly fell victim to a cunning trick. Being a noble scion, Lion was akin to a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, lacking in experience. No matter how crafty he might be, he was no match for a street-savvy rogue like Xiaolei, who had spent over a decade navigating the harsh realities of life under the tutelage of Wu Daozi. Xiaolei regarded Lion coldly, despite his haughty demeanor. He felt a flicker of astonishment within. While others remained unaware, Xiaolei was acutely conscious of the immense power behind his punch, aptly named Breaking the Mountain's Void. This technique was not a secret skill of the Carefree sect, but rather the signature move of the agile Kalingzi. Breaking the Mountain's Void consisted of a single, formidable strike, imbued with tremendous force and an aura of lethal intent, which starkly contrasted the Carefree sect's principles. Kalingzi, a unique figure within the sect, had taken a liking to Xiaolei and imparted this technique to him. Xiaolei vividly recalled Kalingzi's words, in the face of an adversary. It is better to sever a finger than merely injure a hand. It is far more effective to concentrate the power of many strikes into one decisive blow. When confronting an opponent, one must strike with ferocity. This technique's power lies in its ability to consolidate all of one's strength into a single, unstoppable attack. However, such a move exhausts one's energy, rendering the practitioner incapable of launching another attack in the immediate aftermath. If a blow infused with one's full might fails to incapacitate the enemy, then that adversary is beyond one's capacity to defeat. Even conserving strength for multiple blows would prove futile. Of course, Xiaolei faced a reprimand from the carefree master, who, incensed, ordered him to meditate in solitude for a day. The master cautioned Xiaolei that such a technique was perilously lethal, a violation of natural harmony, and forbade him from using it lightly. Yet, in Xiaolei's mischievous mind, when faced with an adversary, all that mattered was delivering a blow, disregarding any philosophical notions of harmony. Nevertheless, during today's contest, Xiaolei bore no intention of taking a life. Thus, he had unleashed less than 30% of his power in that strike. Yet, he believed that such a force could break a tree large enough for a person to embrace. Astonishingly, Lion merely spat blood but managed to gather the strength to rise again. Lion staggered slightly, forcing himself to take a few steps, his eyes burning with resentment as he addressed Xiaolei in a low, steely tone. "I concede. Today, you have bested me, and I accept my defeat with full conviction." Upon reaching this point, he gasped for breath, succumbing to a fit of weak coughs as crimson flecks of phlegm escaped his lips, which he forcefully swallowed. Casting a deep glance at Xiaolei, he whispered, "Yet you have made me bleed, staining my noble blood. This is a tremendous humiliation, and I shall not let you escape unscathed. You people of the Xiaolei kingdom speak of a gentleman's revenge. That it is never too late." He slowly walked past Xiaolei, then suddenly lowered his voice, allowing a cold phrase to drift into Xiaolei's ear. "Our maxim is that the divine race avenges itself. A millennium is never too late." Xiaolei felt a shiver run down his spine, silently reciting an incantation. His eyes narrowed, a glimmer of golden light flashing within them as he glanced at Lion's retreating figure, his expression abruptly shifting. Once Lion vanished at the threshold, the crowd erupted in cheers. Subsequently, Lei Ho strode over to Xiaolei, clapping him heartily on the back, his voice booming, "You delicate one, I never expected you to possess such prowess." The surrounding spectators erupted with applause, marveling at the fierce and exhilarating contest that could only be witnessed in films until now. Xiaolei, however, cast a disdainful glance at the cheering throng, sneering, and pulled Lei Ho along, saying, "Come on, muscle man, we need to step outside. I have matters to discuss with you." With a grin, Lei Ho led Xiaolei to change their attire before they stepped outside. As they exited the arena, Lei Ho could not contain himself, saying, "Delicate one." He intended to finish with Sissy, but upon noticing the glint in Xiaolei's eyes, he swallowed the last word. Xiaolei's astonishing punch had truly left him in awe. During their earlier match, Lei Ho had landed a few blows on Lion, but his own heavy punches felt as if they merely tickled his opponent. It was evident just how formidable Xiaolei's strike had been. "Lei, my boy, I honestly did not anticipate you to be this powerful." Xiaolei sighed, glancing at Lei Ho with a hint of mockery, replying, "Am I truly remarkable? You are even more impressive." "What?" With a smirk laced with sarcasm, Xiaolei continued, "Do you realize? That Lion is not human at all. How could you dare to engage him in combat? Isn't that remarkable?" What? Not human? Lei Ho's countenance shifted. Could he be a ghost? Do spirits roam in broad daylight? He licked his lips, sensing a bitter taste, and the thought of having fought with a specter for so long unnerved him, despite his usual bravado. His expression grew increasingly peculiar as he suddenly spoke in an odd tone. "Muscle man, did you not notice that Lion's movements, his posture, seem not human, but rather animalistic?" "What?" Lei Ho stared at Xiaolei, wide-eyed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolei firmly declared, "A bat. His movements resemble a bat." Lei Ho's eyes were filled with confusion, and before he could respond, the sound of a car engine roaring to life echoed ahead. Suddenly, a brazen red sports car hurtled into the scene like a streak of lightning. Those walking along the pathways of the academy swiftly dodged aside. Yet none dared to voice their displeasure, their expressions tinged with a hint of trepidation as they kept their distance. Xiaolei, filled with curiosity, wondered who might possess the audacity to drive so recklessly within the esteemed Kid Academy, where the students were either affluent or noble, each boasting a formidable background. Before his thoughts could fully coalesce, the sports car, akin to a crimson bolt of lightning, surged towards Xiaolei and Lei Ho. Before Xiaolei could react, the tires screeched to a halt, demonstrating remarkable traction. Both doors swung open simultaneously, and from the front passenger seat emerged a girl clad in white. Beneath the sunlight, her flowing hair shimmered with golden highlights, her visage sculpted to perfection, and her large eyes resembled autumn waters, exuding an air of delicate grace. She gazed at Lei Ho and sweetly exclaimed, "Brother Lei Ho." Xiaolei's eyes brightened instantly. He recognized this enchanting young lady. It was none other than Miss Tian, Lei Ho's sister, Kur. A peculiar smile graced Xiaolei's face as he addressed her. Miss Kur, greetings. It is delightful to see you again. At that moment, Miss Tian's gaze fell upon Xiaolei, her eyes momentarily widening in surprise. She trembled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she stared at him in astonishment, her voice quivering. Is it really you? Just then, a fiery figure emerged from the driver's seat. A strikingly alluring woman stepped out of the car, her cascading waves of hair accentuating her tall, voluptuous figure. Clad in a thin layer of red leather that showcased her stunning physique, her long legs stood confidently in a pair of stylish boots, emanating an intense magnetism. Her face was equally captivating, with a wild glint in her eyes and a hint of a haughty smile playing at her lips. Lei Ho, why do you look so dejected? She remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Lei Ho, her gaze barely acknowledging Xiaolei's presence, as if he were inconsequential. To Xiaolei's astonishment, the typically fearless Lei Ho, who radiated a fearless demeanor akin to a bull, now bore the expression of a contrite child. Trembling as he seemed unable to meet the fiery woman's gaze, lowering his head, Lei Ho cautiously uttered, Sister, you've arrived. Chapter 38, The Sister of the Muscular Man. Sister. Xiaolei's first reaction was almost to leap up. A gorilla, astonishingly, had such a fiery, wild, and exquisitely beautiful sister? Could it be that gorillas and humans could share the same family? Had human genetics been utterly upended? Lei Ho exclaimed, Who is this? His chest puffed out proudly as he declared, This is Xiaolei, my friend, and Kur also knows him. Oh? The fiery woman in red appeared somewhat surprised, glancing at Tian Kur, only to unexpectedly find her blushing so fiercely that she could scarcely lift her head. A sense of bewilderment swept through the fiery woman as she cast another glance at Xiaolei, her gaze laden with intrigue. Well, it is like this. Lei Ho's face flushed slightly as he recounted the earlier incident. He had been defeated, and his demeanor was somewhat unnatural, his speech halting. Upon hearing his account, the woman in red narrowed her eyes, a complex smile gracing her lips. Oh, you were actually defeated today? Though her smile was present, her eyes bore a sharpness that was intimidating. Lei Ho, frightened, immediately lowered his gaze, clearly apprehensive of this sister. Xiaolei, who had been quietly listening, interjected upon hearing this remark. It's merely a spar. Victories and defeats are commonplace. Perhaps Lei Ho was feeling under the weather today. Relieved, Lei Ho exhaled deeply and cast a grateful glance at Xiaolei. The woman in red chuckled, addressing Xiaolei. You are Xiaolei, correct? To have bested even Lei Ho, it seems your skills are quite remarkable. May I ask which martial arts school you hail from? Lei Ho, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, pulled Xiaolei into the car. Xiaolei smiled and willingly took his seat in the back. The woman in red drove while Tian Kua sat in the front, her face still flushed, yet she occasionally stole glances at Xiaolei through the rearview mirror. As they drove, the woman in red did not engage in conversation with Xiaolei, instead meticulously inquiring about Lei Ho's defeat. Lei Ho recounted the details candidly, and with each word, the woman's expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, she slowly remarked, Humph, did he break through your horizontal training? That's nothing to be ashamed of. You foolish brute, do you think that merely training your body to be as strong as an ox makes you formidable? Even if you were to train to be as powerful as an elephant, you would still merely be a target for blows. Such foolish training is only something you would undertake. However, that Leon, to withstand several of your heavy strikes without issue, is no ordinary person. Be cautious should you encounter him again. Lei Ho merely bowed his head in silence, not daring to retort. The so-called private club is a venue offering services based on a private membership system. Those who possess membership are invariably the affluent elite of the city. Correspondingly, the services provided here are undoubtedly of the highest caliber, and naturally, the prices reflect that as well. When Xiaolei had earned 2 million, he had once aspired to dine lavishly here, to experience the luxuries reserved for the wealthy. However, later, when that 2 million was squandered, he no longer entertained such thoughts. This private club is evidently of the highest caliber, occupying a substantial 20 meters of prime real estate on this bustling commercial street. Although the entrance is not ostentatiously adorned, it exudes an extraordinary grandeur. A few individuals alighted from their vehicle, and Lei Ho's sister casually tossed the car keys to a doorman, striding confidently inside. As she walked, the staff immediately bowed in her presence. Xiaolei had never set foot in such an establishment before, only able to catch fleeting glimpses from the outside. Entering for the first time, he could not help but curiously survey his surroundings. This venue was entirely fortified with the most exquisite decor, a luxurious haven that, while impressive, did not come across as vulgar. The attendants in the lobby were impeccably dressed, their faces adorned with smiles that clearly reflected professional training in courtesy and respect. Upon ascending to the rooftop via an elevator, Xiaolei emerged onto what was astonishingly the building's terrace. He marveled at the grandeur of the space, which spanned nearly 1,000 square meters and had undergone extensive renovations. The rooftop featured a collection of quaint pavilions with red-tiled roofs, and at its center lay a small pond surrounded by a cluster of delicate bamboo. The gentle sound of flowing water mingled with the rustle of bamboo leaves in the breeze, accompanied by the faint strains of ancient music that made it hard to believe this was atop a bustling city skyscraper. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge in life's pleasures, Xiaolei mused, as a tall waitress clad in a cheap how led them into a small cool pavilion. The four finally settled down. With the weather warming, Lei Ho's sister waved her hand dismissively, suggesting something light to eat. Suddenly, she turned to Xiaolei with a sweet smile, her eyes glimmering. Xiaolei, what do you think of this place? Very nice, Xiaolei replied, speaking the truth. Ah, I never knew Lei Ho had such a friend. What do you do? Are you trying to pry into my background? Xiaolei chuckled. I'm just an ordinary person. I learned some ancient medical techniques from my uncle since childhood and dabbled in martial arts. I can throw a punch or two. Usually, I assist my uncle in feng shui consultations and occasionally attend to people's ailments. At the mention of healing, Tian Kuer visibly flinched, her ears turning crimson as she nearly bowed her head to her chest. Lei Ho's sister observed this, and a peculiar smile crossed her lips as she suddenly rose, exclaiming, Xiaolei, since you enjoy this place, let me show you around. Without allowing for a response, she instructed Lei Ho to keep her company and strode out. Xiaolei maintained his composure and followed her. Though she had claimed to be showing Xiaolei around, once outside, she disregarded him entirely and quickly made her way towards the central pond. Xiaolei remained silent, his eyes darting around with curiosity. Lei Ho's sister, with her striking figure accentuated by her tight-fitting attire, was hard to ignore, causing Xiaolei to swallow hard. All right, let us pause here, she declared. Suddenly, Lei Ho's sister halted by the pond, a small patch of xiangfei bamboo, conveniently obstructing the view of the cool pavilion where Tian Kuer was situated. Yet, her expression turned frigid as she scrutinized the young Lei. Firstly, I am not your elder sister. If you wish to address me, it is best to call me Miss Lei. Secondly, she glanced at the youth's hands and murmured, Lei Ho claims you can defeat that foreigner from Fran. I find it hard to believe. Although Lei Ho is not one to lie, your delicate hands do not suggest a martial prowess. Abruptly, her eyes narrowed as she exclaimed, Who exactly are you? What intentions do you harbor towards our Lei family? With that, she swiftly flipped her hand, revealing a gleaming dagger, and lunged towards the young Lei's neck. Startled, he did not expect this enchanting woman to turn hostile so swiftly, yet his reflexes were equally sharp. He sidestepped, evading the dagger's path, and deftly caught it between his fingers, exclaiming, What are you doing? Taken aback by having her weapon seized in an instant, Lei Ho's sister's expression shifted slightly, but she promptly relinquished the dagger and retreated swiftly. In an unexpected move, she produced a firearm, aiming it at the young Lei, declaring, Do not move. No matter how skilled you are, can you outrun a bullet? Instantly, he discarded the dagger into the pond, raised his hands in surrender, and offered a wry smile. Very well, Miss Lei, we bear no animosity, do we? What is the purpose of this? As he spoke, he cautiously stepped forward. However, Lei Ho's sister, ever vigilant, squinted and admonished, Do not approach. Her gaze remained steely. Your agility is commendable, yet do you believe that at my command 12 firearms could be trained upon you in an instant? I believe it. The young Lei replied promptly, This is your territory. However, we have no enmity. It is unreasonable for you to seek my life upon our first encounter. He continued, Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. Let us strike a bargain. At that moment, Lei Ho's sister chuckled, lowering her firearm. Her laughter was captivating, imbued with a hint of wildness in her gaze. Chapter 39, Transaction? The sister of Lei Ho merely scoffed, her gaze laced with disdain. She did not shy away from his stare. Instead, she held her head high and smiled. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid? What is there for me to fear? I am but a pauper. Do you think I would fear that you covet something of mine? Xiaolei shook his head. With a playful smile, Lei Ho's sister gestured around her, speaking slowly. This place belongs to me. The entire clubhouse is situated atop the building's terrace. Not to mention the pond and these transplanted bamboos, which cost several million. The construction of these pavilions, along with the staff and chefs I have hired, in the purchase of this entire floor. I invested a total of 36 million to establish this clubhouse. Xiaolei sighed. To me, that is an astronomical sum. A glint of pride flickered in her eyes. Although the cost of this clubhouse is steep, it yields even greater returns. Presently, we have 20 elite members and 73 ordinary members. The annual fee for each elite member is 200,000, while ordinary members pay 100,000. Calculating the membership fees alone, we have an income exceeding 11 million each year. Xiaolei could not help but whistle. A minimum spending of 13,000 per person. That amount can sustain me for several months. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. My dear, why are you sharing this with me? Xiaolei pondered for a moment before looking back at Lei Ho's sister. What exactly do you wish to discuss? A complex smile played upon her lips as she met his gaze, articulating each word slowly. I propose a transaction, if you agree to my terms. I shall gift you this place. Xiaolei was genuinely taken aback. Gift it to me. This alluring woman was certainly no fool. While her brother, Lei Ho, might possess a simple mind, it was evident that she had claimed all the wisdom he should have had. Xiaolei understood the remarkable skill and capability required to run such a high-end clubhouse. Cultivating connections with the elite, this establishment was not merely a venue for indulgence. It was a nexus for intelligence and information. In this age, what holds the most value? Not gold or silver, but information. A piece of valuable commercial intelligence can sometimes be priceless. A woman capable of maintaining such an establishment is undoubtedly astute. And yet, she was offering to give it away with a mere statement. What could her terms be in exchange for such a substantial offer? Xiaolei's eyes flickered with intrigue. He concealed any signs of shock, instead scrutinizing Lei Ho's sister with a knowing expression. After a minute, he sighed deeply. Very well. I concede that I am somewhat tempted. What are your conditions? My dear, with such a substantial bargaining chip, what do you wish to obtain from me? Very well, began Lei Ho's sister, her tone measured and unhurried. Could you kindly enlighten me on how you became acquainted with Tian Kur? From what I understand, she seldom interacts with men. A flurry of thoughts raced through Xiaolei's mind. Firstly, it was evident that Lei Ho's sister was unaware of his involvement in treating Tian Kur. Even if she did know, she likely remained oblivious to the manner in which he had assisted her. The attitude displayed by Lei Ho upon their meeting today further corroborated this notion. Without a doubt, any man, even someone as simple-minded as Lei Ho, would not exhibit such a friendly demeanor towards a man who had seen his fiancée in her entirety. It was likely that if Lei Ho were to learn the truth, his immediate reaction would be to deliver a forceful punch to this effeminate fellow. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, yet his expression remained entirely composed. Over the years, Xiaolei had navigated various social scenes alongside Wu Daozi. And after a year with the Xiaoyao sect, he had developed considerable expertise in the Taoist arts of nurturing and cultivating one's spirit, even if his other skills were not particularly remarkable. Well, I have mentioned before that I am a feng shui practitioner. I was once invited by Mr. Tian Jun to assist with a matter and had the opportunity to meet Miss Tian, he said, squinting slightly with a smile. But tell me, Lei Dajia, what is your intent in asking me this? After a few moments of silence, Lei Ho's sister responded slowly. Whether what you say is true or false today. The way Tian Kur looked at you is peculiar, and I cannot be deceived by that. I am not concerned with how you know her. I have but one request. If you can fulfill it, this place shall be yours. At this juncture, she inhaled deeply, her gaze piercing into Xiaolei's face as she spoke in a low voice. I want you to find a way to get close to Tian Kur by any means necessary. Alternatively, if you can secure her for yourself, that is acceptable as well. In any case, I do not wish for my brother to marry that girl. This is my condition. If you can achieve this, this place will belong to you. By acquiring this estate, you will not only gain immense wealth but also cultivate your own network. In time, you will ascend from the depths of society to heights you could never have imagined. Her tone was slow and gentle, laced with an indescribable allure. Even as Xiaolei endeavored to maintain his composure, her words struck him like a dart, causing him to leap in surprise. What? You want me to seduce your brother's fiancée? He exclaimed, his mind immediately conjuring unsavory thoughts. Alas, what a pity to squander such beauty. Nevertheless, it certainly sounded exhilarating. Chapter 40, The Professional Gigolo. Xiaolei had never encountered such a situation. A stunning woman stood before him, presenting a proposition so enticing it could sway anyone. Yet its purpose was to entice his brother's girlfriend. The absurdity of the request flowed from her lips, imbued with an irresistible allure, particularly for men. Moreover, the terms she offered were exceedingly generous. Xiaolei had no doubt that if he acquiesced, Securing this establishment might grant him the rights, wealth, and perhaps even more that an ordinary person could only dream of. However, his mind was not preoccupied with these temptations. Instead, he was intrigued by the motives behind this outrageous proposal from Lei Ho's sister. "What is it you wish for?" Lei Ho's sister narrowed her eyes, her luscious lips parting to reveal a voice tinged with magnetism. "Is there any more to consider?" A flicker of impatience crossed her gaze as she continued. "What is there to hesitate over? Money, wealth, all of this is at your fingertips. Are these not the very things you men yearn for?" Lei Ho's sister chuckled softly. "Perhaps you are not just a mere gigolo. Young man, do not overestimate your worth. If you seek a master of seduction, I could easily employ a multitude with a mere fraction of my resources." She gestured towards a nearby row of pavilions with a cold smirk. "Not to mention, right here, I have professionals far more adept at this craft, trained specifically to cater to affluent ladies and lonely career women. In many ways, their expertise surpasses yours." Xiaolei smiled rather than fuming, feigning ignorance of her ridicule. He jested. "Then I am all the more curious. Again, why choose me?" Lei Ho's sister fell silent for a few moments, her gaze drifting away from Xiaolei as if peering into the distance. Slowly, she spoke. "I have known Tian Kuer for 10 years. I met her when she was just 8 years old. Throughout her life, I have never witnessed her regard any boy in such a manner." She furrowed her brow, hesitating momentarily before continuing. "The way she looked at you today was peculiar. With Tian Kuer standing, countless wealthy scions and promising young men have pursued her, yet she has never regarded anyone else in such a light." Xiaolei mused inwardly. This is quite unjust. Tian Kuer's flustered demeanor was merely a byproduct of my healing her ailment. A pure girl, nurtured within a sheltered environment, would naturally feel discomposed when exposed to a young man's gaze. With this thought, he chuckled again. "And what does that signify?" Lei Ho's sister shook her head. "I have other reasons, but you shall discover them shortly. Now, tell me, will you agree or not?" Xiaolei rolled his eyes, retorting with a cold laugh. "What do you think, Sister Lei? You have drawn your weapon, and you just stated that this is your domain, where you could summon a dozen firearms aimed at me at any moment. If I refuse, even here, you cannot do anything to me. I fear that once outside, you might silence me permanently." A glimmer of derision flickered in the eyes of Lei Ho's sister as she coldly remarked, "So, you are in agreement." Xiaolei shrugged nonchalantly, a wry smile playing on his lips. "I suppose so. How could such an extraordinary opportunity befall me? It seems my good fortune has caught the attention of the heavens." "Heh, Tian Kuer, that young lady, is not only beautiful but also comes from a wealthy family, being their only daughter. If I could win her over, it would be a delightful gain of both wealth and beauty, especially with your assistance." Lei Ho's sister scrutinized Xiaolei for a moment, seemingly unable to read this young man. Despite sensing his cunning, he maintained an air of carefree nonchalance. Xiaolei gulped and suddenly declared, "All right, I accept this matter. Can we now proceed to dine? After all, I did fight on behalf of your brother today. Since you are the proprietor here, it would be reasonable for you to treat me to something good, wouldn't it?" As he spoke, he reached out playfully to grab Lei Ho's sister. But the moment his fingers brushed her shoulder, she recoiled as if electrified, her gaze turning instantly frigid. "Let us go," she commanded briskly, leading the way. Xiaolei stuck out his tongue and made a face, following behind her. Feigning ignorance, he overheard Lei Ho chuckle. "Sister. Xiaolei, what do you think of this place? Has my sister shown you around?" "Sigh, the rooftop is so complicated. What is the point?" Xiaolei glanced at Lei Ho, internally lamenting, "Foolish bull, I took a stroll, and your sister has sold your wife to me. Though you have treated me well. You do not fancy Tian Kuer. By the way, you prefer a woman who can spar with you. Tian Kuer, with her delicate demeanor, is unlikely to ever engage in such pursuits. Since you have no interest, I shall gladly take her off your hands." At that moment, several women clad in form-fitting kipeos entered. Each possessed long, flowing hair, statuesque figures, and alluring features, adorned with sweet smiles. Yet, Xiaolei was too engrossed to notice their charm, his gaze fixated on the silver platters they carried. "Ah, pure silver," he mused, noting even the bowls upon the platters were crafted from solid silver. He wondered what culinary delights lay within. Lei Ho's sister had mentioned that the minimum consumption here was 13,000. One could only imagine the exquisite delicacies that such an expense entailed. Having accompanied Wu Daozi in his deceptive endeavors for many years, Xiaolei had honed his ability to discern the authenticity of precious metals and jewels. The small bowl, though modest in size, was entirely fashioned from pure silver, emanating a soft silvery glow. Its surface was meticulously engraved with intricate patterns, resembling a blossoming lotus in its octagonal form. Simplicity is but a bowl, yet it holds treasures of considerable worth. Little Lei's eyes darted about, his mind racing with thoughts of how to discreetly take the bowl once he had finished eating. He patted his somewhat shriveled belly, letting out a sigh. Perhaps it would be prudent to consume the food first. The formidable technique of breaking the mountain's void was indeed powerful, but it demanded significant energy, and his stomach was truly ravenous at this moment. Yet he could not fathom what exquisite delicacies lay within such a beautiful silver bowl. Shark fin, abalone, bird's nest? Why was there merely a small portion? Could it be merely an appetizer? As the delicate, porcelain-skinned maid behind him lifted the lid from the bowl, Little Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly contain his indignation and glared at his sister, Lei Ho, exclaiming, "Surely, you jest. Are we to be served porridge for lunch?" Before him sat a meticulously crafted bowl containing a mere shallow serving of rice porridge. Do not doubt, for it was indeed a bowl of authentic porridge. Moreover, it contained no special ingredients whatsoever. Lei Ho cast a disdainful glance at Little Lei, retorting, "Are you unaware that light fare is beneficial to one's health? Consuming overly rich meals daily can lead to nutritional excess. Kuer, do you not agree? Furthermore, one must understand the principles of health preservation. One must learn to cherish blessings." "Humph, your expression reveals your ignorance." Little Lei fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the bowl of porridge. What a farce! An average expenditure of 13,000 for what? Nearly a bowl of porridge? Were the grains crafted from gold? Chapter 41, Blood Curse. The meal left Xiaolei both amused and bewildered. It was evident that Lei Ho's sister and Tian Kuo had grown accustomed to such a bland flavor. In contrast, Lei Ho wore a bitter expression similar to Xiaolei's, as he drained a small bowl in one gulp, subsequently staring vacantly at the other. Tian Kuo, embodying grace, delicately pinched a spoon with her fingers arranged like an orchid, savoring her food in dainty bites. This demeanor appeared to be a cultivated habit from childhood. Captivated by a certain intention towards the young lady, Xiaolei's gaze frequently wandered in her direction. It seemed that Tian Kuo sensed Xiaolei's almost brazen scrutiny, yet she dared not meet his eyes, her head bowed lower. And soon her ears turned crimson, her fingers trembling slightly around the spoon. Lei Ho's sister observed everything with a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Once the serving maid cleared the table, she attempted to pour tea, but Lei Ho, unable to contain his temper, exclaimed loudly, "What nonsense tea! We might as well find a restaurant and feast on a roasted leg of lamb." Unable to hold back, he rose to leave. However, this bull-headed fellow seemed to have gained some cunning, deliberately seizing Xiaolei, insisting he accompany him. Lei Ho's sister no longer glared. She simply waved her hand and said lightly, "All right, you may go. I always knew this bull-headed fool would never appreciate such delicacies." "Humph, a roasted leg of lamb? What a waste of my wide-eyed shark fin porridge." A flicker of mockery flashed in Xiaolei's eyes, yet he remained silent at the doorway. As the three finally departed, Lei Ho's sister appeared to exhale in relief. She slowly rose, her expression a complex blend of pain, hesitation, and perhaps a touch of helplessness. With a delicate hand, she gently caressed the tabletop, and to her astonishment, a deep imprint appeared on the exquisite redwood surface. Ah, the agony of choice, especially when torn between emotions and duty. After uttering these thoughts, she strode purposefully out of the pavilion, turned a corner, and entered a chamber. Inside, a descending staircase awaited, and upon reaching a crimson wooden door, Lei Ho's sister sighed deeply, forming an unusual hand seal, her lips whispering a solemn incantation. A blue flame shot forth from her palm, inscribing a Taoist talisman-like pattern upon the red door, which then flickered before silently swinging open. The room was entirely vacant, devoid of any furnishings, save for the four walls and a small altar that had been erected in the center. Unlike the deities found in temples or Taoist sanctuaries, this statue was not crafted from gold, but was instead entirely crimson, as if coated in a layer of bright red paint, a strikingly eerie and alluring hue. The room was adorned with 5 meditation cushions, meticulously arranged according to the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. 4 of these cushions were occupied by individuals seated in quiet contemplation. Among them was a young man with a pallid complexion, his face seemingly devoid of color, yet delicate as if fashioned by the hands of a woman, marred only by a hint of malevolence in his brow. His straight, raven-black hair obscured half of his visage, lending him an air of chilling aloofness, accentuated by his somber black attire that exuded an eerie aura. Surrounding this young man were 3 others, one slender, one stout, and a robust figure, akin to celestial bodies orbiting a star. All 4 sat cross-legged, eyes closed, fingers forming distinct madras. As Lei Ho's sister approached, the young man finally opened his eyes and regarded her. "You have arrived." Lei Ho's sister nodded, her tone icy as she inquired, "Do you feel any better?" The young man gently swept aside the disheveled strands of hair obscuring his face, revealing his identity. It was none other than Feng Kuang, the young prodigy of the Five Elements sect, the very one who had been injured by Wu Daozi during the conflict with the Tian family. "I am healed," he replied, "though there are still some techniques I have yet to comprehend." His voice was devoid of warmth, his gaze momentarily lingering on Lei Ho's sister before shifting to his fingers. And he spoke with an odd inflection. "You have not visited us for 2 days. Your presence today suggests you have made a decision?" "I have decided," Lei Ho's sister responded, her countenance grave as she slowly took her place on the vacant cushion, mirroring Feng Kuang's seated posture and forming a madra with her hands. "Excellent," Feng Kuang acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. "It appears you have indeed come to terms with this. The Five Elements sect is meant to unite the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, due to the treachery of the Tian family, who represent the element of metal, Suddenly, the stout man beside him opened his eyes and grinned. "Very well, since Miss Lei has agreed, the position of metal envoy, long monopolized by the Tian family, shall naturally be entrusted to her. For years, they have held this position, wielding the full financial power of the Five Elements sect. With Miss Lei's involvement, we shall surely have the opportunity to defeat them." Feng Kuang cast a cold glance at Lei Ho's sister. "Are you truly resolved?" "Once decided, there is no turning back. Should you ever betray us, I will personally ensure your demise." A flicker of anguish crossed Lei Ho's sister's eyes as a sardonic smile curled her lips. "Regret? Humph. Our Lei family has always been a force nurtured in the shadows by your Feng sect. What need is there to speak of regret? Since the day I was born, my fate was sealed. We, the Lei family, have long been lurking beside the Tian family, awaiting this day. This is merely our destiny. There is no need for your threats. I am acutely aware of my path." Her face betrayed no attempt to conceal her resentment, and her words were indeed rather blunt. However, Feng Kuang remained unperturbed, casting her a gentle glance before responding with an unusually calm demeanor. "You must harbor considerable hatred within you. If you must hate, then hate the circumstances of your birth into the Lei family, and the burden of this mission you bear." Sister Lei Ho swayed slightly, her complexion paling as she bit her lip. After a moment of silence, she asserted, "I can grant you what you desire. But on one condition: if you harm my brother, then even in death, we shall ensure a mutual demise." Feng Kuang nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured. As the leader of the Feng clan, I shall naturally lift the blood curse embedded within your family's martial arts. Even your brother, Lei Ho, I will ensure is freed from his blood curse." Sister Lei Ho scoffed softly. "Since I've agreed to your terms, I have no qualms about joining you in this perilous endeavor. The blood curse is of no concern to me. All I wish for is my brother's survival." After a pause, she added, "You need not worry. My brother will have no further ties with the Tian family. I will handle it thoroughly." Meanwhile, in the southern part of the city, Lin Shanshan remained oblivious to the pair of eyes observing her from the rooftop of a building across the street. Those eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, reminiscent of a clear autumn stream, while her flowing hair exuded an ethereal charm. The girl stood atop the building, intently gazing at Lin Shanshan on the opposite balcony, her face betraying a hint of confusion. Sunlight bathed her delicate features, rendering her akin to a sculpted jade figure. It was unclear how long she had been watching when she suddenly heard faint squeaks behind her. Turning around, her previously serene expression transformed into a gentle smile as she looked down at the ground. There, 2 frail mice scurried about, trapped within a circle that glimmered with a golden hue. Despite their frantic attempts to escape, they could not breach this boundary. The young woman spoke softly. "You must be hungry. Do not worry. As you belong to him, I shall take good care of you." With that, she bent down, retrieving a few pieces from an open pack of biscuits on the ground and gently tossing them their way. Although only 2 mice lay before her, a tender warmth radiated from her gaze. Chapter 42, The Love of the Muscular Man. Part 1. The sun shone splendidly. Yet the smile on Xiaolei's face radiated even more brilliance. Lei Ho had dashed off to drive, leaving Xiaolei standing by the roadside with Tian Kuer. The young lady had spoken no more than 3 sentences all day, and now, standing beside Xiaolei, she gently bit her lip, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. "Are you afraid of me?" Xiaolei inquired softly. She shook her head. "Do you hate me?" Another shake of the head. Then, "Do you dislike me?" Silence ensued, accompanied by a hint of hesitation, before she finally shook her head gently once more. Xiaolei chuckled. a glimmer of triumph sparkling in his eyes as he subtly inched closer to Tian Kuer. "Miss Kuer," he began, carefully considering his words regarding that incident last time. "I was merely trying to treat your injuries. You see, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. In my eyes, while treating you, you were simply a patient, devoid of any distinction between male and female, or beauty and ugliness." He spoke with deliberate calmness, his tone earnest, his expression seemingly imbued with solemnity. Those unfamiliar with him might easily be deceived by his seemingly righteous demeanor. Xiaolei's gaze was unfathomably sincere, and his expression exceedingly grave. Tian Kuo appeared somewhat bewildered, eventually nodding gently in understanding, a faint smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "I understand." Xiaolei laughed heartily, teasingly adding, "Moreover, the moment you awakened that day, you inflicted quite a bit of injury upon me, leaving me to sleep on my stomach for 2 consecutive days." Hardly daring to sit, Tian Kuer let out a soft giggle, her face flushing as she stamped her foot in protest. What are you saying?" Xiaolei replied with utmost seriousness, "If you do not believe me, I still bear the injury on my backside. Would you care to take a look?" Tian Kuer, now thoroughly embarrassed, bit her lip and retorted, I do not want to see." With a long sigh, as if summoning her courage, she finally whispered, "And I must also say thank you. My father mentioned that if it weren't for your rescue, I might have perished." Xiaolei chuckled, choosing not to respond. In his heart, he mused, "As for the injury on my backside, it's best you do not see it. Even if you wish to, there is nothing to behold. As the carefree one, I am entirely unscathed, not a scar to be found. And as for thanks, there will be ample opportunities for that in the future." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an unusual expression crossed his face as he regarded Tian Kuer, inadvertently recalling the alluring moments from a year prior when he had treated her wounds. Tian Kuer felt the weight of his gaze upon her, her cheeks ablaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, a blue BMW Z8 suddenly sped down the street and came to a halt before the 2 individuals. The door swung open, and a young man leaped out, exclaiming with delight, "Tian Kuer, Miss Kuer, you are indeed here. How wonderful." This individual appeared to be in his early 20s. Slender in build, his hair meticulously styled, likely doused with half a bottle of hair gel. He exuded the scent of cologne, donned a men's shirt that seemed presentable, yet his complexion was excessively pale, giving off a somewhat sickly impression, with dark circles under his eyes, possibly remnants of indulgence in drink and revelry. In summary, he epitomized the archetype of a wealthy and privileged young man. With a broad smile plastered on his face, he strode towards Tian Kuer's, arms outstretched as if to embrace her. However, the smile faded from her face, and instinctively, she stepped back behind Xiaolei. Xiaolei, grinning mischievously, positioned himself protectively in front of Tian Kuer and asked, "Sir, and you are?" The man, blocked by Xiaolei, momentarily displayed a flicker of displeasure, huffing, "Kuer, is this your bodyguard? What an odd way to dress." From her position behind Xiaolei, Tian Kuer, with a somewhat indifferent demeanor, softly replied, "No, he is my friend." "Friend?" The man exclaimed incredulously, "Goodness, Kuer, when did you start associating with such individuals?" His expression darkened suddenly, and fixing a glare at Xiaolei, he demanded, "What is your business here, kid?" You don't look like a good person. What are your intentions with Kuer?" After casting a glance at Kuer, his tone softened, "Kuer, there are many deceitful individuals out there nowadays. Please do not fall prey to them." Tian Kuer bit her lip and, though her voice was barely audible, spoke with conviction, "No, he is not a bad person. You are." Xiaolei felt a surge of annoyance. Indeed, he was originally a small-time con artist. However, even in that role, one maintains a semblance of dignity. To be accused of being a fraud in front of Xiaolei was akin to berating a monk for his baldness. He smirked inwardly, yet feigned a languid, carefree demeanor. "Indeed, Kuer, this gentleman is absolutely correct. There are far too many con artists nowadays. Some even dress impeccably. Oh, in this day and age, even being a con artist requires a certain flair." Tian Kuo stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Yet, the young man's expression soured immediately, his countenance darkening with suppressed anger. Suddenly, from the parking lot by the roadside, the roar of a powerful engine erupted, followed by the emergence of a black civilian Hummer. This quintessential American Hummer charged forth like an armored vehicle, hurtling towards the BMW. The man was taken aback, and with a gasp, the BMW was violently jolted backward several meters, its headlights shattered, and the chassis slightly crumpled. Furious, the man was about to storm over and unleash his wrath. only to see the Hummer come to a halt, and with the door swung open, Lei Ho leaped down from the vehicle. He approached with a sinister expression. His fists clenched, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Upon catching sight of Thunder Roar, the anger on young Master Ma's face vanished completely, replaced by a look of sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed and staggered backward, exclaiming, "Why you, don't come any closer. Thunder Roar. If you take another step, I will." Thunder Roar smirked disdainfully and replied coldly, "Scram. I warned you last time. If I see you plotting against my sister Ko again, I will break both your legs." With that, he took Ko by the hand and headed toward his vehicle. Young Master Lei sighed and offered a bitter smile. It was no wonder Thunder Roar's sister sought his assistance. Had anyone else attempted to woo Ko, they likely would have been chased away by this muscular brute before even getting close. Break both legs? Well, I too have designs on Sister Ko. Does that mean Thunder Roar could break my legs as well? Young Lei, get in the car. Thunder Roar called out after ensuring Ko was settled inside. Wait for me a moment. A thought sparked in young Lei's mind, and he strode purposefully toward young Master Ma. What do you want? Young Master Ma retreated in trepidation. Standing before him, young Lei gently patted the man's shoulder. You are young Master Ma, correct? How did you know Miss Ko was here? I have my ways. Young Lei's demeanor softened further. Rest assured, I am not Thunder Roar. Nor do I intend to harm you. With a playful grin, young Lei continued, however, I do have a piece of advice for you. Thunder Roar mentioned that if you were to entertain thoughts about Ko, he would break your legs, right? Well, let me tell you, if you were to pursue her, I won't break your legs. His gaze subtly shifted to a particular area below young Master Ma's waist, and he added nonchalantly, I will simply remove all the hair from your body, and I mean all of it. Young Master Ma's face turned a deep shade of anger. His jaw clenched and muscles twitching as he could not suppress his fury. You insolent brat. Where do you come from, daring to threaten me like this? It's infuriating. I can't handle that monster Thunder Roar. But you, a mere little fish, presume to disrespect me? Casting a glance at his sleek new BMW, young Master Ma felt an overwhelming mix of rage and sorrow. Watching Thunder Roar's imposing vehicle roar to life and depart, he stomped his foot in frustration before climbing into his own car. As the trio's vehicle turned the corner, young Lei suddenly shouted, Stop! Thunder Roar, stop! Curse you! Young Lei scoffed. What are you talking about? You don't need to use fists to deal with him. Just wait and see. In the meantime, young Master Ma's BMW roared to life, the engine straining as the car began to wobble, its tires seemingly burdened by an immense weight. It struggled to accelerate. Inside, young Master Ma seethed with anger, feeling that nothing was going right for him today. Now even his car was malfunctioning. Fueled by rage, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Indeed, the luxury car's engine was powerful. It quaked violently before letting out a deafening roar and surged forward. Suddenly, at the intersection's turning point, Xiaolei and his companions witnessed a BMW, seemingly inebriated, collide violently with a fire hydrant. With a resounding crash, the hydrant was sent flying, and the car came to a feeble halt, its front end utterly crumpled. In the wake of the impact, a torrent of water erupted from the hydrant, spraying skyward. Satisfied, Xiaolei chuckled and gestured, Muscle Man, let us be off. The spectacle has concluded. With a playful grin, he glanced at Tian Kuer and remarked nonchalantly, Heaven knows. It might be a matter of luck, perhaps. With a talisman from the Taoist tradition affixed to the car's roof. This vehicle was effectively overloaded by 7 or 8 times. If it had not been crushed into a turtle, he could consider himself fortunate. However, how did he know Tian Kuer was here? Originally, upon encountering Tian Kuer today, she had been with Lei Ho's sister. Could it be that Lei Ho's sister orchestrated this encounter intentionally? That woman seems to have invested considerable thought into this endeavor. Chapter 43, The Love of the Muscular Man, Part 2. He immediately recalled the walls surrounding the manor appeared to have been recently constructed. Even the trees on either side seemed to have undergone some change. He remembered Wu Daozi mentioning that this place had been struck by lightning summoned by him in the past. The black-clad security personnel stationed at the entrance swung open the gates upon seeing the license plate of Lei Ho's vehicle, allowing them entry. Xiaolei observed the lawn outside, which also appeared to have been freshly turned, and the mansion's appearance was notably different from a year ago. According to Wu Daozi's account of that fateful night, it seemed as though a portion of the wall had been blasted away by the lightning. As the car came to a halt, Tian Kuer hurriedly exited, cheerfully exclaiming, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, brother Lei Ho. She appeared somewhat bashful, glancing back at Xiaolei and murmuring, goodbye. Xiaolei chuckled playfully. Just call me Xiaolei. Tian Kuer beamed. All right, goodbye, Xiaolei brother. With that, she skipped away. Xiaolei smiled faintly, pleased that within such a short span, he had been elevated to Xiaolei brother. As the car departed from the Tian family estate, Lei Ho remarked, Xiaolei, I haven't had the chance to ask you today, what technique did you employ when you faced that individual? Xiaolei cast a sidelong glance at Lei Ho, replying nonchalantly, why? Do you wish to learn? Xiaolei chuckled lightly and shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot teach you that final move. If I were to secretly impart it to you, the person from whom I learned it would certainly break my legs. You might even end up in trouble too. He recalled the stern warning from Qing Lingzi, who had explicitly stated that the power of Pishan Kong was too formidable and lethal to be shared with others. Although Qing Lingzi had not specified the consequences, the glint of menace in his eyes had been unmistakable to Xiaolei. Though Qing Lingzi treated him amiably on most occasions, he was not someone to be trifled with. Xiaolei was acutely aware that several members of the Xiaoyao sect revered Qing Lingzi far more than their leader, the Zaiyayozi. In the entirety of Daimei Mountain, no one dared provoke Qing Lingzi, for when he unleashed his fury, he was capable of anything. Disappointment clouded Lei Ho's expression. He perceived that although the initial techniques Xiaolei employed were exquisite, they did not align with his temperament. Lei Ho, who favored a more direct and assertive approach, believed that only techniques that delivered solid, impactful strikes epitomized the essence of masculinity. After a moment of contemplation, a mischievous smile graced Xiaolei's face. Lei Ho, while I cannot teach you that final move, I can share some other knowledge with you. Do you know why that fellow named Leon could take you down with just a single finger? Why? Is it because he possesses great strength? Xiaolei shook his head and remarked, the power he wields is beyond your comparison. What you practice is merely an external technique to enhance physical strength. Such time-consuming and laborious endeavors are fit only for fools like you. Humph, what if external techniques are the strongest? They merely allow one to endure a few more blows. However, when faced with a true master of internal energy, a single strike can incapacitate you. Really? Is that lion a master of internal energy? But he is a foreigner. Huh, Xiaolei scoffed. Do you believe that Qigong is the exclusive domain of the people of Zilai? First, you must understand what Qi truly is. Qi is merely a form of power. The legends of Zilai have only mythologized it. Qi is simply the mastery of a certain type of energy, devoid of any mystical qualities. Why can't foreigners master this method? Even if they do, it wouldn't be called Qi. They would likely employ a different approach. Xiaolei suddenly chuckled. Have you ever read novels? At the very least. I know that many Western novels speak of a concept called fighting spirit, which seems quite similar to the so-called Qi of the martial artists in our homeland. Lei Ho shook his head vigorously, a pained expression on his face. I don't know. I've never read any. Since childhood, whenever I had time, I practiced martial arts. I find reading such boring activities utterly pointless. Xiaolei shot him a glare and sighed. All right, to put it simply, I will teach you a method of harnessing Qi. If you practice diligently, it will certainly surpass your daily muscle training. At the very least, you won't be easily defeated by that lion. Lei Ho immediately nodded, grinning. That sounds excellent. Starting tomorrow, I will come to learn from you every day. Xiaolei chuckled mischievously. I can teach you, but what about the tuition? Tuition? Lei Ho stared blankly. Of course. Xiaolei exclaimed. Do you think that martial arts schools outside charge no fees? All right. How much do you intend to charge? Lei Ho inquired. Xiaolei quickly calculated in his mind and boldly declared a figure, 10,000. All right. Seeing Lei Ho agree so readily, Xiaolei instantly regretted his hasty declaration and added, that S calculated by the hour. Lei Ho nodded again. Fine. This time, Lei Ho hesitated, unable to suppress his incredulous stare at Xiaolei, muttering, what exactly are you going to teach me? It wouldn't be how to swindle money, would it? Xiaolei was left speechless. As the car arrived at the street where Xiaolei resided and halted below the building, Lei Ho couldn't help but comment. So this is where you live? Very. He seemed poised to say something derogatory, but upon noticing the cold smirk on Xiaolei's lips, he quickly altered his words to, very unique. Xiaolei squinted and smiled, muscle man, you've grown clever. While the two conversed, Xiaolei's gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked outside the car, his smile vanishing, his expression darkening like stormy waters. What are you planning to do? Came the anxious, fearful voice of a girl. On a bustling street corner, Lin Shanshan and the lovely girl, Ru Hua, found themselves confronted by a gang of 3 or 4 ruffians. The leader, a youth barely in his 20s with hair dyed in vibrant hues reminiscent of a peacock's plume, wore a standard lewd grin as he exclaimed, Hey, little lady, you live nearby, don't you? I've had my eye on you for several days. With that, he reached out to tilt Lin Shanshan's chin. Startled, she recoiled, while Ru Hua stepped forward protectively, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" At that moment, it was evident to all that this was a quintessential scene of street thugs harassing a damsel. According to the usual script, one would expect a hero to swoop in and rescue the fair maiden. Indeed, Xiaolei seemed poised to leap from his vehicle, yet just then, the situation took an unexpected turn. The thug cast an appalled glance at Ru Hua, sneering, "You ugly hack, get lost," or else his words were abruptly cut short. Ru Hua suddenly extended a robust arm. Yes, a truly formidable arm. Xiaolei watched in astonishment as she executed a perfect suplex, effortlessly throwing the thug aside with a forceful thrust of her arms. Just as Xiaolei's gasp hung in the air, Ru Hua moved even quicker. Before the thug could comprehend what was happening, her powerful grip had ensnared another's neck, followed by a fierce knee strike. "Oh!" the thug cried out, his voice trembling. In a flash, Ru Hua launched another strike, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, toppling the last thug to the ground. She mounted him, unleashing a flurry of resounding slaps that echoed through the street. The unfortunate man managed only 3 pitiful cries before he was silenced, left only with a whimpering sound escaping his nostrils. Finally, the dauntless Ru Hua stood tall, having dealt swift justice to the miscreants. She dusted off her hands and spat disdainfully onto the face of one of the defeated, declaring, "If you dare to harass me again, I'll make sure even your mother won't recognize you." The man on the ground appeared utterly spent. Yet he mustered the strength to utter one last feeble protest. "We weren't harassing you. We were harassing her." At last, silence enveloped the scene. Xiaolei and Lei Ho remained frozen in shock for a full 10 seconds, with Xiaolei's gaze lost in disbelief. Suddenly, Lei Ho's eyes gleamed with admiration as he stammered, "She's so fierce. This girl is absolutely incredible." Xiaolei swallowed hard, muttering in trepidation, "She is terrifying. How am I supposed to live under the same roof with her?" Chapter 44, Community Life. Lin Shanshan's expression brightened with surprise upon seeing Xiaolei, who had just jumped out of the car. On the ground, a groaning thug, clutching his stomach, could no longer contain himself and weakly protested, "Brother, you can't say that. Which of your eyes saw us bullying anyone? It is we who are being bullied." Following closely behind Xiaolei, Lei Ho, incensed by the remark, bellowed, "Seeking death." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and effortlessly lifted the man, tossing him aside as if he were a mere chick. The sight of Lei Ho's fearsome visage, his robust frame reminiscent of a half-iron tower, stirred something within Lin Shanshan, prompting her to inquire, "Xiaolei, is this your friend?" Xiaolei smiled faintly, "He is my disciple." He tugged at Lei Ho, disregarding Lin Shanshan's astonished expression, and cheerfully suggested, "Come, disciple. Shall we go upstairs for some tea?" However, Lei Ho's gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, his dark complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. As his eyes inadvertently drifted toward the beautiful girl, seemingly shyly responding, all right." The group ascended the stairs and entered Xiaolei's modest abode. Observing the simple furnishings, Lei Ho could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Xiaolei, do you really live here? How could that be? I heard Uncle Tian mention that you should be quite wealthy." At the mention of wealth, Xiaolei rolled his eyes. Yet, the girl, Ru Hua, interjected, "What of it? Is living in luxury so commendable? I simply prefer residing here, you big gorilla. What business is it of yours?" To Xiaolei's surprise, Lei Ho did not dare to retort this time, instantly sealing his lips and casting a pitiful glance at Xiaolei. Lin Shanshan, sensing the tension, poured a cup of tea and, glancing at Ru Hua, softly admonished, "All right, do not speak to guests in such a manner. He is Xiaolei's friend." Ru Hua pouted and turned her face away, muttering, "Love is like a cough. It cannot be concealed." Upon hearing this, Lin Shanshan's face flushed crimson, and she shot a fierce glare at Ru Hua. Just then, a tumultuous uproar erupted from downstairs, with the sound of several voices clamoring. A shout pierced through the chaos. "Who struck my brother?" Then came the sounds of thuds and the shattering of glass. Lei Ho's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "My car." He rushed to the window and peered down, witnessing a group of thugs, armed with wooden and iron rods, surrounding his vehicle, cursing and striking it. The glass had already been shattered, the headlights broken, and the once mighty vehicle now bore numerous scars. With a cry of despair, Lei Ho lamented, "My limited edition Hummer." He flung open the window and roared, "You bastards, who dares to smash my car?" As the window was flung open, a barrage of curses erupted, drawing the attention of a group of ruffians below. Among them stood the very individual who had just been bullied by the enchanting girl. Upon spotting Lei Ho, He immediately pointed and shouted, "It's him. He's one of the gang that attacked me." The group collectively raised their gazes, and in an instant, a flurry of beer bottles soared toward the upper floor. The sight was indeed formidable, with the bottles crashing against their target in rapid succession. The sound of shattering glass echoed as several bottles struck, obliterating the window and showering the room with fragments, while 2 bottles tumbled inside, scattering glass across the table and walls. Xiaolei, quick to react, swiftly pulled Lin Shanshan back, though Hua was slightly slower, resulting in a shard of glass slicing her arm, drawing blood instantly. Enraged, Lei Ho's fury ignited, and he seized 2 chairs from the room, charging toward the window to retaliate. His martial training afforded him remarkable speed. Before Xiaolei could interject, Lei Ho, in a whirlwind of movement, hurled chairs, utensils, and even a pot down below. Just as he lifted a microwave to throw, Xiaolei shouted vehemently, "Stop it, you fool!" Realizing the refrigerator was too large to toss, Lei Ho stomped his foot in frustration and dashed toward the door, inadvertently tearing the entire door off its hinges in his haste. Without waiting for Xiaolei's reprimands, he bolted outside. Xiaolei surveyed the chaos left in their home, while Lin Shanshan's face turned pale. Finally, he shouted in exasperation, "What the hell? Is this a brawl or are you demolishing my house?" The sounds of chaos erupted below, accompanied by cries of pain, indicating that Lei Ho had engaged in combat. Lin Shanshan, anxious, asked, "Xiaolei, do you think we should help him? Or should we report this to the authorities? There are so many of them." "Curse him," Xiaolei spat. "It would be better if he got beaten to death." Yet, despite his anger, Xiaolei understood that those street thugs posed no real threat to Lei Ho. As anticipated, the skirmish below concluded swiftly, the cries gradually fading into the distance. Lin Shanshan cautiously retrieved bandages to tend to Hua's wounds, just as Lei Ho stormed back in, his face a mask of fury. "What a bunch of useless fools. I barely fought for 2 minutes before they couldn't withstand it any longer." Blood stained his clothes, and his expression was fierce. Xiaolei's face turned a shade of pale fury as he retorted coldly, "You think you're impressive? Defeating a bunch of lowly thugs doesn't excuse the state of my home. You've thrown everything around. How are we supposed to cook dinner tonight? You've destroyed the door. Where are we meant to live?" At that moment, Hua cried out, "Make him pay. Aren't you driving a Hummer? You must be wealthy." Lei Ho glared defiantly, "What do I care? If they dare to come back, I'll fight them every time." "Xiaolei, these fellows have been effortlessly dispatched by you. What is there to worry about?" Xiaolei scoffed, "You are impressive, a true hero. Naturally, you fear not these individuals, but what of the 2 young ladies? Shall we merely await their vengeance within the confines of our home?" Lei Ho was instantly rendered speechless. Hua had already leaped up, brandishing her arms and bellowing, "Gorilla, you must compensate us for our furniture." Lei Ho instinctively recoiled a step, stammering, "I shall compensate, but..." Although he spoke of the convenience of practicing martial arts, his eyes incessantly darted towards Hua. Xiaolei observed this behavior with clarity, his heart racing in sudden realization. Good heavens! Could this muscular man have feelings for Hua? By the heavens above! Was the matchmaker blind? Recalling this muscular man's apparent disinterest in the delicate coureur, could he have unexpectedly developed affection for Hua, who resembled a prehistoric creature? As this thought crossed his mind, a smile unexpectedly blossomed on Xiaolei's face, reminiscent of a weasel celebrating the new year with a hen. He approached Lei Ho with a playful demeanor, firmly patting his shoulder and exclaiming, well, how rare it is for you to show such filial piety towards your master. I shall grant your wish." Lowering his voice, he added, 1,000 yuan a day and benefits. I shall move into your home." Lei Ho was momentarily taken aback, whispering, "What? 1,000 yuan a day, and I'll bring Hua along. Otherwise, it's not negotiable." Without a second thought, Lei Ho agreed. "Deal?" Xiaolei extended his hand and casually stated, "Now, if you please." At this, Lei Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. Faced with Xiaolei's impassive expression, he reluctantly retrieved his wallet, extracting all the cash within. Xiaolei, satisfied, tucked the money away, while Lin Shanshan, who was tending to Hua's injuries, inquired, "What are you 2 up to?" Hua and Lin Shanshan gazed in astonishment, particularly Hua, who could not help but admire this young landlord. Little did she know, the very funds she was receiving had been acquired through Xiaolei's cunning. Chapter 45 New Home. Approximately half an hour later, a white van sped swiftly to the foot of Xiaolei's building. Several individuals clad in white uniforms hastily emerged from the vehicle. The insignia on their uniforms clearly read Certain Medical Pavilion. Indeed, it was the medical pavilion. Lei Ho was undeniably efficient. After finalizing the moving arrangements, He merely made a phone call and then turned to Xiaolei with a nod, his expression appearing somewhat strained. All right, someone will come to pick us up shortly. His body swayed slightly, his complexion pale, as he seemed to be biting his lip, and just as he took a step towards the restroom, he fainted softly. Yes, Lei Ho had actually fainted. Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Observing the astonished expressions of Lin Shanshan and Hua Er, he spread his hands in a sigh. I almost forgot. My disciple has a tendency to faint at the sight of blood. Thus, in a bid to rescue this muscular male afflicted by hemophobia, Xiaolei kindly called for an ambulance. Of course, he decided to charge this gullible disciple tenfold for the medical pavilion service fees. Lei Ho was loaded into the ambulance, and 10 minutes later, a black business vehicle halted below his residence. This time, the leader was none other than Lei Ho's sister. She appeared remarkably composed, and, upon seeing Xiaolei, remarked calmly, All right, Lei Ho has informed me. With a wave of her hand, her subordinates began ascending the stairs to move belongings. Lin Shanshan seemed a bit anxious and tugged at Xiaolei's sleeve. Xiaolei, these people. Xiaolei chuckled. It's fine, they are my friend's sister's team. Lei Ho's sister glanced at Lin Shanshan with an oddly amused smile. Xiaolei, is this your friend? A very pretty girl indeed. Though she smiled, there was a hint of warning hidden in her gaze. Xiaolei noticed this, but chose not to elaborate, responding coolly, She is my friend, currently residing in my home. Your foolish brother nearly wrecked my house, leaving her without a place to stay. I can't just ignore it, can I? Lin Shanshan, however, hid behind Xiaolei, scrutinizing Lei Ho's sister with a gaze that was somewhat inscrutable. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. As Lei Ho's sister's team ascended the stairs, Lin Shanshan suddenly bit her lip and whispered, Xiaolei, I think we should reconsider moving. It seems too troublesome. If things are damaged, we can simply replace them, and the doors can be repaired. Besides, Xiaolei shrugged. Why not? Since help is at hand. He seemed about to voice more, but upon catching Lin Shanshan's gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. He noticed a hint of melancholy in her eyes, imbued with a touch of sorrow and unspoken words, as if she wished to share something but hesitated. It seems there exists a tender sentiment that stirs the heart, rendering one reluctant to impose. However, at that moment, a loud cry echoed through the corridor. Be careful. That's my treasure. This interruption prompted Thunderous Roar's sister to add, You need not bring anything. Everything you require will be provided at your designated location. Just pack a few changes of clothes and essential items. She observed 2 burly men laboriously transporting a tattered yellow cardboard box, clearly straining as they loaded it into the vehicle. Beside them, Ru Hua wore a peculiar expression, cautious and seemingly overly protective of this item. The look on her face suggested not merely caution, but an air of secrecy. Thunderous Roar's sister furrowed her brow, inquiring, What are all these various boxes? There's no need to bring unnecessary items. Ru Hua immediately rushed forward, embracing the box and exclaiming, We can't discard this. We absolutely need these things. Xiaolei, equally perplexed, leaned towards Lin Shanshan and whispered, What is inside that box? Lin Shanshan appeared to know, but, for reasons unknown, blushed at the question, stammering as if unable to articulate her thoughts. Aside from the box, Ru Hua showed little interest in anything else, eagerly boarding the vehicle while clutching the box with a look of utter satisfaction. Seeing the situation was irrevocable, Lin Shanshan resigned herself to fate, casting a deep glance at Xiaolei and sighing softly. As everything seemed ready to depart, Xiaolei suddenly appeared to recall something, exclaiming, Wait. He dashed upstairs and, moments later, emerged with a small item wrapped in newspaper, a smile gracing his face as he climbed into the vehicle. As the business car set off, Xiaolei sat in the back with Lin Shanshan. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, What did you go to fetch? Xiaolei smiled faintly, remaining silent as he gently peeled back a corner of the newspaper. Upon catching a glimpse, Lin Shanshan's face flushed crimson, her gaze softening as she lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Beneath the newspaper lay a toothbrush. Ru Hua smiled mysteriously, her expression growing even more furtive as she opened one side of the box, revealing a fleeting glimpse before swiftly closing it again. Xiaolei's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he exhaled deeply, unable to contain himself. This item. Ru Hua grinned triumphantly. I found this in some corner of the room when I moved in. It seems you've kept these treasures quite well. The brief glimpse of colorful objects that had emerged from the box was enough for Xiaolei to recognize them instantly. They were his original rare collectibles. Indeed, those were the legendary super limited edition treasures. You actually kept these items? Xiaolei stammered in disbelief. As Hua rolled her eyes, she inquired, "What is the matter? Is it permissible for men to gaze upon these things while women are forbidden?" Xiaolei was rendered speechless, yet he heard Hua continue. While you men admire women, I, of course, am drawn to the handsome and muscular men within. Hiki. That smile had transformed from a covert smirk to something distinctly lascivious. Suddenly, Xiaolei recalled Lin Shanshan's peculiar expression earlier. She had known all along. Well, he just wondered if she had ever looked. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at Lin Shanshan beside him, only to discover her face was crimson, almost as if blood might seep through. He quickly turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. The car had turned the corner, and from a narrow alley directly opposite Xiaolei's residence, a young girl emerged. The alley was deserted, yet 2 tiny mice crouched on the ground, pitifully squeaking a couple of times. "Ah, do you wish to follow me?" The girl beamed, her beautiful visage blossoming like spring flowers. To his astonishment, the car continued its journey, heading from the southern part of the city towards the outskirts. At the foothills south of the city, it veered off the main road. Xiaolei recognized this place. He had visited here on a school outing during his academic years. Although this area was renowned for its scenic beauty in the southern suburbs, it was also a haven for the wealthy, with many luxurious villas clustered together. Such a picturesque setting, with its clear mountains and flowing waters, was indeed ideal for the affluent to establish private estates. Sure enough, the vehicle arrived at the foot of the mountain, revealing a gated area surrounded by lush greenery. With the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms filling the air, devoid of the city's exhaust fumes. Before them stood a grand entrance exuding a Gothic architectural style. And the car drove inside, revealing a meticulously maintained estate. The lawn was clearly tended by a gardener, and the scent of gardenias wafted through the air. Xiaolei could not help but exclaim, "This place is truly remarkable." However, Lin Shanshan frowned, expressing her concern. "Are we really staying here? It's so far from the city. It will be quite inconvenient every day." In front of a small angel statue fountain, the group disembarked, standing before a quaint villa occupying several hundred square meters. Though modest in size, it was exquisitely crafted. Hua, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. This place is perfect. Haha. I want the room on the top floor." Yet Lin Shanshan remained closely beside Xiaolei, scrutinizing the surroundings. Having transitioned from the crowded city to this verdant estate, a hint of joy surfaced on her face. Hua seized Lin Shanshan's hand and dashed inside, ignoring her struggles. Sister Lei Ho stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Xiaolei with a smile. "Well, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" After receiving Lei Ho's call, I mobilized 20 people to tidy this place up within half an hour. I believe it is quite commendable. Xiaolei felt a twinge of unease. "Sister Lei, your words make me a bit anxious." "Hee. Someone of your stature wouldn't engage in such selfless acts without ulterior motives, would you? What is your true intention?" Lei Ho's sister smiled softly and suddenly lowered her voice, saying, "I hope you all enjoy your time here. Furthermore, a guest will be arriving tomorrow. You must seize the opportunity." "A guest?" Xiaolei immediately realized. "You wouldn't have brought Tian Kur here, would you?" Lei Ho's sister let out a gentle sigh. "What do you think?" Chapter 46 Thief. In the evening, Lei Ho finally arrived. He appeared considerably rejuvenated, though his complexion bore a hint of embarrassment, clearly self-conscious about his blood phobia. Xiaolei, unable to hold back, gently patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. He then whispered in his ear, "Alas, what will become of someone like you in the future?" Lei Ho stared blankly, his eyes wide with confusion. Xiaolei shook his head, realizing that this big oaf was utterly lost. Lei Ho's sister had departed earlier in the afternoon, leaving only Xiaolei and Lei Ho in the house, while Ru Hua had taken Lin Shanshan out to explore the estate, referring to it as reconnaissance. From Xiaolei's perspective, it could aptly be described as a mother dinosaur surveying her territory. As they conversed, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and the 2 girls hurried in, chattering animatedly. Ru Hua flopped onto the sofa and sighed, "What a jackpot. There are probably over 100 acres nearby. Good heavens, the wealthy are truly extravagant." Lin Shanshan frowned at Ru Hua's coarse language. Ru Hua then glanced at Lei Ho, smirking. "Oh, the gorilla has arrived? Be careful. There is a lot of red furniture in the house." Lei Ho's face immediately turned a deep shade of purple. Xiaolei sighed, tugging at Lei Ho, and said with a smile, "Come, let us go take a look." "Oh, big oaf. Hee. I know what you're thinking. Since I've taken you as my apprentice, I can't just ignore your concerns." Lei Ho immediately became wary, asking, "How much do you want this time?" Xiaolei chuckled. "Why is your reaction so quick this time? It's not much. If I let you encounter Ruhua's claws, I mean, her delicate little hands, you'll give me 10,000. If I help you embrace her, you'll give me 50,000. And if I enable you to kiss her lips, that's 100,000. If I assist you in winning her heart, a fixed price of 1,000,000. What do you say? Leiho clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. All right. Deal. Xiaolei burst into laughter, pulling Leiho along. Follow me. They made their way to the back of the villa, where Xiaolei leaped lightly, his body seemingly defying gravity as he soared several meters into the air, landing effortlessly on the balcony above. Big oaf. Now it's your turn. Xiaolei casually tossed down a colorful object. Leiho froze, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Xiaolei jumped down and stood before Leiho, suddenly exclaiming, "Hey, who is that behind you?" In that moment, Leiho felt all his strength evaporate, his body limp as if bound by invisible ropes, utterly unable to move. Xiaolei sighed, "Good apprentice. This is all for you to achieve your desires." After speaking, Xiaolei took a deep breath, pinched his nose, and with all his might shouted, "Thief. There's a thief stealing underwear." Leiho, startled, stammered, Why you?" Xiaolei called out again, and from the front came a booming voice, "Who stole my underwear?" Xiaolei chuckled softly and whispered, "Good apprentice, the opportunity has arrived." With that, he slipped away nimbly. Poor Leiho sat on the ground, his face stricken with terror, clutching the large pair of underpants in his hands as he watched the furious charge towards him like an enraged T-Rex. Upon seeing Leiho on the ground, her gaze fell upon the item he held, and she erupted with rage. Without hesitation, stormed over, seizing Leiho by the throat, while her other hand, fingers splayed, delivered a resounding slap. Smack. It was sharp and loud, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks from the furious mother dinosaur. Poor Leiho cried out in pain, but without strength. He could only shield his head and scream, "It was Timmy. It was Timmy. It was Timmy." After delivering a thorough beating, finally snatched her underwear back, cursing, "Bastard. You should know who I am. How dare you steal my belongings? This is high-end stuff. I saved for a month to buy it." With a battered face, Leiho lamented, "It was Timmy. It was." Just then, Xiaolei made his entrance, running over from behind the house, panting and shouting, "Where's the thief? Who shouted just now?" Leiho was dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Xiaolei, with no other choice, exclaimed, "I saw a man in black running towards the wall. Is he the thief?" Finally, Leiho grasped the situation, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes. I shouted because I saw someone stealing. It was me who shouted. That thief dropped something in a panic and ran away." Eyed him skeptically. "Are you sure it wasn't you?" Xiaolei quickly interjected, "It shouldn't be him. Leiho is such an honest person, and besides, with his size, he couldn't possibly climb up to the balcony on the second floor." Squinted at Leiho for a moment before casually saying, "Well, thank you. But," she added menacingly, "now that you've seen my intimate garments, if you ever breathe a word of it, you're finished." With that, she kicked Leiho once more and strode away. Xiaolei, chuckling, approached Leiho and patted him on the shoulder. "So, what do you say, apprentice? Time to pay up." Leiho, his forehead throbbing with anger, roared, "Pay for what? Why did you set me up?" Xiaolei spread his hands innocently. "You see? You said you wanted to hold S delicate hand. Well, she just hit you so many times. Isn't that using her hand?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, "Oh, and she even kicked you. Now you've touched S foot too. Isn't that quite a gain?" Having spoken, he reached into Thunder's pocket and pulled out his wallet, extracting a few banknotes with a smile, saying, "All right, we're even now. Good disciple, your master will support you to the end." Thunder, with a bewildered expression, was uncertain whether to feel anger or joy, yet recollecting the earlier instance when the delicate hands of Hua had struck him several times, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of happiness. For a moment, he sat there in a daze. The gardener, surnamed Fang, resided within the estate as a caretaker. Appearing to be in his 40s, with an honest and simple demeanor, he drove a small pickup truck into the estate, first greeting Thunder and a few others respectfully before delivering some groceries he had procured to the kitchen. Thunder held great respect for Uncle Fang, displaying no airs of a young master. He informed Xiaolei and the others that Fang had been here for over a decade, having taken care of him since his childhood visits. However, Xiaolei felt an inexplicable oddity regarding the seemingly honest Uncle Fang. Suddenly, he asked, "Thunder, why are there no dogs in this estate?" "Dogs?" Thunder pondered. "Indeed." Xiaolei furrowed his brows. "Such a vast estate. Does Uncle Fang reside here alone? How can he manage everything by himself?" Typically, staff stationed at remote estates would keep 1 or 2 dogs for security or companionship. Thunder shook his head. No. There are no dogs here. He suddenly recalled, when I was younger, I had a purebred sheepdog. One summer during my vacation here, my dog ran off and got lost. I searched the surrounding area for an entire day, but found nothing. I suspect it was either stolen or perhaps wandered up the mountain. After all, Uncle Fong is the only one here, and there aren't many people around, so it likely got lost. Upon hearing this, Hua Hua interjected, no people? If there are no people, how could there be thieves stealing my belongings? Her face was filled with suspicion, and Thunder immediately averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Xiaolei, however, ceased his banter, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he smiled slightly. How interesting. He stood and approached the window. Opening it and gesturing outside, did you discover anything during your afternoon stroll? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. He then pointed to the trees outside, coldly remarking, I noticed that there isn't a single bird's nest among those trees. Xiaolei pulled out a small compass-like object from his pocket. His expression solemn as he walked to the center of the room, facing south with his back to the north. One hand held the compass while the other slowly moved as he calculated, reciting softly, heaven and earth, return, no falsehood. Suddenly, he turned left and took 2 steps, then turned right and walked 3 steps. His expression grew increasingly unsettling, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Before finally putting away the compass. Suddenly, Xiaolei retrieved a string of metallic bells from his bosom, holding them in his hand as they chimed melodiously. With a mischievous grin, he announced, very well, tonight, I shall treat you to a splendid performance. He leapt into the air, delicately suspending the bells from the ceiling. Then stood before the trio with a serious demeanor, declaring, tonight, none of you shall sleep. We shall remain here in this grand hall. All will heed my commands. And no one is permitted to leave. Chapter 47. Among these individuals, only Lei Ho had truly witnessed Xiaolei's remarkable abilities. He was unable to suppress his curiosity and wished to inquire further. However, upon meeting Xiaolei's warning gaze, he wisely chose to remain silent throughout the entire afternoon. Under Xiaolei's command, Lei Ho, Lin Shanshan, and Ru Hua busily transported bed linens and various items from the room to the hall. Although Ru Hua felt a twinge of resentment, Lin Shanshan was exceedingly obedient to Xiaolei, thus she too held her tongue. Xiaolei busied himself alone at a table in the hall. Concealed within his embrace was a Qiankuan pouch containing various mystical items, which he began to extract one by one. The other 3 could not help but wonder how Xiaolei had managed to bring forth such a multitude of seemingly random artifacts, having seen him arrive empty-handed. As this thought crossed their minds, their gazes involuntarily fell upon Lei Ho, who was still moving items in the hall. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to hastily ascend the stairs with remarkable agility, fearing Xiaolei's scrutiny. Xiaolei then retrieved a lustrous jade talisman, one from the eccentric King Suizi during a gamble at Demei Mountain. Indeed, King Suizi's temperament was quite insipid. One day, he had insisted on counting the branches of a tree, wagering whether the total would be odd or even. The two had spent 3 days and nights counting before completing the task. After stealthily hiding away a branch, Xiaolei had secured this jade talisman from King Suizi. It was said that the talisman possessed protective properties, warding off malevolent spirits and lowly demons, making it an ideal safeguard. Holding it in his hand, Xiaolei pondered deeply before discreetly beckoning Lin Shanshan over. He solemnly placed the jade talisman in her palm, whispering, "Keep this with you at all times, and hang it on your clothing tonight. Do not remove it under any circumstances." Though Lin Shanshan was perplexed by Xiaolei's sudden gift, his serious demeanor and her own delight compelled her to accept it, her gaze revealing a hint of infatuation. Xiaolei sighed inwardly, his heart a tangle of emotions that he could not quite unravel. By evening, they had finally settled down. Ru Hua surveyed the hall and exclaimed, "Xiaolei, what on earth are you doing?" The hall was adorned with talismans affixed to the doors and windows, each inscribed with arcane symbols in red cinnabar. Xiaolei, with a cinnabar brush tucked behind his ear and a peachwood sword in hand, had transformed a table into a makeshift altar. He raised the peachwood sword with one hand, while holding a Taoist talisman in the other, reciting incantations. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the talisman ignited, producing a flickering flame that morphed into a wispy azure smoke. Xiaolei focused intently on the wisp of smoke, his expression grave. The fog lingered, swirling gracefully beneath the ceiling of the grand hall, gradually coalescing beneath a chandelier on the left side before dissipating slowly. A glint sparked in Xiaolei's eyes as he pointed towards the chandelier, exclaiming, "Lei Ho, retrieve that lamp. Let us discern what lies above." Without hesitation, Lei Ho procured a chair, ascended it, and forcefully detached the glass crystal lamp. Upon inspection, he exclaimed, "There is a wind chime here." Xiaolei nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. This is precisely the object." He approached, took the chandelier from Lei Ho's hands, and extracted a delicate wind chime from within. It bore the marks of time, encrusted with dust, and upon closer examination, one could discern several symbols inscribed upon it. "What is this?" Ru Hua, with her impatient demeanor, was the first to inquire. "What trickery are you up to today?" Xiaolei chuckled. "Trickery, you say? It appears to be a genuine ghostly trick." Casually, he discarded the wind chime into the trash bin, dusting off his hands with a smile. "Surely, you have heard of the significance of hanging wind chimes in a household?" Lin Shanshan pondered for a moment before replying. "When I was young, after an elder passed away, I witnessed them hanging a wind chime at home, claiming it could summon spirits." Xiaolei acknowledged her words. Indeed, certain rudimentary spells from the Taoist tradition have permeated among the common folk. It is said that hanging a wind chime can invite deities or spirits to visit. Yet, most of these beliefs are erroneous. He sauntered before the group, smiling. "From what I know, within Taoist practices, there exists a magical instrument known as the Vajra bell, specifically designed to invoke divine assistance. However, to wield this Vajra bell, one must possess a certain degree of spiritual power. An ordinary person cannot." He pointed to the bell he had hung earlier in the afternoon, grinning. "That is the true Vajra bell," he continued with a grin. "However, there are intricacies to hanging such a bell. The most crucial aspect is ensuring the location is absolutely correct. To assess the feng shui of a residence, one must first determine the auspicious and inauspicious positions within the house. For instance, the bell I hung corresponds to the auspicious position of this dwelling, enhancing the room's positive energy and fortune, thereby invigorating the inhabitants. But if it were to be hung in an inauspicious position," he gestured towards the spot from which Lei Ho had removed the chandelier, smirking. "The so-called inauspicious position is the six evils position, the locus of the most potent negative energy within the room, a perilous spot indeed. Were an ordinary person to hang the Vajra bell there, it might merely attract some wandering spirits during the night, which would eventually dissipate over time. But if a person of true spiritual power were to hang the Vajra bell in such a position, what then?" Ru Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. Little Lei reined in his smile and said seriously, "It also depends on the power of the bell. If it possesses only ordinary magic, it would merely summon a few malevolent spirits or creatures that feed on negative energy. However, should it be wielded by someone of considerable magical strength, then those residing in this house may encounter dire misfortunes, with life within 100 meters becoming sparse and vegetation failing to thrive. Furthermore, the master of the estate might find their lineage cut off entirely. It is even possible that malevolent spirits or demon kings from a millennium past would be drawn here, leaving no living creature behind. No one would dare approach." As he spoke, the others could not help but pale at the terrifying implications. Little Lei sighed. "Upon entering today, I sense something peculiar about this manor, yet I cannot quite discern what exactly is amiss. Although I have learned some spells, my lack of experience nearly led me astray." "Humph." He pushed open the window and pointed at the lawn outside the villa, stating coolly, "Look, the grass surrounding here has all been freshly turned. It is newly planted turf. Even the soil is soft, clearly indicating it has been transplanted not long ago." "Thunderroar, may I ask, how often do you tend to your own lawn?" Perhaps once a year," he replied. Upon hearing this, the others began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, the grass outside was vibrant in color, suggesting it had been recently laid. Yet, with the current season being neither autumn nor winter, and the absence of human presence nearby, why would there be a need for renovation? "Thunderroar, all the daily affairs here are managed by that Uncle Fong, correct? And the funds for maintaining this estate are also in his hands?" "Humph." Little Lei scoffed softly. "Moreover, today that Uncle Fong merely came in to deliver something and then left. He resides in a small house outside the manor, does he not? Why is he not allowed to stay inside?" Thunderroar pondered for a moment. Originally, he was meant to stay inside, but he insisted otherwise. "Although Uncle Fong is a worker we hired, we have never treated him as an outsider. Still, he prefers to reside in the workers' quarters outside." Little Lei nodded, saying calmly, "Then the matter becomes quite clear." Thunderroar's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting Uncle Fong? He has been an old worker for our family. He wouldn't." Little Lei shook his head. "No need to elaborate. If it's convenient for you, please call your sister immediately and ask her to investigate the expenditure details for the manor over the past year. That will clarify everything." Though Thunderroar appeared somewhat skeptical, He nonetheless made the call. Little Lei stood by the window, gazing at the distant sunset. The sun hung in the sky, vivid and blood-red, almost frightening in its intensity. The afterglow cast the shadows of the mountains at an angle, enveloping the estate at its foot in an eerie gloom. After a moment, Thunder Roar hung up the phone. Frowning, I checked, and there seems to be no error. The manor's routine lawn maintenance is handled by a professional company from our city. There's nothing suspicious. The detailed expenses appear entirely normal. Xiaolei furrowed his brow and suddenly picked up the phone. He first dialed the local directory service to obtain the contact number of the specialized company responsible for maintaining the estate's lawn. After acquiring the number, he placed a call. The three individuals beside him exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Xiaolei connect with the company. His expression remained calm. And after a few moments of affirmative murmurs on the line, his demeanor subtly shifted. He slowly uttered, "Thank you," before hanging up, with a stern countenance. He let out a couple of chilling chuckles and remarked, "I fear my suspicions were not misplaced." He gradually seated himself, his fingers gently tapping against the coffee table as he continued. The company informed me that they send a crew each month to renovate the lawn and the surrounding trees. However, they discovered that the soil here seems unsuitable for plant growth, so they decided to refrain from planting any trees within 100 meters of the estate, focusing solely on lawn maintenance. This approach reduces costs considerably. His eyes sparkled with insight. Once a month for lawn renovation. How intriguing, indeed. But how could this be? What about the accounts at home? Leiho inquired incredulously. Xiaolei shook his head, responding, "Foolishness. The personnel from that company mentioned that every month, a separate account is used to compensate them for their services, and this has been the case for a full 25 years. 25 years. The three exclaimed in unison. Xiaolei nodded, asserting, "In that case, my deductions must be entirely accurate. This house has been ensnared in a profoundly sinister arrangement. Leiho, your family rarely visits here. Do you not?" "Yes, we come only about once a year," Leiho replied slowly, "and since my childhood, I have scarcely set foot here. At most, I would come to play during my free time, rarely staying overnight." Ruhua stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "You only utilize this place once a year? Good heavens. Why then would you purchase such an expansive property? That seems excessively extravagant." Xiaolei, usually light-hearted, spoke in a hushed tone, "Enough. This is not the moment for such discussions." He glanced at Leiho and continued, "Fortunately, you do not reside here, otherwise." His smile, though present, held a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Ruhua could no longer contain herself. "You speak of such terrifying things. We should leave now. Did the gorilla not drive us here? Let us make our escape. There is no need to linger in this desolate place." Xiaolei shot her a sidelong glance. "Run? Why would we run? A mere trivial array does not intimidate me. If you follow my lead tonight, I shall surely resolve this." Yet, in his heart, he mused, after all that time learning peculiar spells on Amei Mountain, a rare opportunity to put them into practice had finally presented itself. Such a chance could not be squandered. Lin Shanshan's complexion paled, and she instinctively leaned closer to Xiaolei, softly suggesting, "I still think we should leave. You claim this place is so eerie, we need not invite trouble." Leiho wore a troubled expression and suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it. I refuse to believe it. Feng Bo is a good person. He carried me on the mountain when I was young. He would never harm our family." He stammered, "Perhaps. Perhaps it is true that the soil here is unsuitable for turf growth and requires constant maintenance." Leiho fell silent, unable to utter another word, only clenching his fists and glaring at Xiaolei. "I will call my sister." Leiho immediately seized the phone, ready to dial. Xiaolei swiftly snatched the phone away, a half-smile on his lips, and said, "That won't be necessary." Suddenly struck by a thought, he pulled Leiho aside and whispered, "Aside from your family, are there any other visitors to this place?" "Yes," Leiho replied promptly. "This land was originally purchased jointly by our family and Uncle Tian's. We are family friends. And this place is jointly owned by both households. I seldom come here, as I am not particularly fond of such leisurely excursions." He hesitated before continuing, his complexion paling. Xiaolei smirked coldly, "But the Tian family often comes here for vacations, right? Especially Miss Tian Kuer. Being a girl, and with her temperament, she must surely adore such picturesque landscapes. Does she often reside here?" Leiho stuttered, "No, not just Miss Kuer. Uncle Tian also often came here, as did Kuer's mother. She loved to paint and would spend almost half the year here." As he spoke, Leiho's face grew increasingly pale, and his tone grew heavier. Suddenly, he gasped in shock, staring at Xiaolei. Xiaolei narrowed his eyes. "Ah, what a nefarious scheme indeed. I suspect that Tian Kuer's mother is no longer among the living. Am I right? Tell me, was she frail and ill during her lifetime? Yes. But everyone believed it was due to the poor living conditions here, the heavy humidity from the mountains affecting her health, leading to her weakness. After giving birth to Kuer, she passed away shortly thereafter. Xiaolei nodded and continued to inquire, and what of Kuer? Is she also in poor health? Indeed, she has been somewhat weak since childhood. Uncle Tian intended for her to learn some family techniques to strengthen her body, but it was futile. Kuo was inherently too frail to practice martial arts. With each revelation, Lei Ho's voice dwindled, his expression increasingly revealing a sense of dread. Nearby, Ru Hua and Lin Shanshan shared looks of horror. With Lin Shanshan recalling Xiaolei's earlier words, the owner of the house may very well be cut off from bearing heirs. Xiaolei sighed. The Tian family has only Kuer, with no sons, and her mother has passed away. This is a truly insidious plan. A scheme designed to ensure the extinction of a lineage. He could not help but add, for the wealthy, finding a woman to bear a son is hardly a challenge. Is it? Lei Ho interjected. No, that's not the case. My uncle Tian has vowed never to remarry since the passing of Kuer's mother. Little Lei chuckled softly, remaining silent. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed his mind. Lei Ho's sister, such a shrewd individual. Could this matter have remained concealed from her all these years? This estate was jointly purchased by the two families, and that Fong Bo appeared to be associated with the Lei family. Could it be? Chapter 48. Xiaolei captures ghosts. Xiaolei meticulously examined every room in the villa, growing increasingly astonished with each passing moment. This villa was evidently designed by a master of feng shui. After spending an hour inspecting the 2 master bedrooms and 4 guest rooms, Xiaolei let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I advised you not to stay here tonight. Otherwise, while it may not lead to significant troubles, you would undoubtedly face some minor hardships. He held a compass in hand, followed by the bewildered Lei Ho. Xiaolei gently inquired, who was responsible for supervising the construction of this villa? I have heard that wealthy families often consult feng shui masters when building grand homes. Lei Ho shook his head. I do not know. This house is older than I am. It was likely built by my father. Xiaolei pointed to the ceiling of the master bedroom. Look. The ceiling had clearly been meticulously decorated, featuring an exquisite drop ceiling adorned with soft lighting. Crafted from luxurious materials. Xiaolei remarked. Lei Ho, go up and take down that drop ceiling. Take it down? Lei Ho exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yes, take it down. Xiaolei replied decisively. You fool, can't you break through it with a single punch? But if I take it down, what will happen to the room? Xiaolei glared. Do you still want my help in pursuing Ruo Hua? Lei Ho immediately fell silent, leaping onto the bed and delivering a powerful punch to the ceiling. With a resounding crash, he created a large hole in the stone ceiling, debris scattering across the bed. Lei Ho coughed and sneezed twice, looking disheveled. What now? Xiaolei retorted impatiently. I told you to take it down completely. Did you not hear me? Lei Ho, feeling helpless, thrust his hands into the hole and yanked forcefully. With a loud crash, half of the drop ceiling was violently pulled down by him. Xiaolei, quick to react, stepped back outside the door, barely suppressing his laughter as he witnessed Lei Ho being struck on the head by the falling ceiling. Lei Ho, with a pained expression, jumped off the bed and sighed. Alas, if you want me to take down the ceiling, how are we supposed to sleep here tonight? Ignoring him, Xiaolei continued to scrutinize the ceiling, finally exhaling deeply. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Lei Ho brushed off the dust and debris from his clothes. What do you mean? Xiaolei pointed at the ceiling, his tone serious. Do you see that beam? After the drop ceiling was removed, the structural beams of the house were revealed, and one beam was positioned precisely above the bed. Lei Ho, confused, remarked, It's just a beam. Every house has beams. Of course, every house has beams, Xiaolei scoffed. However, in a typical household, one would never place a bed directly under a beam. Wealthy families, in particular, would never make such a mistake. You see, this situation is referred to in feng shui as the beam pressing down on the bed. The beam is directly above the head of the bed. Under such circumstances, the occupant will likely experience poor mental health and may become prone to neuroses. As time passes, one becomes increasingly disoriented and plagued by ailments. Lei Ho, with a fierce gaze fixed upon the beam of the ceiling, suddenly exclaimed, Ah, when Sister Kura used to visit, she always stayed in this room. I shall take down that crossbeam. Fool, Xiaolei chuckled. There is no need for that. If you remove the beam, the roof will surely collapse. Simply relocating the bed will suffice. This is merely a trivial trick of the spirits. However, should the master remain oblivious, they may fall prey to malevolent schemes. Xiaolei tugged at Lei Ho, leading him towards the grand hall. Let us address these matters after tonight. For now, I have already identified the hidden malevolent energies within this house. We shall manage through this evening and deal with other concerns tomorrow. In the hall, Lin Shanshan and Ru Hua sat on the sofa, both appearing somewhat tense. The distinction lay in Lin Shanshan's anxiety tinged with a hint of fear, while Ru Hua, with her carefree disposition, radiated excitement. Upon entering the hall, Xiaolei produced 3 talismans he had drawn earlier that afternoon and distributed them to the 3 of them, declaring earnestly, "No matter what happens tonight, you must not leave the confines of the hall. Even for a restroom break, you must obtain my permission. The malevolence within this house is overwhelming. If you wish to avoid encountering vengeful spirits, it is best to remain together this evening." Ru Hua immediately protested. "What? I need your permission to use the restroom?" Xiaolei's expression turned serious. "Of course. This house has been subjected to hidden malevolent energies, and the surroundings are barren and lifeless, truly a desolate place. The qi of the underworld has accumulated here, rife with corruption. I have already stabilized the environment surrounding the hall with talismans, and the doors and windows are also sealed. The auspicious locations within the house are adorned with Vajra bells, yet the accumulation of this malevolent energy has persisted for over 20 years. It cannot be dispelled instantly. However, a mischievous smile crept upon his face. Humans possess 6 yang qi, and particularly those men with robust vitality exude the strongest yang energy, making them impervious to minor spirits. If you seek safety, simply stay close to the strongest man in this room tonight." Ru Hua immediately turned to Lei Ho, commanding, "Gorilla, listen well. Wherever I go tonight, you shall follow. Do not stray more than 3 steps from me." Lei Ho, initially taken aback, quickly nodded with delight. Casting a grateful glance at Xiaolei, thinking to himself that he had chosen the right master indeed. The night had fully descended. Xiaolei retrieved 2 willow leaves, invoking a spell to open the celestial eyes of the 3 individuals as he had done previously. At this moment, his magical prowess had significantly surpassed that of the past. The willow leaf he utilized to open the heavenly eye was no longer the so-called ancestral treasure bestowed upon him by Wu Daozi. It was later revealed that Wu Daozi was, in fact, a member of the Carefree sect. Xiaolei had previously inquired in detail about the implements of deception attributed to those so-called ancestors, and under duress, Wu Daozi confessed that they were all fabrications. The very leaf that Xiaolei had once used to awaken the heavenly eye for Lei Ho and Tianjun was merely plucked from a willow tree by Wu Daozi himself. Having completed his incantation, Xiaolei opened the heavenly eyes of the 3 individuals with the willow leaf and casually discarded it, stating, "Every person possesses 6 senses. Unfortunately, the majority are blinded by the mundane trivialities of the world, and only those innately sensitive to spiritual awareness can attain enlightenment. Now that I have bestowed upon you the heavenly eye, for the next 6 hours, you shall perceive all the spectral entities surrounding you. Not even the ghosts shall evade your gaze." Lei Ho, having previously experienced the awakening of his heavenly eye, remained relatively composed. Lin Shanshan was not one to overreact. Yet Ru Hua, wide-eyed with curiosity, exclaimed, "Where are the ghosts? Show yourselves. Let me see 1 or 2. Xiaolei, exasperated, retorted, "What ghosts are there at present? The house is fortified by my talismans. Besides, the appointed hour has yet to arrive. Why the haste?" Lei Ho, with good intentions, gently grasped Ru Hua's hand and whispered, "Xiaolei speaks the truth. I too have opened my heavenly eye previously and indeed saw ghosts." Ru Hua sighed, feeling despondent. "What shall we do then? If we cannot see anything, was the awakening of the heavenly eye in vain?" In her disappointment, she entirely forgot to free her hand from Lei Ho's grasp. As the night deepened, the group of young individuals gathered on the sofa in the living room. Xiaolei, calm and composed, closed his eyes in meditation. Indifferent to the anxious expressions of the 3 around him, it was not until the witching hour that he finally opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh. "They have arrived." Upon his utterance, the 3 beside him immediately rose to their feet. Lin Shanshan instinctively edged closer to Xiaolei, gently clutching his arm, while Ru Hua hurriedly positioned herself behind Lei Ho, peeking out the window. Through the luminous glass, they were met with a chilling sight outside the villa. Wisps of dark, smoky apparitions floated about, faintly resembling human forms. Upon closer inspection, each entity bore a distinct appearance. Some had green faces and sharp fangs, shrouded in an aura of darkness. With bulging eyes akin to those of a goldfish, their mouths agape revealing stark white teeth and long, crimson tongues. The The tongues were an astonishing 2 feet in length, covered in fine fuzz. Others appeared in flowing white garments, their hair disheveled, faces obscured by tangled locks, gliding as though they had no feet, merely drifting in their spectral dance. The 2 girls were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering as they witnessed the wails of the ghosts, which seemed to charge toward the window. Yet, as they approached, the talismans affixed to the window erupted in a brilliant golden light. The apparitions seemed to recoil in fear from the golden light, yet after retreating, they floated back towards the window. Lin Shanshan could no longer suppress a scream. Her eyelids fluttered, and she nearly fainted. Fortunately, Xiaolei caught her in his arms. Gently patting her shoulder, and with a reassuring smile, he said, "Fear not. As long as I am here, these wandering souls are merely courting death. Look, they cannot enter." Ru Hua, though pale with fright, displayed a bit more courage. She concealed herself behind Xiaolei, peering out with only her eyes visible, exclaiming, "There's one over there. And another here. There's one on this side too." Around the hall, the 3 windows revealed ghostly figures drifting about. These specters floated aimlessly, attempting to rush into the house, but the windows, fortified by Xiaolei's talismans, barred their entry. Despite his boldness, Lei Ho felt a tremor of fear. As a mere mortal, the sight of so many apparitions left his legs trembling. However, with his beloved behind him, he steeled himself, unwilling to show any sign of cowardice that might lead to her disdain. He cleared his throat softly, grasped Ru Hua's hand, and with a firm voice declared, "Do not fear. They cannot come inside." Xiaolei, maintaining his composure, settled onto the sofa, pulling Lin Shanshan beside him. He pointed outside, chuckling, all right, rest assured. They absolutely cannot enter. Look, they resemble animals in a zoo. This extraordinary scene is something ordinary folks never witness in their lifetime." He even indulged in a free commentary, gesturing at the outside, saying, "See that one with the long tongue? It's a hanged ghost. And that one draped in white appears to be a wronged spirit. Oh, and look at that one, all bloated. That person must have drowned. Alas, how pitiful. Wait, what is that?" Suddenly, Xiaolei's tone shifted peculiarly, followed by his booming laughter. I understand now. It's merely a cowardly spirit. Ha ha ha, such specters are the most timid. A loud shout will send them scurrying away. Lin Shanshan buried her head in Xiaolei's shoulder, too frightened to lift her gaze. The chilling wails of the ghosts echoed in her ears, her heart racing wildly. Thankfully, she clung to Xiaolei's arm, while his other hand gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, a faint tremor resonated through the glass of the window, causing Xiaolei's expression to shift back to seriousness. It seems we have a formidable presence." He observed wisps of white mist seeping through the crack at the bottom of the door itself shuddering slightly, as if something outside was gently pushing against it. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks. Ru Hua could no longer withstand her terror and collapsed onto the sofa, her mouth agape as she stared at the door, unable to utter a single word. Lei Ho gritted his teeth, repeatedly urging, "Do not fear, do not fear." Yet, even to his own ears, his voice sounded lacking in conviction. Suddenly, Xiaolei sprang to his feet, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Very well. To think such a formidable entity exists. It seems I have underestimated the situation." He bellowed, "Step back. Everyone, retreat behind me." Xiaolei swiftly seized a brush from the table, dipped it heavily into vermilion, and then drew a large circle on the ground. From his pocket, he produced a jade qilin, exquisitely crafted and undoubtedly a precious artifact. What made it even more extraordinary were the 2 golden dots adorning its eyes. However, these were not made of gold, and their true composition remained a mystery. Xiaolei placed the qilin at the center of the circle, took out a talisman, and with a gentle flick, ignited it. He proclaimed loudly, "Boundless universe. May all evils be repelled." Swiftly, as the talisman turned to ash, the jade qilin emitted a sudden flash of golden light, causing the circle on the ground to erupt in a dazzling display. "Everyone, step into the circle," he commanded, pulling Lin Shanshan inside with a firm push. Thunder roar. "Don't dawdle. With the 3 of them now within the circle," he added, "remain still. As long as you do not move. Even the 1,000-year ghost king will be held at bay by this jade qilin for 2 hours." From his robe, he retrieved a small wooden stick, muttering incantations under his breath. With a precise gesture, he formed a sword seal and declared, "Come forth." In an instant, the wooden stick radiated brilliance and transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. Holding the sword in one hand, Xiaolei smirked. "I've practiced my carefree sword technique for a year. It's time to put it to the test. Let us see what sort of specter you are. A thunderous crash echoed from outside, as if a heavy object had violently struck the door. The Taoist talismans affixed to the door glimmered with golden light, followed by a chorus of anguished cries from beyond, tinged with both pain and fury. Yet, the talismans ultimately ignited with a resounding pop, turning to ashes. Xiaolei's expression grew grave as he fixated on the door. Suddenly aware of a fierce wind outside, followed by a resounding crash, the door shattered into splinters. It appeared as though a massive tree had been forcefully hurled, breaching the door and landing in the living room. A series of chilling howls ensued, as the smaller spirits outside scattered in terror. A chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down one's spine. Before him, outside the door, lay a blood-red mass, resembling an exceedingly viscous pool of blood, with wisps of crimson mist swirling around. This sizable coagulation of blood was as large as half a wall, and within it, countless faces emerged, each contorted in agony, their mouths opened in mournful wails. Xiaolei inhaled sharply, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Could I truly be this fortunate? On my first ghost-hunting endeavor, I encounter a creature on the brink of becoming a ghost king. He focused intently on the grotesque mass outside, silently counting the tormented faces it bore. It is said that there exists a formidable spirit, one that feeds on human souls to cultivate its power. After consuming 99 souls and honing its skills for a century, it ascends to the status of a ghost king. Even the most ordinary cultivators would find themselves compelled to evade such a being. This monstrous entity typically thrives in places heavy with dark energy, and wherever it lingers, it can command the lesser souls and wandering spirits around it. This is the essence of what it means to be a ghost king. Xiaolei gritted his teeth and suddenly produced a small talisman, which he gently affixed to the blade of his sword, exclaiming, "Infinite Universe." In an instant, the sword transformed into a beam of golden light, hurtling towards the blood-red mass before him. With a rush, the body of the Ghost King extended countless tendrils, forming a gruesome net that enveloped the space in front of him. The myriad faces adorning its form emitted terrified cries, as if they too sensed the might of Xiaolei's sword. Xiaolei stood resolute, shaping a sword gesture with one hand while silently reciting the incantation. As he subtly moved his fingers, the launched sword danced through the air. With a series of swift cuts, he severed two of the blood-red tendrils, which immediately dissipated into a cloud of sanguine mist upon being severed. Xiaolei's expression grew increasingly serious. Yet he could not suppress the thought, when the carefree master gifted me this sword, he boasted of its celestial prowess. Could that old rascal have deceived me? If this sword proves ineffective, shall I perish here today? Resolute, he bit his tongue, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto his fingertip, and shouted, "Slash!" The flying sword suddenly expanded to 3 times its original size, enveloped in a halo of golden light, and swiftly broke through the blood net, descending upon the Ghost King's true form. The Ghost King let out a wretched scream as it recoiled, yet the sword had already plunged into its being. With a swift motion, the Ghost King was cleaved in two, yet the sword, having penetrated only a third of the way, appeared to lose its momentum. The anguished cries of the Ghost King grew more harrowing, and suddenly, its form began to contract violently. To Xiaolei's horror, the sword embedded within the creature was gradually being drawn in piece by piece. Sweat began to bead on Xiaolei's forehead as he hastened his incantation, his sword gestures becoming increasingly frantic. Yet, the sword was ensnared by the entity, slipping from his control, consumed bit by bit until only the hilt remained. Chapter 49, The Serpent Spirit. Xiaolei's expression grew grave as he resolutely released the sword technique from his grasp, exclaiming, "Damn you, old ghost. Are you attempting to seize my sword? Let us see you try." Fueled by anger, he retrieved a small command flag from his pouch. He thrust the flag into the ground before him, and to his astonishment, it stood upright on its own. Swiftly, he produced another identical flag and arranged a circle around himself, aligned with the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Settling cross-legged upon the floor, he formed a mudra with his hands and recited a few incantations. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Opening his eyes, he hurled several tiny paper figurines into the air. With a series of hissing sounds, the paper figures landed on the ground, and amidst the golden radiance, they transformed into 4 towering humanoid figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height. These formidable silhouettes, clad in golden armor and brandishing weapons such as swords, long knives, and steel whips, bore an uncanny resemblance to the traditional guardians depicted in ancient illustrations. Xiaolei commanded, "Arise. Summon the gatekeepers. Let the demons and spirits retreat." The four guardians swayed momentarily before unleashing a thunderous roar and charging at the Ghost King before them. In an instant, an array of weapons rained down upon the Ghost King, who, sensing the impending danger, began to retreat. His blood-red, chaotic form gradually diminished, ultimately condensing into the size of a single human. However, Xiaolei's flying sword had been completely absorbed by him. Xiaolei's complexion paled, having trained for merely a year. Albeit with the aid of the peaches of immortality, his cultivation had progressed at an accelerated pace compared to ordinary practitioners. Yet, after such a brief period, how profound could his mastery truly be? The summoning of the Guardians had nearly depleted his magical energy. Nevertheless, the Guardians proved their might as they inflicted several blows upon the Ghost King, who howled in pain and quickly attempted to flee. The Guardians encircled him, their divine weapons raining down upon the Ghost King, swiftly severing a portion of his crimson form, which dissipated into a mist of red vapor. In mere moments, the Ghost King appeared akin to a radish, having lost a layer of his being, shrinking significantly. Unable to withstand the assault any longer, he let out a desperate cry, his chest swelling dramatically before he expelled a thick cloud of crimson mist. Even from a distance, Xiaolei could detect the nauseating stench of blood. The four guardians, enveloped by the surrounding red mist, began to lose their golden luminescence, as if their powers were waning and threatening to vanish entirely. With gritted teeth, Xiaolei retrieved a black, excised object from his robe and hurled it forcefully towards the Ghost King. With a resounding crash, a small qilin appeared upon the ground. This qilin was evidently not a physical entity, but rather an ethereal projection. It opened its mouth wide and clamped down on the Ghost King's form, yanking fiercely, causing a piece of the Ghost King's essence to be torn away. At this moment, the four gatekeepers finally exhausted their powers, and with a series of resounding thuds, they transformed into golden light, subsequently reverting to four paper figures that fell to the ground. However, the Ghost King also suffered significant damage. After howling a few times, he swiftly retreated. Xiaolei, filled with indignation, lamented the loss he had endured today, having misplaced a treasured flying sword, an item he had painstakingly acquired from the elusive Xiaozi. Initially, Xiaozi had claimed that his magical prowess was insufficient to wield a flying sword, but ultimately capitulated to Xiaolei's persistent entreaties, granting him one. Yet, in this first battle, he had lost the sword, an affront Xiaolei could hardly bear. "Old ghost, return my sword." However, the Ghost King retreated with remarkable speed, his form drifting back 10 meters in mere moments. As Xiaolei pursued, he quickly realized that the distance between them was increasing. Anxious, he instinctively reached for the Qianquan bag concealed within his robe. Within that bag lay his most formidable treasure, the jade rui bestowed upon him by King Lingzi, a talisman capable of summoning her assistance. Yet, how could he bring himself to seek help from that ancient figure after such an embarrassing debut? Xiaolei was loath to become a source of amusement for the old monster. Gritting his teeth, he released several spirit talismans, employing the Taoist technique of drawing the ground as an inch, commonly known as the shortening of distance. The spell, once cast, allowed him to leap forth. Although the step appeared modest, he traversed over 2 meters in an instant. The Ghost King had already floated towards the mountains, and despite Xiaolei's shouts, the situation remained stagnant. The Ghost King found himself in an unfortunate predicament. This location had been ensnared by dark feng shui, accumulating all the nearby in energy and filth, making it a favored gathering place for malevolent spirits. Yet today, it was interrupted by Xiaolei, who had immobilized the auspicious position of the residence with his Vajra bell. If things continued down this path, it wouldn't be long before the Yin energy dissipated entirely. This drew numerous vengeful spirits to attack, but Xiaolei, armed with powerful magic, emerged victorious after a fierce struggle, inflicting considerable damage on the Ghost King, who suffered immense losses even to his cultivated spiritual form. After all, the Ghost King had practiced for a century, his powers surpassing Xiaolei's. As he neared the forest, he swiftly vanished from sight, while Xiaolei pursued from behind. The Ghost King soared through the woods, heading towards his lair nestled within the mountains. This type of Ghost King, a spectral entity, thrived on consuming other souls to enhance his own power, making him a formidable foe. He fled like a headless fly until suddenly, a vast golden net descended from above, ensnaring him. His blood-colored form became trapped within the net, which tightened around him, causing wisps of black mist to emanate as he cried out in pain, struggling to escape. Just then, a slender figure emerged before him. A young woman stepped out from behind a tree. Her willow-like brows raised as she gazed at the Ghost King ensnared in the golden net, and with a firm voice, she inquired, "Why do you bully Xiaolei?" Her tone, though fierce, carried a soft and melodic quality. The Ghost King held in terror, a mist of fear enveloping him. He was helpless, his chest swelling once more. And from his mouth erupted a small burst of crimson mist. This red mist was the essence of the Ghost King's cultivation, a fundamental energy he was loath to expend unless absolutely necessary. The young woman, her long hair flowing, furrowed her brow upon seeing the approaching cloud of red mist and quickly retreated. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and expelled a small, glass-like orb of red. The orb hovered in midair, radiating a captivating crimson glow. As the young woman moved her mouth, the orb suspended itself and began to draw in the wisps of red mist. The Ghost King was horrified, his soul nearly escaping him as he screamed in agony. Though being non-human, his cries were inarticulate, echoing with a chilling wail. In the distance, Xiaolei heard the commotion and hurried towards the scene. The young woman gently raised her hand, and the glass orb flew into her palm. Upon inspection, it appeared even more vibrant and rosy. She smiled softly and murmured, "Thank you. My inner core has just increased in potency." After saying this, she suddenly spread her fingers and chanted a few incantations, causing the golden net to contract sharply. Amidst the Ghost King's tormented screams, his body was swiftly sliced into countless fragments, dispersing into wisps of red vapor that vanished into thin air. The young woman furrowed her brow and sighed. "I have never enjoyed taking lives, but why did you choose to bully him?" With a clatter, a sword fell to the ground, revealing itself to be Xiaolei's. Hearing footsteps approaching, the young woman swiftly turned and vanished from sight. Chapter 50, The Fragrant Neighbor, updated at 12 o'clock sharp. Xiaolei dashed into the depths of the forest. Distant echoes of a chilling wind mingled with the wails of the Ghost King reached his ears. Yet, upon his arrival, he found the area eerily deserted, with only his flying sword lying quietly on the ground. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with malevolent energy, indicating that the Ghost King had recently been there, but now it had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind not only the haunting presence, but also his own sword. Furrowing his brow, Xiaolei surveyed his surroundings before cautiously approaching. The flying sword flickered dimly with golden light, its blade seemingly suppressed by a shroud of blood energy. A sigh escaped his lips. It was evident that he had underestimated the situation. With only a year of cultivation, he had foolishly believed he could confront a Ghost King that had practiced for a century. Such arrogance was indeed misplaced. Had it not been for the array of magical artifacts scavenged from several old fellows of the Carefree sect, he might not have survived this encounter. Noticing that the sword's spiritual energy had nearly depleted, he felt a pang of regret, pondering how long it would take to restore it. He silently resolved to remember a crucial lesson. When one's strength is insufficient, one must refrain from recklessly wielding advanced artifacts. Otherwise, one could inadvertently create a situation where the losses would be borne solely by oneself. Gingerly, he stored the flying sword in his Chin-Kuan bag and glanced around. Unable to suppress his thoughts, where has the Ghost King vanished to? The air was thick with malevolent energy, and the Ghost King's essence had been utterly annihilated. However, its century-long cultivation of dark energy lingered, permeating the atmosphere. The temperature in the forest felt as though it had dropped several degrees, rendering the night uncomfortably cold. Xiaolei's mind raced with questions. From where did such a dense aura of darkness emanate? Had the Ghost King dispersed its own energy? Did it wish for its own demise? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a stir within him, clutching a spiritual talisman while scanning his surroundings. A smile graced his lips as he called out, "Who among the esteemed friends is present here?" Silence enveloped him. Undeterred, he continued, "Which noble friend assisted me from the shadows just now?" Narrowing his eyes, he spoke with a hint of disdain. "What is it? Do you look down upon me? Are you unwilling to reveal yourself? If that is the case, I shall not intrude further. I express my gratitude for your kindness regarding the sword. I shall repay this favor when the opportunity arises." In the dim light of the night, a figure became vaguely visible, perched upon a branch, shrouded by layers of lush foliage, obscuring its features. Yet, he could discern the silhouette of a woman, her long hair flowing elegantly, her stature exuding grace. Though standing on a branch, she appeared as if she were on solid ground. "Forgive me, but I am not fond of encounters," came the voice, which seemed to carry an unusual quality, as if the speaker was masking their true tone. Xiaolei's heart quickened. It was indeed a woman. He waved his hand dismissively. "In that case, I shall take my leave. However, might you share your name with me? I am not one to accept favors lightly, for it leaves me feeling unsettled." Yet, the figure remained silent atop the branch. Xiaolei offered a faint smile and said, "Very well, if you choose not to speak, so be it. I am a member of the Carefree sect, residing in the manor at the foot of the mountain. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I firmly believe in repaying favors." With that, he waved his hand and strode away. Once Xiaolei had vanished from sight, the figure that had been perched upon the branches gradually descended to the ground. It revealed a countenance of exquisite beauty, adorned with an expression of indecision. This girl was none other than the snake spirit, Xiaoqing. Having cultivated her powers in the depths of Daimei Mountain for centuries, she fortuitously discovered an ancient peach tree hidden within the mountain's core. Due to the benevolent bond formed with Xiaolei, she gifted him 2 celestial peaches, leading both the human and the snake to undergo a remarkable transformation that night, infused with the essence of the peaches. At that time, Xiaolei was merely an ordinary mortal, devoid of any magical abilities. Yet, Xiaoqing, having cultivated for hundreds of years, benefited immensely from this encounter, transforming into human form and breaking through significant barriers, greatly enhancing her prowess. Xiaoqing, who had taken the form of a mountain green snake, felt deeply grateful for Xiaolei's kindness and lingered around Daimei Mountain. Later, she inadvertently trespassed into the back of Fuhu Temple, another sect dedicated to cultivation. Although it belonged to a different path than the Carefree sect, it had its own foundation. Naturally, as a mere snake spirit, she could not provoke the temple's inhabitants, resulting in her being pursued. Fatefully, she encountered Xiaolei once more, who, through his influence, attracted the attention of the formidable Lingzi, an ancient being of Daimei Mountain whom none dared to provoke. Xiaoqing was saved yet again by Xiaolei. The accumulation of these 2 acts of kindness forged a profound bond between them. Consequently, Xiaoqing clandestinely followed Xiaolei down the mountain to the mortal realm, seeking an opportunity to repay her debt of gratitude. As she watched him depart, a hint of melancholy crossed her features, and an unusual sensation welled up within her. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, 2 mice fell from the branches and landed in her palm. These mice were none other than Xiaolei's beloved pets, Eve and Adam. Alas, the 2 unsuspecting creatures had inadvertently gnawed away Xiaolei's fortune and were cast aside, only to find themselves in the hands of Xiaoqing, the snake spirit. It is worth noting that snakes are natural predators of mice, making them their sworn enemies. Though Xiaoqing had assumed human form, the innate instincts of the mice still sensed a profound fear towards her. Captured by a snake spirit with centuries of cultivation, they lived in constant trepidation, dreading the day when their beautiful captor might succumb to hunger, fearing for their very lives. Despite this, Xiaoqing gently caressed Adam and Eve with her jade-like fingers, her expression radiating an inexplicable tenderness. Within her heart, a myriad of unarticulated thoughts swirled, veiled in mystery. She followed Xiaolei to the human realm. Observing that the 2 little mice had been cast out of his home, a surge of tender affection welled up within her, feeling as though her compassion was not directed at the 2 insignificant creatures, but rather at the mischievous boy in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, "He mentioned living in the manor at the foot of the mountain. Thus, we shall continue as neighbors. I can watch over him closely each day, which is quite delightful." Suddenly, she recalled that the lair of the Ghost King resided within the mountain. A spark of realization ignited in her heart, prompting her to ascend the mountain. The Ghost King had already been vanquished by her, and thus his abode must surely be a commendable haunt, with the master absent. It was only fitting that she claim it for herself. As for the ominous energy dwelling within the Ghost King's lair, it posed no threat to the serpent spirit. Being of Yin nature and possessing centuries of cultivation, she would merely regard that energy as a form of nourishment. The most amusing sight, however, was Lei Ho, Ru Hua, and Lin Shanshan, who remained cautiously seated within the protective circle drawn by Xiaolei. Their faces were pale, their bodies rigid as if carved from stone. Fearful of inadvertently crossing the boundary, Lei Ho finally exhaled in relief and gently nudged Ru Hua beside him. It seemed this gorilla had finally come to his senses. Seizing the moment to embrace Ru Hua, while Lin Shanshan appeared on the brink of fainting, Xiaolei gently pinched her acupoint and waved a small vial of special spice beneath her nose, rousing her from her stupor. Upon awakening, she stared at Xiaolei for several seconds before bursting into tears, collapsing into his embrace and refusing to budge. Ru Hua, momentarily taken aback, suddenly leapt up, shouting, "We must move. I refuse to reside in this wretched place." Xiaolei cast her a glance and abruptly commanded, "Silence." He then turned his gaze to Lei Ho. Speaking in a low tone, "Lei Ho, come with me. Let us pay a visit to your uncle, if my suspicions are correct. He is certainly engaged in some intriguing endeavors at this moment." Two matters to address. First, this book will not consider joining VIP for the time being. We shall revisit this later. According to the usual practices of Qi, once the strong recommendations conclude, it typically transitions to VIP. Well, let us postpone that for now. Hee. Secondly, well, a new week has begun. Let us strive to climb the rankings. Cast your votes. Together. Let us ensure that the rogue remains on the weekly recommended list. Chapter 51. What the hell? Outside the manor stood a row of small houses, designated for the workers responsible for maintaining the estate. The other half served as a warehouse, housing various electric tools for lawn and plant upkeep. Fong Bo's small pickup truck was parked outside, and Xiaolei and Lei Ho approached it. With a gesture, Xiaolei indicated for Lei Ho to be quiet. They took cover behind the truck, stealthily making their way towards the house. The row of modest dwellings appeared to be about 1.5 stories tall, with living quarters above and a cellar below, designated for storage. Strangely, Fong Bo's room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light or sound. Just as Lei Ho was about to speak, Xiaolei waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Foolish one, there is no one in the room. Hiding behind the vehicle, Xiaolei pointed towards the window and whispered, "Look on the windowsill." A set of wind chimes jingled softly in the evening breeze. Given the events of the night, Lei Ho felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. Xiaolei glanced at him, saying, "It seems you will be disappointed. Your Uncle Fong is indeed not a good man." The two crept closer, and Xiaolei pointed to a metal staircase leading down to the cellar, lowering his voice. "Be cautious. There is someone down there." He produced 2 spiritual talismans, affixing one to Lei Ho and holding the other at his fingertips. They crouched quietly at the cellar door, straining to listen. Faintly, it seemed there were sounds of weeping emanating from within. The sorrowful cries resembled those of a middle-aged man, and upon hearing it, Lei Ho immediately recognized it to be Fong Bo's voice. Xiaolei smirked coldly, covering Lei Ho's mouth to silence him, urging him to keep listening. Inside the cellar, the muffled sounds revealed Fong Bo weeping and pleading, "Please, I beg you. Just once. I only wish to see her one more time. Just once." Then, a chilling, sinister voice echoed, almost imperceptibly, "Today is neither the 1st nor the 15th. If you wish to see her again, you must assist me in this matter." Fong Bo's voice was weak, laden with guilt and desperation. "I can't do this anymore. I truly cannot harm the young master." The cold voice, lacking vitality, spoke slowly yet seemed to carry an enchanting power. Murmuring, "Just once, merely once, it will be all right." The last time, Fong Bo's voice drifted into a fevered whisper, "Just let me see her once. Just once." There was a brief silence before the chilling voice returned. "Do you wish to see her? Then behave and do as I say. Tomorrow, hang this item at the manor, slipping it beneath that lamp when they aren't watching." Fong Bo wept once more, and from within came a series of thuds. He pleaded intermittently, "I can't do this anymore, truly. I can no longer harm others. Many have already perished. I cannot. I really cannot. I beseech you. I implore you, spare me. Spare us." Gradually, the voice softened, responding, "I promise you, this shall be the last time. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Miss Tian will come here. Once she arrives, hang this item up, and then I shall allow you to see her once more." Xiaolei and Lei Ho exchanged glances, their expressions laced with confusion. It was evident that 2 individuals occupied the cellar, as if one were threatening Fong Bo, coercing him to secretly arrange the hidden feng shui within the villa. What puzzled Xiaolei was the meaning behind Fong Bo's words regarding seeing her once more. What was to be seen? Then came the sound of Fong Bo prostrating himself, the thuds echoing in the silence, yet the chilling voice merely remarked, "There is no need for further bowing, nor to feign a pitiful demeanor. Over the years, many have died. Whether 1 or 2, death is still death. Why must you cling so desperately to your guilt? Very well, I assure you, once you complete this task, I shall grant you a glimpse." Fong Bo fell silent for a moment, but then his furious roar erupted from the depths of the cellar. He shouted, "Devil! You wretched devil! I shall no longer do your bidding. Kill me if you must. I will fight you." Following this, Fong Bo's roar echoed, but it was abruptly cut off by a muffled thud. Almost instantly, his roar transformed into a pained moan. "Humph! Fool!" The cold voice scoffed. "Do you wish to go mad again? You have attempted this countless times. You should know well that resistance is futile. Why waste your energy in vain struggles?" Fong Bo's voice was laden with agony, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. His voice hoarse, he rasped, No, unless you allow me to see her once. Just once. Otherwise, I shall never comply. I must see her first. I want to know if she is well." At this, The chilling voice seemed to relent somewhat to Fong Bo's insistence. It finally let out a cold laugh and said softly, "Very well, since you are so adamant. I shall make an exception today and allow you to see her once." Upon hearing this, Xiaolei felt a stirring in his heart, a vague realization dawning upon him. Fong Bo's voice gradually diminished, only to suddenly burst forth again in tears, but this time, the sobs were tinged with a bittersweet mixture of sorrow and joy. "Oh, it is you, indeed it is you. I see you again. I have finally seen you again." Fong Bo's voice was filled with an indescribable blend of emotions, becoming increasingly indistinct. Xiaolei shouted, "Lei Ho! Break down the door." Thunder Roar had already prepared himself. With a swift motion, he kicked the cellar door open with a resounding crash, and Little Thunder darted inside. The cellar appeared to be roughly a dozen square meters in size, sealed tightly, with only a dim, vintage lamp illuminating the ceiling. In one corner, a few wooden barrels were placed, and as the two rushed in, they saw old Fong standing in front of one of the barrels, his gaze vacant and forlorn. A profound sadness etched across his face. His eyes were unfocused, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Little Thunder and his companion. Thunder Roar glanced around and realized that old Fong was the only person in the room. He immediately called out, "Where is he?" I distinctly heard two voices. Little Thunder scoffed, "Stop searching. That person is not here." He pointed to a phone resting on a rickety table, which had already been disconnected. The sound of a busy signal echoing in the silence. Thunder Roar anxiously looked at old Fong, who remained in a daze, staring blankly at the barrel before him. Tears began to stream down his cheeks as he softly caressed the barrel, his expression softening with tenderness, murmuring under his breath, "What is wrong with him?" Thunder Roar inquired. Little Thunder shook his head and whispered, "He has been afflicted by a soul-severing curse." Old Fong's indistinct voice broke the silence, "You've lost weight. Sigh. Are you not doing well down there? I burn paper for you every month. If things are bad, just tell me. Sigh. It's been how many years now? 20 years, perhaps. I still often remember your face. I can never forget. In truth, we were both foolish, truly foolish. We were both wrong about that matter. You didn't have to die. You really didn't have to die." At this, he broke into sobs once more. Thunder Roar seemed inclined to approach him, but Little Thunder swiftly grabbed him, whispering, "Don't disturb him." Taking a deep breath, Little Thunder forced a smile. Right now, he is under a soul-severing curse, which creates illusions in his mind. He appears to be conversing with someone. You mustn't startle him. For one, the soul-severing curse is an exceedingly perilous spell. If the afflicted is rashly awakened, their spirit may scatter. If one soul is frightened away, even awakening would leave them as a fool. Moreover, Little Thunder's eyes glinted. "We have only one lead left. Who it is that threatened him to undertake those actions?" At that moment, old Fong suddenly cried out, "You died so tragically. You died so tragically. Why didn't you agree to come with me back then? Why?" The room was dimly lit, and it was night. A man was seen clutching his head in agony, lamenting the tragic death. The scene was indeed somewhat terrifying. However, Little Thunder listened intently, quietly analyzing the situation. The so-called soul-severing technique bore similarities to ordinary hypnosis. Little Thunder began to piece together the larger picture of the unfolding events. The elder Fong appears to be yearning for a deceased loved one. Meanwhile, the other party tempts him, promising that if he complies and cooperates, he will be granted the chance to see his departed kin. Of course, this is nothing but a deception. It is merely a sophisticated form of soul manipulation employed by the other party, leading him to believe in a vivid illusion where he truly encounters the spirit of his loved one. Young Lei, however, discerns that the elder Fong harbors some hidden sentiments. It seems that while conversing with himself in this illusion, he reveals a tinge of nostalgia and guilt for the departed, along with a sense of regret for past actions. At that moment, a particular statement from Elder Fong nearly caused both Xiaolei and Lei Ho to leap in astonishment. Suddenly, the Elder Fong wiped away his tears and resolutely declared, "Rest assured, I will never harm the young lady, nor will I cause any harm to Lei Ho. I shall ensure that Lei Ho suffers no injury whatsoever. I absolutely will not allow your son to be harmed. Never." Lei Ho's face turned pale as he gasped, his lips trembling. Could it be that the Elder Fong has seen the spirit of my mother? Chapter 52, The First Encounter. Little Lei's expression shifted abruptly, as peculiar thoughts surged within him. In truth, this so-called soul-losing technique was merely a deceptive spell. When one becomes ensnared in illusions, it resembles the state of dreaming. What one contemplates by day often manifests in dreams by night. Could it be that Fong Bo dwells upon Lei Ho's mother daily? This question merits thorough exploration. Lei Ho's face flushed crimson. Surely, there exists no son in this world who would remain unperturbed upon witnessing another man, with deep affection, longing for his mother. As expected, just as little Lei internally lamented the precariousness of the situation, Lei Ho could no longer contain his anger, bellowing, "Scoundrel!" He strode forward, seizing Fong Bo by the collar and pulling him close, demanding, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, Fong Bo's expression remained vacant. His gaze hollow and unfocused, still ensnared in his delusion. Little Lei's countenance changed dramatically. He rushed forward to restrain Lei Ho, gripping his arm tightly, urging him in a hushed tone, "Stop. Do not harm him. We have yet to ascertain the truth. Do you wish for him to become a fool right now?" Lei Ho, his face a mask of indignation, gritted his teeth, but, Little Lei pressed down on his arm, insisting, "Let him finish speaking." Fong Bo's face contorted with sorrow as he continued to speak in a disjointed manner, reminiscing about Lei Ho's mother, his words becoming increasingly incoherent. After listening for a while, Little Lei realized he could glean nothing meaningful from the chaos. He finally sighed, producing a spiritual talisman and approaching Fong Bo, reciting an incantation as he gently placed it on Fong Bo's shoulder. With a sudden jolt, Fong Bo's body trembled, his eyelids fluttered, and his legs buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground. He shivered a few times before awakening, breathing heavily. Upon seeing Little Lei, his face was a portrait of shock, exclaiming, "You? How are you here, Lei Ho?" As he turned to behold the ashen-faced Lei Ho, fear crept into his expression. Observing Fong Bo's clarity, Lei Ho seized the opportunity, gripping his clothing tightly and demanding, "Speak. What on earth were you just saying?" Fong Bo's face suddenly transformed. "Where is she? Where is she? She was just here. Did you frighten her away?" "Huh." Unbeknownst to him, Little Lei sneered. Lei Ho's mother has long since passed. "Do you think encountering a spirit is so easily achieved?" "No. I distinctly saw her. I clearly saw her." Fong Bo's composure shattered, leaping to his feet. Trembling uncontrollably, his face a whirlwind of chaos. Lei Ho placed a hand on his shoulder, gently pressing down, causing Fong Bo to sag in defeat. Little Lei sighed. "The realms of the living and the dead are distinctly separate. When one dies, their light extinguishes. The souls of the deceased naturally descend to the underworld. Do you believe that one can simply meet them at will? Indeed, there are individuals in this world who can summon spirits, yet most of those incantations are mere tricks. Occasionally, there exist authentic spells, but they only manage to attract lingering, restless souls who have not yet departed from the mortal realm. As for the solitary spirits, they remain here due to the heavy burdens of resentment they carried upon their demise. Lei Ho's mother has been dead for many years. She has long since journeyed to the underworld. Do you think that one can casually summon souls from Yama's domain? What a joke." Fong Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. "No. You're lying. I saw her. I truly saw her." Lei Ho shouted, "Silence. If you dare to insult my mother again, I shall snap your neck." Fong Bo, drenched in sweat, trembled visibly. Xiaolei cast a glance at Lei Ho, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. He then spoke slowly, striving to maintain a calm tone. "I am aware of the arrangements you have made in the villa over the years, and I have dispelled those covert schemes. Now, can you tell me who compelled you to act in this manner?" It seemed that Fong Bo lacked knowledge of feng shui techniques, undoubtedly. Someone had been manipulating him from behind the scenes, likely the cold voice from the earlier phone call. Fong Bo's lips quivered as he suddenly shouted, "No, no, you're deceiving me." He inexplicably summoned strength and broke free from Xiaolei's grasp, like a mad beast, rushing towards the cellar door, making a frantic escape. "Follow him. Do not alert him." A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiaolei's eyes. The two pursued him, observing Fong Bo's frenzied expression as he dashed into a pickup truck, fumbling with the keys before starting the engine. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped off towards the estate's exit. Lei Ho intended to refuse, but seeing Xiaolei's serious demeanor and realizing his own inability to catch up on foot, he halted. Xiaolei quickly chased after the vehicle, casting spiritual talismans and employing a technique to shorten distances. Simultaneously, he expended magical energy to summon the wind, allowing him to float lightly behind the speeding truck. Fortunately, it was night, and the surroundings were devoid of people. Otherwise, onlookers might have been startled to witness a figure hovering behind a car, seemingly a ghostly apparition. Driven by madness, Fong Bo's vehicle careened chaotically down a narrow path leading to a cemetery at the foot of a hill. Despite Xiaolei's vigorous application of spells, his limited mastery kept him at a distance. When the truck finally came to a halt in front of the cemetery, the headlights remained illuminated, The door swung open, and the keys were left inside, yet Fong Bo had vanished. Listening intently to the surrounding sounds, Xiaolei cautiously approached, step by step. He soon found Fong Bo kneeling before a grand tombstone within the cemetery, weeping bitterly. Xiaolei quietly advanced, choosing not to disturb him, and stood silently behind, listening intently. Alas, does he truly mean what he says? Have I genuinely never encountered you? I must be mistaken, all of it. My sole desire was to meet you. To see you often, that alone would suffice. Fong Bo spoke in a halting manner, gently caressing the inscription on the gravestone. Upon that gravestone, the name of the Fong family of Lei men was inscribed, undoubtedly belonging to Lei Ho's mother. Fong Bo continued in a hushed tone. I have refrained from relocating all these years solely because residing in the manor brings me closest to you, allowing me to visit you frequently. That person deceived me, promising that if I fulfilled his requests, I would get to see you. Have I truly seen you? Is it real? Xiaolei, growing increasingly impatient, approached slowly, exhaling a breath of inner strength and declared, false. All of it is false. Each word fell heavily upon Fong Bo's heart. The realms of the living and the dead are irreconcilable. As a mere mortal, how could you perceive a spirit standing before you? Xiaolei scoffed. What deeds have you been engaged in at the Lei family over these years? Fong Bo trembled, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes, before suddenly breaking into a foolish grin. They're all gone. All dead. She has died. Madame Tian has died. The young master has died. All are gone. In a sudden burst, he leapt up, laughed thrice, and exclaimed, have I not died as well? He turned to Xiaolei, his eyes wide and bloodshot, and shouted, let us die together. He spread his fingers and lunged at Xiaolei. In a fit of madness, he bellowed, it is all your fault. You deceived me into those wicked deeds. Fong Bo's visage twisted in rage, resembling a wild beast as he charged at Xiaolei. Xiaolei furrowed his brow, deftly evading him. Fong Bo missed his target and collided with a tree, having completely lost his sanity. He then embraced the tree, clawing, biting, kicking, and striking it, all the while screaming, it is all you. It is all you. You led me astray. Xiaolei observed for a while, refraining from intervening. Once Fong Bo had exhausted his strength, he approached and lightly pressed a few points on his body, sealing Fong Bo's vital energy. Instantly, Fong Bo crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. Xiaolei intended to inquire further, but suddenly he noticed headlights appearing on the distant road. A line of cars sped toward them. His brow furrowed as a black car raced forward and came to a halt before him. The door swung open, and Lei Ho's sister, clad in red leather, leapt out. Her expression grave, she cast a glance at Xiaolei and spoke in a low tone. Two girls called me. That is why I have come. Her voice held a hint of displeasure. Given the events of this evening, why did you not inform me beforehand? Xiaolei smiled enigmatically. Is that so? Was it necessary to inform you? Suddenly, he stepped closer and whispered in Lei Ho's sister's ear. Even if I had not told you, would you not have known? Lei Ho's sister's expression darkened instantly, her cold gaze fixed upon Xiaolei. What do you mean by that? Little Lei said softly, Sister Lei. Must some things be stated so plainly? Suddenly, he leaned closer, whispering into Sister Lei's ear, can you guess what Uncle Fong just told me? As Sister Lei felt Little Lei's warmth brushing against her ear, she was about to frown and pull away. However, upon hearing half of his sentence, she instantly forgot her intention to distance herself and couldn't help but inquire. What? Little Lei chuckled mischievously, his eyes glinting with mischief. He then exclaimed, you've been deceived. With a few steps back, he remarked nonchalantly, you rushed over here at such a late hour, seemingly unperturbed about seeing Lei Ho, yet brought someone to find me. Humph, it seems you are less interested in me and more eager to locate Uncle Fong. Pausing for effect, he continued with a scoff, moreover, I only discovered Uncle Fong's matters tonight. Yet, as soon as you arrived, you inquired about what he and I discussed. Did you already possess knowledge of his past deeds? Sister Lei's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of menace flashing in her eyes. She felt an uncontrollable urge to reach for the gun concealed within her jacket. Just then, another figure emerged from the car behind her. A pallid young man stepped out, his delicate features reminiscent of a girl. With an expression of detached amusement, he approached Little Lei, his gaze fixed intently upon him, extending an exquisitely slender hand. He stated coolly, greetings, you must be Little Lei. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Feng Kuang. Chapter 53, Internal Strife of the Five Elements. The hand of the other party was slender, yet the fingers were long and powerful, far from the delicate appearance they suggested. Moreover, Xiaolei sensed that the hand of this Wind Kuang was frigid, as if it bore no trace of warmth. They exchanged a handshake, and Xiaolei, With a languid smile, remarked Wen Kuang. That name is indeed quite intriguing. Who might you be? Though a smile adorned Xiaolei's face, a sudden heaviness weighed upon his heart. The young man before him, named Wen Kuang, seemed devoid of any menacing aura. However, his mere presence exuded an inexplicable force, as though everyone else around him became mere embellishments in his vicinity. The presence of others was entirely overshadowed by him. It was as if he was inherently destined to be a leader. Wen Kuang spoke with a calm demeanor, slowly stating, I am merely a friend of Miss Lei. I heard there was trouble at her home and came to offer assistance. He then walked past Xiaolei, making his way toward the despondent Feng Bo, who sat on the ground. A peaceful smile graced Wen Kuang's face as he extended a hand, gently resting it upon Feng Bo's head. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaolei as he continued, however, it appears you have resolved the troubles yourself. I fear I may no longer be of any help. With that, he suddenly flicked his wrist, lightly pressing against the artery at the back of Feng Bo's neck, causing Feng Bo to emit a soft groan before slumping into unconsciousness. Xiaolei chuckled softly, his eyes scrutinizing Wen Kuang without reservation, and coolly remarked, Assistance, you say? It seems more like you are taking the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Wen Kuang shook his head, a frown creasing his brow. Is it always necessary for you to speak in such a sharp manner? At that moment, Lei Ho's sister waved her hand, summoning several subordinates to carry Feng Bo away. Wen Kuang spoke slowly, his voice retaining its indifferent tone. Xiaolei, the primary reason for my visit tonight was to meet with you. After a brief pause, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. I have only just learned of the events that transpired in the manor. Had it not been for Miss Lei receiving the phone call, we would not have come. However, what truly piques my interest is you. Lei Ho's sister coldly interjected. I am completely unaware of what has transpired in the manor. I was equally astonished when I received the call tonight, which is why I hurried here. Do you suspect that I orchestrated this? Humph. Surely, I would not betray my own brother. Xiaolei furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, indeed, this is a perplexing matter. At this moment, those skilled individuals had encircled them, each wielding various implements. Some brandished iron rods, others held shovels, and some even carried spades. Wen Kuang spoke languidly. Perhaps I can elucidate some of the enigmas you find perplexing. A faint smile graced his lips as he gestured toward the car behind him, casually suggesting, as dawn approaches, the air in this graveyard is rather damp. We would do well to converse inside the vehicle. What do you think? Seated in the specially designed rear of a Lincoln, the two individuals faced each other. Feng Kuang slowly retrieved a bottle from the car's bar and offered it. Care for a drink? Xiaolei shook his head, replying, I only drink water. He glanced at Lei Ho's sister standing outside the car and furrowed his brow, asking, Who exactly are you? Why does the eldest daughter of the Lei family seem to act as if she is your subordinate? Feng Kuang chuckled softly, responding nonchalantly, You are not entirely mistaken. She can indeed be considered my subordinate. After a brief pause, he continued, Would you like to hear a story? Xiaolei reclined lazily against the seat, saying, If there is a story to tell, I would certainly be interested. Feng Kuang acknowledged with a sound, took a sip of his drink, and after a moment of contemplation, began. Tonight, Miss Lei received a call, revealing that certain events occurred at the estate. However, it appears that the two girls in the villa were greatly frightened. They spoke many strange words over the phone. Naturally, if these words were heard by an ordinary person, they would be deemed unbelievable. Yet, we are not ordinary people. We both understand that these occurrences are indeed real. There are two aspects that intrigue me. First, why is there a haunting in Miss Lei's estate? From what I have gathered, it seems someone has set up formations based on geomantic principles, affecting the surrounding feng shui. The second point of curiosity is you. At this juncture, a glint of sharpness flickered in Feng Kuang's eyes. Xiaolei feigned a hearty laugh. Me? What makes me so intriguing? Just 5 minutes ago, I didn't even know you. Feng Kuang sighed. In this world, the majority are commonplace individuals. Even if a few charlatans emerge occasionally, they are usually just swindlers. True practitioners of the art are exceedingly rare. Yet you seem to possess genuine knowledge of the craft. I just came from the villa, and if I am not mistaken, you not only understand the art, but are also well-versed in the authentic practices of the Xianmen sect. Am I correct? Xiaolei sighed in resignation, denying it is futile. You already know. Feng Kuang nodded and smiled. Very well, since we are both practitioners, certain discussions become straightforward. He gently inquired, Have you heard of the Five Elements sect? Xiaolei's heart skipped a beat. He had certainly heard of this name before. He recalled the old fellow Wu Daozi mentioning a skirmish with someone from the Five Elements sect, resulting in Wu Daozi suffering a minor setback. Although his mind raced with thoughts, his expression remained unchanged, not even a flicker of his brows. In this world, there are numerous sects devoted to cultivation. Yet the Five Elements sect had never been particularly renowned. In the eyes of the true immortal sects, the Five Elements sect could only be regarded as a minor faction within the secular realm, lacking significant weight. Feng Kuang, unfazed, continued, however. The existence of the Five Elements sect for several centuries must indeed have its rationale. Founded centuries ago by two prominent figures in the realm of cultivation, one surnamed Tian and the other Feng. Both individuals were masters adept in the art of the Five Elements. Hence their teachings were collectively known as the sect of the Five Elements. Following these two esteemed figures, each had their own disciples. Regrettably, a divergence emerged among the successors of these masters regarding the path of cultivation within the sect. The disciple of the master surnamed Tian pursued a martial path, emphasizing the integration of martial prowess into enlightenment, as the Tian master was originally a skilled martial artist. Conversely, the Feng master focused solely on the esoteric arts, delving into the intricate practices of yin-yang, bagua, and the myriad spells of the Five Elements. It cannot be said that one path is superior to the other. Both can yield remarkable achievements if cultivated to a profound level. Feng Kuang spoke with a serene demeanor, articulating his thoughts with grace. Listening to him, Xiaolei found himself harboring a growing admiration for this young man. It was evident that Feng Kuang was a member of the Feng faction of the sect. Yet he refrained from disparaging the practices of other schools within the sect. This composure alone commanded respect. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolei remarked, "This is hardly difficult to deduce. You assert that the Tian faction pursues martial enlightenment, while the Feng faction dedicates itself to the pure practice of spells. Consequently, practitioners of the Tian faction may achieve minor successes in martial skills within a few years. After a decade, even if they have not mastered any spells, they can still become proficient martial experts. In contrast, those of the Feng faction face greater challenges. Their exclusive focus on spellcraft necessitates a deep cultivation of inner energy and the nurturing of the spirit. This is a purely ascetic approach, and it is not uncommon for practitioners to toil for 5, 10, or even 30 years without perceiving tangible results. Moreover, the thresholds for cultivation in these two factions differ significantly. While the Tian faction seeks talented individuals, such candidates are not exceedingly rare. However, the Feng faction requires disciples with innate spiritual acuity, a quality often dulled by the mundane world's impurities, rendering such potentialities exceedingly rare. As a result, the Feng faction has gradually diminished in numbers and influence. Even if a practitioner spends 5 or 6 years without mastering profound spells, they can still achieve remarkable martial skills. Yet, members of the Feng faction may meditate and cultivate for 20 years without witnessing substantial progress. Am I not correct? Feng Kuang gazed at Xiaolei for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. You are indeed perceptive. Your observations hold truth. The Feng faction has not triumphed in the contest for leadership over the sect for a century. However, subsequent events have led to changes. Chapter 54, the second purchase. The occurrence of change is almost a natural progression. Within a sect, a member subjected to oppression for a century will inevitably seek transformation. In this world, every phenomenon possesses both a positive and negative facet. The same holds true for cultivation. If we consider the orthodox techniques of the Wind sect as the quintessential righteous spells, it follows that after enduring a century of bullying from the Tian sect, the Wind sect began to contemplate. Their focus shifted towards swiftly enhancing their cultivation speed. If the practitioners of the Tian sect could achieve minor successes in mere years through martial prowess, why could they not devise a method to rapidly strengthen their power, thereby equipping themselves to contend with their adversaries? This was the prevailing thought among the Wind sect practitioners. Although the path of cultivation lacks shortcuts, human ingenuity is indeed formidable. After exhausting a century's worth of wisdom, the Wind sect ultimately discovered a means to accelerate their cultivation. However, every advantage comes with a corresponding disadvantage. The method devised by the Wind sect bore a striking resemblance to the practices of those from the demonic sects, focusing particularly on the most potent and expedient means available. Over the course of 100 years, they achieved significant progress. While the Tian sect found their longtime rivals increasingly peculiar, they did not regard it with much concern. After all, it is human nature to underestimate opponents who have been suppressed for a century. Consequently, during a pivotal sect competition held once every 30 years, the Tian sect finally encountered a formidable challenge. In that clash, 4 exceptional masters from the Wind sect emerged, decisively defeating over a dozen top experts from the Tian sect. Their attacks were ruthlessly fierce. Those who fell to them faced either death or severe injury, and any wounded would be left in a state of grave peril. At that juncture, the Wind sect reveled in a long-awaited vindication, finally releasing a century's worth of pent-up frustration. Yet soon after, the Tian sect began to sense something amiss. Initially, a disciple from the Tian sect inadvertently stumbled upon the scene of a Wind sect master cultivating. He witnessed firsthand how the practitioners of the Wind sect rapidly enhanced their spells. Behind the gates of the 5 Elements sect, members of the Wind sect ruthlessly hunted the magical creatures inhabiting the mountains, subsequently consuming their essence. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Tian sect discreetly investigated further, and indeed made alarming discoveries. They realized that within the Wind sect, practitioners were utilizing methods akin to demonic cultivation to impart their skills. In essence, when a disciple's spells reached a certain level, they could challenge their master, and should the disciple triumph, the master would be compelled to transfer all their magical power to the victor. Following this, the master, stripped of their power, would inevitably perish exhausted and extinguished, like a lamp running out of oil. Such a method is undoubtedly malevolent and bizarre, utterly devoid of the principles upheld by legitimate sect disciples. In a fit of rage, the Tianmen faction, fueled by a century-old grudge against the Fomen, finally tore apart all semblance of civility. Tianmen proclaimed that Fomen practiced malevolent sorcery and sought to expel them from the Wuxing sect. In retaliation, the members of Fomen, under the authority of their leader, vowed to oust Tianmen from the Wuxing sect as well. With the facade of diplomacy shattered, both sides abandoned all restraint, plunging into a fierce and bloody conflict. Previously, despite their rivalries, there had been an unspoken bond due to their shared heritage, allowing for some semblance of camaraderie amidst their disputes. However, with this final rupture, any possibility for reconciliation vanished, and it became a desperate struggle for survival. The once renowned Wuxing sect nearly faced annihilation in this internal strife. With its elite disciples decimated in the turmoil, the two factions were forever bound by an irreconcilable enmity, and Tianmen disseminated the news of Fengmen's nefarious practices far and wide. Such a breach of heavenly virtue drew censure from practitioners of other sects, prompting some righteous cultivators, dedicated to upholding justice, to pursue foemen with lethal intent, framing their actions as a crusade against the fallen. Amidst this turmoil, foemen gradually faded into obscurity, leaving Tianmen as the sole surviving faction within the Wuxing sect. Yet, the Wuxing sect had suffered grievous wounds and had devolved into a minor sect of little consequence in the secular world. Throughout this narrative, Feng Kuang recounted the tale in an almost nonchalant manner, his tone calm and detached, as if he were narrating the affairs of strangers. However, Xiaolei seemed to detect an unusual sadness lurking beneath Feng Kuang's icy demeanor. With a long sigh, Xiaolei managed a wry smile. What a riveting story. So, you must be one of the Fengmen, correct? And Tianmen undoubtedly refers to the Tian family. Feng Kuang nodded. Indeed. Do you find it captivating? Perhaps stories told by others often seem more enthralling. Xiaolei fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow. This is a matter within your sect. What purpose does it serve for you to share this with me? Feng Kuang gazed at Xiaolei for a while, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. What concerns you? Are you worried? Xiaolei scoffed. How could I not be concerned? Gaining insight into the secrets of another sect without cause is a grave transgression. You divulge such confidential matters to me. Do you not fear I might reveal them? Or perhaps you are prepared to eliminate me? He regarded Feng Kuang with a mocking gleam in his eyes. Feng Kuang shook his head. I am merely intrigued by you. Furthermore, Miss Lei has informed me of her arrangement with you. I am most curious about how a young man like you possesses such arcane abilities. I harbor no intention of killing you in fact, though I belong to Fengmen. I have yet to take a single life. His slender fingers intertwined gracefully, pale as though touched by the softness of a woman's skin. Then I can rest easy. Xiaolei replied with a playful smile. So what is your intention? What do you wish to achieve? Feng Kuang nodded slightly at Xiaolei and suddenly remarked. I am aware that Miss Lei has once bribed you. There exists a transaction between you two. Therefore, I wish to procure your services once more. Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Feng Kuang as if he had heard the most absurd thing imaginable. Feng Kuang simply observed him in silence, displaying neither anger nor any other emotion. Once Xiaolei's laughter subsided, he calmly inquired, Is it truly so amusing? Indeed, it is. Xiaolei replied, ceasing his laughter and murmuring with a wry smile. These past few days have been rather peculiar. Am I inherently the type to be easily bribed? Why is it that people seem so inclined to engage in transactions with me? He sighed and declared loudly, very well. What do you intend to procure me for? Let me make one thing clear. I will absolutely not assist you in dealing with Tianjin. I do not require you for such matters. The grievances within our five-element sect are something we shall resolve ourselves, Feng Kuang sighed. You have heard the story I recounted. Yet there are aspects you remain unaware of. Pausing momentarily, Feng Kuang continued, for many years, we of the Feng clan have endured oppression and have learned to adapt. Since we cannot confront the Tian clan openly, especially with their connections to various reputable sects, engaging them head-on would yield little success. The Five Elements sect has indeed fallen into decline, with many profound techniques of our predecessors lost to time. Consequently, our retaliations against the Tian clan have transitioned into the shadows. Xiaolei chuckled, a wise saying indeed. A direct assault is easy to evade, but a hidden dagger is difficult to defend against. Have you truly taken a century to grasp this principle? He shook his head repeatedly, filled with disdain for the Feng clan's approach. With Xiaolei's temperament, faced with an overpowering adversary, he would naturally rally friends for support. If a fair fight proved impossible, he would seize the opportunity for a covert strike. In a conflict of enemies, considerations of right or wrong would be of no consequence. Only the defeat of the opponent mattered. As this realization dawned upon him, Xiaolei's eyes brightened. I understand now. Lei Ho's sister and her family are indeed affiliated with your Feng clan, are they not? They serve as your spies positioned beside the Tian clan. Feng Kuang replied indifferently, indeed. How intriguing. I never anticipated that practitioners like yourselves would engage in such sophisticated subterfuge. Xiaolei laughed heartily. Now that all has been said, please be forthcoming. What precisely do you wish to procure me for? Feng Kuang responded earnestly. The situation within this residence has been orchestrated by our Feng clan over the past 20 years. To contend with the Tian family, we have employed every conceivable strategy, not solely relying on the presence of the Lei family as our secret piece. Xiaolei nodded, speaking solemnly. So you admit that the formations within this estate were clandestinely arranged by your Feng clan? He spread his hands, offering a rueful smile. I cannot be held responsible for this. You constructed this house with the intention of harming the Tian family, wishing them misfortune while residing within. Yet now it is I who dwell here. The feng shui arrangement within that house, if one were to reside there, I fear that misfortune would befall me within a month. Such practices of using arrangements to disrupt others' feng shui and bring harm are exceedingly detrimental to one's moral integrity. Feng Kuang smiled faintly. Since I have shared this with you, it does not imply that I intend to hold you accountable. I merely hope you can assist me in fulfilling my directive. Speak, then. Feng Kuang fell silent for a few seconds, then with a casual wave of his hand, produced a small vermilion paper talisman, subsequently casting a silencing spell around them. After glancing at Sister Lei Hua, who stood some distance away by the car, he lowered his voice. What I require of you is to help me locate her brother. Her brother? Is it not Lei Hua? Feng Kuang smiled slightly, responding in a low tone. I mean, Miss Lei's true biological brother. Little Lei raised her eyebrows, unable to suppress her astonishment. Are you implying that Lei Hua? Lei Hua is not. Little Lei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Feng Kuang, who suddenly clutched his stomach in laughter. Ha! This is utterly amusing. That fellow Lei Hua actually. Ha ha. He is not a son of the Lei family. How do you know all of this? Then who exactly is Lei Hua's father? Feng Kuang's gaze drifted to the vehicle outside the window, where Feng Bo lay quietly within. He pointed a finger, and little Lei abruptly fell silent, her face a mask of skepticism as she regarded Feng Kuang. Are you suggesting him? The best is yet to come. Chapter 55, Striking Gold. Xiaolei embraced her wholeheartedly, sighing within. Deep down, he was not oblivious to Lin Shanshan's affections for him. However, his sentiments towards her were largely tinged with compassion. At this moment, he found himself too preoccupied to ponder the matter further. As soon as he stepped inside, his gaze fell upon Lei Ho. Feng Kuang and Lei Ho's sister had already taken their leave, leaving behind a handful of individuals to repair the damaged entrance of the villa and restore the wreckage. Moreover, Feng Kuang had not even laid eyes on Lei Ho. In Feng Kuang's own words, he was merely a figure lurking in the shadows. As for Feng Kuang's commission, Xiaolei remained somewhat perplexed. After all, Lei Ho was not a scion of the Lei family. This was indeed a sensational piece of gossip. Nevertheless, Xiaolei sighed, as it at least confirmed the scientific nature of human genetic inheritance. Surely, with such a stunning sister, it was improbable for her to have a brother with such surreal features. The most pressing question, however, lay in the nature of Feng Kuang's request. He sought the true heir of the Lei family while simultaneously keeping it from Lei Ho's sister. Humph. It appeared that although the Lei family was a pawn in Feng Min's grand scheme, Feng Kuang might not possess full control over them. Yet, the price Feng Kuang offered Xiaolei was rather peculiar. His bid was a set of esoteric scriptures from the Five Elements sect. In the eyes of the genuine sects of cultivation, our Five Elements sect was merely a second-rate, worldly organization. Yet, it had once basked in glory. And this tome was a treasured manual of cultivation within the sect. While it might not be a remarkable divine art, it possessed unique merits for those seeking to establish their foundations in cultivation. As cultivators, both of us generally regard mundane treasures such as gold and silver with disdain. But this manual would be highly beneficial for you. The techniques of our Five Elements sect, crafted by our esteemed ancestors over generations, are methods of rapid advancement. Any ordinary person following this manual could achieve significant progress within a decade or 8 years. Your magical prowess already has a solid foundation. Studying this tome will undoubtedly propel you forward. However, Feng Kuang had retained a measure of caution, providing Xiaolei only the first half of the scriptures, withholding the latter half until Xiaolei fulfilled his task. Lei Ho, completely unaware of Xiaolei's gaze, occasionally stole glances at the enchanting maiden nearby. Xiaolei sighed, gently patting Lin Shanshan in his embrace, whispering, "All right, are you feeling better now?" Lin Shanshan, realizing she had been nestled in Xiaolei's arms for quite some time, quickly stepped back, her cheeks aflame, and lowered her head, murmuring, "I am feeling much better." She then raised her gaze again, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Do you think we could find another place to stay?" Xiaolei shrugged. "What for? This place is picturesque and serene. Is it not delightful? Rest assured, all the malevolent entities in this vicinity have been driven away. The feng shui array has been rearranged by me, ensuring that anyone residing in this house will enjoy robust health and attract wealth. You may feel at ease here." Observing the bustling activity around him, Ruhua gradually regained her composure, energetically directing Lei's subordinates to relocate the items in the living room. The toppled tree that had once occupied the hall was naturally removed, and the damaged furniture was entirely cleared away. Seeing that there was nothing left to do, Xiaolei seized the opportunity to excuse himself and ascended the stairs for a rest. Having unleashed numerous spells that evening, both Lei Ho and Ruhua regarded Xiaolei with a newfound respect, so much so that even Ruhua refrained from speaking to him in her usual irreverent tone. As Lin Shanshan watched Xiaolei retreat upstairs, her gaze lingered on his silhouette, revealing a hint of melancholy in her eyes, as if shadowed by an unspoken sorrow. To illustrate, he might speak to you with a gentle demeanor, yet that gentleness resembled a master's kindness towards a servant. Moreover, his prowess was likely beyond Xiaolei's current capacity to contend with, after all. The old rogue Wu Daozi had once encountered a minor setback under the command of Feng Kuang. Upon reflecting on this, Xiaolei suddenly chuckled to himself, scolding his own overthinking. Why ponder so much? What does it matter if I cannot confront him? I never intended to stand against them. What do the Feng family, the Tian family, or the Five Elements sect have to do with me? I am merely a petty trickster, a charlatan seeking wealth. The so-called commission from Feng Kuang was merely a fade, a pretense to maneuver in his presence, alone and without significant troubles beyond life and death. What else was there to worry about? With time to spare, he opened the book on the Five Elements sect that Feng Kuang had given him. At this moment, Xiaolei was already a disciple of the Carefree sect, practicing the celestial arts imparted by Carefree Z. In his heart, he held a certain disdain for the mundane Five Elements sect, considering it beneath him. Yet, as he perused the pages, a sudden chill gripped him. His previous contempt for the Five Elements sect dissipated almost instantaneously. After scrutinizing the text for a while, an expression of excitement broke across Xiaolei's face. He leaped from his bed in a fit of exhilaration, exclaiming with laughter, "Fortune smiles upon me. It seems I am indeed lucky." The cultivation method he had been practicing was considered one of the most authentic and powerful within the realm of immortality. However, Xiaolei had encountered a particular challenge in his training, stemming from the fact that he had consumed a celestial peach. Though various sects had distinct methods of cultivation, they all adhered to a fundamental principle: harnessing the innate energy within the human body to cultivate one's spirit and refine it into personal magical power once it reached a certain threshold. After a year of diligent practice under Carefree Z's tutelage, Xiaolei had managed to transform only a modicum of the innate energy within him into magical power, barely accumulating what he possessed now. Yet therein lay the dilemma. The concept of going with the flow was predicated upon a gradual and methodical approach to cultivation. However, Xiaolei had not followed this natural order. His innate energy was not cultivated through his own efforts, but rather was bestowed upon him without reason. Carefree Z often lamented, remarking that Xiaolei was currently abundant in energy, yet lacking in spiritual strength. The essence of the matter is that Xiaolei possesses an innate ambition, yet his Tao heart remains remarkably unstable. This instability arises from his lack of the arduous training process that ordinary individuals undergo, resulting in a Tao heart that lacks the resilience forged through countless trials. As for the nature of the Tao heart, Xiaolei still finds it somewhat nebulous, though he vaguely understands that what Zaya Yaozi refers to as the Tao heart pertains to each practitioner's level of mastery over their innate energy. Should the Tao heart waver, the transmutation of innate energy into magical power could easily lead one astray. To elucidate this point, consider a simple analogy. Imagine an ordinary person learning to drive. They must first acquire fundamental driving skills and theoretical knowledge at a driving school, followed by consistent practice behind the wheel. Only after achieving a certain level of proficiency and passing assessments can they obtain a driver's license. In contrast, Xiaolei resembles someone who, despite lacking any practical driving experience, suddenly finds themselves cognizant of all driving techniques and theories. However, if you were to attempt driving a car on the street immediately, the likelihood of a disastrous accident would be significant. The secret manual of the Wind sect within the five-element school evidently diverges from other authentic cultivation methods. The Wind sect, having endured oppression from the Tian sect for a century due to its traditional step-by-step approach, has chosen to abandon this methodology in favor of an expedited path, thereby channeling the collective wisdom of generations into a rapid advancement strategy. The authentic cultivation method entails a gradual progression from cultivating energy to transforming that energy into magical power, akin to nurturing a sapling until it matures into a tree before harvesting it for timber. However, it is essential to wait for the sapling to grow into a sturdy tree before such actions can be taken. In contrast, the Wind sect seeks to enhance their abilities in a short span, prioritizing the immediate transformation of innate energy into magical power. This approach essentially means felling the sapling before it has had the chance to grow, utilizing it as timber regardless of its immaturity. While this method may yield swift results, it fundamentally precludes the emergence of true mastery, let alone the attainment of the great Tao. One can imagine that insufficient energy cultivation is akin to hastily chopping down a frail sapling for wood. Though it may serve as timber, its value is negligible. Nevertheless, the members of the Wind sect are singularly focused on surpassing the Tian sect, having cast aside all other considerations in pursuit of this goal. The more Xiaolei observes, the more his spirits lift. The spells described in this manual from the five-element school seem beneath his notice, for he has the opportunity to learn far more formidable spells from the Xiao sect. However, the technique employed by the Wind sect to convert innate energy into magical power undeniably sets his heart racing with excitement. If the disciples of the five-element sect were to practice in this manner, they could, at best, acquire a modicum of magical power in a short span, enabling them to wield only rudimentary spells. While such abilities might suffice against the martial arts experts of the Tian men, they would hardly be deemed genuine prowess. It is akin to forcibly severing a mere sapling, inherently deficient. However, little Lei, at this moment, has grown into a towering tree. What he lacks is merely the axe capable of felling it instantly. What a windfall this is! Little Lei laughed heartily. Chapter 56, The Daughter of Xiaolei. The efficiency of Lei's subordinates is remarkably high. By morning, the entire villa had been impeccably renovated. The doors were replaced with new ones, and all the furnishings in the hall had been adorned with the latest goods. Per Leiho, still groggy from a long night, had just settled down for sleep when he was abruptly roused by Xiaolei. Despite his overwhelming irritation, he dared not express his anger towards Xiaolei. Leiho, did you not wish to learn martial arts from me? Today, I shall formally teach you some techniques. Xiaolei smiled mischievously while standing on the lawn outside the villa. Leiho's spirits were instantly lifted, and the remnants of sleep vanished from his face as he grinned widely. All right. Xiaolei, what will you teach me today? With a chuckle, Xiaolei replied, well, what I teach is not difficult. You just need to, like this, and then this, and then that. After listening, Leiho stared at Xiaolei incredulously. Finally unable to suppress his doubts, you're not trying to deceive me again, are you? Xiaolei sighed, good apprentice, I do this for your benefit. Today, I have deliberated thoroughly and cautiously resolved to impart this secret skill to you. His gaze fixed on Leiho, imbued with anticipation. Feeling grateful, Lei Ho's apprehensions dissipated, and he earnestly declared, "All right, as long as you are willing to teach me, I promise to practice diligently and uphold the honor of your teachings." Xiaolei beamed with joy, extending a hand, handed over. "Huh? What?" "The tuition fee." Xiaolei asserted with conviction. "Is it not agreed upon that I would teach you for 10,000 a day?" Lei Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you charging me already?" With a disgruntled expression, Lei Ho slowly retrieved his wallet and handed it over. "Tuition fee. I've never charged for lessons before. Our family is shares in Kid Academy. Here, take it. My allowance comes from my sister every month, and I'll give it all to you." Xiaolei took the wallet and counted, finding approximately 12,000, which he promptly tucked away, sighing, "Very well, I shall accept this." He rummaged through his bag for a moment and produced a silk book, tossing it to Lei Ho with a nonchalant air. "This is a secret manual of our sect. Once you master it, you will attain invincible prowess and soon conquer the world." With that, he attempted to slip away. After all, what was he really teaching? Merely a ruse to earn some money. It would be a disservice to his role as a small-time swindler not to take a few cuts from a simpleton like Lei Ho. Moreover, the carefree master had warned him against freely teaching disciples, lest he face dire consequences himself. Lei Ho's eyes sparkled as he opened the silk book. This manual was not bound with ordinary paper but crafted from silk, adorned with vermilion annotations, and exuded an ancient charm, clearly a treasure of no ordinary caliber. As I turned the pages and glanced over them, Lei Ho's face, which was brimming with anticipation, suddenly appeared as if it had been struck by a blade. Becoming rigid and suffused with a hue of purple, his cheeks trembling uncontrollably. On the ancient manuscript, inscribed in fine small seal script with a brush, were the words, "Life is the essence of humanity. Desires are the benefits of humanity." While the beginning was tolerable, the subsequent lines jolted him. Lei Ho's chest heaved with emotion, his breath growing increasingly labored, his expression oscillating between tears and laughter. His hands, clutching the silk manuscript, quivered slightly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed, "Xiaolei, what is this nonsensical manuscript you have given me?" Upon opening the cover, he beheld the bold characters inscribed, "The Great Joy of Yin and Yang." Xiaolei, glancing at it, swiftly snatched the silk manuscript back into his embrace, laughing repeatedly. "What a surprise! What a surprise! I accidentally gave you the wrong one. This manuscript, is a personal treasure of mine, and I cannot part with it." After uttering this, he disregarded Lei Ho's almost distraught expression and promptly retrieved a summary of a domestic cultivation technique from his clothing. Handing it to Lei Ho with a grin, "Here, take this." This great joy of yin and yang had been painstakingly pilfered from that old rascal, Xiao Yaozi. Lei Ho cast a glance at Xiaolei, feeling a mix of emotions, and opened the text in his hands. Frowning deeply, he muttered, "I cannot comprehend a single word of this. You wouldn't be deceiving me again, would you?" In truth, Lei Ho had wronged Xiaolei this time. The manuscript Xiaolei had given him, although not the secret teachings of the Xiaoyao sect, was indeed a legitimate Taoist cultivation technique. The Xiaoyao sect, with its rich history, held considerable renown in the realm of cultivation, housing numerous Taoist texts. Although this manuscript was not particularly profound, it was nonetheless a genuine guide to energy cultivation. However, Taoist energy cultivation emphasizes nurturing one's spirit and concentrating one's essence, with the inner breath originating from the dantian and circulating throughout the body's meridians. For someone like Lei Ho, a modern individual who had practiced martial arts, the intricacies of true inner breath eluded him completely. As for concepts such as embracing the round and guarding the one and the heart's demons not intruding, these notions left him utterly perplexed. It would likely be easier for Lei Ho to practice kicking a sandbag or adopt a horse stance to perform iron palm techniques. Xiaolei shrugged, a glint of cunning in his eyes, yet feigned innocence on his face. "There is nothing I can do about that. This manuscript is a genuine treasure. If you can understand it, then good for you. If not, I cannot help you." Lei Ho, with a forlorn expression, lamented, But what I see here appears to be some Taoist teachings, and I have no desire to learn your skills of drawing talismans to capture ghosts. I merely wish to master the strike you delivered to that lion." Xiaolei chuckled. "Exactly. This manuscript is indeed about Taoist energy cultivation. Once you refine your energy well, when you strike, not only will you be able to break a person, but you could also crack stones. However, you ought to contemplate it thoroughly." After a brief pause, Xiaolei felt a pang of guilt for deceiving Lei Ho. With a sigh, he remarked, "Your inability to comprehend stems from your unfamiliarity with Taoist theoretical knowledge. It would be prudent for you to first seek out fundamental Taoist texts and study them diligently. Having successfully acquired wealth, He was disinclined to remain in the estate during the day. Although the surroundings were pleasant and the scenery delightful, Xiaolei had resided on Daimai Mountain for a year, having already witnessed countless beautiful vistas. To him, the austere beauty of the mountains paled in comparison to the vibrant hustle and bustle of urban life. He changed into a fresh outfit, polished his shoes, and prepared to venture into the city. However, he noticed Lei Ho seated on the sofa in the hall, furrowing his brow in frustration as he meticulously examined the secret manual. Xiaolei sighed and stated earnestly, "Understanding is understanding, and not understanding is not understanding. It is merely a matter of personal fortune, do not force it." Feeling a twinge of compassion, he eventually taught Lei Ho a few meditation postures and briefly explained how to meditate and sense the internal energy within oneself. Whether Lei Ho could grasp it was no longer Xiaolei's concern. Lei Ho sighed, expressing his surprise at the difficulty of the practice. "I can recognize the characters in this book, but when they are strung together, I find that I cannot comprehend 7 or 8 out of 10 sentences." Xiaolei smiled faintly and remained silent. He had never intended to genuinely impart any profound techniques to Lei Ho. The secret methods of the carefree sect were not meant for casual dissemination. Nonetheless, he felt he had been somewhat fair to Lei Ho. This Taoist manual, although the most basic of teachings known to any practitioner, could yield benefits such as enhanced health and longevity if a layperson were to persist in practice, even if they did not achieve any remarkable skills. However, Xiaolei underestimated Lei Ho. Individuals with simple minds often possess a tenacity that others lack. Lei Ho was indeed a martial arts enthusiast. Had Xiaolei attempted to deceive him with something else, he would likely have given up after hitting a wall. Yet, he had witnessed Xiaolei defeat Leon with a single strike. Subsequently, Lei Ho resolutely sought out a wealth of Taoist texts, dedicating considerable time to studying the theories of Taoism, ultimately mastering them. He diligently practiced the manual on energy cultivation and achieved some success. At this moment, Xiaolei was oblivious to all of this. He meticulously polished his shoes and prepared to leave. Lei Ho, engrossed in his reading, lifted his head and inquired, "Are you going out?" "Indeed, this remote wilderness holds little allure. The sun is so splendid outside, if I do not take a stroll, it would be a disservice to the heavens," Xiaolei replied lazily, though in his heart, he thought, "Having just acquired such wealth, if I do not spend it, it would be an even greater disservice to myself." Noticing the shine on Xiaolei's shoes, Lei Ho asked, "Why have you polished your shoes so brightly?" "That is not for outsiders to know," Xiaolei replied with a mysterious smile. Before long, he employed a spatial technique to arrive on the main road outside the estate, hailed a taxi, and entered the city. Although today is not a weekend, the commercial district in the city center remains vibrant and bustling. As early summer arrives, various large stores are eagerly offering seasonal discounts to attract customers. There are several high-end boutiques that, in the past, Xiaolei would never have dared to enter. However, today, with his pockets pleasantly filled, he feels uninhibited. As the saying goes, a man's wallet reflects his courage. Thus, Xiaolei's courage today seems to be quite substantial. In the city center stands a premier shopping venue, the most upscale commercial center in the city, housing an array of exclusive boutiques showcasing luxurious brands from around the globe. The garments here often command 5- or 6-figure prices, which Xiaolei would ordinarily not even glance at. Yet today he finds himself particularly intrigued. Of course, being the lazy man that he is, he does not invest effort in discerning the quality of the clothing. Instead, his gaze wanders, captivated by the stunning saleswomen. Indeed, it appears these employees of prestigious brands are adorned in vibrant and eye-catching attire, all designed to draw in customers. As Xiaolei finds himself covertly comparing the beauty of 2 saleswomen clad in black from the LV brand, he suddenly perceives a faint sound of weeping. Turning his head, he spots a small figure standing in a corner of the store. A little girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, stands there, her big eyes observing the bustling crowd around her, dressed in a pristine white dress. Her round, cherubic face has a complexion as flawless as milk. Tears glisten in her large eyes, and her delicate features resemble those of a porcelain doll. Before long, others are drawn to this adorably crying girl, and a kindly middle-aged woman kneels down to take her small hand, seemingly inquiring gently. Xiaolei, too, is captivated by this enchanting little girl and cannot resist approaching her. "Little girl, are you lost?" he asks. "Daddy? Daddy." Instantly, Xiaolei's muscles tense, and he tries to gently pry the girl off them. But she clings tightly to his waist. "I am not your father," he replies with a wry smile. "Daddy, you don't want me anymore. You don't want me anymore." The girl immediately burst into tears. The onlookers around them exchange disapproving glances, and whispers circulate, with many pointing fingers at Xiaolei. Chapter 57. The Adorable Little Sprite. Xiaolei felt a surge of frustration within him. Were these people blind? To anyone's eyes. He appeared to be no more than 20 years old. How could he possibly have a daughter aged 7 or 8? The little girl, naive and innocent, might have mistaken him for her father, but did the onlookers truly lack common sense? Seeing the girl sobbing pitifully, Xiaolei bent down, forcing a smile as he spoke. All right, little one, have you lost your father? The girl continued to weep, repeatedly uttering, Daddy, you don't want me anymore. You don't want me anymore. Why the repetition? If he didn't want her, then he simply didn't. The crowd began to condemn such heartless parents for abandoning such a precious child. Xiaolei's ire simmered beneath the surface, yet he could not express it. With a deep sigh, he bent down and embraced the little girl, pushing through the throng of people to find some solace. In a secluded corner, he gently set the girl down and inquired with the utmost kindness, Little one, have you become lost? Did you come out with your father? Between her sobs, the girl mumbled in a muffled voice, Mama doesn't want me anymore. And neither does Daddy. Xiaolei felt helpless, yet the delicate beauty of this little girl stirred a profound sense of compassion within him, preventing him from losing his temper. He took a deep breath and patiently continued to question her. Suddenly, he noticed a small pendant around the girl's neck and gently held it up for closer inspection. It was a tiny silver medallion inscribed with the words Mingwei Guan, adorned on the back with a small crescent moon design. The name seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he softly asked, What is your name, little girl? The girl bit her finger and whispered, Bauer. Ah, where do you live, Bauer? Is Mingwei Guan your home? Xiaolei smiled wryly. I don't know. Bauer clung tightly to Xiaolei's trousers, her eyes wide with apprehension, as though fearing that if she let go, he might vanish. After a moment, he took out his phone and called the inquiry desk. Upon checking, he discovered that there were several establishments named Mingyue in the city. Dialing the first number, he heard, Hello, this is the Mingyue Culinary Center. Please dial the extension for delivery, press 0 for the hotline, press 1 for customer service, or press 2 for reservations. Damn it. Xiaolei cursed under his breath. A glance at the address revealed that it was located nearby. Resigned, he lifted Bauer into his arms and set off. After turning down a street, he finally located the address, only to find that it was no longer the Mingyue Culinary Center, but had transformed into a fast food restaurant. Why don't they cancel the number if they've gone out of business? I made a wasted trip. Xiaolei grumbled, exasperated. Reluctantly, he dialed the second number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? A voice, somewhat unsettling in its sweetness, reached Xiaolei. Hello, may I inquire if this is Mingyue? Yes, indeed. Handsome. You've reached the Mingyue Emotional Companionship Center. We have many beautiful ladies here. Are you looking for someone to chat with or perhaps accompany you on a trip? We can provide both services, available 24 hours a day to ensure your satisfaction. Prices are negotiable. Before Xiaolei could utter a word, the other party unleashed a barrage of words akin to a machine gun. He promptly hung up the phone. Such an adorable girl could not possibly be from there. He dialed a third number. The number you have dialed is currently not in service. Please check and try again. Xiaolei, feeling helpless, put away his phone with a sigh. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion below, only to see Bauer nibbling on one of her fingers, her other small hand gently tugging at Xiaolei's shirt, her voice a whisper, Daddy, Daddy, Bauer is hungry. What should we do? Such an extraordinarily cute little girl, sweetly declaring her hunger. Although the term daddy induced a bittersweet smile, Xiaolei could only respond with a forced grin. All right, let us get you something to eat. But remember, don't call me daddy. A little girl should be easy to please. Surely a meal costing 20 or 30 yuan would suffice. However, 10 minutes later, Xiaolei found himself regretting his assumptions. The little girl adamantly refused to enter the fast food restaurant and then uttered a statement that nearly shattered his composure. Daddy, the doctor said McDonald's is junk food. Eating too much will make you fat like a little pig. Xiaolei, feeling disheartened, sighed, Then what would you like to eat? Bauer promptly raised her small hand and pointed with excitement. There, illuminated in the distance, was a large red and white sign, adorned with foreign characters. Indeed, it was the so-called romantic haven for young boys and girls, a symbol of extravagance that countless girls yearn for and many financially strained men lament. The illustrious Hottis. This little Bauer certainly had a knack for choosing locations. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, seeing her pitiful expression, Xiaolei could only relent with a sigh. All right then. Upon entering Hades across the street, he noticed the immaculate cleanliness of the floors and tables. One must admit, establishments like this truly understand the art of management. A few young couples were scattered around, indulging in the ambience. Yet, upon observing the blissful smiles on the girls' faces and the pained expressions on the men's, one could only empathize. A waitress, her smile polished to perfection, approached with a menu, inquiring, "What would you two like to sample?" "We have." Xiaolei, ignoring her words, opened the menu and was taken aback. "Is this a joke? A standard double-scoop ice cream costs 100 yuan? A slightly better option is over 200, and a cake is 180? Are your cakes encrusted with gold? You might as well wield a knife and rob someone." The waitress continued her narrative, while Bauer, seated beside Xiaolei, tugged at his sleeve and sweetly exclaimed, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to eat that." Her tiny finger pointed decisively towards a vibrant advertisement. The waitress promptly responded with a bright smile. "That is our special family meal, featuring a delightful chocolate fondue, freshly squeezed juice, assorted fruit salads, and topped off with a generous serving of colorful ice cream. Remarkably, it is only 988 yuan. Furthermore, if you spend over 1,000 yuan, you will receive a complimentary gift from our establishment, a small Haagen-Dazs teddy bear." How cunning. It was utterly devious. Knowing full well I was here with a child, she dared to entice her with a teddy bear. Xiaolei hesitated for a fleeting moment, but the moment Bauer displayed a pitiful expression, her innocent eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears, he yielded. With a sigh, he closed the menu. The meal cost him 2,000 yuan. Why 2,000? Quite simply, after presenting Bauer with a teddy bear, the waitress slyly added, "This is part of our toy collection. If you spend 2,000 yuan, you can collect the entire set of 3 different teddy bears and receive a VIP discount card." Bauer, clutching the teddy bear, lit up with excitement. "Daddy, Daddy. Bauer wants the teddy bear." It didn't matter what she said as long as she didn't call him daddy or mention the bear. She could ask for a dinosaur instead. After half an hour, as they exited Haagen-Dazs, Xiaolei found himself 2,000 yuan per, yet he possessed a discount card and 3 teddy bears. Casually discarding the discount card into a trash bin, he vowed never to return to this unscrupulous establishment. Yet, there was Bauer, cradling 1 teddy bear, her rosy cheeks radiant with joy. The bear was nearly half her size, and in her other hand, she held a Haagen-Dazs brochure. It was evident this establishment was indeed cunning, targeting customers through their children. How could he possibly be angry with such an adorable little girl? But what to do next? Just as Xiaolei grappled with his predicament, a bus passed by, and a vibrant advertisement on its side caught his eye. The bus showcased 2 young individuals in martial arts attire, striking dynamic poses, accompanied by bold lettering, Mingwei Martial Arts Academy. Could it be? Xiaolei's eyes brightened with excitement. This must be the place. He quickly tugged at Bauer, pointing to the bus. "Bauer, is that your home?" As she savored her ice cream, she sweetly replied, "I don't know." Again, the dreaded "I don't know." Oh, the innocence of children. Wait a minute. Ice cream? Xiaolei suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Bauer. The little girl had indeed placed the teddy bear on the ground beside her, while she indulged in a large ice cream, with cream smeared across half of her cherubic face. "Where did you get that ice cream, Bauer?" inquired little Leichi. "I didn't see you carrying it when we came out." "I conjured it," Bauer replied with an innocent smile, sitting on the ground as she opened Hadassah's art book. She casually pointed to an illustration within, and with a flick of her tiny hand, she astonishingly produced an ice cream from thin air. Little Leichi was left utterly speechless. Could it be that I have stumbled upon a little sprite? Chapter 58. The Dream of Wealth Shattered. How did you do that? Xiaolei stared wide-eyed at the adorable baby before him, whose face was adorned with a sweet smile. Bauer grinned and replied, "This is how it's done." With that, she pointed to another ice cream in the picture book and, with a flick of her hand, produced yet another. "Oh my goodness!" Xiaolei couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of little girl have I stumbled upon?" He immediately took Bauer by the hand and rushed to a secluded spot. Finally coming to a halt, he said earnestly, "Bauer, tell me, how can you conjure things from the picture book?" Bauer blinked her beautiful big eyes and replied, "I look at the things in the book and, while thinking about them, they just appear." "Then how did you learn this magic?" Bauer paused for a moment, then asked in return, "Daddy, what is magic?" Xiaolei was at a loss for words, then said, "Well, magic is the ability to transform things." "How can you transform things?" Bauer fell silent for a moment, a hint of melancholy shadowing her small face as she quietly said, "I've been able to do it since I was little. But Mommy said I was a monster. Mommy doesn't want me anymore, and Daddy, you don't want me either." As she spoke, her little lips quivered, and she suddenly burst into tears. Xiaolei panicked, realizing that no matter how formidable his skills, he was utterly helpless against the cries of a small girl. In desperation, he spotted a plush bear nearby and quickly grabbed it, soothing her with gentle words, making faces, and jumping around until she finally stopped crying and began to giggle. Xiaolei picked up Bauer and softly said, "Bauer, why do you say I'm your daddy? Your brother isn't your daddy. You are my daddy." Bauer squealed, then, with unwavering certainty, declared, "Bauer cannot be mistaken. You are my daddy. Daddy, do you not want me anymore?" Seeing the tears welling up in Bauer's eyes again, Xiaolei hastily reassured her, all right. As long as you don't cry, I'll be your daddy. I'll even accept being your grandpa." Only then did Bauer look at Xiaolei earnestly, stating, "You are my daddy, that is for sure. I recognize the scent of my daddy. It's very familiar." Bauer cannot be mistaken. Her small face radiated determination, leaving Xiaolei somewhat bewildered. "Scent? What scent?" "The scent is just the scent." Bauer insisted. Daddy held Bauer when she was little. Bauer cannot forget. Xiaolei rolled his eyes. Now he understood. This little monster child was convinced he was her father solely based on his scent. But what scent could possibly be attributed to him? Was it the aroma of the noodles he had for lunch? Goodness, was this little monster's father a noodle shop owner? Bauer quickly shook her head, resolutely stating, "Bauer hasn't gotten lost. Bauer is very well behaved. It's the Annie who got lost." In a moment of frustration, Xiaolei nearly uttered an expletive, only to remember the presence of minors nearby and promptly refrained, sighing helplessly, All right. You haven't lost your way. Who is the ant you mentioned?" "An ant is just an ant," the child replied. Xiaolei felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Realizing the futility of reasoning with the child, a lesson he vowed to remember. Seeing Xiaolei's silence, Bauer looked worried and asked, "Daddy, you wouldn't abandon me again, would you?" The obedient child continued, "Please don't disregard Bauer, okay? I promise. I won't change anything again. I swear." Xiaolei found himself puzzled. Who was this little girl? The magical ability to transform objects was no mere illusion. The ice cream she conjured was undeniably real, as he had been coerced into taking a bite. Yet, what if all the practitioners around the world were to simply crash and perish in despair? After contemplating for a while without clarity, he realized that if he could find her family, everything would likely become clear. Such a beautiful girl sparked his curiosity. Where did her astounding powers originate? He engaged Bauer in conversation, and though her words were somewhat tangled, after half an hour, he gleaned some insights. Mother forbids Bauer from transforming things, especially in front of the ant. But when the ant took Bauer out to shop, I noticed she didn't have enough paper, so I made a piece appear. Not enough paper? Surely you meant not enough money? Xiaolei's expression brightened as he produced a high-denomination bill, playfully saying, Come, my dear Bauer, transform this for Daddy." Bauer looked at him in confusion. "But Mother forbids it." "Never mind, Dad. I am your father, and I am asking you to do it, and you mustn't tell Mother," he said with a mischievous grin, reminiscent of the big bad wolf eyeing Little Red Riding Hood. Bauer giggled, took the bill, and with a mere touch, transformed it into two. Xiaolei's heart raced with excitement, inwardly exclaiming, "What a treasure I've found. With such a gifted daughter, wouldn't her parents strike it rich?" He pondered why her mother would prohibit her from using such talents. After inspecting the two bills, however, his expression froze in shock. As it turned out, the serial numbers were identical. While such money might pass unnoticed in casual transactions, presenting it at a bank would undoubtedly raise suspicions of counterfeiting. Being caught could lead to accusations of being a counterfeiter, shattering his dreams of wealth. Resigned, Xiaolei inquired, "Bauer, can you tell me what your mother's place looks like?" With a cherubic tilt of her head, Bauer pondered adorably before replying. There seemed to be many uncles and aunts, all dressed in white, and some are even fighting. White clothing. Could it be martial arts attire? Fighting? That makes sense. It was precisely the place where I had just seen the advertisement, the Mingwei Martial Arts Center. Without hesitation, Xiaolei immediately embraced Bauer and hailed a taxi, directing it towards the Mingwei Martial Arts Center. This establishment was situated on a bustling street in the city, occupying the second floor of a local sports complex. It appeared that the center was thriving, having claimed the entirety of the second floor, which measured over 1,000 square meters. The entrance was exquisitely adorned, with the grand name Mingwei elegantly inscribed in bold, flowing characters on a large shadow wall. showcasing the craftsmanship of a renowned calligrapher. A reception desk was positioned nearby, equipped with telephones, fax machines, and card readers for transactions. Adjacent to the reception, a towering promotional poster displayed the very image that Xiaolei had observed on the side of the bus, further indicating the center's popularity. It resembled a quintessential fitness hub for the urban white-collar class. Curiously, however, there was not a soul at the reception desk. "Bauer, is this your home?" Xiaolei inquired, bending down to address the little girl. Yet, Bauer appeared timid and hesitant, seemingly reluctant to venture inside. Her expression was one of dejection as she pouted weakly, replying, "Yes." Xiaolei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had finally found it. It seemed his role as a doting father had come to fruition. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the origins of a girl with such magical abilities. What kind of parents could she possibly have? He took Bao by the hand and entered the center. The interior was tastefully decorated, with a smooth floor clearly crafted from premium wood. The entire first floor belonged to the Mingwei Center, and upon passing the reception area, he discovered several partitioned training spaces. On either side of the corridor were 2 venues. Yet as he passed through 2 large doors, he found them completely empty. It was afternoon, and it wasn't a holiday. Perhaps the classes had not yet commenced. Just then, Xiaolei heard faint sounds from within, as if there were people engaged in combat. He promptly guided Bauer toward the innermost training area. However, upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly had a revelation. The doors to the training space swung wide open. Yet they bore visible signs of damage, with cracks evident on the panels, as though someone had forcefully breached them with immense strength. Chapter 59. The Thrill of Instant Kill. A resounding laughter echoed from within. Peering through the doorway, one could observe a spacious area exceeding 200 square meters, where a group of young men and women clad in white training uniforms sat on one side. Each bore a serious expression, their garments adorned with the red characters Mingwei and a crescent moon emblem. On the opposite side stood 3 tall men, their backs turned to Xiaolei, dressed in long, black trench coats with collars raised high, resembling figures straight out of a cinematic masterpiece. At the center of the arena, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce exchange. Their silhouettes intertwined as fists and feet flew with intensity. The combatants, a man and a woman, were locked in a spirited duel. The man donned a black form-fitting outfit, and it was evident that the black trench coat lying on the ground belonged to his companions watching from the sidelines. The woman, on the other hand, was clad in the training uniform of the Mingwei Academy. Xiaolei was taken aback after merely a glance. The duelists were far from ordinary. The woman, adorned in the Mingwei attire, executed a series of movements reminiscent of the Bagua palm technique, her footwork agile, and her strikes swift. It was apparent that she was a master of martial arts, not merely an average instructor from a fitness center. The black-clad man astonished Xiaolei even more. He moved with an ethereal grace, his fingers splayed as he advanced and retreated, making it difficult for Xiaolei to discern his martial lineage. However, his formidable speed kept the woman entangled in a relentless pursuit, her footwork becoming increasingly cumbersome. Despite her evasive maneuvers, the man's velocity intensified, relentlessly targeting her vulnerabilities, and she appeared to be on the verge of exhaustion. Suddenly, Bauer cried out with great urgency, "Mommy." Xiaolei was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "You again?" The man before him was none other than Leon, who had once clashed with Xiaolei. The 2 other men in black, upon spotting Bauer hiding behind Xiaolei, exchanged sharp glances and simultaneously declared, "It's her." In an instant, the 2 figures surged forward, swiftly charging at Xiaolei. The speed at which they approached was astonishing. Within mere moments, they closed the nearly 10-meter gap. In a flurry, Xiaolei could only push Bauer behind him and adopt a defensive posture. One of the attackers lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the kick collided with Xiaolei's outstretched arm, causing a searing pain to shoot through him, as if his bones were shattering. The immense force propelled him backward, crashing into the wall of the corridor. The wooden partition splintered under the impact, and Xiaolei's back was left numb with agony. He inhaled deeply, cursing aloud. With a swift twist of his body, he charged forward. The man in black kicked Xiaolei aside and seized Bauer. However, to his astonishment, Xiaolei, having endured the blow, stood up again without any apparent injury and quickly retaliated. For a moment, he was taken aback. In his view, anyone capable of withstanding such a kick should not be able to rise so promptly, even if their bones were unbroken. Yet, fueled by anger, Xiaolei moved with greater speed, employing the graceful steps of the carefree dance to swiftly approach the man in black, his fingers curling like hooks to strike at the arm that held Bauer. The man in black felt a sudden numbness in his arm and instinctively retracted his hand with lightning speed. But Xiaolei's other hand had already pressed firmly against his chest. "Ivan, be careful," Leon shouted, having faced Xiaolei before and aware of his formidable prowess. Yet, by the time his warning reached the air, it was already too late. Xiaolei's palm struck Ivan's chest, unleashing a powerful surge of inner energy. "Shatter the mountains." Xiaolei, enraged by the man's treachery, unleashed a move of overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, a shadowy figure was propelled across the arena, crashing against the wall before falling heavily to the ground. It was only then that Leon's warning had barely escaped his lips. Ivan lay on the ground, trembling slightly. Yet he could not muster the strength to rise. Xiaolei pulled Bauer behind him, casting a cold gaze at Leon and the other man in black. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" The two combatants engaged in fierce battle finally separated. The man fighting against the Mingwei Guild suddenly let out a loud laugh. And to Xiaolei's surprise, he leaped backward as if effortlessly adjusting his position midair, executing an almost 90-degree turn to shoot toward Xiaolei before landing deftly beside Leon. Meanwhile, the woman from the Mingwei Guild staggered back a few steps, steadying herself while gasping for breath, her face flushed and drenched in sweat. "Leon, who is this guy?" The man who had just joined the fray sneered, his voice grating and harsh, reminiscent of a saw cutting through metal. His face was elongated with a sharp chin, resembling a serpent, complemented by a prominent nose. His features distinctly Caucasian, albeit with two small mustaches that rendered him somewhat comical. The three men displayed various expressions, yet they remained indifferent to their fallen comrade, Ivan, showing no intent to help him up. Leon's handsome face turned ashen, but in the face of his companion's mockery, he merely bit his lip, refraining from retorting. The man with the pointed chin cast a sly glance at Xiaolei and slowly remarked, "Are you from the Mingwei Guild? If not, I kindly ask you not to meddle." At this point, he seemed to frown, his proficiency in Chinese evidently lacking. Xiaolei shot him a glance and replied, "What do you intend to do then?" "It is quite simple. I only desire the little girl behind you." He had only spoken half of his thought when the woman from Minghua Pavilion, who had just fought him, cried out, "Bauer, come here quickly." She hurriedly ran towards them, but Leon immediately obstructed her path. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed a striking beauty, though her face bore the marks of hardship, her skin slightly coarse, and her stature was tall and imposing, indicative of years spent in martial training. With an anxious expression, she commanded Leon, "Stand aside." Leon chuckled but remained silent. The woman had engaged with these individuals previously and was acutely aware of their prowess. She made several attempts to advance from 3 different angles, yet Leon steadfastly remained in her way. Finally, she halted, steadied herself, and gazed intently at Leon. "Might I inquire why you have come to my martial hall? Why do you trouble my daughter?" Leon remained mute, while the sharp-chinned man addressed Xiaolei. "What say you?" Xiaolei resolutely shook his head. "Nonsense. This girl has called me father, and for that alone, I cannot hand her over to you. You pathetic scoundrel." The man's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. "Very well, then we shall resolve this with force." He slightly inclined his body. "I hail from the Western continent, and though my name is rather lengthy, remember this. I am called Yasha of the Xiaolei Kingdom." His waist twisted like a water snake, and he suddenly lunged at Xiaolei with a claw-like strike. Xiaolei's eyes widened. Although the movement was swift, it was crystal clear to him. He stepped back half a pace, and when the opponent's hand was within reach, he deftly flicked his fingers against the opponent's wrist, cradling his own arm. The man's countenance darkened as he glanced at Xiaolei. "What technique are you employing?" Xiaolei shot him a disdainful look. "Technique?" Yasha, evidently the highest ranking among the group, adopted a slightly more respectful tone and stated earnestly, "If you are not affiliated with Minghua Pavilion, then this matter has nothing to do with you. We harbor no ill intentions towards this young lady. This is purely a private affair within our clan, and I ask that you refrain from intervening. Otherwise, should the divine clan take action and outsiders meddle, you may find yourself embroiled in trouble beyond your capabilities." "Bah!" Xiaolei scoffed, retorting, "To hell with your divine clan." "Divine clan? What kind of organization is that? A bunch of foreigners establishing a society in Xiaolei Kingdom? Have you even paid your protection fees? Have you consulted with our local leaders?" Yasha, being a foreigner, was naturally unfamiliar with concepts such as protection fees or local leaders, and he appeared perplexed by Xiaolei's words. Yet, he vaguely sensed that the implication was that they too had some organization referred to as a society. His expression grew increasingly grim. "Nonsense. Does our divine clan require your permission to act? Who are you to meddle in Xiaolei's side? You mean meddling in others' affairs, right? The man's thin face flushed slightly. Then he declared defiantly, "Who exactly are you?" A moment of inspiration struck Xiaolei, and he chuckled lazily, saying, "No need for such formalities. I am but the one known in the martial world as the swarm atop Peach Blossom Mountain, gliding through the sea of flowers untouched. The one whose beauty outshines the pear blossoms, Zhou Badong." Indeed, the three foreigners were left in a state of bewilderment, recognizing each word, yet failing to comprehend the meaning when strung together. Their purpose in Xiaolei Kingdom was merely to conduct business, having only acquired a rudimentary understanding of the local language. Phrases like gliding through the sea of flowers untouched were utterly incomprehensible to them. Xiaolei wore a facade of pride, feigning arrogance, while secretly reveling in his thoughts. What a bunch of foreigners. That so-called divine race, could it be an organization? Today, I shall engage in battle for my precious daughter, but do they truly believe I would leave my name for them to seek revenge? Leon wore an unusual expression, remaining at the back and refraining from confronting Xiaolei. Although he was unaware of Xiaolei's true identity, he was well aware that Xiaolei and Lei He were acquainted. The dynamics among these foreigners were peculiar, devoid of harmony, with intrigue and rivalry being commonplace. At that moment, he had no intention of exposing the underlying tensions. In fact, he secretly hoped Xiaolei would take the opportunity to teach that ever-oppressive Yiksha a lesson. The Yiksha shook his head and bellowed, "Good. So it is you, Lord Zhou Badong. Let us settle this with force. York, you go. But do not kill him." A nearby man, York, who appeared somewhat simplistic in thought, pondered Xiaolei's words, musing, "What kind of insect is this? Could it be a species native to the Xiaolei Kingdom that has yet to be discovered by biologists?" Suddenly, upon hearing the leader's command, he responded with a shout and lunged at Xiaolei. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiaolei's eyes as he deftly sidestepped the incoming punch with a graceful half-step. This seemingly simple maneuver had achieved the remarkable level of the carefree step, effortlessly avoiding the attack. York's punch barely grazed Xiaolei's ear, the force of it ruffling half of his hair. With a smile on his face, Xiaolei swiftly reached out, seizing York's wrist, targeting his acupoint. With a sharp twist, York felt as though his wrist were caught in an iron vise, and he could not help but let out a grunt of pain as he struggled to break free. However, Xiaolei suddenly leaned forward, his nose nearly touching York's, and raised a fist in front of him, exclaiming rapidly, "Fool. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a cooking pot? Huh, what does that mean?" York's mind instinctively registered the thought, which would be his last. With a resounding boom, Xiaolei's fist struck York's chest with tremendous force, sending him flying to crash heavily beside Ivan. Xiaolei grinned, raised two fingers, and exclaimed, "Yay. Instant kill is exhilarating." Chapter 60, The Shocking Name. Yasha's expression shifted dramatically as he finally recognized that the seemingly indifferent young man before him was not to be trifled with. His face betrayed a tempest of emotions, and he ultimately spat out, "Well, I never expected someone so formidable to be hiding in the Minghua Pavilion. Today, it seems, our journey was in vain." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he turned to leave, utterly disregarding his two fallen companions and Leon. Xiaolei made no attempt to obstruct him, stepping aside to clear the path. The smile had vanished from his face as he regarded Leon. "My friend, we meet again. Why is it that every time I find myself in such establishments, there is always someone looking to challenge?" Leon remained silent, his gaze fixated on Xiaolei's hand, his eyes seemingly laden with significance. Suddenly, he broke into a smile, cold though it was. His body relaxed as he shook his head. "You still do not comprehend the gravity of the trouble you have invited upon yourself." He gestured toward the timid bower cowering behind Xiaolei, speaking gravely. "This young lady is someone we must locate. I am aware that I am no match for your prowess, yet within our divine lineage, there certainly exist individuals who can contend with you. You, young and accomplished, possess strength unmatched among young humans I have encountered. Why invite such complications upon yourself?" Xiaolei seemed disinterested even in raising his hand. Smiling as he replied, "I used to be someone who shunned trouble, but now, this delightful young lady has captured my fondness. I care not who you are. And as for you, it appears you are not of the virtuous sort. Bower, do you recognize them? Will you accompany them?" Xiaolei chuckled softly. "Look, they don't even know you. Tell me, my friend, are you not aware that abducting children is a crime?" Leon sighed, his tone icy. "We are outmatched. What more is there to say? As I have stated, vengeance of the divine will not be delayed for a century. You will undoubtedly regret this in due time." After a moment of hesitation, he approached to assist his two companions, hoisting one over each shoulder as he strode out with an air of defiance. Xiaolei continued to observe without interference, his cold gaze fixed on the departing figures. Only after they had exited did he appear to exhale in relief. The languid smile that had adorned his face vanished, his complexion suddenly paling as a long breath escaped his lips, his body relaxing instantly. The woman from the Minghua pavilion approached, her expression serious. "Hello, may I inquire if you are?" "Mama." Bauer peered out from behind Xiaolei, her voice timid as she called out, "I found Daddy." The woman's countenance shifted to one of grave concern as she fixed her eyes on Xiaolei. Speaking in a low tone, "Do you know the person from earlier?" She then continued, "Thank you for intervening on my behalf. Without you, I might have lost." Xiaolei gently patted Bauer, speaking softly. "All right, Bauer, go to your mother now." The woman solemnly bowed to Xiaolei and said, "Thank you." She then picked up Bauer, chiding her. "Bauer, how did you wander off again? Where is your aunt?" Bauer bit her finger, timidly saying, "Bauer did not get lost. It is Auntie who has lost her way." The woman furrowed her brow and whispered, "Are you transforming in front of Auntie?" Suddenly glancing at Xiaolei, her expression shifted, and she halted her words. Xiaolei smiled faintly and remarked, "Well, this is your family matter. I have completed my part and shall take my leave." The woman abruptly called out to him, "Please wait." After a brief moment of contemplation, she softly continued, "Today, you saved my Bauer. I must express my gratitude, and if it is convenient, I would like to invite you inside for a moment. May I?" Xiaolei glanced at the mother and daughter, his curiosity piqued, and he agreed. He was soon ushered into a small room, reminiscent of a coach's lounge. The woman placed Bauer on the sofa and, employing an unknown method, gently caressed her face, causing Bauer to drift into slumber. Turning back, she deeply bowed to Xiaolei. Xiaolei reacted swiftly, stepping aside to avoid her gesture, chuckling, "What are you doing?" The woman, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I invited you in for another matter I wish to consult you on." Xiaolei smiled, "Perfect timing. I am quite curious about those individuals from earlier. Why did they attempt to abduct your daughter? Wouldn't it be prudent to contact the authorities?" The woman, her expression tinged with worry, shook her head helplessly. "Contacting the police would be of no use against them." She seemed to harbor an unspoken burden, hesitating before she slowly explained, "Originally, this matter should not have been disclosed to you. However, as you intervened and scared them away today, you effectively safeguarded Bauer. I realize my request may be somewhat audacious, yet." She unexpectedly bowed to Xiaolei once more. Xiaolei frowned. "Enough with the bowing. It serves no purpose. I understand your intent. You fear those individuals may return and seek my assistance in resolving this predicament. Am I correct?" The woman's face flushed with embarrassment as Xiaolei added, "It's not that I am unwilling to help. I hold great affection for your daughter. However, you must recount the sequence of events to me." The woman nodded slowly, articulating, "Bauer and I are descendants of the Minghua family. Although we are not a prominent clan, our lineage has preserved certain martial arts traditions over generations, gaining a measure of renown in the southern regions. In the past, our ancestors passed down these martial arts. Currently, the Minghua family has established several training halls across various southern cities, dedicated to teaching martial arts and fitness methods, thereby laying down a foundation over generations. Bauer's background is rather intricate, as her father has since passed away. It can be said that the troubles we face now are all due to her father. Since the birth of Bauer, life was initially tranquil. However, soon after, individuals arrived at our doorstep claiming to be her father's relatives, demanding to take Bauer away. Yet, having grown up in our household, and given the peculiar backgrounds of these visitors, we naturally refused to let them take her." Xiaolei furrowed his brow and said, "Wait a moment. When you mention Bauer's complex lineage, what do you mean? Furthermore," he paused, then directly inquired, "Who taught this little girl to perform such transformation magic?" The woman's expression grew more troubled as she shook her head, saying, This matter is considered a taboo within the Minghua family. Bauer's extraordinary abilities appeared almost at birth. No one has taught her. You are not an ordinary person. So you must understand that when a child from a typical family suddenly exhibits such strange powers, it inevitably invites gossip, tarnishing our family's reputation. Therefore, I have strictly forbidden her from displaying these abilities in front of outsiders. Naturally gifted? Xiaolei sighed. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. The woman, her expression grave, continued, after much contemplation, I realize that our family has never possessed such unique abilities. The only explanation must lie with her father. What kind of person was her father? She appeared embarrassed, replying, our family maintains a strict decorum, and this revelation has greatly angered the elders. However, no matter how much others inquire, my sister steadfastly refuses to disclose the identity of the child's father. As for others, they are powerless to intervene. And what of Bauer's mother? Upon hearing this, her face flushed as she quietly admitted, I felt pity for the child, fearing she would be mistreated at home. So I brought her out. After all, our family possesses enterprises in various southern cities. I only arrived here with Bauer last year. Yet unexpectedly, they have sought her out again. Today, upon their arrival, they insisted on taking her away. In a moment of agitation, I ended up fighting one of them. Initially, I thought that with 3 or 4 of them, even if negotiations faltered, they could be easily dealt with, but once we engaged, I realized. Her expression betrayed a sense of shame, clearly feeling helpless. Xiaolei questioned, according to your account, the Mingyue family is quite a powerful clan. Surely there are formidable experts and elders among you? How could you simply allow them to bully you? The woman displayed indignation, gritting her teeth as she replied, those people. They believe that my sister's situation tarnishes the family's reputation, and they would gladly cast Bao aside if it meant alleviating their concerns. If not for my care over these years, that child would have undoubtedly endured much suffering. I've been evading them from city to city until I finally arrived here, only to be found again. Yet, Xiaolei's mind was occupied with other thoughts. This little girl, Bauer, truly possesses an air of peculiarity. Her innate abilities alone would astound ordinary folk. If she were to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, one could almost say she is akin to a golden goose. The group from Lion is particularly peculiar. Their skills are enigmatic, and Xiaolei, having crossed paths with them twice, cannot shake off a sense of inexplicable oddity about them. The woman continued, in recent years, as they have pressed harder, I have increasingly sensed their ill intentions. Yet, I never imagined they would prove to be this formidable. Today, I am truly grateful for your assistance. There is one thing I wish to inquire about, if I may. Xiaolei smiled gently. You wish to know how I came to know that group, do you not? I must apologize. I am not well acquainted with those individuals. I merely encountered one of them the day before, during a challenge at my friend's martial arts venue, where I managed to drive him away. You have kept me here today, hoping to extract some information from me. But I fear you have sought the wrong person. A flicker of disappointment crossed the woman's eyes, but she quickly forced a smile. If that is the case, I shall let it be. Moreover, Xiaolei shook his head. I happened upon this situation purely by chance today. As for assistance, I fear I may not be able to offer you much. Though I appeared to win effortlessly, the truth is. He chuckled lightly, concealing a sigh within. Having employed the shattering mountain technique twice, its potency was undeniable, yet each use drained a considerable amount of my strength. After taking down 2 adversaries, I was nearly spent. Had they rushed me at that moment, while I might have evaded harm thanks to my elusive footwork, defeat was inevitable. Fortunately, they were deterred by the display of my prowess, unwilling to engage further. Moreover, with Xiaolei's temperament, had he been able to continue fighting, he would not have so easily allowed them to escape. Seeing Xiaolei's refusal, the woman assumed he was merely being modest and quickly said, I understand that we are strangers, and my request may seem presumptuous. However, as a solitary woman, I truly am at a loss regarding how to confront these individuals. My sister's daughter is in dire need. If you could assist me, I would be immensely grateful. My martial arts school in this city generates a substantial income each year. Xiaolei hesitated, glancing at the sleeping Bao on the couch. The little girl's long eyelashes fluttered gently in her dreams, her delicate face adorned with a sweet smile, resembling a porcelain doll lost in slumber. Despite not being a particularly virtuous person, Xiaolei felt an undeniable pang of compassion for the child. He sighed, very well. But what could I possibly do to help you? I cannot remain here every day. The woman's face brightened instantly. As long as you are willing. There are ways. I, Yue Jing, shall stand in for my deceased sister. Thank you. No need for such formalities. My name is Xiaolei. Considering you are Bauer's elder, you are likely much older than I. Let us settle on calling you Aunt Yue Jing, shall we? He suddenly wore a peculiar expression, his face contorting into the most bizarre of looks as he gazed at the other person, eyes wide open. How do their elders bestow names upon their offspring? Chapter 61. Bauer Lin Shanshan felt a sense of unease throughout the day. While at school, she often found herself lost in thought, oblivious to the teasing laughter of her friend, Hua, who watched her with amusement. The image of that fellow, Xiaolei, lingered in her mind, a figure known for his languid smile, seemingly indifferent to everything. Yet, Lin Shanshan felt an undeniable reliability in him, a sense of inexplicable security whenever they were together, despite his apparent roguishness and cunning demeanor, which suggested he would seize every opportunity. Lin Shanshan perceived a clarity and innocence in his gaze. Though he appeared to be a man of carnal desires, he had never made any indecent advances towards her. Even after she had spent a night at his home, despite her tarnished reputation, the wealthy suitors she had encountered were often lecherous, their intentions solely focused on trading her youth for monetary gain. Others, with their lofty airs, regarded her with disdain, while some harbored ulterior motives, viewing her as a mere object to exploit. Over the years, Lin Shanshan had grown weary, a fragile girl navigating a harsh world alone. Yet, from the moment she had met Xiaolei, she had sensed no contempt in his eyes, nor any lewd thoughts. Although he seemed astute, he treated others with a simplicity that belied his cleverness. As she pondered, her mind filled with his cheerful visage, Lin Shanshan gently shook her head. Her expression a tapestry of emotions, one moment sweet and tender, the next tinged with melancholy. "Stop thinking about it," Hua interjected playfully, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "If you keep this up, you might just turn into a stone waiting for your husband." Lin Shanshan blushed, hastily defending herself. "Nonsense. How could you possibly know what I'm thinking?" Hua laughed lightly. "With that lovesick look on your face, are you not thinking of someone special? There's nothing wrong with admitting it. If you like him, just say it boldly." Lin Shanshan shook her head, letting out a soft sigh, pondering. "Say it? Do I even have the right to like someone?" A faint smile flickered across her lips, though it was tinged with sadness. "Of course you do," Hua insisted. "You're young and beautiful, with a delicate heart. That lad? I see nothing extraordinary about him apart from his tricks. If you like him, that's his good fortune." Lin Shanshan merely lowered her head in silence, and after a moment, she replied softly, "No, Hua, you do not understand." Hua shook her head vigorously. "How can you say that? I believe it is you who fails to comprehend. The feelings you harbor for that young man are evident even to the blind. He happens to be right beside you now. If you do not seize this opportunity, do not lament in the future." Lin Shanshan sighed. Her voice tinged with bitterness. "Xiaolei, he is destined to be no ordinary person. A year ago, when I first met him, he was merely an average student, devoid of wealth or power, just a penniless boy. If he had wanted me, I would have followed him without hesitation. But now," she closed her eyes and murmured softly, "he has changed. With his abilities, exceptional girls will naturally gravitate towards him. As for me, I am unworthy of him." Lin Shanshan fell silent, her expression draped in sorrow. "Bah, how ridiculous!" Zhu Hua scoffed, spitting disdainfully. "What is wrong with you? I do not care how others perceive you, but I know you are a kind-hearted girl. Since my arrival here, no one has paid me any attention. Except for you who chose to keep me company. If that scoundrel Xiaolei dares to look down on you, I shall." She glared intensely, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet unable to complete her sentence. After witnessing Xiaolei's remarkable abilities in exorcism the previous night, Zhu Hua understood that she was in no position to challenge him. Zhu Hua chuckled heartily and said, "No need to worry about that. This morning, I already made arrangements with Lei Ho. He will drive us." However, she couldn't shake off a sense of unease at the thought of spending the night in that haunted house. Lin Shanshan smiled gently. "A haunted house? Well, it's quite fortunate that someone is willing to offer us a place to stay. Do we really have the luxury to be choosy given our current situation? Besides, what haunted house? It's such an unpleasant term. Did Xiaolei not assure us that he has resolved all issues there? There will be no further troubles." Zhu Hua rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "All right, you just keep your unwavering faith in that Xiaolei. Humph, I suspect if he claimed that crows were white, you would believe him." Upon exiting the school, they indeed spotted Lei Ho's robust figure standing by the roadside, next to a monstrous-looking SUV that resembled a steel beast. It appeared that Lei Ho had a penchant for such rugged vehicles. However, Lei Ho seemed preoccupied, standing there with a furrowed brow, deep in thought, murmuring to himself. The two approached him, and Zhu Hua casually patted Lei Ho on the shoulder before climbing into the car. Lin Shanshan felt a bit shy and exchanged pleasantries with him. But Lei Ho appeared lost in his thoughts, speaking little. As they settled into the vehicle, they noticed a pile of books in the back seat. Zhu Hua exclaimed, "Hey, big guy, have you turned over a new leaf today? Why on earth do you have so many books in the car?" Lei Ho chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he mumbled, I bought them on a whim, just to take a look. Today, Lei Ho had nearly scoured all the major bookstores and libraries in the city, acquiring every Taoist text he could find. At this moment, not only was the back seat of the car filled, but the trunk was nearly overflowing as well. Throughout the journey, Lei Ho drove with a distracted demeanor, his lips incessantly murmuring phrases like yin yang and the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams. Twice, lost in thought, he nearly collided with a roadside utility pole, but fortunately, Ru Hua timely hurled a book from the back seat, striking Lei Ho's head and preventing any mishap. As they traveled, Lin Shanshan seemed inclined to inquire about Xiaolei's well-being. Xiaolei had originally been at home with Lei Ho, but upon seeing Lei Ho come to pick her and Ru Hua up without Xiaolei, Lin Shanshan appeared ready to ask. Yet Lei Ho's preoccupied mumblings led her to silence her curiosity. The little girl occasionally picked up a stick, tossing it at Xiaolei's head before scampering away, making faces and laughing, while Xiaolei merely smiled and allowed the girl to tease him. The car stopped outside the villa, and as Lei Ho and the others disembarked, they could not help but express their surprise. Upon seeing the 3, Xiaolei stood up from the ground, pulling the lively little girl who had been jumping around closer to him. The 3 gazed at the child beside Xiaolei, and Lin Shanshan and Ru Hua both instantly displayed expressions of delight. The little girl was none other than the irresistibly adorable Bao, attired in a pink dress, now speckled with grass from rolling on the lawn. Her small face bore a slight blush, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. As Xiaolei held her hand and brought her forward, upon noticing the unfamiliar trio, she instinctively hid behind Xiaolei, revealing only half of her head, her large eyes blinking curiously. Ru Hua was the first to widen her eyes and exclaim, "Goodness! Xiaolei, where on earth did you find this exquisite little darling?" Upon hearing Ru Hua's words, the smile vanished from Xiaolei's face, and he retorted with equal fervor, "What nonsense! Her name is Bao, and henceforth she shall be my sister." Sister? Observing the trio's astonished expressions, Xiaolei felt a surge of pride as he pulled Bao from behind him to the front, kindly instructing, "Be good, Bao. Say hello to your older brother and sister." Bao glanced at them several times before softly inquiring, "Daddy, are these 3 older brothers and sisters all friends of Daddy? That brother looks so peculiar, like a gorilla in the park." "Daddy." The moment the words escaped her lips, the 3 seemed frozen in place, fixated on Xiaolei. Lei Ho was incensed by the gorilla remark, shouting in outrage, while Ru Hua wore a sly expression, evidently harboring some mischievous thoughts. Chapter 62, Supernatural Events. Especially, like Flower stared intently at Bao, murmuring abhorrent words of vile transgressions. Several times, Xiaolei was nearly compelled to kick her out. It was revealed that today at the Mingyue Pavilion, Yuejing earnestly requested Xiaolei's assistance for them. And Xiaolei, unable to forsake such an adorable little girl, momentarily softened and agreed. Subsequently, Yuejing expressed her intention to travel out of town for a few days to seek assistance from a skilled relative who had a good rapport with her family. Although the elders at home disapproved of Bao, the family had been established for generations, and there were a few kind-hearted individuals from Bao's mother's generation. Otherwise, relying solely on Yuejing, she would have long succumbed to the family's pressures and the coercions from Leon's group. According to Yuejing, she intended to find a cousin to aid her. This cousin was renowned for his formidable martial prowess and benevolent disposition. If he were to lend his support, Yuejing hoped to invite him to reside at Mingyue Pavilion in the city, thereby ensuring Bao's safety in the future. Thus, during these days, she needed to trouble Xiaolei to watch over Bao. Yuejing was aware that if she were to leave, those individuals might return to seize Bao, and there would be no one at the martial arts school to protect her. However, she could not bring Bao along due to her cousin's peculiar temperament and ongoing conflicts with the family elders, which had led him to live in seclusion. Lei Ho, like Flower, and Lin Shanshan had no objections to the addition of a little girl in their home, particularly as Bao was incredibly endearing. Women naturally possess little resistance to anything cute, and after hearing Xiaolei's account, Lin Shanshan had already embraced Bao, unwilling to let go. Like Flower and Lin Shanshan surrounded Bao, treating her as if she were their own treasure, bringing forth all the delightful treats and toys they could find. The following days passed peacefully. Lin Shanshan and like Flower attended school each day, while Xiaolei stayed at home, playing with Bao. Leon's group did not appear, likely due to the remote surroundings making it difficult for them to locate the place. Xiaolei also inquired in detail about Leon from Lei Ho. But Lei Ho knew nothing about him either, only that Leon seemed to have come specifically to challenge the school that day. Xiaolei speculated that perhaps Leon and his companions had come to the city in search of the Mingyue family, wandering around renowned martial arts schools for clues. During these days, Lei Ho was remarkably diligent. Each night, he would immerse himself in several Taoist texts until nearly midnight, often falling asleep with the books in his arms, snoring thunderously. By day, he imitated sitting cross-legged, circulating his internal energy, appearing quite adept at it. Witnessing his steadfast dedication, Xiaolei felt a twinge of guilt and sincerely offered him some guidance. Whenever Lei Ho encountered confusion, a few words from Xiaolei would illuminate his understanding, bringing him immense joy, leading him to cling to Xiaolei each day. Every day, Bao followed Xiaolei like a little tail, accompanying him wherever he went, even waiting outside the door while he attended to his needs. As Xiaolei imparted the Taoist practices of breath control to Lei Ho, the little one sat quietly beside them, her expression a mixture of confusion and concentration, her tiny hand firmly clutching the hem of Xiaolei's garment. Initially, Xiaolei was unfazed by this, but by the afternoon of the third day, while Lei Ho meditated in the room, Xiaolei took Bao outside to play. Suddenly, as she ran ahead, her little legs leaped into the air, and she soared like a delicate leaf, floating effortlessly. Startled, Xiaolei's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard Bao as peals of laughter. She ascended over 2 meters above the ground, darting about like a nimble swallow. Xiaolei leaped high and caught her, exclaiming, "Bao, how can you fly?" Bao gazed at him with wide eyes, replying innocently, "Daddy, you taught me." "Me?" Xiaolei stammered in astonishment. "Yes, you taught me." Bao insisted, "When you were teaching that big gorilla brother, I listened and learned." Xiaolei nearly choked on his own disbelief, finally managing to croak. "So, you mean to say, you learned from what you overheard me discussing with the gorilla?" "Yes," Bao replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What you said was very simple." "Simple? If there were a block of tofu nearby." Xiaolei would have considered bashing his head against it in despair, even as an extraordinary practitioner who had spent decades honing his skills. Xiaolei could only manage to float after enduring a year of rigorous training with the carefree sect. Yet, watching Bao flit through the air like a swallow, he realized that such grace was beyond even his reach. Although Bao was undeniably adorable, evoking no semblance of jealousy, Xiaolei could not help but sigh skyward. "Heavenly Father, are you jesting with me? If the world's practitioners were to discover this little prodigy, they might as well throw themselves into despair." In just a few days, Bao had grasped the art of flying, merely from listening to Xiaolei explain the Taoist techniques. "Bao," Xiaolei chuckled helplessly, "I now understand who your father truly is. You must be the offspring of the Jade Emperor. How else could you claim all the world's advantages?" Bao merely stared at him with wide eyes, utterly perplexed, as she could not comprehend what the Jade Emperor was. How could her daddy be the Jade Emperor when he was right before her? Nevertheless, Xiaolei cautioned Bao to be prudent with her newfound flying abilities. Her talent for transformation was already astonishing. If others discovered she could fly, it could lead to significant trouble. In the days that followed, Bao was remarkably obedient to Xiaolei, resolutely refraining from showcasing her magical abilities in public. The other 3 residents of the villa remained blissfully unaware that such an adorable little girl possessed an extraordinarily formidable capacity for learning. Meanwhile, Lei Ho found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Xiaolei advised him that ordinary individuals, due to their consumption of mundane grains, often have their physical senses obscured by the impurities of the world, making it rare for anyone to perceive the innate energy within. To cultivate oneself, one must refine both body and spirit. While various forms of cultivation might suffice, Xiaolei proposed that Lei Ho undergo rigorous training for a month, significantly curtailing his culinary desires, subsisting on plain tea and simple meals, entirely abstaining from meat and wine. This was intended to preserve the purity of his body. However, this endeavor was not solely about physical cultivation, it was more critically about fortifying one's tenacity. The path of spiritual practice is arduous, and if one cannot endure even the simplest of appetites, it may be better to abandon the pursuit altogether. Consequently, Lei Ho found himself unable to bear it. Each day, as he watched Bao devour a large chicken leg, her face smeared with remnants of her feast, he could only sit nearby and swallow his saliva. In exasperation, Lei Ho closed his eyes, daring not to glance at Bao again. Yet, he heard Xiaolei's soothing voice beside him. "Muscle man, just bear with it. What did they say on TV? Ah, yes. A man must be tough on himself." After a few days of tranquility, it was inevitable that Xiaolei's life would not remain undisturbed. One morning, upon turning on the television, a startling news report caught his attention. The television news anchor, once the foremost figure in Xiaolei's heart, was once again delivering the news in her distinctive soft and sweet voice. Chapter 63, Night Shift Exploration. Isn't the southern mountain just the one adjacent to the manor? It appears somewhat suspicious. On the following day, Xiaolei spent his time playing with Bauer near the manor and witnessed several interview vehicles from a television station speeding along the road outside the estate, heading towards the southern mountain. A few other cars bore the insignia of a certain biological research institute and a zoo. Simultaneously, there were earnest advisories directed at the citizens, essentially debunking rumors and urging the public not to panic regarding supposed supernatural occurrences. The young residents of the villa, however, paid little heed to these matters. To them, with a creature like Xiaolei residing in their midst, there was no fear of malevolent spirits, let alone fearsome wild animals. Even if a tiger or lion were to appear, they believed that a mere roar from Xiaolei would suffice to resolve the situation without him needing to intervene. Yet, after several days, Lin Shanshan had grown exceedingly fond of Bauer. While watching the news at night, she would hold Bauer close, earnestly reminding Xiaolei to ensure Bauer's safety. Given the possibility of wild animals on the mountain, who knows if they might descend and cause harm? Regardless, he must stay close to Bauer. Xiaolei casually agreed, but did not take it to heart. In his eyes, although Bauer appeared harmless, she was, in essence, a little terror. Upon discovering Bauer's extraordinary abilities, Xiaolei attempted to teach her some basic Taoist spells. Though the secret techniques of the Xiaoyao school were beyond his reach, he imparted only rudimentary incantations. However, Bauer's aptitude for learning left Xiaolei astounded. For instance, with a spell to summon an object from a distance, Xiaolei demonstrated by waving his sleeve from several meters away, causing a vase to fly into his hand. Bauer watched with delight. And after Xiaolei recited a few incantations, he was astonished to see her running about outside the next morning. This little girl not only mastered Xiaolei's spells but wielded them with remarkable skill. Outside the house, she dashed around with her tiny hands outstretched, commanding a swarm of butterflies to flutter above her head, all under her magical control, transforming into various shapes in midair. Thus, it became evident that despite her tender age, there was no longer any need to worry about Bauer's safety. Even if she encountered formidable opponents, she could soar into the sky. Unless her adversaries were of profound cultivation themselves, Bauer was virtually untouchable. As Hua Sa lay preparing to leave, she suddenly grasped his arm and, with a glint in her eye, exclaimed with excitement, "Since there is nothing pressing tonight, why don't we go explore the mountain?" Lin Shanshan promptly intervened, saying, "Don't be foolish, Hua. What time is it already? Besides, you saw the news. There might be dangerous animals on the mountain." As Hua smiled mischievously, she said, "What is there to fear? After all, with Leiho and Xiaolei around, even if there are wolves or tigers on the mountain, we need not be afraid. Besides, it seems there is a hunting rifle in the villa. Let us take this opportunity to hunt in the mountains. How delightful that would be." This woman, who thrived on chaos, tugged at Leiho and glared at him, demanding, "Gorilla, are you coming or not?" Leiho appeared hesitant, glancing at Xiaolei. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaolei frowned and replied, "Perhaps it's best to refrain. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Lin Shanshan immediately embraced Bao Bao and added, "Xiaolei is right. Moreover, we have Bao Bao here. Do we intend to take her up the mountain?" Seeing Xiaolei also opposing the idea, Hua merely chuckled and relented. Though she seemed boorish, she was quite perceptive. Among those present in the house, Xiaolei was evidently the focal point. Although Leiho heeded Hua's words, he held a greater respect for Xiaolei. If Xiaolei disagreed, Leiho would likely not dare to defy him. As for Lin Shanshan, this woman, enraptured by love, would probably believe without hesitation even if Xiaolei claimed that 1 + 1 = 3. Relying on her, shaking one's head would be a quicker response. As for Bao Bao, it goes without saying, in the little girl's eyes, her father was the greatest, and everything he said was right. Though Bao Bao appeared innocent, she was by no means foolish, especially in her unwavering obedience to Xiaolei. In matters where the minority must yield to the majority, Hua could only sigh in resignation. Uncertain of what lay on the mountain, she pondered the identity of the mysterious practitioner who had aided her that night. They appeared to harbor no malice, so perhaps there was little to worry about. However, what if it were truly some monster or demon? Contemplating this, Xiaolei chuckled to himself. After all, this was not Daimei Mountain. Though Nanshan, nearby, was considered a remote area within the city, it was merely a small hill adjacent to an urban environment. Typical spirits, even if they cultivated their powers, would likely choose secluded, unfrequented locations rather than this one. The night passed in silence. However, in the middle of the night, as Xiaolei sat in his room meditating, he heard a series of knocks on the door. He sprang up to open it, and found Lin Shanshan standing at the entrance in a delicate, thin nightgown. In the darkness, The outline of Lin Shanshan's alluring figure was faintly visible beneath her sheer garment, and a subtle fragrance wafted into Xiaolei's senses, stirring ripples in his heart. Yet, Lin Shanshan appeared anxious as she grasped Xiaolei's arm and exclaimed, "Xiaolei, something is wrong. What is missing?" Xiaolei's immediate reaction was, "Quick, let us check on Leiho." The two hurried to Leiho's room, only to find it empty. Xiaolei sighed deeply. That troublesome woman must have dragged Leiho up the mountain with her. Lin Shanshan, still worried, clutched Xiaolei's clothing and asked, "What should we do? Could they be in danger?" Xiaolei shook his head and inquired, "When did you notice Hua was gone?" "Just a moment ago. A thought suddenly crossed my mind regarding an item I had left with Ru Hua, prompting me to knock on her door. However, after a prolonged wait, no one answered. Upon entering, I discovered that she was absent." Lin Shanshan, filled with anxiety, recalled the television news from earlier in the day and began to scold Ru Hua for her recklessness. Yet, despite her concern, Ru Hua was a dear friend, and worry etched across her face. Xiaolei offered a gentle smile, lightly patting Lin Shanshan's shoulder, and softly reassured her, "There is no need to fret. With Leiho accompanying her, she will be safe. Even if there are lions or tigers on the mountain, they would surely flee at the sight of a large gorilla and a female Tyrannosaurus Rex." Lin Shanshan first chuckled, only to stomp her foot in frustration. "You still have the time to joke. If they truly encounter danger." Her body trembled slightly as she clung tightly to Xiaolei's arm, her expression tense. She had risen from her room in the dead of night wearing only a thin nightgown, causing Xiaolei's heart to race. He wore a half-smile, choosing silence, until Lin Shanshan finally noticed the impropriety in his gaze. She gasped and quickly jumped behind him, exclaiming, "You." Xiaolei grinned. "What about me? I saw it all a year ago. Relax, I'm not a rogue, and you need not act this way." Lin Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured, You still have the heart to make such jokes." She hastily grasped his arm, whispering, "You, be careful too." After patting Lin Shanshan gently, he finally released her and departed. Watching Xiaolei leave, Lin Shanshan's face was aglow, her gaze lingering in a daze. Xiaolei hurried to the storage room to investigate and, indeed, found that Ru Hua and Leiho had taken 2 powerful flashlights along with a hunting rifle from the villa. He was not particularly worried about other matters. With Leiho present, ordinary beasts posed no threat to the two. However, the mysterious cultivator from that day troubled Xiaolei. In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners possess eccentric temperaments and are averse to outsiders trespassing in their sanctuaries, often surrounding themselves with formations and barriers. If the two mischief makers inadvertently intruded and offended someone, they might find themselves in a predicament. Under the cloak of night, Xiaolei donned only a jacket and swiftly ascended the mountain. He employed his chi manipulation technique to propel himself forward, gliding through the air effortlessly, akin to a wisp of smoke or a soaring bird. At that moment, atop the mountain, a team of biological experts had established a camp in a secluded valley. The southern mountain, not overly large yet substantial, spanned several miles with interconnected small peaks. Throughout the day, the biological experts and the search party dispatched by the city zoo had conducted a thorough search, covering merely one of the peaks. As night fell, they decided to camp on the mountain. Given the mountainous terrain, the seasoned biologists opted not to light a fire, but instead prepared their meal using a portable electronic stove. At that moment, the group gathered together to discuss the findings of their investigation. Suddenly, one of the team members furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is Mr. Morales? Why haven't we seen him? Why do these foreigners consistently disregard discipline? It is rather late. What if they get lost?" A middle-aged expert nearby chuckled. "I suppose he might be exploring the surroundings. Mr. Morales has a rather peculiar temperament. He has been a visiting professor at our School of Biology for less than 3 months and generally prefers solitude. However, we all hold great admiration for his profound knowledge of biology. Rest assured, the news reports are exaggerated. We are seasoned experts, and everyone present is a local. We are well acquainted with this South Mountain, having traversed it countless times. Are we not aware of the potential dangers it may harbor? This investigation is merely a formality, a way to provide the public with an explanation. There is no cause for concern." One member of the investigation team appeared apprehensive, remarking, "Regardless, Professor Morales is a foreign national, and given his age, if anything were to happen to him in this desolate wilderness, it could lead to adverse repercussions." He seemed to be a leader of the investigation team, gesturing towards a few subordinates, instructing, "You two, go search the area and prioritize safety." The middle-aged expert chuckled again, saying, "Very well, since you are worried, I shall accompany them in the search." Do not fret. His assistant, that young fellow named Leon, is by his side. Today, I observe that the equipment they brought is quite specialized. They appear to be seasoned in wilderness survival. There is no need for such anxiety. Chapter 64. The gorilla saves the dinosaur. Approximately 1,000 meters from the investigation team's camp, two figures stood amidst the foliage, seemingly in search of something. One of them, an elderly man with flowing gray hair, donned a black trench coat. In his hand, he held a small, dark object adorned with intricate, diamond-like patterns, reminiscent of delicate scales. His long eyebrows framed a gaunt face, pale yet marked by the passage of time, with a pair of piercing eyes that sparkled with vitality. Beside him stood a tall, young man, hands at his sides, who respectfully inquired, "Your Highness Prince Morales, have you discovered something?" The moonlight illuminated the young man's striking visage, revealing his remarkable features and unusually vibrant blue eyes. It was none other than Lion, who had crossed paths with little Ray on 2 occasions. Silence. Morales furrowed his brow and gently reprimanded, "How many times must I remind you? When we are outside, regardless of who is beside you, you are to address me as Professor Morales." Lion immediately straightened, replying solemnly, "Yes, Professor." He then ventured, "What have you discovered?" A flicker of amusement danced in Morales' eyes as he gestured towards the small dark object in his grasp. "Can you discern what this is?" he asked gravely. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Lion tentatively suggested, "It appears to be some sort of leather, perhaps snake skin." Morales chuckled coldly, "Humph, Lion. You boast of being a prodigy among the youth of your family, yet it seems you fall short. Your father entrusted me with your care, but I fear you are failing to live up to his expectations. Is this merely snake skin? Look again." A hint of shame washed over Lion, mingled with a flicker of indignation, yet he dared not show even a hint of it before Morales. Taking the small piece of skin, he examined it intently, tracing the patterns and scales with his fingers, murmuring, "It seems to be a shedding from some serpent. Could there be more to it?" Morales sneered. "Turn it towards the moonlight and observe again." Adjusting his angle, Lion looked once more and could not suppress a gasp. "Why does this snake skin reflect such peculiar colors?" "There are 7 distinct colors, Lion," Morales smiled. "Did you not study the materials thoroughly before arriving in Xiaolei?" "I have perused some documents within our organization, which record that in the East, there exist beings, not unlike ourselves, including serpents among other extraordinary creatures. This skin undoubtedly belongs to one of those entities. According to the records, this particular serpent wields formidable magical powers, and with every 300 years of cultivation, a new color emerges upon its skin. Observe this piece. Under the moonlight, it subtly exhibits 7 colors, a testament to its 2,100 years of cultivation. Moreover, the colors upon its surface appear remarkably vivid and fresh, suggesting that this skin has only recently been shed. It is likely that this serpent resides in the mountains." Lion expressed his astonishment. "A serpent over 2,000 years old? That would make it a millennium older than you." Morales' demeanor turned grave. "Had we been aware of such a formidable creature in these mountains, we should not have ventured here. However, it seems, it is in the midst of shedding its skin, a time when serpents are at their most vulnerable. I have heard tales of these extraordinary beings from the eastern continent, possessing a life essence contained within a substance known as inner elixir. If we can slay it and acquire the elixir, my powers could increase by at least 500 years. Perhaps I might even sprout a tooth ahead of schedule. Haha." Lion sighed, "Professor, it appears you have indeed conducted extensive research before your arrival in the Xiaolei Kingdom. So, tonight we are to seek this eastern divine serpent?" Morales smiled. "Yes. As long as we exercise caution, we should encounter no trouble. Should I obtain the inner elixir, its blood will be yours. The blood of a divine serpent would serve as a rare elixir for you." Suddenly, the two shifted their stances, their dark cloaks casting looming shadows, revealing their true forms. Both appeared pale, with a ghastly complexion, their eyes blood-red, and mouths agape, showcasing their bone-white teeth. "Lei Ho, you fool, what are you dawdling about?" Ru Hua, clad in an old coat, waved a flashlight that illuminated Lei Ho's face. With a countenance resembling one who had tasted bitterness, Lei Ho lamented, "Look, we sneaked out. Do you think Xiaolei will scold us if he finds out?" Ru Hua retorted sharply, "Coward, is Xiaolei your father? Do you follow his orders so blindly? What do men fear most? They dread being labeled as lacking courage by the women they cherish." Upon hearing this, Lei Ho straightened his chest and declared loudly, "I am no coward. Haha." With that, he boldly stepped past Ru Hua, wielding a rusted knife salvaged from the warehouse, clearing the branches that obstructed their path with a show of bravado. Ru Hua followed behind, carrying a hunting rifle. her eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. At this hour, the night had deepened, the mountain forest was chilled by the winds, and the underbrush rustled with sounds that could be anything from snakes to other creatures. The branches swayed in the wind, producing a cacophony. Ruhua, despite being initially drawn by curiosity to accompany Lei Ho on this adventure, now felt a twinge of apprehension in the desolate and dark surroundings. Though it was approaching early summer, the mountain winds remained quite cold at night. The biting chill seeped through her sleeves and collar, and the rustling leaves seemed to whisper, occasionally accompanied by the hooting of an owl. The boldness that once filled her heart was swiftly extinguished by the cold breeze, prompting her to quicken her pace and closely follow Lei Ho, fearful of falling behind. In that moment, Lei Ho's towering figure appeared to her as a bastion of safety and reliability. The night air in the mountains was thick with moisture, and the dewdrops from the grass brushed against their trousers and shoes. Both were inexperienced and wandered blindly in the dark, oblivious to their direction. After an indeterminate time, Ruahua suddenly exclaimed, "Lei Ho, wait a moment. Do you think there might be something terrifying lurking in these mountains?" Lei Ho paused for a moment and replied, "I doubt it. There are usually hikers here. There shouldn't be any large beasts around. Even if there were, I'd simply slice it down." He chuckled. Ruahua, feeling a chill that made her limbs tingle, murmured, "I'm tired. Let's rest here for a bit. This cursed mountain has yielded not even a shadow after all this time. It's utterly dull." They found a somewhat cleaner patch of grass, and Lei Ho, suddenly struck by a moment of insight, took off his outer garment and laid it on the ground for Ruahua to sit upon. How much comfort could a single piece of clothing provide? Thus, they squeezed together in the grass, side by side. After traversing the long mountain path, Ruahua was a bit breathless and fatigued, unable to resist leaning against Lei Ho. In her mind, she mused that this hulking figure was the perfect human sofa. Lei Ho, the muscular man, felt a surge of joy as he sensed her lean against him. Nearly overwhelmed with happiness, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, silently praying for the blessings of deities above. The surroundings fell silent as they sat amidst the grass, partially concealed by a nearby thicket. Suddenly, Lei Ho felt Ruahua trembling violently beside him. Turning his head, he saw her mouth agape, eyes wide with terror, as if she had witnessed something horrific. She seemed about to scream, but instinctively covered her mouth with one hand. Her body quaking as if caught in a violent shiver, her teeth chattering despite her efforts to suppress it. Lei Ho followed her gaze and was nearly startled into a shout himself. Before them slithered a large, pitch-black snake, roughly the thickness of a water bucket. It moved languidly through the underbrush, its body appearing to struggle subtly. As it glided past the trees, it crushed the surrounding foliage, creating a rustling sound. Lei Ho's heart raced. The massive serpent was less than 5 meters away, and upon closer inspection, it measured at least 15 to 16 meters in length. Ruahua trembled in fear, and her hunting rifle slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. With a sudden whoosh, the snake sensed the disturbance and halted, raising its triangular head. Its pair of emerald eyes glinted ominously. To Lei Ho and Ruahua's astonishment, 2 horn-like protrusions appeared atop the snake's head. It clearly noticed the 2 of them, but seemed indifferent, lowering its head again to continue its slow slither through the grass, gradually disappearing from sight. Unbeknownst to them, their hands intertwined, and Ruahua instinctively nestled deeper into Lei Ho's embrace. At that moment, a sharp laughter echoed from afar, followed by a piercing voice exclaiming, "Over here!" From within the thicket, 2 dark figures appeared, their wings unfurling as they glided through the air like enormous bats. The shadows lunged toward the underbrush, startling the serpent, which, in a panic, accelerated several-fold. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished into the foliage. The 2 dark figures landed, and one, with an aged voice, declared, "It cannot have escaped far. We have just discovered the last remnants of its shed skin. Now is the time of its greatest vulnerability. We must locate it at once." The other shadow, in a somber tone, remarked, "Professor, it seemed to flash with a light before disappearing. What sort of magic was that?" These 2 figures were, of course, Morales and Leon. After a moment of contemplation, Morales replied with a smile, "This is likely akin to our teleportation magic, a form of Eastern sorcery. Alas, even teleportation leaves traces that can be tracked." He produced a small crystal orb, roughly the size of an egg, and with a gentle stroke of his palm, a crimson glow emanated from it, casting brilliant rays that revealed scattered traces in the underbrush. Stowing the orb away, Morales chuckled with pride, "Behold, Leon. This was acquired from a dark sorcerer I vanquished a century ago. It is perfectly suited for tracking magical fluctuations." It seems it will prove useful against this Eastern divine serpent as well. Just then, his expression shifted dramatically. He inhaled deeply, intently declaring, "There is the sin of humanity." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, directing his gaze toward the thicket where Lei Ho and Ru Hua were concealed. Ru Hua, terrified, discerned the appearance of the two cloaked figures in the dim moonlight. Both were tall, clad in black trench coats with high collars, their complexions pallid, and their eyes glowed a ghastly crimson. Instantly, an image of a creature frequently encountered in films, television shows, and novels sprang to her mind: Western vampires. Morales let out a shrill, maniacal laugh, pointing toward the underbrush. "Human, come forth." He suddenly lunged forward like a black arrow aimed at Lei Ho and Ru Hua's hiding place. Lei Ho bellowed, swiftly wrapping an arm around Ru Hua's waist, and they tumbled to the ground. Morales's claws raked through the thicket, sending a whirlwind of grass and debris flying, uprooting a bush with a single swipe. As Lei Ho and Ru Hua rolled aside, Lei Ho sprang to his feet, brandishing a machete, glaring defiantly at Morales. Ru Hua trembled, gripping her shotgun tightly. However, her arms felt weak, rendering her unable to lift it. Behind them, Leon recognized Lei Ho's figure and exclaimed in surprise, "How is it you?" Morales's voice turned grave as he asked, "Leon, do you know this person?" Leon whispered, "Professor, I have been tasked with searching this area." He paused momentarily, then continued, "The master who disrupted our plans a few days ago is a friend of this individual." Morales let out a cold chuckle. "Oh? The young master who defeated you, Yasha and Ivan York, is a friend of this person?" Leon nodded. "Indeed, I have crossed paths with him before, only to be vanquished by that young master when he arrived. There is no doubt that they are acquainted." Morales nodded in agreement. "Regardless, we must capture him first." Leon's expression darkened as he suddenly raised a finger to his lips, revealing a sinister smile. "Thunder Roar, is it? I remember your name. Alas, I'm afraid you and your companions may not witness the sunrise tomorrow." Chapter 65, The Appearance of Xiaoqing. Before them, Leon spread his arms wide, his body unfurling like a colossal bird soaring through the air, darting towards the two with reckless abandon. Thunder Roar bellowed, pushing Ru Hua behind him, brandishing his sword and swinging it down with wild abandon. With a resounding clang, Thunder Roar's blade flew into the sky, causing him to stagger and fall back onto the ground, his hand, which had wielded the weapon, now drenched in blood. Leon, too, stumbled back a few steps before regaining his balance, exclaiming sharply, "Thunder Roar, you seem to have improved since our last encounter. Was it that person who trained you?" Thunder Roar felt his entire arm go numb, gritting his teeth as he rose from the ground. He turned to the stupefied Ru Hua and shouted, "Fool, what are you waiting for? Run!" Only then did Ru Hua let out a piercing scream and turn to flee, but she heard a cold voice chuckle. "Running? That won't be necessary." To their astonishment, Morales had appeared behind them, raising one hand, his fingers extending like steel claws. He even licked his fingers lightly, as if savoring the moment. Ru Hua finally reached her breaking point, raising her shotgun and pulling the trigger at the monstrous figure before her. Bang! Little Lei cursed the two reckless fools under his breath as he darted through the forest, occasionally checking his bearings. He had pursued them from the manor, following the trail left by Thunder Roar and Ru Hua. Just moments ago, he had noticed the trees along their path bore signs of being chopped, clearly left by Thunder Roar wielding that rusty machete from the storeroom to clear a path for the mother Tyrannosaurus. As he contemplated how to deal with these two later, he continued his search. Having lived on Mount Amei for a year, he had naturally mastered the art of navigation in such woodlands. Suddenly, he heard a distant bang. It sounded like a gunshot. Little Lei halted abruptly, his expression darkening. Had those two fired their weapons? Were they in danger? A chill ran through him, and he took a deep breath, hastening toward the source of the gunfire. He summoned all his strength, executing a spell of aerial traversal, moving like a shadow, as nimble as a bird flitting through the dense branches. In a moment, he leaped down from the branches, discovering signs of trampling in the grass. Upon closer inspection, he picked up a coat from the ground, his face grave. It was Thunder Roar's coat. He also spotted the machete lying on the ground, alongside a shotgun. But the shotgun's barrel was now bent at a 90-degree angle. He examined it closely, worry etched on his face. Clearly, someone had forcibly twisted the barrel. Who possessed such strength to distort a metal tube? Thunder Roar might have the capability, but surely he wouldn't harm his own weapon, would he? Could it be that the fool, perceiving the desolation of his surroundings, harbored lascivious thoughts and was consequently met with resistance from the enchanting maiden? Xiaolei shook his head. Now was not the time to entertain such sordid notions. He meticulously scanned the underbrush and finally discerned what appeared to be faint traces of blood upon the ground. A wave of anxiety surged through him. Was there truly a monster lurking in these mountains? Or had they, perhaps, come into conflict with the practitioner they had previously encountered? As he pondered, a gentle sigh wafted from behind him, a sound so soft it seemed to echo directly in his ear, melodious yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Startled, Xiaolei spoke in a low voice. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he continued, "Ah, I recognize you. You were the one who aided me last time, correct?" The young woman took a few tentative steps closer, allowing Xiaolei to finally behold her visage. She was a vision of beauty, her delicate brows gracefully arched, and her eyes sparkled like the cold stars above. Her complexion was pallid, devoid of color, and her brow seemed to furrow slightly, revealing a trace of concern. Xiaolei, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "I know you. I saw you on Daimei Mountain. You are Xiaoqing, the one pursued by the monks of Fu Hu Temple." Xiaoqing managed a faint smile, her voice soft yet unable to conceal her frailty. "Hello. I did not expect to see you under such circumstances." At that moment, she suddenly swayed as if about to collapse. Xiaolei rushed forward, extending his arms to support her. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and as she leaned against him, she seemed to struggle momentarily before yielding to his embrace. Xiaolei was engulfed by an inexplicable sensation. This exquisite girl, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, had fallen into his arms, her sweet fragrance enveloping him. Her silky hair brushed against his face, and her warm body gently pressed against him, leaving him parched and breathless. He coughed awkwardly to regain his composure, and then stammered, how did you end up here? You helped me last time. Who exactly are you?" Xiaoqing appeared to lower her gaze, unable to meet Xiaolei's eyes, and replied softly, "All right, I understand you have many questions. In truth, I did not wish to meet you like this tonight. However, I have encountered some difficulties in my training, and malevolent individuals have come to harm me. I managed to evade them, but 2 of your friends were captured." Xiaolei immediately regained his composure, furrowing his brow. "Malefactors? Who are they?" Xiaoqing steadied herself, the shyness in her demeanor gradually fading. She whispered, "I do not know. One of their spells is quite powerful. I am not in good condition and fear I cannot confront him, which is why I failed to save your friends. I am sorry." Xiaoqing shook her head, a trace of a smile lingering on her lips. "No need to dwell on that. You must go rescue your friends now. They have fallen into my formation and have been lured elsewhere. I will guide you to pursue them." After speaking, a flush graced her cheeks as she reached out to grasp Xiaolei's arm. With a delicate motion of her other hand, she conjured a mist of crimson and, in an instant, the two vanished from sight. Moments later, amidst the embrace of the mountains, they materialized beside an ancient tomb, accompanied by a wisp of azure smoke. Xiaoqing gently spoke, "This is the place. I used my spell to lead those 2 vile individuals here. They should arrive shortly." Xiaolei immediately took a step back, fixing his gaze upon Xiaoqing with a serious expression. "No, you employed the distant escape technique of our Xiaoyao sect. Who taught you this spell?" Xiaoqing shook her head, appearing somewhat timid. "Are you upset?" "I did not learn this spell illicitly. It was taught to me by a senior from your Xiaoyao sect. The same Taoist who rescued me that day. After I left, that Taoist, King Lingzi, found me on Daimei Mountain. He claimed he had foreseen that." Here, Xiaoqing's face flushed slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "He foresaw that we would meet again. He taught me several spells so I could find you." Xiaolei furrowed his brow, questioning, "King Lingzi?" Yet, upon reflection, the techniques of the Xiaoyao sect cannot possibly be learned by outsiders. To speak of anything else, those outside the sect cannot even locate our mountain gate. Although the Xiaoyao sect's rules are not as convoluted as those of other sects, the prohibition against imparting secret techniques is strictly adhered to by all disciples. Even someone as reckless as I would never dare to disseminate our sacred methods. The only one audacious enough to do so would likely be that madman, King Lingzi. Despite being merely a nominal senior brother, it is well known throughout the Xiaoyao sect that no one can rein him in, even if one were aware of his transgression. Could they truly impose punishment upon him? Setting aside the intentions, I doubt anyone possesses the courage or ability to do so. Even the venerable Zaiyozi would hardly be a match for King Lingzi, who has maintained a formidable reputation on Daimei Mountain for centuries, with no sect daring to provoke him. Contemplating this, Xiaolei inquired curiously, "Why would that fellow King Lingzi teach you spells?" The senior said that we share a karmic bond, and he sympathized with my arduous cultivation, thus imparting the spells to assist you in the future. As she spoke of this karmic connection, Xiaoqing's voice trembled faintly. Xiaolei's mind buzzed. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, eventually managing a wry smile. Karmic bond. What does this signify? Could it be that the old man King Glingzi has miscalculated his elixirs or ingested the wrong herbs? I have only encountered you once on Daime Mountain. Immediately, Xiao Qing's expression changed dramatically. She swayed slightly, as if losing her balance, and spoke in a quavering voice. Do you disdain me? Her tone was sorrowful, and her countenance betrayed the brink of tears. Xiaolei immediately shook his head in denial, exclaiming, That is not my intention. It is just... It seems that Xiao Qing gritted her teeth and interjected. We have met on Daime Mountain, and not just once. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Do you remember the great serpent you encountered in that valley? Xiaolei's face turned pale as he gasped. It was you? You transformed from that serpent? Xiao Qing managed a faint smile, replying, Yes. I am not human. I am a serpent spirit. Slowly retreating until she stood beside the ancient tomb, she whispered, That day in the valley, you gifted me an egg and fed me. I was grateful for your kindness, so I bestowed upon you 2 peaches. However, I never intended for you to fall into madness. Yet, as fate would have it, you survived the calamity. I, too, benefited from your fortune, which allowed me to absorb spiritual energy and transform into human form 1400 years earlier than expected. I also needed to refine the demonic energy within me to evade heavenly tribulations. Out of gratitude, I lingered on Daime Mountain for a year, searching for a way to repay you. My visit to the back mountain of Fuhu Temple was also in pursuit of you. After waiting for a year on Daime Mountain without a trace of you, I resorted to discreet inquiries among various sects, but unfortunately, I was discovered by the monks of Fuhu Temple. Suddenly, her face brightened with a smile. Fortuitously, that encounter allowed me to see you again. And you saved me once more. At that time, my abilities were not fully cultivated, and had you not appeared, I would likely have been struck down by that monk. Xiaolei felt a dizzying confusion, unable to comprehend how he had formed such a bond with such a beautiful girl. The notion that Xiao Qing was a spirit seemed almost incredulous. Typically, one would envision spirits transforming into alluring, bewitching forms. However, Xiao Qing, as a serpent spirit, radiated an ethereal beauty akin to that of a fairy, devoid of any trace of demonic aura, instead exuding an air of celestial grace. Noticing Xiaolei's silence, Xiao Qing, assuming he was repulsed by her identity as a spirit, could not help but shed tears, saying, I understand. I am a spirit, and you are human. You will inevitably think less of me. I know in my heart that I only wish to remain by your side, silently aiding you and watching over you, and that alone would bring me contentment. Xiaolei opened his mouth, then exhaled heavily, spitting on the ground before jumping up with a laugh. I do not disdain you. It is just, this situation is far too bewildering. He stared at Xiao Qing, a bitter smile on his face. I came up the mountain last night to find a friend, and who would have thought I would run into you? And you speak of fate. This is all too sudden. I woke up this morning, and I have yet to brush my teeth, and you suddenly talk to me about fate. Xiao Qing's face lit up with joy. You do not mind that I am a spirit? Then you do not mind me staying by your side? Xiaolei shook his head, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Of course I don't mind. Who would mind? Is anyone in their right mind going to refuse such a beautiful girl who wishes to remain by their side, claiming a connection of fate? Who would dare utter a negative word? A beautiful woman has come to my doorstep. What of the fairy? Such an exquisite beauty. Alas, even if she were a fairy, I would gladly accept her. Moreover, do I lack for monsters in my company? A great gorilla, a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, and an adorably charming little creature. Xiao Qing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, softly stating, Those 2 villains do not appear to be human. It seems, they too could be some form of fairy, yet I cannot discern their true nature. Furthermore, I have been at a critical juncture these past few days. My magical powers significantly diminished, rendering me incapable of confronting them. Thus, I must remain hidden. Fairy? What sort of fairy? Xiao Qing tilted her head in thought, her lips parting gently. That spirit. Chapter 66. The Old Turtle. Professor, it seems we have arrived. Leon halted his steps before an ancient tomb, remarkably grand and sprawling over several dozen square meters. Before the massive grave stood a towering gravestone, adorned with standard small seal script. Morales glanced at the crystal ball in his arms, cautiously stowing it away, a smug smile playing on his lips. Leon, this must be the place. I have perused numerous documents, and these Eastern anomalies possess an array of peculiar habits, often seeking out the most unexpected locales for habitation. This tomb is likely the lair of that divine serpent. He scrutinized the surroundings, shaking his head. These Eastern spiritual beings have an affinity for the bizarre. The lair of that divine serpent may well harbor traps. Let that woman venture forth first. He gestured, commanding, "Clear the tomb for me." Leon promptly gave a kick to the side of Ruahua. Disheveled, with a face smeared in dirt and ash, her clothing tattered, she bore the unfortunate burden of Leiho, who, with his eyes tightly shut and head lolling against her shoulder, had been dragged along by her. With a woeful expression, she muttered incantations as they walked, having undoubtedly cursed the ancestors of these two monsters countless times. What infuriated her further was Leiho. Initially, this muscular man had struck a valiant pose. But after sustaining a wound that drew blood, he shrieked in a manner even more pitiful than Ruahua, fainting at the mere sight of blood without waiting for an enemy strike. Truly, he was an unreliable companion. Yet, despite her indignation, Ruahua dared not rebel. Earlier, her attempt to shoot the old man with a hunting rifle had merely resulted in a torn piece of his garment. Subsequently, he had effortlessly evaded her shot and twisted the rifle barrel into a contorted shape. Faced with such formidable foes, Ruahua promptly resigned herself to submission. Leon pointed at Ruahua, commanding, "You, pry open that tomb for me." Ruahua, setting Leiho down, replied helplessly, "How am I to pry it open? I possess neither strength nor tools. And surely it is unreasonable to expect a girl to undertake such labor." Leon let out a cold laugh, producing a small iron shovel from his cloak. A finely crafted survival spade, seemingly forged from a particularly durable metal. Ruahua accepted the tossed shovel, her heart stirred with the impulse to use it against the monster's head. Yet fear held her back. She approached unsteadily, silently reciting, "Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, regardless of who lies buried here, I do not intend to disturb your resting place. Should your grievances transform into vengeful spirits, do not seek me out. Rather, pursue those two monsters." Silently reciting her incantation, she raised the shovel high and forcefully struck the gravehead. Having never wielded such a cross-shaped spade before, this exquisite tool in her hands was wielded with the might of a sledgehammer. With a resounding clang, the shovel collided with the stone-crafted grave, the recoil causing her to stagger back 2 steps. Just as Leon was about to reprimand her, a languid voice laughed, "My dear friends, coming to disturb someone else's grave at such a late hour is rather unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree?" Emerging slowly from behind the ancient tomb was Xiaolei, his hands clasped behind his back, wearing an unhurried expression, exuding an air of calm confidence. Originally, Hua had found Xiaolei's sly smile rather displeasing. But upon seeing him now, she could not contain her excitement, exclaiming and embracing his leg, finding him irresistibly charming and grand in every way. Leon's expression changed abruptly upon spotting Xiaolei. "It's you, again," he exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he turned to Morales. "Professor, this is the brat who has thwarted us multiple times. If it weren't for him, we would have succeeded that day." Morales, with his aged visage, remained composed, gazing at Xiaolei for a few moments before speaking. "So, you are the young prodigy from the east who defeated Leon and his companions?" Xiaolei shrugged, rolling his eyes. "And you are the monster who injured my disciple?" Morales smirked coldly. "Well, the young man possesses quite a bit of courage. However, bravery alone is insufficient. I have heard of your considerable strength, yet I have yet to witness it firsthand." His expression darkened. "Tell me, how did you come to be here? Were you following us in secret?" The cunning old man immediately harbored suspicions. Xiaolei chuckled. "Are you two searching for a great serpent? Well, no need to look further. That serpent belongs to me." Pausing for effect, he feigned a sigh. "Ah, Leon, you appear quite presentable. Yet last time I caught you in the act of abducting a young girl. And now I find you here digging up someone else's grave in the dead of night. You claim to be of divine lineage, yet you consistently engage in such despicable acts. How curious." Leon's face flushed crimson with rage. "Seeking death, are you?" he retorted, taking a deep breath that caused his chest to swell dramatically. His form seemed to expand, his dark cloak morphing into a shadowy visage, his long hair cascading wildly, transforming his handsome face into one of monstrous features, with fingers splayed, revealing claws that extended several inches and bore backward-facing barbs. Xiaolei, taken aback yet maintaining a playful demeanor, jested, "Ah, so you're not human after all. Are you divine beings?" Leon sneered. "I lost to you twice before because I could not reveal my true form in those locations. Today, you shall meet your end." With arms outstretched, his cloak unfurled into 2 dark, skeletal wings, leaving a trail of afterimages as he lunged towards Xiaolei. Yet, Xiaolei remained unfazed, hands still clasped behind his back. A serene smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered a single word. Bind. As Lion advanced, a vast crimson net suddenly materialized before him, seemingly boundless, radiating a sinister red glow that obstructed his path. He had no time to evade it and collided headlong into its confines. With a muffled thud, Lion found himself ensnared like a hapless fly caught in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the more immobilized he became. Morales's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "Indeed, a treacherous little scoundrel." Instantly, he transformed into his vampiric form, a streak of darkness hurtling towards Lion. Xiaolei chuckled heartily, thinking to save him? My neck can withstand no pulling. With a mere wave of his hand, he forcefully clenched his palm in midair, causing the blood-red net to constrict rapidly. Lion tumbled to the ground, tightly bound, resembling a dumpling. Simultaneously, Xiaolei let out a piercing cry, producing a flying sword from his cloak, rushing headlong towards Morales. Xiaolei thrust his sword forward, but Morales, unaware of the danger, reached out to parry. Transforming into his true form, he swelled in size, his arms resembling gnarled claws. Muscles blackened and withered, yet as unyielding as steel. He believed he could crush stone with a mere grasp, dismissing the sword entirely. However, as Xiaolei's blade pierced the palm of his hand, Morales let out a sharp cry, stumbling back several meters, clutching his wounded hand in agony. A gaping black hole now marred his palm, blood oozing from the wound, accompanied by wisps of dark smoke. Morales gasped, "Holy power! My heavens! How could you possess a weapon imbued with pure holy energy?" Xiaolei struck a proud pose, declaring, "What holy or unholy power? I wield the profound Taoist arts of the illustrious Xiaolei kingdom." With that, he recited a few incantations, releasing his sword with force. As Xiaolei formed a sword gesture with his fingers, the flying sword transformed into a streak of cold light, hurtling towards Morales. Enraged, Morales refrained from confronting the sword with his hands, instead uprooting a nearby sapling with one hand and hurled it at Xiaolei's flying sword. Xiaolei scoffed. "The universe is boundless. Marvelous arts from every corner." Slash. The sword erupted in a blaze of golden light, suddenly doubling in size, and descended upon Morales. The sound of splintering would fill the air as Morales cried out in pain, propelled backwards several meters, revealing a deep gash across his chest. Fuming, he shouted in frustration. But Xiaolei, with one hand behind his back, pointed nonchalantly, allowing the flying sword to dart about in midair, slicing and striking at Morales. Unfamiliar with such sorcery or combat style, Morales found himself in disarray, sustaining several more wounds. In a sudden burst, he lunged towards Lei Ho, seizing his clothing to shield himself from Xiaolei's relentless sword strikes. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiaolei's eyes as he pointed with his sword technique, causing the flying sword to halt midair. Morales swiftly leaped up, seizing the hilt of Xiaolei's sword and casually tossing Lei Ho aside. A sinister smile crept across his face. "Youngster, your weapon is gone. Let's see what you can do now." Yet, Xiaolei suddenly moved. In an instant, he vanished from his position and grasped Lei Ho, retreating rapidly. Morales shouted as he lunged forward, but just as Xiaolei reached the side of an ancient tombstone, he halted, coldly sneering at Morales. A flicker of unease coursed through Morales, and then he saw a flash of golden light before him. With a resounding bang, the golden light struck Morales, sending him hurtling backwards several meters. He scrambled to his feet, shaking his head, and exclaimed, "What kind of magic circle is this?" Xiaolei smiled slightly. "Magic circle? This is the celestial art of our eastern lands." Morales then noticed several long yellow paper strips affixed to the ancient tombs surrounding walls, adorned with chaotic symbols drawn in red ink. Naturally, these were the spiritual talismans crafted by Xiaolei. Yet, Xiaolei sighed inwardly. Regrettably, his magical power was insufficient, limiting him to a rudimentary Taoist formation known as the steady as a mountain array. Its sole strength lay in its stability, capable of warding off ordinary malevolent forces. But its lethality fell woefully short. It was purely a defensive array. If only his power were stronger. With the treasures he had scavenged from the Xianyo sect in his Qiankuan bag, he could easily set up a 5-elements killing array. Such a formidable formation would likely render even a millennium-old monster into mere ashes. Morales charged forward several times, but each time he approached within 10 paces of Xiaolei, a beam of golden light would shoot forth, thwarting him and forcing him to retreat. Although he suffered no physical harm, his frustration boiled over. Finally, he stood his ground, panting heavily, and seethed. "Kid, I wonder how long you can hide in there. Surely, you can't hide forever." "Bah," Xiaolei spat, dismissively replying, "If you wish to wait, then wait. I could sit here for a month and not starve." With that, He casually sat down, retrieving an array of snacks from his robe. Cakes, pastries, chocolate biscuits, and other treats. These were all stored in his Qiankuan bag, intended as snacks for Bauer. Xiaolei took a hearty swig from a drink and tossed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious." While this place may not boast picturesque scenery, it has its own charm. Though it is night, the air is fresh and cool here. Enjoying the moonlight, it feels like a delightful picnic. Morales, trembling with rage, could not restrain himself from shouting, "Kid, is it not said that those from the east are like turtles, retreating into their shells? Now, what distinguishes you from the timid turtle that your eastern compatriots have always scorned?" Xiaolei, chewing on a piece of dried fruit, rolled his eyes and retorted, "You clearly do not comprehend the culture of the Xiaolei kingdom. What is wrong with turtles? In our Xiaolei kingdom, we have a saying, 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old creature. The turtle is a symbol of longevity." After a brief pause, Xiaolei burst into laughter again, exclaiming, "You call yourselves a divine race, but are you not merely the vampires of the Western continent?" Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something amusing, and he chuckled. "I have heard that vampires are renowned for their longevity. Old fellow, it appears you resemble a turtle even more than I do." He then leapt up, arrogantly shouting, "Old turtle, if you have the guts, come in." Chapter 67. On television, the more Xiaolei laughed, the more Morales trembled with rage. However, he had never encountered such an Eastern mystical array before. In the eyes of Eastern practitioners, this array was merely a rudimentary skill. A slightly more adept practitioner could easily dismantle it. Unfortunately, although Morales was a vampire of princely status for over a millennium, he was ignorant of the means to unravel Eastern mystical arts, leaving him helplessly staring from the outside. Inside the array, despite his hearty laughter, Xiaolei inwardly lamented the prowess of his opponent. Even a king of ghosts would struggle against the multitude of strikes from my flying sword. This old bat has endured so many blows as if nothing were amiss. I would rather face death than venture out. With my current strength, engaging him directly would likely result in my swift demise. Better to be a living turtle than to emerge as a dead one. At that moment, Leon, bound like a zongzi by the blood net at Xiaolei's feet, suddenly exclaimed, "Your Highness, do not fret. Every magical array has a temporal limit. Even the most powerful sorcerer's array will eventually exhaust its magical energy." Morales' eyes flickered, and he halted, coldly observing Xiaolei. "Indeed, young man. While I cannot decipher your magical array, given your age, how much magical energy can you possibly sustain to fuel it?" "I am in no hurry. I have all the time in the world. Once your magic is spent, I shall naturally sever your head." Xiaolei feigned a sigh. "True, my array will eventually falter. But do you know what this net enveloping young Leon is?" "What kind of magical weapon is this?" Morales inquired. Xiaolei scoffed. "A magical weapon? How can your Western magic compare to our mystical arts? I shall enlighten you. This is the demon binding net, an ancient treasure. Any demon or monster ensnared by this net will lose all their magical powers. Within 2 hours, Leon will become increasingly youthful. You vampires grow stronger with age, do you not? Very well, let us see what becomes of young Leon in 2 hours. I fear he will revert to a newly born bat." No sooner had he spoken than Leon let out a terrified scream, his voice laced with panic. "Oh my God, it's true. My teeth. My teeth are regressing." Vampires grow more formidable with age, and only after centuries do they develop sharp fangs, which differ from ordinary teeth. It is a mark of both strength and honor among bloodkin. Leon, being under 300 years old, had just sprouted his first tooth. Indeed. Upon hearing Xiaolei's words, he realized that the first fang he had grown over centuries was now indeed becoming loose. Morales was taken aback, his heart heavy with trepidation towards the Eastern sorcery wielded by Little Lei. Fortunately, he had not recklessly plunged into the trap. Otherwise, it would have been his own powers that would have deteriorated. Little Lei sighed. "Look here, old tortoise, we bear no grudges against each other. Yet you chose to encroach upon my territory. How about we strike a deal? What do you say?" With a smile, Little Lei continued, "Truth be told, I had no intention of becoming your adversary. Why not let bygones be bygones? You go your way, and as long as you do not provoke me, I shall release this little bat. What harm is there in that? I have no inclination to keep bats as pets." Tonight was merely a moment of greed, driven by the discovery of the Eastern divine serpent mentioned in ancient texts, which led me here. I did not expect to encounter such a little rogue. Now we find ourselves in a stalemate. Even if I were to let him go, what would it matter? I could always seek revenge later. Contemplating this, Morales furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "You are quite the cunning little rascal. How can I trust you?" Little Lei chuckled. "That is quite simple. If you agree to my terms, I will release Leon first. Surely, that puts your mind at ease?" Instantly, Morales raised his hand and solemnly swore an oath, promising that once Little Lei released the captive, he would depart at once, all the while secretly laughing at the naivety of the Easterners. Did they truly believe that a member of the Blood Clan could be trusted? Morales sprang into action, catching Leon in midair, and cast a cold glance at Little Lei before suddenly grinning maliciously. "Now, little one, you no longer possess any leverage over me. Do you still wish to leave here alive today?" Little Lei sighed. "I always knew you lot of feathered beasts were untrustworthy." Suddenly, he crouched down, covering his ears with his hands. Morales, puzzled, then noticed two yellow paper talismans affixed to Leon's body, adorned with mysterious red symbols. Moreover, the talismans flickered ominously with a dangerous golden light. Then, a tremendous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning materialized from thin air, striking down towards Leon and Morales. The two vampires hurriedly took flight to evade the oncoming strike. However, no creature, no matter how swift, could outrun lightning. With a resounding crash, both vampires were hurled away amidst a blinding golden light. Thick black smoke billowed from the ground, and the surrounding foliage and branches began to emit a charred odor. Leon, in particular, was the unluckiest. Little Lei had secretly set a trap. Having discreetly placed a thunder-inducing talisman, an incantation he discovered in the sacred text of the Five Elements sect, on him. After freeing Leon from the binding net, Little Lei swiftly kicked him away, both to prevent any immediate retaliation and, of course, to avoid being struck by the summoned lightning himself. This talisman was a spell used by practitioners to invoke a thunderous assault upon their foes. However, summoning lightning required a moment's time. Had Little Lei confronted Morales openly, he would have had little confidence in applying the talisman without being detected. Lion appeared entirely engulfed in darkness, almost reduced to charred remains as if struck by lightning. Teetering on the brink of death, Morales let out a painful cry. His own body was similarly scorched, despite his swift evasion. Half of his body and one arm were nearly obliterated, leaving him a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. With a piercing scream, he lifted Lion into his arms and, amidst a long howl, fled into the distance. Severely injured from the ambush by Xiaolei, Morales displayed remarkable quickness of thought, fearing that Xiaolei might pursue them relentlessly. Thus, he hastily took to flight with Lion in tow. Xiaolei finally exhaled in relief, patting the petrified Ru Hua, and reproached her. "Do you understand now? Curiosity can be perilous. If you ever engage in such reckless behavior again, please do so alone, lest you drag others down with you." The situation that night was indeed fraught with danger. Had he not arrived in time, both of them would likely have met their demise. At this moment, Xiaolei's discontent was palpable, and he spared no leniency in his words toward Ru Hua. Ru Hua, pale as a ghost, gazed at Lei Ho, who lay unconscious with his eyes shut, and opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to retort, but ultimately found herself speechless. Suddenly, Xiaolei clapped his hands at the ancient tomb and called out, "Xiaoqing, come out. I've already dealt with those two rascals." Xiaolei queried. "Didn't you wish to accompany me?" Xiaoqing remained silent for a moment before continuing, I cannot today." Hearing voices emanating from the tomb, Ru Hua felt her legs weaken, trembling as she stammered, Were you talking to a ghost?" With a firm pinch to Lei Ho's pressure point, she channeled her inner energy into him. Only then did Lei Ho groggily awaken, sneezing violently before springing upright, exclaiming, "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost! Behold your big-headed ghost!" Xiaolei responded with a swift kick. At the foot of the mountain, the investigation team scoured their surroundings in vain for Professor Morales, growing increasingly anxious. They promptly contacted the base camp stationed at the mountain's foot, organizing several teams to commence a search. The television station at the base also noted the unusual circumstances. These astute media personnel quickly recognized the potential for a newsworthy event and set up cameras overnight, led by the newswoman whom Xiaolei had long admired. Wrapped in a blanket, microphone in hand, she stood before the camera, reporting with precision. Tonight, an incident occurred involving the search team investigating the southern mountain. One of the team members, the renowned Spanish biologist Professor Morales, along with his assistant Mr. Lion, has gone missing in the mountains. Search teams have been organized and dispatched. The authorities are taking this matter very seriously. The police have already mobilized. Behind her, chaos reigned at the camp, with the third search team preparing to depart. Just as the newswoman was about to ascend with her cameraman for further coverage, she spotted figures emerging from beyond the barricade along the mountain path. At the forefront stood a striking young man of tall stature, followed closely by a robust man and a woman whose features remained obscured. 3 individuals emerged from the woods, with the young man accompanied by a disheveled man and woman whose appearances were quite unkempt. The police from the search team intercepted them for questioning. The reporter immediately sensed something amiss and rushed over with her photographer, directing the camera towards Xiaolei while thrusting her microphone forward. "Who are you? Why are you up in the mountains at such a late hour?" Xiaolei, feeling rather disgruntled, recalled his earlier encounter with the enchanting Xiaoqing, who had hinted at a certain connection between them. Naturally, he had been open to the prospect. However, to his disappointment, she had not chosen to accompany him, leaving him disheartened. He glared at the reporter and retorted, "This isn't a military-restricted area. Why can't we be here?" The reporter was momentarily taken aback before countering. "But this area has been cordoned off, and the news has warned citizens not to venture into the mountains." Xiaolei scoffed, "What business is it of yours?" With that, he turned to leave, accompanied by Lei Ho and Ru Hua. The persistent reporter trailed behind, continuing to press, "May I ask why you were here at night? Are you aware of the investigation team? I've heard that some members are missing. What is the situation on the mountain?" Xiaolei halted, squinting at the reporter with a mischievous grin. "Why do you care what we are doing here at night?" After a pause, he brazenly fixed his gaze on her and added with a smile, "We are camping. Does that concern you?" What? The reporter's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaolei, growing impatient, responded, "Can't you hear me clearly?" He then raised his middle finger defiantly towards the camera before striding away. What a bunch of fools, searching for a vampire. Though some had considered stopping them, Lei Ho's family name held substantial local influence, deterring any opposition. Upon returning to the villa, Xiaolei was seething with anger and berated Lei Ho and Ru Hua. What infuriated him further was the following morning's news broadcast, which aired footage of him giving the middle finger to the camera, clearly accompanied by his expletive, rapidly spreading throughout the city. Setting that aside, Xiaolei found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Xiaoqing, feeling as if their encounter had been a dream, tinged with an inexplicable strangeness. He spent the entire day dazed, staring towards the southern mountains. That evening, Lei Ho's sister sent someone to deliver a package to Xiaolei. Upon opening it, he discovered his student ID. He then received a phone call from Lei Ho's sister. "Xiaolei, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" Xiaolei sighed, "Sister Lei, you mentioned that Miss Tiancour would come here, but after so many days, I haven't seen a trace of her. The plan has deviated slightly. I originally intended to bring Tiancour, but an unexpected incident occurred. You need not concern yourself with that. Have you received my items?" Xiaolei glanced at the student ID in his hand and smiled wryly, asking, "What do you mean by that?" He set down the phone and sighed. Looking at the various books sent by Sister Lei Ho's subordinates, he couldn't help but feel as though he was living a second life. The memories of his once mundane school days felt like a distant past. School? Kid Academy. It appears to be quite an intriguing venture. His spirits lifted a bit, and he chuckled quietly to himself. Hua Hua, shaken by last night's events, naturally did not attend school today. She had become considerably subdued, and her gaze toward Xiaolei held a newfound respect. Observing him chuckle after hanging up the phone, she felt curious yet hesitant to inquire. Meanwhile, Bauer tugged at Xiaolei's sleeve and whispered, "Daddy, what are you laughing at?" With utmost seriousness, Xiaolei replied, "Bauer, I am going to school. Is school fun?" she asked. "Absolutely," Xiaolei affirmed with a nod, smiling as he added, "It will be exceedingly enjoyable." Chapter 68, Teacher, the Boy Swimming Against the Current. What do you truly see in your eyes? Strongly recommended, the new book The Boy Against the Current by Zhou Xingwen. What constitutes school life? Skipping classes, discussing popular films and chart-topping songs, occasionally dashing to the playground to kick a ball and getting splattered with mud, then rushing under the water pipe to enjoy a refreshing shower, or perhaps harboring a secret crush on a studious and seemingly demure girl, or stealing glances at those athletic girls clad in shorts during physical education classes, passing secret notes and clandestinely arranging movie dates, or occasionally, driven by youthful bravado, gathering a group to engage in a brawl, such as the essence of school life. With these musings, Xiaolei arrived at kids' school early the next morning. This institution is the most prestigious private school in the city, attended predominantly by the offspring of government officials, entrepreneurs, and social elites. It is said that both the Lei and Tian families hold shares in the school. In this materialistic society, gaining admission to kids' school can be regarded, in a sense, as a symbol of status. Boasting substantial financial resources, the school is equipped with top-tier facilities, providing an education that can be described as opulent in its approach. The four-lane road in front of the school has been constructed to international standards. Even when considering merely the area it occupies, Kids School, with its 2,000 students, spans a larger expanse than many first-rate universities. In this era of population explosion and skyrocketing real estate prices, establishing such an expensive institution is, in itself, a lavish investment. Xiaolei arrived in a car sent by the Lei family, which, amidst the myriad luxury vehicles surrounding Kids School, appeared rather inconspicuous. Outside, a vast parking lot, filled to capacity with 400 spaces, dazzled Xiaolei's senses. This indicated that nearly half of the students drove their own cars to school, including many extravagant sports cars that Xiaolei could only admire from afar in television shows and magazines. This was Xiaolei's second visit to Kids School. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the young men and women exuded an air of indifference and arrogance, clad in luxurious garments. Upon disembarking, two tall girls sauntered past him, wafting a scent of perfume, adorned in the latest summer fashions, clutching designer handbags. One of them, with long legs, cast a fleeting glance at Xiaolei, and upon noticing his ordinary branded jacket, her lips curled in a faint smirk. The passers-by were either affluent or elite, with some rebellious youth flaunting their individuality in leather outfits adorned with chains, sporting trendy hairstyles that swayed with every bold step. Xiaolei sighed. This was to be his new school. Deep down, he had always held a disdain for the arrogant offspring of wealthy families, those who squandered their privilege without regard. However, upon reflection, it was not their fault that their parents were wealthy and influential. If one were to have a wealthy father, perhaps one could be even more depraved than those individuals. The enrollment procedures have all been completed. Xiaolei merely needs to attend his designated class punctually. Upon locating his classroom, Xiaolei glanced at the time and realized he was a few minutes late. As he pushed open the door, he saw that the teacher had already commenced the lesson, which seemed to be a physics class. Initially, he anticipated some reprimand from the teacher for his tardiness. Yet to his surprise, the instructor merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and waved him off, disregarding his presence entirely. The spacious classroom was only half filled with students. Curiosity piqued, Xiaolei randomly chose an empty seat. After a short while, he began to comprehend the teacher's leniency towards latecomers. Over the next half hour, more students sauntered in, each displaying an air of indifference. Some, possessing a modicum of decorum, nodded at the lecturing teacher as a form of greeting. Others, with an arrogant demeanor, strode in as if the teacher were invisible, casually selecting a seat without a care. Observing his peers, Xiaolei noted that most appeared disengaged. Some girls were preening themselves with compact mirrors, while others whispered about gossip from the previous night's gathering. There were also discussions surrounding the latest releases of designer clothing. The teacher seemed accustomed to such scenes. Although he was an accomplished educator, his motivation for teaching at Kid Academy was primarily the significantly higher salary compared to other institutions. Moreover, the students before him were all pampered scions, too affluent for a mere instructor to contend with. Students in such elite institutions generally fall into two categories. The first consists of individuals who receive a genuine elite education. Many offspring of affluent families are not merely superficial but are earnest in their pursuit of knowledge, preparing to inherit familial enterprises. It was evident that the majority of students in Xiaolei's immediate vicinity belonged to the second category. At Kid Academy, the educational system deviates from that of traditional secondary schools, adopting a structure akin to that of universities. Students select their courses and progress based on earned credits. After all, most of these individuals will not rely on standardized examinations to gain university admission. With a mere financial investment, what qualification cannot be acquired? This lax system is indeed suitable for an aristocratic institution like Kid Academy. No one exhibited even a hint of curiosity toward Xiaolei. In fact, under this relaxed educational framework, he harbored doubts about whether these students could even recognize their classmates. Most students around him rarely engaged in conversation. Occasionally, a few familiar faces would converse, but the topics predominantly revolved around soirees and luxury automobiles. After the lesson concluded, Xiaolei exited the classroom and wandered aimlessly around the campus, his mind secretly strategizing ways to approach Tianke. Elite schools certainly evoke a sense of envy. After all, how many institutions boast even a single standard basketball court? However, take a look here. What significance does a basketball court hold? The Kid School boasts a gymnasium that rivals even the most elite professional clubs. Additionally, it features a football field that adheres to the standards of professional leagues. Even more astonishing is the verdant expanse enclosed by tall barbed wire in the distance, an exquisite little golf course. In most secondary schools, physical education merely consists of running or playing basketball. Yet, within this prestigious institution, physical education encompasses specialized instruction from professional coaches in the art of golf and tennis, both of which are universally acknowledged as sports of the elite, particularly golf, which transcends mere athleticism to serve as a conduit for socializing among the upper echelons of society. It is evident that the educational philosophy here is indeed extraordinary. Oh, but it is quite a feast for the eyes. The prevalence of stunningly beautiful individuals here far surpasses that of other schools. The so-called beauties rely on 3 parts appearance and 7 parts adornment. The young ladies are all scions of affluent families, effortlessly donning expensive designer clothing and cosmetics, and their efforts to outshine one another in beauty are most evident. After strolling for merely 10 minutes, Xiaolei was nearly overwhelmed by the visual splendor. While one might not declare it a gathering of breathtaking beauties, it is at least a delightful sight. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the tennis courts, where he spotted 2 young, attractive maidens engaged in a match. One girl, her hair tied in a ponytail, donned a pristine white tennis dress, her long, fair legs exposed as she wielded her racket with determination. Upon catching a glimpse of her, Xiaolei's eyes lit up. Was it Tian Kuer? After a few days' absence, this young lady had grown even more alluring. Observing her from the sidelines, he watched as she bounded about like a joyful fawn, her hair flowing behind her, the delicate sounds of her breath enchanting to the ear, complemented by her fair legs that dazzled his vision. Finally, Tian Kuer set down her racket and approached the edge of the court, picking up a towel to wipe the sweat from her brow. It was then that Xiaolei noticed a man in his 30s standing nearby, dressed in coaching attire. Upon seeing Tian Kuer approach, he promptly offered her a bottle of water with great eagerness. The man's appearance was not unappealing, yet his smile bore a somewhat unsavory quality, and his eyes flickered with a furtive glint as they lingered on the damp fabric of her neckline. "Miss Kuer, you must be tired. Please take a moment to rest," he said, feigning solemnity. "This is your first tennis lesson. Do not overexert yourself, as it may be detrimental to your health." "Thank you, coach," Tian Kuer replied, her smile radiant as the blossoms of spring, as she accepted the water he offered. At the sight of her smile, the coach momentarily appeared entranced, but quickly reined in his lascivious demeanor and assumed a more pedagogical stance. Suddenly, with a glint in his eye, he remarked, "Kuer, your form was slightly off just now. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he picked up a racket and moved behind her, gently grasping her arms to guide her through the motions of swinging and striking the ball. The 2 individuals' postures were exceedingly intimate, resembling the coach cradling Kuer in his embrace. Kuer, having never experienced such close contact with any male throughout her life, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She struggled slightly and hurriedly exclaimed, all right, coach, I understand." She extricated herself from his grasp, turning away and stepping back a few paces. The coach's expression briefly flickered with embarrassment, yet he quickly resumed a serious demeanor, stating, "Your movements are incorrect. It's easy to get injured. I am only looking out for your well-being." As he spoke, he seemed poised to reach out for Kuer's hand once more. Meanwhile, the other girls practicing tennis on the court began to whisper and point at the scene. Some displayed expressions of disdain. They murmured among themselves that the tennis coach was notorious at kids' school for being a notorious flirt, often seizing opportunities to take advantage of attractive girls. While the students at kids' school hailed from affluent families, making such misconduct rare, this individual was indeed an anomaly. His audacity stemmed from the belief that he could act without consequence, often targeting those he deemed less formidable. Although many students came from wealthy backgrounds, not every individual was beyond reproach. Some came from modest means, drawn by the prestige of kids' school. This scene caught the eye of Xiaolei, who was standing at a distance. Infuriated, he strode purposefully towards them. He swiftly approached Kuer from behind, gently tapping her shoulder with a smile. Kuer. Her face still flushed and her heart racing, turned to see him, her expression lighting up with surprise. "Xiaolei Gidge." Xiaolei, with a cheerful demeanor, asked, "Is someone bullying you? If someone is bothering you, you must tell Xiaolei Gidge." His gaze was fixed on the coach, eagerly awaiting Kuer's response to seize the opportunity to retaliate. He thought to himself, "I won't rest until this pompous coach is bedridden for days. How dare he toy with my designated companion?" However, Kuer, being a gentle soul, felt her face grow hotter at his words. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't find the courage to speak. Xiaolei let out a sigh, subtly stepping forward to position himself between Kuer and the lecherous coach, effectively blocking the latter's view. With a tone that was neither overtly aggressive nor overly friendly, he remarked, "Excuse me, sir, are you not aware of the boundaries between genders? To behave in such a manner towards a girl in plain sight. Alas, if you must act like a cad, could you at least exhibit some finesse?" Chapter 69, Xiaolei's Pursuit of Romance. Without hesitation, he confronted the coach with a sharp rebuke. The coach's face flushed crimson, his eyes darting around. And he soon noticed several students pointing and whispering about him, which ignited his embarrassment into rage. "Who do you think you are? We are in class. Please do not disturb us." However, he was cunning and, upon glancing at Xiaolei's plain attire, felt a sense of relief wash over him, leading to an even more arrogant demeanor as he bellowed, "Please leave at once. Otherwise, I shall summon the school security. What are they doing allowing anyone to enter?" Tian Kuer found herself grasped by Xiaolei's hand, her heart racing furiously. Yet, as she beheld the devilish smile adorning Xiaolei's face, any thought of resistance dissipated, and she instinctively dropped her racket, following him outside. "Stop!" The coach's face turned pale with fury as he saw his prize student attempting to leave. The anger within him surged, fueled by the interruption of his plans. Noticing Xiaolei's appearance and Tian Kuer accompanying him, he arrogantly assumed they had no formidable background, emboldening his audacity. "Stop! Tian Kuer, do you not wish to attend class?" he shouted. Had it been any other student, he would never have dared to speak so boldly. What a farce! This place was teeming with pampered scions who had long since grown accustomed to their entitlement. Who would heed the school's regulations? Yet, Tian Kuer, with her gentle disposition, could not fathom how a tycoon like Tian Jun could raise such a docile daughter. Hesitating for a moment, she finally halted, murmuring, "Xiaolei, I think I should continue training. It feels rather inappropriate to leave like this. And I truly enjoy playing tennis." Xiaolei furrowed his brow, internally sighing as he smiled wryly. "Did you not notice that man was bullying you? Silly girl. You," the coach sneered. "Do you even know how to play?" Upon hearing this, the coach nearly fainted with rage. After all, he had once been a retired professional player. Fuming, he declared, "All right. If you can defeat me, then Tian Kuer will never have to attend my class again." Xiaolei had been waiting for this very statement. He immediately pulled Kuer aside and whispered, "Wait for me, just 10 seconds. He seized a racket and dashed to the opposite end of the court, calling out, "Bring it on." Onlookers shook their heads, for it was evident from Xiaolei's grip on the racket that he was a novice. The way he held it resembled someone wielding a spatula. The coach, infuriated yet amused, cursed inwardly. "You, ignorant fool, dare to challenge me." In this moment of excitement, he unexpectedly showcased an extraordinary level of skill, delivering an impressively powerful serve. Xiaolei maintained his smile as he watched the ball soar toward him, shouting, "Kuer, watch closely." With a vigorous swing of the racket, he executed a motion reminiscent of a chef tossing a stir-fry, and with a resounding crack, bang, the coach let out a cry of despair, dropping his racket and collapsing to the ground, clutching his face. Blood seeped between his fingers, and it was evident that his once straight nose had become crooked, clearly indicating that his nasal bone had been fractured by Xiaolei's powerful strike. Huzzah! Xiaolei struck a victorious pose, casually tossed aside his racket, clapped his hands, and laughed, "Trash. How dare you challenge me with such a standard? What a joke. When I was at Daime Mountain, I often used a slingshot to scare away monkeys. Monkeys within a 5-mile radius would flee upon seeing me. Today, I showed mercy. Otherwise, I would have aimed for your nose or worse." He paused, raising his eyes to the heavens. "Oh, 3 pure ones, such behavior is unbecoming of us Taoist disciples. What a transgression." He continued, "Consider yourself fortunate, for you encountered me. Had Lei Ho seen you toying with Kuer, he would have likely broken your legs without hesitation." Xiaolei pulled the astonished Kuer closer, disregarding the stares of others, and strode confidently out. Inside a cooling beverage shop at the school, he sighed in contentment as he enjoyed the chilled fruit juice, relishing the air conditioning. Indeed, this elite institution lived up to its reputation. The beverage shop offered an array of complimentary drinks, with tuition fees soaring into the hundreds of thousands annually. The school had undoubtedly amassed considerable wealth and was indifferent to such trivial expenses. The shop was impeccably clean and comfortable, with spacious interiors staffed by uniformed servers, and bright tables and chairs all around, showcasing excellent service alongside free refreshments. Moreover, free juice simply tasted divine. After summoning the waiter, Xiaolei ordered another drink. The surroundings were rather quiet, likely due to the affluent students being accustomed to extravagance. Even complimentary offerings failed to attract their attention. Tian Kuer sat across from Xiaolei, her gaze somewhat evasive, unable to meet his eyes directly. She busied herself with the straw of her orange juice, occasionally stealing glances at him before hurriedly averting her gaze. Though her head was lowered, Xiaolei could tell from the flush on her cheeks and the delicate pink of her skin that her face was likely adorned with a rosy hue. "Xiaolei Gitch," Kuo sweetly called out, her voice gentle. "What brings you here? Were you looking for me?" Xiaolei shook his head. "No." At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Kuo's eyes, but his next words quickly rekindled her joy. "I'm also studying here now." "Really?" Kuo exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in delight. "Does that mean we can see each other every day?" Xiaolei grinned, gazing into her eyes. "Do you truly wish to see me every day?" Kuo's demeanor turned flustered as she shyly averted her gaze like a startled deer, murmuring, "Yes. I've been resting at home for a year, and I have no friends at school anymore." Xiaolei felt a surge of joy. Kuo's gentle nature made her easily flustered, and her inherent charm, combined with her shyness, rendered her delicate skin with a subtle blush, stirring something within him. He suddenly smiled. "All right. Do you have any classes left this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Kuo pondered for a moment and murmured, "Well, I have piano lessons this afternoon, along with painting and a class in the Mandi language." Goodness, are high school students really learning Mandi? Xiaolei couldn't help but frown. However, this indeed is a distinctive feature of Kid Academy. The offspring of affluent families who attend this institution are mostly destined for overseas studies. Hence the emphasis on foreign language education within the academy. "Since no one is monitoring us here, why don't we go out for a stroll this afternoon? I can take you to some delightful places," Xiaolei suggested with a cunning smile, reminiscent of a devil tempting a lamb into moral decay. "This doesn't seem quite right, does it?" Kuo hesitated. Yet, Xiaolei had already gulped down his juice and was dragging her along. He had keenly identified Kuo's gentle nature. Such girls are often naive and unfamiliar with the art of refusal. Once outside the school, Kuo appeared somewhat anxious, as she had always been a well-behaved girl. Today, Xiaolei had scolded their coach and led her to skip class, which felt quite out of character for her. However, inexplicably, every time she gazed at this perpetually languid young man, her heart raced, and an unfamiliar sensation surged within her. Throughout their journey, Xiaolei held Kuo's hand, feigning ignorance of her flushed cheeks, which seemed on the verge of bleeding from embarrassment. In truth, with a delicate flower like her, such an approach was necessary. The best method was to subtly close the distance between them without drawing attention, occasionally introducing physical contact. At first, the girl might feel uneasy or shy, but as long as one has enough audacity and deftly navigates the situation without provoking aversion, one can gradually draw closer. Once the girl becomes accustomed to such contact, one can take another step forward. This is what one might call a gradual conquest. Little by little, the space between them can be eroded, and eventually, when she realizes how near they are, the day of being in close proximity will surely not be far off. Xiaolei chuckled mysteriously as they walked hand in hand toward the school gate. It was Kuo's first experience walking alongside a boy, her body trembling with tension, her small palm drenched in sweat. Upon exiting the school, Xiaolei knew he could not be too forward. He discreetly released Kuo's hand and smiled. "All right, let us explore. Would you prefer shopping, going to the park, or perhaps a trip to the seaside?" Whatever. I'll follow your lead," Kuo replied softly. After hailing a taxi, they both climbed in, and Xiaolei instructed the driver to Seaside Park. Across the street, in a BMW, a young man's face contorted in rage as he watched Xiaolei and Kuo enter the vehicle. Infuriated, he slammed his hands on the steering wheel and cursed. "Why is it that guy? How could she possibly be with him?" A face, contorted with rage, was reflected in the car's rearview mirror. It was none other than Master Ma, who had previously been dealt with by Xiaolei. Without hesitation, he started the engine and followed closely behind a taxi. It was the early days of summer. Upon alighting, Xiaolei strolled barefoot along the sandy shore, discarding his shoes and socks. "Simpleton, why are you dawdling?" he exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face as he lazily regarded Tian Ke. She felt a flutter of excitement within her. For the first time in her life, she had dared to skip class, inducing a twinge of guilt that was almost exhilarating. After all, youth is often imbued with a hint of rebellious spirit, and engaging in acts of defiance can be thrilling. Hesitating momentarily, she followed suit, shedding her tennis shoes and joining Xiaolei on the beach. The gentle sea breeze caressed her face, carrying a hint of saltiness, while the rhythmic crashing of waves filled her ears. The sun's warm rays enveloped her, stirring an unfamiliar sensation in her heart. At some point, Xiaolei took her hand, and this time, she merely resisted slightly before yielding. allowing him to lead her as they strolled side by side along the shore. The waves lapped at their feet, then retreated, leaving them in a moment of serene connection. Xiaolei's gaze lingered on Kua's delicate feet, their skin luminous and translucent, each tiny toe a testament to beauty. Embarrassed by his attention, she shyly stammered, "What are you looking at?" With a playful grin. Xiaolei urged her to walk a few steps further before casually sitting on the sand, his body purposefully close to hers. Kua tensed momentarily before gradually relaxing. Though a slight tremor coursed through her, her neck instinctively retracting. Amused, Xiaolei feigned concern. "Why are you trembling? Are you cold?" Instantly, Kua blushed, her neck flushing crimson, her voice faltering. Seizing the moment, Xiaolei gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. He felt her stiffen, yet thankfully, she did not pull away. This was a pivotal moment. If she remained by his side, it was a sign that she harbored some affection for him. Understanding this, Xiaolei sought to ease her tension by gazing out at the sea. "Have you heard a story?" he inquired. "I assure you, it's one you've never heard before." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Kua's ear, his lips brushing against hers. Just as he began to recount the tale, she smiled sweetly and replied, "Brother Xiaolei, you're teasing me. I've heard that story. It's the tale of the Little Mermaid." In that instant, their lips met, a deliberate act on Xiaolei's part. While Kua was momentarily taken aback, time seemed to freeze as the unexpected kiss transpired. Their lips touched softly, and she felt herself melt. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she gasped and instinctively recoiled, as if jolted by electricity. Her delicate face was suffused with a rosy hue. On the verge of tears as she reproached, You, dear Xiaolei, how could you?" Xiaolei, with a pained expression, replied, "I did not intend to. Truly, I did not." Tears swiftly filled Tian Ku's eyes as she stood up, appearing as though they might spill over at any moment. Stamping her foot, she lifted her leg to leave. In such a moment, how could Xiaolei allow her to depart? Even a fool could see the turmoil within Ku's heart. Her defenses were at their most fragile. If he did not seize this opportunity to pursue, what else could he wait for? He sprang up from the ground, blocking her path and feigning an apologetic demeanor. "I truly did not mean it. Dear Kua, please do not be angry." In a state of confusion, Kua was further alarmed by the absence of any anger within her. Instead, there was an inexplicable sensation stirring within her. At 18, she had never encountered such a situation, and in her bewilderment, she found her hands at a loss for placement. Fortunately, she need not ponder this any longer, for Xiaolei had already grasped her small hand, pulling her closer to him. In the softest of tones, he murmured, "Kua, I genuinely did not mean to. If you are still upset, you may strike me if you wish." Kua, on the brink of tears, stammered, You are bullying me." Xiaolei feigned haste, gently tapping his own mouth with his hand, his face contorted in a grimace. "All right, I was in the wrong. You need not strike me. I can strike myself." "Can't I?" For a girl like Tian Kua, with her gentle nature, her greatest vulnerability lay in her overflowing kindness and compassion. Indeed, after Xiaolei struck himself a couple of times, a look of pity emerged in Kua's eyes. She gently grasped Xiaolei's hand and whispered, "All right, you need not hit yourself anymore." Xiaolei chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I truly did not mean to kiss you." Kua's face flushed crimson again. "You still dare to say that?" Yet, Xiaolei had unconsciously wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and their position resembled an embrace. Kua felt his face drawing ever closer to hers, her heart racing wildly. She sensed that this might be improper, yet she could not summon even a hint of resistance. Xiaolei's eyes no longer bore the usual playful glint. Instead, they appeared sincere and deeply affectionate, their brightness almost startling. Finally, as Kuo's heart raced uncontrollably and she closed her eyes, she felt a coolness upon her lips. Xiaolei had finally tasted her lips, soft as petals. Yet his heart was devoid of any joy. Alas, was it too despicable to deceive a naive girl and employ a hint of enchantment? Oh, 3 pure ones. What does it matter? On the sandy beach, a pair of youthful lovers gently embraced. Xiaolei encircling Kuo's waist with one arm while using the other to cradle her head, preventing her escape. Tian Kua initially struggled, but gradually her body softened, her heart a mix of joy, excitement, and fear. The two finally embraced the fervent kiss of a quintessential couple. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Xiaolei, with a gentle smile, softly remarked, "Kua, you truly smell delightful." Tian Kua gazed up at Xiaolei, bewildered by this unprecedented experience, unsure of what to say. She merely whispered, "Xiaolei Gij, we." Xiaolei, feeling a sense of pride and ready to respond, was interrupted by a boisterous voice from nearby. "Ah, what a lovely pair of young lovers. Brothers, take a look at this little lady." Moments later, 3 or 4 ruffians clad in flamboyant shirts approached, led by a bald man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, dressed in a gaudy shirt. Xiaolei sighed, his brow furrowing. Indeed, retribution arrived swiftly. Having interrupted the lecherous coach from harassing Kur, he now found himself interrupted while wooing her. He brushed off his clothes and shook his head, casting a glance at the unruly group, a languid smile gracing his lips. He first pulled Kur behind him before leisurely revealing his signature nonchalant grin. "Gentlemen," he began, "given your attire, it's clear you are not the most reputable individuals. No need for pretense or circumlocution. Let's be direct. Are you here to rob us of our wealth or our virtue? If you're merely seeking directions, well, the public restroom is just 50 meters ahead. Take a right turn." Xiaolei maintained a cheerful demeanor, his face radiating amiability as he regarded the group before him. Chapter 70 Tianjin's Conditions. What are you dawdling for? Eliminate this brat first. The leading thug shouted, as 2 of his companions swiftly drew gleaming daggers from their pockets. Advancing menacingly toward Xiaolei. With a slight frown, Xiaolei turned to confront them. In an instant, 2 resounding thuds echoed as the assailants let out cries of agony. Xiaolei had landed a punch on each of their faces, causing blood to gush from their noses. Seizing their wrists with a powerful twist, he sent them tumbling to the ground. The bald-headed leader's expression shifted dramatically as he grabbed a baseball bat from behind him, swinging it downwards with intent. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiaolei's eyes. He chuckled and struck with his palm like a blade. With a sickening crack, the bald thug staggered back, staring in disbelief at the now splintered bat in his hands. He never anticipated that he would provoke someone of such prowess. Xiaolei closed in, delivering a palm strike to the leader's chest. The thug let out a scream, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling away. In mere moments, 3 adversaries had been dispatched. The last thug, who had just drawn a small knife, stood frozen, his expression a portrait of panic. Unsure whether to charge forward or flee in terror. "Didi, don't come any closer," he stammered, his legs trembling as he glanced at his 3 fallen companions moaning on the ground. Xiaolei chuckled softly. "Come on, even as a thug, you should possess some courage. I told you not to approach." The man retreated step by step, unable to contain his fear any longer. With a desperate scream, he swung his knife, but in the next moment, he found himself empty-handed. Looking down, he realized the blade had been taken by Xiaolei. With a wicked grin, Xiaolei examined the knife in his grasp. "Speak up, who sent you?" Xiaolei sighed. "Even if you intend to rob me, there is no need to carry daggers, right? Clearly, your intent was to incapacitate me. Who is it that sent you?" The man felt as though he had encountered a ghost that day. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, "Brother, I was just paid to assist. It has nothing to do with me." Xiaolei gently tapped his face with the back of the knife, smiling. "All right, I understand it's not your fault. Reveal who sent you, and I shall take my leave." "What do you say?" "I don't know." Xiaolei smiled, flipping the knife to reveal its sharp edge. "You don't know? Then who would?" Seeing the gleaming blade hovering near his neck, the man was paralyzed with fear, furtively glancing at the fallen bald thug. The thug, still possessing some bravado, spat defiantly, "We live by brotherhood in this line of work. If you have the guts, go ahead and strike me down." "Excellent." Xiaolei raised his thumb, though his smile grew increasingly cunning. He leaned down and whispered something into the bald thug's ear. The thug's face instantly turned pale with terror as he glanced at Xiaolei, hesitating momentarily before quickly blurting out, "It was young Master Ma." Xiaolei stood tall, casually tossing the knife aside, no longer glancing at the group of people. He gently tugged at the dazed Kur, speaking softly, "Let us go." Xiaolei lightly pinched her cheek, wrapping an arm around her delicate waist, and asked with a smile, "Were you scared just now?" Kur, half cradled in Xiaolei's embrace, blushed deeply but mustered the courage to meet his gaze. Declaring resolutely, "Not scared," Xiaolei chuckled and leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her cheek. Kur, overwhelmed by shyness, found herself unable to evade his embrace and simply closed her eyes. As he held the bashful beauty, her fair skin seemingly glowing with a soft blush, and her autumn-like eyes veiled beneath long lashes, Xiaolei couldn't help but be entranced, sighing internally, "Such a lovely girl, yet her heart is so innocent. If I hadn't acted swiftly, she would surely be deceived." Alas, if her father weren't Tianjin, there would undoubtedly be many with ulterior motives towards her. The two arrived at the roadside by the beach, but Xiaolei suddenly released Kur, whispering, "Wait for me here." He strode across to the other side of the street. "Call out again, and I shall knock out all your teeth." Xiaolei's chilling words silenced young Master Ma immediately. I recall telling you, if I catch you bothering Ko again, I will pluck every hair from your body, am I mistaken? Xiaolei's grin was decidedly sinister. Young Master Ma stubbornly retorted, You dare to do anything to me? My father is. Bah. Xiaolei delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, causing young Master Ma to curl up like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground. I don't care who your father is, it's of no consequence. He bent down, restraining young Master Ma, grabbing his hair, and soon the air was filled with the latter's heart-wrenching screams. Xiaolei moved with astonishing speed, and in a brief moment, young Master Ma's hair was entirely yanked out. Initially, he screamed in agony, but soon the pain rendered him nearly unconscious, robbing him of the strength to cry out. Satisfied, Xiaolei gazed at the scattered locks of hair on the ground and remarked coolly, All right, consider this a lesson for today. Next time you provoke me, it won't just be your hair that's at stake. Young Master Ma, bloodied and pained, could only lay there, groaning softly, utterly unable to utter a word. Xiaolei clapped his hands, then kicked young Master Ma to the roadside and forcefully pushed his car into the middle of the street. With a long exhale, he turned and walked away. Kua hesitated, as if wishing to say something, yet she refrained. After deliberating, a trace of pity flickered in her eyes as she gazed at young Master Ma, who lay on the ground. With a soft sigh, she murmured, Brother Xiaolei, I know you were right, but Xiaolei gently patted her cheek, smiling. It's all right. I'm not blaming you. It's simply your kind heart. The two walked further away, hailing a taxi to the city. This journey felt markedly different from their arrival. Kua nestled gently in Xiaolei's embrace, her form akin to a docile lamb, and they appeared to be a genuine couple. The car ascended directly to the summit of the Tian family's opulent residence. Upon disembarking, the two were met by a pair of bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Upon recognizing Xiaolei and Kua, the guards immediately bowed to Kua. One of them then cast a glance at Xiaolei and spoke in a low tone. Mr. Tian wishes to see you. Please accompany us inside. Xiaolei chuckled lightly. Is that so? Mr. Tian seems remarkably well informed. I have only been out with Kua for an afternoon, and he already knows. Kua instinctively grasped Xiaolei's hand, her expression tinged with unease. She whispered, Brother Xiaolei, my father has quite a temper. Could you, perhaps, be a little accommodating when you meet him? Xiaolei shrugged, remaining silent. They then entered the Tian estate, with the two bodyguards leading Xiaolei towards Tianjin's study. Kua appeared anxious, her gaze fixed on Xiaolei, who maintained a carefree demeanor, grinning as they followed the guards. Upon entering the study, they found the head of the Tian family, Tianjin, seated before an exquisite tea set. After a year apart, Tianjin seemed to have aged somewhat, yet his demeanor had grown more austere. The sharp contours of his face conveyed an air of authority, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. Xiaolei strode in confidently, not waiting for Tianjin to speak before taking a seat on the sofa opposite him. Mr. Tian, it is a pleasure to see you again, he exclaimed with a smile. Tianjin squinted at Xiaolei for a few moments before a faint smile graced his features. Master Xiaolei, it is indeed a reunion. He gently lifted the teapot and poured a cup for Xiaolei. It has been a year. I trust you have been well? I sent someone to seek you, but you had already left the city. Xiaolei observed the milky white teacup before him, the tea within shimmering a golden hue and exuding a subtle fragrance. He chuckled, raising the cup to his lips and downing its contents in one go. Excellent tea. Master Xiaolei appreciates the art of tea, I see. With a grin, Xiaolei accepted the teapot from Tianjin's hands, inhaling deeply. Under Tianjin's mildly astonished gaze, Xiaolei's movements flowed with grace. He arranged the teacups in a display reminiscent of a peacock fanning its feathers, his hand effortlessly holding the teapot while his wrist flicked and twirled, tracing a taiji pattern with the water. After wetting the teapot, Xiaolei deftly poured the first batch of tea into a cup, only to discard it immediately. His technique was light and agile, prompting Tianjin to exclaim, What a remarkable display of skill. It seems Master Xiaolei has been immersed in this art for several years. Xiaolei smiled without responding, his wrist flicking once more as he filled each teacup with precision, a technique known as Han Xian's troops. He then gently pushed a teacup towards Tianjin, stating simply, Please. Tianjin lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp, remarking with a grin, Master Xiaolei truly embodies the essence of a high practitioner of the mystical arts. Xiaolei set down the teapot, smiling lightly as he replied, Mr. Tian is equally deserving of the reputation as the formidable leader of the Tian family. Tianjin fixed his gaze on Xiaolei for a few seconds before speaking. I have no desire to beat around the bush. I am well aware of the situation between you and Kua today. Although Kuer is at school, I have stationed people around her to ensure her safety. I only ask you one thing. Xiaolei chuckled heartily. Mr. Tian, do you truly suspect that my intentions towards Kuer are ulterior? He furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, I fear I cannot provide the Lei family with a satisfactory explanation. Xiaolei grinned and said, Do you think, Mr. Tian, that my lack of wealth and power renders me unworthy of Kuer? Tianjun raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, Wealth and power are of little concern to me. To speak grandiosely, the influence of the Tian family is such that even if you were a commoner, what would it matter? With a mere word from me, one could rise to prominence and save decades of struggle. However, Lei Ho is my designated son-in-law, and he has shared a childhood bond with my youngest daughter. The Lei family is also an old acquaintance of the Tian family, and this is something I must consider. After a moment of silence, Xiaolei suddenly burst into laughter and remarked, All right, Mr. Tian, you say you wish to be straightforward, yet your words are anything but sincere. Let us get to the point. I have already embraced and kissed your daughter. What is it that you desire? He fixed his gaze on Tianjun, his expression a blend of amusement and challenge. After pondering for a moment, Tianjun said, Are you interested in assisting me? Xiaolei rolled his eyes. Assist you? In what regard? I am not versed in the management of the Tian family's enterprises. As for the clandestine dealings of the Tian family smuggling arms, vying for dominance, those hold no interest for me. What could I possibly offer you? Tianjun frowned. If you are unwilling, I shan't force you. However, you must provide me with a means to believe you are capable of taking care of Kuer. Otherwise, my daughter is not someone just anyone can wed. After a brief pause, he continued, It is not difficult for me to agree to give you my daughter, provided you can accomplish 3 tasks. Chapter 71. A dangerous aura. The first matter at hand is that our family, the Tians, has a formidable adversary, of which you are undoubtedly aware. Tianjun's brow was clouded with concern, and he seemed to exhale deeply. This rival has entangled with our family for generations, becoming an inescapable nightmare for every heir of the Tian lineage. It is akin to a parasite that clings to the bone, refusing to die. A subtle change crossed Tianjun's expression as he spoke in hushed tones. Regrettably, in this generation of the Tian family, I, Tianjun, have but a single daughter. As long as I am alive, I can still care for her. However, in the future, when I am no longer here, that adversary of ours poses a grave threat to my daughter. The reason I value Lei Ho is twofold. First, he is honest and dependable, and secondly, his martial prowess is commendable. With him looking after my daughter, I can find peace of mind. If you can demonstrate your capabilities in this matter. His gaze held significant meaning as he looked at Xiaolei, who merely chuckled without uttering a word. Tianjun continued. Secondly, while my daughter may not possess extraordinary beauty, how could the daughter of Tianjun marry an unknown commoner? Only a remarkable hero would be deemed worthy of her hand. Furthermore, Kuer, being a young lady, has her own aspirations. Although she has a gentle demeanor, she is not easily impressed by ordinary men. Therefore, Xiaolei remained silent, merely sipping his tea. Tianjun cleared his throat lightly and proceeded. Thirdly, enough. Xiaolei set down his teacup, smiling as he interrupted Tianjun. He stroked his chin and said with a wry smile, After all this, you are essentially conveying a single point. Without wealth or power, one should not even think of marrying your daughter, correct? Well, to simplify it further, you might as well state directly that your son-in-law must be a peerless hero, destined to arrive on a rainbow to wed your daughter. Goodness, Mr. Tian. It's merely a matter of marrying your daughter. I have little interest in being some heroic figure. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He truly stood up, brushed off his attire, and prepared to depart. Wait. Tianjun furrowed his brow. Xiaolei, I possess a keen eye for discerning character. A year ago, I sensed you were no ordinary individual. With your abilities, you are undoubtedly not comparable to those charlatans of the martial world. Though I am unaware of your whereabouts over the past year, I have noted your recent association with Lei Ho. This boy seldom yields to anyone, yet he seems completely submissive to you. Your martial skills appear to be quite impressive. I, Tianjun, have trained in martial arts my entire life, yet I cannot fathom your depth. Xiaolei, do you truly harbor no ambitions? Xiaolei pondered for a moment, a hint of danger flickering in his smile as he fixed his gaze on Tianjun and suddenly inquired, Mr. Tian, what do you consider to be a hero? Tianjun replied resolutely, dressed in fine clothes upon a spirited steed, seeking justice and vengeance, admired by the masses, filled with fervor and bravery. Xiaolei chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of disdain, and continued to question, Then, Mr. Tian, allow me to pose another query. Who do you believe is the greatest hero in the history of the Xiaolei kingdom? With that, Xiaolei exited, disregarding the peculiar expression on Tianjin's face as he departed. He silently laughed to himself, pondering the notion of heroism. Let those who aspire to be heroes take on that mantle. The Tian family wields considerable power, yet they have been unable to extinguish the Windgate. Why is that? It is merely because they perceive themselves as heroes and champions, yet their actions lack the requisite ruthlessness, the necessary venom, the required intensity. Should the Tian family remain shackled by their so-called principles, their defeat against the Windgate is inevitable. Ah, a naive girl. Xiaolei shook his head, pondering whether his actions in winning the affections of such an innocent girl were right or wrong. Perhaps he was being too base? Following the events of last night, Ru Hua and Lei Ho stayed home to rest, while Lin Shanshan kept Ru Hua company. Today marked Xiaolei's first day at school, particularly at kids' school, and Lin Shanshan appeared somewhat melancholic. Lin Shanshan cradled Bauer in the hall as she read. Upon Xiaolei's entrance, she merely offered a gentle smile, one tinged with fatigue and a hint of concern. Lin Shanshan nodded and inquired, "And you? How was your first day at school? Did everything go smoothly?" "Smoothly? It was somewhat smooth, I suppose. I attended a few classes, mingled with some girls, and even got into a fight. Yet, there was no need to share this with Lin Shanshan." A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she quickly averted her gaze from Xiaolei, forcing a smile. "Kids' school is a fine institution. How could I not be happy?" Xiaolei nodded, sighing softly. "In truth, I am somewhat unhappy. Today I may have made a mistake." He slowly sat down, gently stroking Bauer's sleeping face. The little girl had drifted into a deep slumber, instinctively raising her hand when she sensed a touch. Lin Shanshan settled beside Xiaolei, her face radiating tenderness. "Oh? What is it that troubles you? Would you care to share with me?" Xiaolei furrowed his brow, contemplating, before breaking into a smile. "It's nothing now. What once troubled me, I choose to disregard." He patted Lin Shanshan's shoulder, grinning. "Tomorrow, I don't wish to attend school. If you have no plans, let us venture out together, just the two of us with Bauer. We could stroll through the amusement park." Lin Shanshan's face flushed crimson as she stammered, Just the two of us, with Bauer? Indeed. The three of us would evoke the essence of a family," Xiaolei remarked with curiosity. "Of course, Lei Ho and Ru Hua are currently in solitary contemplation. I shall not let them off so easily." Lin Shanshan lowered her head, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right." Xiaolei stretched out languidly, exhaling deeply. "I haven't been to school in ages. I truly feel a bit fatigued. I shall head upstairs for a shower and rest. Please call me when it's time for dinner." With that, he rose and ascended the stairs. Lin Shanshan, her gaze complex, watched Xiaolei's retreating figure and murmured softly to herself, "Is he feeling pity for me? Or is he simply seeking a carefree outing? Alas, why must I be so foolish? Does a girl like me even have the right to be with him?" Just after she had spoken to herself, a soft sound echoed from the staircase above, the voice of Xiaolei resonating. "In this world, no one possesses the authority to look down upon others, unless they themselves harbor disdain." Lin Shanshan's body trembled, her heart racing. He heard me. "Father, today." Kurer gazed at Tianjin, appearing somewhat hesitant. Tianjin sighed, gently stroking Kua's hair, and spoke softly. "Have you thought this through? Do you truly have feelings for that fellow Xiaolei?" Kua's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, murmuring, "I don't know. I just feel very happy when I am with him. If liking someone means you think of them unavoidably every day or feel joy upon seeing them, then I suppose I do like him." Tianjin fell silent for a moment, observing his daughter, and softly remarked, "I understand. Although your nature is gentle, if you genuinely care for Xiaolei, my opposition would likely be futile." Kuer's eyes reddened as she whispered, "Father, does that mean what you discussed with him today?" Tianjin chuckled heartily and replied, "I did not say I oppose it. That lad Xiaolei is merely a bit peculiar. Though he lacks power and wealth, he possesses an innate pride. However, I still need to see if he has the capability to earn my trust in handing you over to him." With a raised brow, Tianjin offered a faint smile. "How about this? Tomorrow I shall meet Master Wuxiang and converse with him. You should accompany me," reflecting on last year's incident. "If Master Wuxiang had not intervened to save you, you may not have been able to endure until Xiaolei arrived to heal you. Tomorrow coincides with Master Wuxiang's monthly visitation day. Let us pay him a visit together. Although the Master is a recluse, such extraordinary beings, he did mention when he saved you that your life was not meant to end, and a fated person would come to your rescue." At this point, Tianjin's expression shifted subtly. Kuer inquired curiously. Really? Master Wuxiang said such words? Did he foresee that you would invite Brother Xiaolei to save me? Tianjun chuckled lightly, remaining silent, yet within, he sighed, recalling the words of Master Wuxiang. When a precious life is not meant to perish, a destined savior will surely appear. Yet, whether this matter is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. The following morning, Lin Shanshan rose early, her spirits as bright and cheerful as the weather outside, with a hint of nervousness typical of a young girl. She rummaged through her wardrobe and found a dress she hadn't worn in ages. After carefully adorning herself, she gazed into the mirror and beheld a girl radiating joy, her delicate makeup enhancing her features. Clad in a light-colored long gown, her figure was graceful, and beneath the hem, her slender legs stood out, making her resemble a pure and ethereal lotus blossom. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she finally stepped out of her room. Bayer, donned with an oversized hat and a cute pink Snoopy hairpin nestled in her hair, looked both amusing and adorable, the hat nearly twice the size of her head. Xiaolei, on the other hand, appeared in a relaxed outfit, hastily throwing on a jacket and an old pair of jeans, while holding a bottle of cola. As he watched Lin Shanshan descend the stairs, he exaggeratedly whistled and teasingly remarked, "Beauty, looking so splendid, aren't you afraid of attracting wolves?" Lin Shanshan responded with a sweet smile, her heart fluttering, yet she replied, "Not at all, with you around." Xiaolei felt a warm sensation in his heart and gently patted Bayer, chuckling, "Bayer, do you think your sister looks beautiful?" To their surprise, Bayer, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, softly inquired, "Daddy, do you want sister to be my mommy too?" Both young adults were momentarily taken aback. While Lin Shanshan's face flushed, Xiaolei scratched his head, lightly tapping Bayer's forehead, and laughed. "Who taught you such things?" "That's nonsense." Bayer pouted and whispered, "I think sister is very willing to be my mommy. Otherwise, why would she cook for you every morning?" Defeated by the little darling, the two young people felt a twinge of embarrassment, and they dared not speak further as they set off for the amusement park with Bayu in tow. On sunny days, the amusement park was always bustling with visitors. Bayer, sandwiched between the two, held onto Xiaolei with one hand and Lin Shanshan with the other. Her comically large hat now perched atop Xiaolei's head. Occasionally, onlookers turned their gazes towards Bayer, captivated by her stunning beauty, her delicate features resembling that of an adorable fairy. Her pealing laughter echoed through the park, a sound that had not ceased since their arrival. As they ventured through the park, Bayer, relishing the rare opportunity to explore this paradise for children, cheered with delight, eager to try every ride she encountered. Xiaolei, unable to refuse the requests of such a charming daughter, obliged, despite the surprised glances from passers-by as Bayer called out "Daddy" repeatedly. Yet, the audacity of youth thickened his skin, and he paid little mind to the curious stares. Roller coasters and pirate ships awaited, and it seemed Bayer was indeed a bold little adventurer, brimming with curiosity. The roller coaster and pirate ship nearly left Xiaolei and Lin Shanshan dizzy. Yet the little girl continued to cheer joyfully. Had Xiaolei not forcibly dragged her away, Lin Shanshan's lovingly prepared lunch would likely have ended up in the trash. Eventually, the trio grew weary, but Bauer insisted on riding the Ferris wheel in the amusement park. Unfortunately, the Ferris wheel could accommodate only 2 people per cabin, leaving Xiaolei to wait below with a soda in hand. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that entertaining children was indeed a challenging task. Today, he truly understood the hardships faced by the kindergarten staff. As Xiaolei contemplated finding a place to sit, considering the Ferris wheel would not descend for another half-hour, a refined voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. Turning around, he saw a tall young man with flowing golden hair gazing at him. Although the man's features were not particularly striking, high cheekbones, a prominent nose, and green eyes, he exuded an indescribable air of elegance and grace. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Michael," the man said, his voice melodious and his demeanor exuding a gentle courtesy. With a smile, he extended a hand, stating, "I believe you must be Sir Xiaolei." A sense of unease gripped Xiaolei as he sensed a hint of danger lurking beneath the man's seemingly benign smile. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Xiaolei looked up to see a figure standing atop the Ferris wheel, precariously balanced on the cabin occupied by Bauer and Lin Shanshan. With his keen eyesight, Xiaolei discerned that this figure had red hair and wore a tight-fitting leather outfit, with 2 daggers sheathed in his boots. Strangely, he donned a silver mask. The figure bent down and forcefully pried open the cabin door, followed by Lin Shanshan's terrified scream echoing through the air. Xiaolei's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face the man named Michael. In a low voice, he demanded, "Who are you people? Michael smiled subtly, his movements graceful and deliberate, but his gaze remained fixed on Xiaolei, piercing like a blade. Mr. Xiaolei, please do not act rashly. We harbor no intention of causing harm. As for our identities, I am Michael, one of the guardian paladins of the Holy See.